หรอสวัสดีครับวัยรุ่นมาวันนี้ฟอร์มมาแม่นเนี่ยคนดูไม่ต้องห่วงนะครับฟอร์มมาแม่นแน่นอนนะครับบอสให้แม่นแน่นอนยอมมอตรงเวลาเอาเพิ่งกลับมาเริ่มพอดีเลยเนี่ยยินดีกับรถใหม่ด้วยขอบคุณครับน้องแฟรงค์ขอบคุณทุกคนนะครับสวัสดีชื่อเขียวทุกคนด้วยนะครับเอกพลแฟรงค์
รถใหม่หรอรวยนะเดี๋ยวนี้ไอ้ลูกออด
โอ้โหไอ้ลูกออสอะไรคุณตีอะไรเนี่ยวันนี้มี Excel ว่าโอ้โหไม่ทันนะดิตื่นเช้ามาก็ไปข้างนอกเลยไม่ทันทำ Excel อ่ะรอบหน้าแล้วกันขอบคุณนะครับคุณคิมซังสำหรับสมาชิกบอสเจิมใครอยากรวยมาวันนี้ตั้งใจจัดเลยวันนี้ตั้งใจจัดเลยวันนี้ตั้งใจจัดเลยคนดูเลย30ไหมมีคนให้มาผมว่าไม่นะบราซิลมันโหดอยู่นะพี่บ้องไหนบอกจะซื้อเบนโอได้แค่นี้ก็โอเคแล้วน้องเคนเอ้ยเสียงหายไปไหนอะคนดูได้ยินเสียงไหม
มาช้าแบบนี้คุยไอ้อ้วนมันแย่งคนดูไปหมดแล้วคุยไอ้อ้วนคุยไอ้อ้วนคุยไอ้อ้วน
Absolutely, and just look at the power picks really here for GAM. These are some of the most highly prized picks right now in the game.
โอ้โหถ้าได้ลัมเบิร์ตโอ้โหนี่มันคอมไม่ตายของแกมเลยอ่ะคุณดู
Great setup is going to be grabbed there, and it will be the Galio answer here for Gigo in that top lane. Going to be bringing this into Rumble. We'll be interested to see if he decides to play face rush or if it is going to be aftershock. There are some different approaches to how you
แล้วเองจะมาโดเนทอย่างนี้เพื่ออะไรวะ
obviously with their kind of clear strengths and weaknesses.
Yeah, and he's no stranger to the champion either. Something
ขอบ
that we
คุณ
have
บอส
seen.
มากตอนนี้มี100,000แล้ว
อุ้ย100,000แล้วเหรอจากเท่าไหร่อ่ะ
เรื่องจาก
Both
300,000
compositions looking very solid and well
วันนี้ให้แม่นนะพี่ซีบอยนะ
feels like that
โอ้
when
โห
we think about
นี่มัน
how
คอมไม้
Fury
ตาย
are
ของแกม
engaging
เลยอ่ะ
in
คุณดู
these
อันนี้
fights
คือคอมไม้ตายแกมเลย
very straightforward in terms of they have a lot of
มันเล่นในบ้านนี้โหดมากนะคอมเนี้ยบนลัมเบิลกลางทาริยาน่ะ อันนี้คือคอมไม้ตายเลยนะแต่ต้องดูเลนล่างนิดนึงเลนล่างต้องเป็นตัวที่ยิงแบบง่ายๆหน่อยอ่ะ
risk averse against the dive. There's things like Zyra Khan that could be a possibility. Rel,
อันนี้คือไม้ตายเลยคนดู
prized engaged support that we have on the current meta, I think could fit into both compositions quite comfortably. Right now, Furia looking to remove Kalista, just a very staple and strong AD carry.
ลดกี่บาทบอกไปแล้วนะ 50,000
We see that Brom's going to get banned away. MF and Varus were already banned away earlier. So
ประมาณ
quite a bit of targeting towards that bottom lane. Always interesting too if you do want to play more heavily through side lanes. If you're going to play with some of these semi-globals, then Senna's Brio can sometimes raise a fair bit. It is something that we have actually seen a fair bit from Artemis. He's played it a number of times.
So what is the direction there we're going? The Brawn bound suggests that GAM is thinking about wanting to get some hard engage on the roster. Things like Kai'Sa Nautilus, we already talked about the Kai'Sa a little bit. Zyra is of course something, ooh, the Alistair coming through as well. Perhaps they're expecting a Rel to come through. If they're not, they're gonna look to try and grab it for themselves.
ขอแม่นๆคู่นี้น้ำดีโอ้โห
we would come to expect when it comes to the current support meta.
ดูเลนล่างแป๊บนึงอ่ะ
Yeah, it's very interesting.
ไอ้ขวาก็ไม่ได้แย่นะมันมีกาลิโอเคาน์เตอร์ลัมเบิลแล้วก็เคาน์เตอร์ทาริยากับแพนกูดพิกอยู่นะกาลิโอนะต้องดูเลนล่างอ่ะคือถ้าซ้ายเป็นพวกแบบเอสเรียลจะดีมากเลยไม่ก็เซรีอ่ะ
Just a little something to celebrate your graduation and upcoming birthday วินาอาชิราลินรักนะช่วยเอาไปขับใช้หาเงินด้วยครับรู้สึกมีความรัก
จะโดนแบบนี้เพื่ออะไร
Seems like that Zyra Khan is going to be the direction.
อุ้ย
I think it's not
แป๊บ
only
หนึ่ง
comfort
สา
for this
ยา
bot lane,
สายา
but
รา
also
คัน
he just responds
มัน
well
ดีกับ
to
ซิน
defend
เจ้า
the
นะ
ball
ในการ
in
สู้
the
นะครับ
area. We talked about
ดี
the
กับ
Kai'Sa. I
เจ
think
อ
he
เร็ว
played quite nicely
ดี
to round
กับ
out
เจอ
the
อาริ
position.
แต่ว่าจะยิงยากนิดนึง
But,
ทำดาเมจยากนิดนึง
of course, the AD carry pool is still very
ซึ่ง
deep.
คีย์สำคัญต้องเป็นทาริยาที่เล่นดีอ่ะ
Time to eat
I
donate
mean, there's a lot of different options on where you
Time
can
to
go, but
eat
Kai'Sa does
donate
feel
อะไร
like
Time
it's
to
the
eat
bill
donate
as
อะไร
far
ผม
as
มา
what
ให้
they're
แม่น
drafting for. Smolder obviously very slow early game, but can assist with dive with the ultimate.
Just a
In the
little
later
something to
stages, of
celebrate
course.
your
And
graduation
so they
and
are
upcoming
going to try
birthday
to
วินา
secure
อาชิราลิน
themselves
ช่วย
some
เอาไปขับ
scaling
ใช้
here
หา
for
เงินด้วย
IU,
ค
so
รับ
they are going to grab that Smolder. It will be weaker early on, but the scaling obviously very, very powerful. As everyone knows, 225 stacks.
Just a
You
little
get
something to
execute.
celebrate
โอ้โห
your
มาทุกคน
graduation
เลย
and upcoming birthday วินาอาชิราลินช่วยเอาไปขับใช้หาเงินด้วยครับ
It is quite
โห
powerful.
ซ้ายแน่นอนคนดู ซ้ายแน่นอน แกม ผมให้1,000,000%
Just a little something to celebrate your graduation and upcoming birthdayวินาอาชิราลินช่วยเอาไปขับใช้หาเงินด้วยครับ
ผมให้1,000,000% คนดูเกมนี้ แกม เฮ้ยมาทุกคนเลยเหรอ
Celebrate your graduation and upcoming birthday วินาอาชิราลินช่วยเอาไปขับใช้หาเงินด้วยครับ
They are not afraid to get in your face and they will challenge you in the 2 versus 2. So I feel like the GAM, they have the tools
ไอ้
to
บอส
really
ซิตี้บอย
punish
เสีย
this
ไป
Smolder
2,000
pick
เพราะมึงเมื่อคืน เขาบอกอยู่ในดิสเมืองจะรับผิดชอบ
ก็นี่ไงวันนี้วันแก้ไงแกม1,000,000%แกม1,000,000% แกม1,000,000%น้อง เชื่อพี่ แกม1,000,000%ไม่มีเกมไหนดีกว่านี้แล้ว ไม่มีเกมไหน
Just
ดี
a
กว่า
little
นี้
something
แล้
to
ว
celebrate your graduation and upcoming birthday วินาอาชิราลินรักนะช่วยเอาไปขับใช้หาเงินด้วยครับ
แม่งกู๊ดพิกจัดๆเลยครับ การที่หยิบสโมเดอร์ตรงนี้คือโคตรแย่ในการเจอแกม แกมเป็นทีมที่เกมไว เปิดมังกรไว แก๊งไว คือเลือกมังกรมามันจะแพ้ไปเลนหนึ่งแล้วก็จะโดนบีบจากตรงนี้
ไอ้บอสวิเคราะห์หน่อยกูไออีกช่องเขามี Excel วิเคราะห์ว่าแต่ละคนถนัดตัวอะไรเฟิร์สพิกตัวอะไร
ผมไม่ต้องขนาดนั้นหรอกอันนั้นมันเกินไปเปล่า แกม100%แกม 100%
Something to celebrate your graduation and upcoming birthday วินาอาชิราลินช่วยเอาไปขับใช้หาเงินด้วยครับ
แกม 100% ผมบอกแค่นี้แกม 100% ไม่มีเกมไหนดับดีไปกว่านี้อีกแล้ว อันนี้คือ perfect ดับของแกม perfect ดับของแกม แล้วผมว่าทีมมันค่อนข้างจะต่างด้วย
From my understanding, first best of 5 between Vietnam and Brazil. Historically, we've seen a number of best of 3s and best of 1s between the two regions. Loud and GAM actually hold
คุณรอดูเลยครับ
between the two
วัน
regions.
นี้บอสให้แม่น
Actually 5-4 in favor
แกม1,000,000% เกมนี้
Very close, 2-2 in series overall, but it's very competitive between the two regions, and I think that having this best of 5 is going to be a great opportunity for both sides to cement themselves on the
perfect
international
dub perfect
stage,
dub
that
perfect
pecking
dub
order of wanting to
อีกทีมดับแย่ครับ คือการที่หยิบกาลิโอสโมเดอร์มาคือรอตั้งรับอย่างเดียวอะในขณะที่มีอาริซินเจ้าอะแม่งแบบสวนทางกันมากเลย คือจะเล่นทีมไฟก็ไม่เล่น จะรอสเกลก็ไม่รอ อีกทีมค่อนข้างดับแย่ครับบราซิล แต่ฝั่งซ้ายเนี่ยคือมันไปทางเดียวกันแล้วก็เป็นแบบพร้อมโถม
Their bot lane is not to be underestimated, and if IU thinks he can get a free lane here on the Smolder, if he thinks he can just chill and scale, I think that Elio and Artemis
ขอ
are
แค่
going
แบ
to
บ
say about that.
Oh, I completely agree with you.
ขอแค่แบบไม่มีเลนไหนพังครับ ชนะแล้วครับ
To play into, and I think that Smolder just doesn't have the same tools that Azaya does in the early laning phase to really fight. And so while Rel does have some great setup, it's going to be
ไม่มีเลนไหนพังชนะแล้วครับ
important to keep track of these junglers. And as I say that, our observers highlight the pathing that we're seeing on the map right now. Yesterday, we saw a lot of pathing from Levi towards the top side of the map. He's starting top side, pathing towards bot. Talia should have the tools to get early prio against an Ahri.
วันนี้สาระวันนี้มาเอาจริงให้เลยเนี่ย เมื่อวานรู้สึกผิดกับคนดูไง ผิดไป2 เกม ผมจะพยายามให้ถูกทุกเกมนะ ผมจะพยายามให้ถูกทุกเกม
Absolutely is, and I touched on it briefly in Champ Select. You know, the kind of the options here for Gigo on the top side. Generally, you're going to go Aftershock or Phase Rush. He has chosen Aftershock. What this means is that you can't trade as aggressively. When you have Phase Rush, you can go in with the Justice Punch, actually take an aggressive trade, and then
ก็แล้วแต่พวกคุณอ่ะ
if you try to do
ก็
that
ให้
with
แล้วอ่ะ
Aftershock,
ก็
oftentimes
ถือ
you're
ว่า
just
ให้
going
แล้ว
to
แล้วกัน
get slowed down by the Electro Heart
จะเอาไม่
boost,
เอา
you're
ก็
gonna
แล้วแต่
lose that trade. So it does mean you have to play a more defensive style in this matchup, and you always have to respond to the plays that Kiaya is going for instead of being as proactive. So there is
ได้
a
แพน
cost
ธีออน
there,
อยู่ในทีม
but
ด้วย
we'll
อะ
see how he's going to be able to play it
เป็น
out.
ฝ่ายเลือก
If
เล่น
you do
ทั้ง
get
หมด
too
อะ
aggressive, Rumble can definitely punish you.
Conqueror coming through from
ได้แพนธีออนได้ทาริยาอยู่ในทีมอะมีทั้งตัวเลดเกมต้นเกมกลางเกมตัวแก๊งตัวเดินเกมมีครบฝีมือไม่ได้แย่
นักวิเคราะห์ทั่วโลกบอกเกมเป็นทีมที่เล่นช้าที่สุดใน MC มึงมั่วตั้งแต่บอกเกมเล่นเกม
ไม
นี้
่มันไอพวกนั้นมันมั่วคุณเชื่อผมดิผมดูเกมมาเป็นล้านเกมอะคุณไปเชื่อพวกนักพากย์อะไรพวกเนี้ยพวกนี้มันแรงอะไรพวกนักพากย์พวกนี้มันอ่อนเชื่อผมดิผมดูเป็นล้านเกมแล้วดูทุกลีก
clearly an idea of where Levi would be, even though they didn't spot him.
The Scryer's Bloom actually just spotting out the jungler there onto Levi. So Furia did get that information, but you could tell how hesitant
คุณ
they
ไป
were.
เชื่อใครช่องนี้ดีสุดแล้ว
Immediately the jungler's like, ooh, this could be a nice opportunity for a dive.
นี่ผมหวังดีกับพวกคุณนะ ผมหวังดีนะครับ
This warding up on that top side that they had actually placed down. They're clearly very concerned about a potential early gank from the Pantheon. You know, 3 wards placed up there on that top side by Furia, knowing that Levi could look for something early and not wanting to fall prey.
เนี่ยพอผมจริงใจกับพวกคุณนะพวกคุณก็ไม่เชื่อกันน่ะล่างกดแล้วน่ะล่างกดบนเสมอก็ถือว่าโอเคนะ
Small advantages being built in both mid and bot just because of the pressure that they do have in their respective
ออก
matchups.
ตัวแรง
Early bases
เอา
have now come through from both
ผม
mid lanes. The
ผม
TP
จริงใจกับพวกคุณ
expended as the junglers making their way back out onto the map.
พวกคุณได้ผมก็ได้ถูกไหม
So a very timid and safe early game, something that we've come
พวก
to
คุณได้
expect from GAM.
คุณก็มีน้ำใจแบ่งปัน
Yesterday, though, they're a team that I
ทำ
think
ไม
are
ผม
both
จะไม่อยากให้
going
พว
to
กคุณ
play
ถู
the
ก
fast and the slow start.
Now this is what I'm talking about. It can be a bit risky as you overheat there, but he's close enough to his tower. Did go in for that Justice Punch, gets a decent trade, but Kiaya could not chase him down.
นี่ผมตั้งใจนะผมตั้งใจเลยนะ
coming through here early as Artemis just heads straight back down towards that bottom lane. And of course, Elio tried to look to see if there was something mid, couldn't find it. Now going to try to see if he can catch IU here. Does force the flash. He used the flap early, and then was not able to actually avoid that grand entrance coming through.
Pullback of the feathers. Ooh, Tatu making his way mid.
Oh, will Tuts look for the
โอ้
charm
เสียแฟนเหมือน
flash?
กัน
Not going to. His emo plays
ทาริยา
very respectfully. Early flash. I
แต่
think
ก็
was
โอเค
needed in
นะ
that case. Don't hold on to it and
โอ้ย
take
บน
too
กด
much
ว่ะ
damage. If you're gonna have to flash,
เลือก
you've
มา
already TP'd,
เคาน์เตอร์
just
แต่
spend
โด
it
นกด
early,
ว่ะ
keep your health high.
Nice little punish. Now look at Levi once again setting his sights on the
ไหน
bot
มึง
lane.
บอกไม่สนับ
No
ไม่
flash
ได้
backing.
สนับส
Look at
นุ
all the
น
wards in the mid lane.
ก็
We're talking about that
เผื่อบาง
vision
คน
coverage.
ไงเขา
They're hyper aware
เขา
of the potential
ไม่เชื่อใจผมแล้วไง
They do not want this Talia to be roaming bot, but Levi has snuck his way in.
ผมแค่อยากให้พวกเขาเชื่อใจผมแค่นั้นเอง ตายละตายละ ตายละสวยเฟิร์สบัตมาเฟิร์สบัตมาน้องเฟิร์สบัตมายิงหน่อยดิเอกซาย่าสวยสวยรอดด้วย
Can't find it on the Ari. The GAM bot lane survives the pressure as the mid lane
เนี่ยเกมไวไหมล่ะ
anything for Furia.
We talked about it.
เดี๋ยว6แล้วได้อีกตัวหนึ่งฟรี
GAM executed. The bot lane was doing so well in terms of setting everything up for the dive. They burnt the flash, they did the damage, they stacked the wave, and Levi's timing was nice. Elio is the one to grab the aggro once the clang comes.
ผมจะพยายามให้แม่นนะวันนี้
The knockup, and then he uses the heal to guarantee that he stays alive. Artemis throws
มา
out
ว่ะ
the
มาว่ะ
ultimate.
มาว่ะ
Jojo
มาว่ะ
takes
เฟิร์สบัตว่ะ
a chunk of damage as well.
เฟิร์สบัตว่ะ
And at this point, Jojo's just trying to keep Levi around.
ง่า
ability
หงอยเลยดิ
to play
หน้าจ่อยเลย
Unfortunately, Ari can't
นี่หัวเราะ
So GAM
เพื่
find
อนๆนะครับ
themselves
ที่อยาก
with
ดู
first blood.
MSI แต่ไม่อยากดูช่องนี้ดูช่องไหนได้บ้างครับ
Watching on there.
ดูช่องนี้แหละน้อง
Be very happy about how this game is starting out, but again, they were able to have really successful early games against BLG, so it's about how they can move this forward.
สวยอยู่ครับเงินนำนะ
Yesterday in the
700
series
ถือว่า
against
ไม่แย่
BLG, that was critical. BLG was always stacking these early dragons, quickly pushing the game towards Seoul. And if neither teams are going to go for it, we
การที่เลือก
definitely be in
Smolder
for a
มานะครับ
slower pace as far as that.
สโมเดอร์เนี่ยผมว่าแม่งเป็นตัวที่เลือกยากเว้ย
Back-to-back salts.
มันปล่อยให้ฝ่ายฟาร์มหรือว่าเดินเกมเยอะเกินนะตัวมันอะ
They did set their sights on a few grubs here and there. We'll see if that priority is still true here in this game. Right now in this early game, things are looking favorable for GAM. Artemis really being set up for success. The BF sword coming through for him means that this Smolder being a full level down as well.
เมื่อวาน G2 เล่นแย่หรือเฟอร์เล่นดีด้วยครับบราซิลไม่ใช่ทีมกลางนะตอนนี้
And the problem is with the early pathing that we saw from Tatu is he always
แต่
finds
ผมว่า
himself
มั
on
น
the side of the map whenever these
มัน
players
ดับไม่ค่อยดีว่ะทีมมัน
Levi, their pathing are on opposite
หลัง
sides.
บ้านดู
The
อ่
vision
อนๆไงไม่
coverage
รู้
in this early game continues to be strong. They're doing their best to track Emo on his roams, but
ดูผ่านพี่ได้อะไรดูผ่านพี่เหรอเดี๋ยวมีแจกเสื้อ MSI แต่ว่าแจกไม่ได้แจกชื่อเทานะโอ้โอ้สายา
In comes Levi just to put the exclamation point on it. He saw Tatu coming and he wanted to make sure he was there to cover. They get the kill. They're heading to the dragon, and GAM gonna grab one of their first early dragons here on this event.
I mean,
ใครเชียร์แกมเฮหน่อยดิ
the promising part from GAM that we saw yesterday in games 1 and games 2, they were able to find these advantages, but Tatu wants to try and contest this dragon. I don't think they can do
สวยครับมังกรแรกมาด้วย
ช่วยเอาไปขับใช้หางเงินด้วยครับอีโมจิอิ่มรัก
อีโมจิอิ่มรักด้วยโอ้โหถอยดิเพื่อนแกมเอ้ยเอ็งจะบ่นทำไมอ่ะได้อยู่ป่ะได้อยู่ป่ะได้อยู่ป่ะได้อยู่ป่ะได้อยู่ป่ะได้อยู่ป่ะได้อยู่ป่ะโอ้ทีเดียวน้องโอเคได้เคไม่แย่ไม่แย่ไม่แย่ไม่แย่ได้มังกรได้มังกรคุณดูได้มังกรได้มังกรไม่แย่ไม่แย่คนดูเชียร์ไปก่อนนะกินข้าวนึงหิวตั้งแต่เช้าแล้วคนดูเชียร์ไปก่อนนะขอกินข้าวก่อน
was really well done as in this situation it looked like it was just
ไม่แย่ไม่แย่มาดีจัด
another kill for GAM
เชียร์หน่อยดิใครเชียร์แกมอ่ะ
We'll see that Levi and Ilios set their sights on the Jojo
นั่งกระดกแว่นหน้าคีย์บอร์ดกันทำไมอ่ะ
So now he's doing what damage that he
วัน
can.
นี้ต้องคึกคักหน่อยดิวะ
Turns his attention onto Artemis. He gets isolated. Emo flashes away to try and help him, but now GAM is split up. It ends up being a 2 versus 4.
ไม่ต้องกระดกแว่นหน้าคอมนะครับวันนี้เต็มที่นะครับคนดูนะ
Yeah, at the very least, Levi able to throw a spear over the wall, gets Tatu down with that common spear, so they were able to finish off that kill. And we're back alive, and GAM gets all 3 of those grubs. So both those early objectives going the way here of GAM, and now they're only 1 objective away from actually grabbing the feats of strength, going to be able to try to get those upgraded boots. They are looking really good in these early levels, but of course, Furia not down much gold at all. They do have a nice little advantage there on Tuts in the mid lane, and they are going to be trying to continue to buy time for IU. That is where I think the big problem is for this Furia team. I mean, he is down over 20 CS. He's going to be down experience. He's going to be down gold. And the Smolder needs a lot of time already. And sometimes when you get really put behind the curve, it can be very difficult to catch back up. As he's only at 53 stacks right now at 10 minutes. So definitely a very slow stacking game so far for the Smolder.
Completely agree. Furia are going to have to stall things out, but ultimately not the worst position for them to be in. Tatu shadowing Gigo right now.
Oh, Gigo was trying to actually bait Kiaya, and he did chase after. Spots Tatu, has to flash out. Of course, he would have been able to win that 1v1, but it was not a 1v1. It is now a 1v3 as Tuts is down here. No one's really in the area to cover, so Kiaya might just have to ult the next wave. But that wave is going to be taken down. I don't know if he's going to be able to survive here. Tatu is facing, but they do cancel. They're going to go for it. Tuts is looking. They're going to be able to go in with the ult. It was even needed, but they get an easy kill in the 3v1. So the tower won't be pushed, and Emo is going to get some pressure down in mid lane while he looks potentially towards a play on top.
Levi seemed indecisive as to whether he wanted to support. When the Rumble ultimate came out, I think the communication was I'm fine. And I genuinely think that Kiaya thought that he could outplay that situation. The part that threw him off was that Galio ultimate providing the resistances that it did. He landed a nice slow onto Tuts, but it wasn't enough to keep him underneath the tower, and so Furia execute upon the dive. Now, Tatu, aware of the possibility of this Pantheon being on the top side of the map, moves to cover. GAM have full information of this. They will spot him moving into the wave. let's see if GAM can find a way to punish this. Keep your eyes on the mini map. Emo moving
Team
into the
เรา
top
โคตร team
side
fight
with the Talia looking to try and contest.
Levi's coming
Yeah,
as
look,
well.
yeah, look,
Levi
PCT
does
boy.
have the ultimate up and available, so they're going to try to bait, and in they go. The engage comes in, so does the teleport. Here comes Levi. Levi arriving. They're focusing down Tatu.
เฮ้ยทีมไฟใหญ่ทีมไฟใหญ่เฮ้ยไม่สวยเลยกาลิโอลงมา
It's looking like it's a good fight
เฮ้ย
for
แกมเอาดี
Furia.
แกม
Tuts
แก
is
ม
on his way. Furia trying to just buy time for the
เฮ้ย
Ari
เฮ้ย
to
แกมโหด
arrive.
ว่ะแกม
As
โหดว่ะ
Levi
แกมโหดว่ะ
tries to
แกมโหดว่ะ
get Tatu
เฮ้ยแกมโหดว่ะ
Gigo goes in
เฮ้ย
with
ยั
a
งได้
Nexus
อยู่
spike,
สายารัว
connecting
จัด
in onto
สายานัว
Levi. Ayu trying to knock him down. Jojo
สวย
doesn't land the stun, but it
แลก
doesn't
กัน
even
ลัมเบอ
matter
ร์ฟรี
because Tuts is here
Lumber free,
and
lumber
he
free.
is on a killing spree. Levi trying to actually base in the
ไม่เป็นไร
brush.
ไม่เป็นไร
Is going to get spotted. Does land the stun.
ไม่
Does
เป็น
he
ไร
have his
ไม่เป็นไร
E up and
ไม่เป็นไร
available? Doesn't look like it.
PCT
And Tuts
boy อย่า
has
โลก
the
ดิ
ultimate back now. Forces the flash
พี่ซิตี้
out
บอย
of
อย่าโลกครับ
Emo,
ล้าง
gets
ฟรีอยู่
the
ครับ
kill
พี่
on
ซิ
the
ตี้บอย
Levi. It was GAM looking for the play,
look,
but
yeah,
it was
look, yeah, look,
Furia
yeah,
who
look,
come
yeah,
out on top.
It
Yeah,
ends
look,
up,
yeah,
I
look,
think
yeah,
it was
look.
a 3 for
Lang
3
fee, lang fee,
at
lang
the end
fee.
of that exchange. A bloodbath in the top side of the map. GAM recognized that they were in a 4 versus 5. As
PCT boy, yeah, look,
Kiaya was just left isolated on this one side of the map. No TP available to get involved in the fight. But the idea here is that GAM want to try and get a quick kill, knowing that they can collapse first. But their target focus is a bit off, because while the engage comes down onto Ayu, Artemis can't hit him. He has to focus on dealing with both Tatu and Jojo, who gets a nice counter engage. We're back into the action.
Looks like some skirmishing here
อย่า
happening
โลก
around
คนดู
mid.
อย่าโลก
But I think the biggest problem for GAM was just that, the target
คนดูอย่า
selection.
โลก
It felt like that
ผม
every
ขอ
single member was focusing a different
ใจ
person.
เย็น
And so it bought a lot of time for Gigo to
ร่ม
TP in and for Tuts to arrive from the mid lane into the top lane play. As I said, it was a 4v5, and the fact that it ended up being equaling kills is still good news for GAM. But yeah, a very scary situation for GAM to play in.
Absolutely. Kiaya, though, farming plates in that bot side, so going to be pretty happy about that. Close now to getting that first tower. That would obviously claim them the feats of strength as well. And this next dragon that is up and available now, if GAM gets it, that's going to be the feats of strength for them too. So very close.
ทีมไฟท์รอลัมเบอร์มาแจ
A
มอะ
lot of the
รู้เรื่อง
advantage here for Furia is all on this Ari. The Smolder very far behind at this point and is going to struggle potentially in these fights. Tuts, though, looking for a gets an easy solo onto Emo, and now that may just be Furious Dragon.
This is a champion that Tuts is
ไม่
well
ส่งมิติ
known
คนลงมา
for,
วะ
and he finds impact in the side lane. Instead of pushing top, he quickly
หายละ
rotates towards mid. Looks like that his main
ไม่
goal
เป็น
is
ไร
to
ปล่อย
get
ก่อนใจ
the
เย็น
team to
ล
help
บข้อ
secure
มูล
this
สิ
dragon.
มีแต่
Once
มึง
they
เลยที่โล
realize
ก
that
ไป
GAM
แข่ง
is
ถึ
in
งแพ้
no
ขึ้นมาไต
position
โง่
to contest, he
ใจ
moves
เย็
back
นใจเย็น
towards the top side
อ
of
ย่า
the
โลก
map.
อย่าโลก
Easy objective pickup for Furia.
คุณใจ
To
เย็นกัน
look
หน่อย
back at this 1 versus 1. All the skills already used. Tuts is able to get past the
อันนี้มันโหดว่ะ
E there on the
คนดู
ground.
ช่องนี้
And
ไปไหน
that's
หมดป
just
กติ
easily played down by
1,200 บวก
Tuts,
หรือ
isn't
ไป
it?
ดูทาไข่กันหมดแล้ว
Just gets
ใจเย็น
point
คนดูอย่าโลก
blank, nails the charm.
Come on.
Yep. And it's such a big kill because not only is it a solo kill, not only is it extending your advantage, that is denying feats of strength, denying the possibility of that next dragon because GAM couldn't actually fight it in that 4v5. They immediately just had to back up, give it off. And so now Furia is tied up as far as the dragons are concerned. They have this massive Ari
นี่แหละไฟท์
who is
สำคัญ
going
ละ
to be problematic, but it's GAM right
Lumber
back
มี
to
ที
the
มีป่ะ มี
objectives, looking for the feats of
พร้อม
strength here once more. Going to be trying to
ทีมไฟ
finish
ท์โหด
off this Herald, but Tatu and Jojo are in the area. You can see Gigo quickly running up the river, trying to get here.
เรา
It's
มั่ว
gonna
นะ
be smoked
มั่วนะ
down by Levi, and now they're focusing down
มั่ว
on
นะ
Tatu. Tatu is
ส
going
วย
to get burst out immediately. As Furia tried to fight this, but
เรา
they
โด
were
ดต่อ
kind of just too
ลัมเบอร์
late.
มีอันติ
Kiaya
ลัมเบอร์
is
เผา
looking here. The equalizer's gonna
ทาริยากระโดดมา
land onto Tuts. He's gotta get out
ย
of
ก
there.
ดิ
He's
ทา
gotta
ริยา
take that
ดัก
down.
แฟดด้วย
Jojo, though, in a lot of
มันไม่มี
trouble.
แฟดไม่ต้องดัก
Coming in from behind.
อ้าวแล้ว
The
ปิด
rest of the team
อลิต่อ
all is here
ปิด
from
อลิต่อ
GAM.
ยังไง
And
อ
it's
ลิ
a 5v1.
อลิยืนมึน
Tuts has got
ยืนมึน
nowhere to
โดน
go.
ที
Can
น
he even
โดน
get
ทีน
one back onto
เรียบร้อย
Kiaya? He cannot. As Furia overforce at the
ขอ
Herald,
เสียงหน่อย
they
คนดู
lose the fight, they lose the
อย่าโลก
beats, they lose
ผม
the
ขอ
Herald,
แค่อย่า
they
โลก
lose the tower. That is a disaster.
An ambitious
ผม
contest
ขอแค่พวก
from
คุณอย่าโลก
Furia
เฟิร์สเทอร์เลต
as they
มาดิ
tried to fight this Herald when they just didn't have
โจลิ
the
ป้อม
numbers.
รู้เรื่อง
GAM recognizing the positioning mistake, very quick to punish, collapsing onto Tatu.
รู้เรื่องไหมล่ะ
converting
รู้
it
เรื่องไหม
into
ล่ะ
a multitude of
รวย
kills.
ๆอ่ะ
A
ไอ้บอส
huge
วิเคราะห์แบบเป็น
advantage,
กลางหน่อย
and look
ตอน
at
นี้
how
มึง
the
ว่าใคร
gold
นำอยู่วะ
swings.
กูไม่อยากขาย
Just
แม่ง
short of
ช่อง
3K is Furia looking to fight.
Gam,
back.
Gam.
Gigo teleporting in. They're going to try to go for a long chase here. Has GAM overstayed? Elio is the target for now. Going to get hit by the Justice Punch. In goes Levi. Is going to be a triple
สายา
taunt
สายา
there
ลุด
from Gigo.
ไม่โดน
Artemis is hitting back here. He cleansed out of the
โหแล้ว
taunt.
มี
Now another
ลง
teleport is
ชิบหาย
coming
แล้ว
through. Ari does not have her ultimate, and
ลัม
Emo
เบอร์
is
มีทีพีป่ะ
arriving.
ลัมเบอร์
Will
ไม่มี
they
ที
be able
พี
to actually exfiltrate here
ตายหมดไหม
as
เนี่ย
Emo trying to dodge out on
Oh,
the charm, but
Emo.
he's going to be connected on. He's going to be knocked
ทำอะไร
down
ของเองวะ Emo
immediately. In comes IU.
โอ้ตายหมดยก
The
ที
first
ม
kill of the fight goes the way of Furia.
โอ้โห
And now
ตายหมด
they
ย
have
กทีม
numbers.
ไม่ยอมกลับบ้าน
In
ดี
comes Gigo.
ๆ โอ้
Down goes
ไม่เป็นไร
Artemis. It's a shutdown for
อย่าโลกอย่าโลก
Toots. The charm flash will not connect onto Elio, but they will get the 2 kills. GAM overstays their welcome on the top side, and Furia makes sure that they know it.
I mean, they even converted into 3. Furia are fearless. They
Nam yu, nam yu,
recognized
nam yu,
that the
nam yu.
fight
Jayen,
wasn't
jayen,
good
jayen,
before,
jayen.
so they said, you know what? Let's try it again. They commit the TPs. Ari's ultimate was just about to come off cooldown, and this is the second half of the fight. GAM, of course, had just won one. This is a 3 versus 3. Azale, you will notice it in the fight. The 3-man talk
ไอ
comes
ที
through
นี้
from
ทำทรงเห
Gigo.
มือน
He's
จะเก่ง
getting
แต่พอ
good
เอาจริงๆ
damage
จะจับ
down.
นี่หว่า
Oh.
GAM realized we have to disengage because the TP is coming through from the Ari. Toots arrives on the flank, and you think at this point there's a bit of a stalemate. GAM could surely walk out of this, but a charm is going to connect onto Emo. The Talia is going to fall, and with the arrival of IU, it's just a cleanup.
And it's great for IU to be able to grab that kill. He got a shutdown. He gets double buffs. You know, the Smolder has been the one who has kind of been behind throughout this game. So getting that little injection of gold is going to help him catch up. He is still very low on stacks, though. We're at 18 minutes. He's at 140 stacks, so is going to be quite far off that 225. But does at least have a couple items here now through. You can see Vietnam versus Brazil very close internationally. You touched on it earlier. It is 2-2 as far as wins as Kiaya.
โดนดึงมาโดนดึงไม่ยอมดองเอาดิเรียบร้อยกาลิโอไก่กินไก่กุ๊ก
Levi grabs another kill. It is a bloodbath that is 10-10 at 18 minutes.
ไอ้เคย่าดันขวาไป
Just don't
เอา
want
เว
to
ล
concede any ground, and they respond to
อีโม
the
เอ็ง
aggression
อย่า
of
ตายได้ไหม
their
พอแล้ว
Toots.
เพื่อนแบกไหว
He was fishing for a pick there. Decided against it, moves back towards the top side of the map. I think the biggest thing is that Kiaya has largely just been left uncontested. While Gigo has been grouping a lot with his team, Kiaya has been securing plates, he secured
แต่
a
อย่าเลท
tower,
สุดอะ
he's
เล
been
ท
getting
สุ
a
ด
lot
อะ
of
ยาก
free farm, and
เพ
you
ราะว่า
can see
ตัวแพ้สโมเดอร์หมดเลย
that's resulted in about a 750
อย่าแบบ
gold
5-6
lead
ชิ้น
in
อะ
isolation, and while
จบ
Toots
ภายใน
is becoming
3-4
this
ชิ้นอะ
monster Ari, advantages
อย่าโลก
everywhere
ดี
else
ซิ
in
ส
favor
บ
of
อย
GAM.
Absolutely. IU, though, does now
Game
have his
galang
Infinity
nam
Edge
yu.
completed, so he's got the Essence Reaver IE. He's not going for more of the kind of like spellcastery thing where people
ตอนที่
sometimes
คุณ
go
ซีรี
Essence
วายมัน
Reaver
ไหวกับพี่
Shojin
ไหม
or
ครับ
Essence
ไม่ไหว
Reaver
หรอก
Rapid Fire Shojin.
แต่ทีมมันโหด
This
กว่า
build does so much damage, but you are very squishy, especially once you get to the Rapid Fire as your third item. That's what I am expecting. The Q poke becomes really difficult to deal with. It really can force engages from your opponents. That being said, the engages are pretty good when it is Recon and Flash stuns, so he will have to be pretty careful as you are very squishy on that Smolder.
The biggest thing is that IU's actually taken over Artemis in experience as well. The fact that he was put so far behind, he was a full level down.
เอา
They've done a
เร็
good
ว
job of getting him
อย่า
back
มั่วนะ
into the game.
มั่วเดี๋ยวโดน
We'll
นะ
get to see some of that late game prowess, as you rightly said. Those stacks still
อี
quite
โม
a
ของ
ways
น้อย
away.
อ่ะ
They certainly
ฮะ
are.
อีโมมีชิ้นเดียวเองเหรอ
In terms of itemization, at the very
เอ็ง
least,
ซ่อน
he's
เงิน
in
ไว้
a
ที่ไหน
good
เนี่ย
spot. We turn our attention to the minimap
โอ้
once more.
มิด
In
เล
terms
น
of map control, GAM is in a great position because they are 4 towers
ได้
up
ก่อ
to
นได้
1.
ก่อนได้ก่อน
As
ได้
long as
ก่อน
they can push these waves
ได้ก่อน
deeper,
ได้ก่อน
and with that mid control they have, they'll convert it into another dragon. Furia
ได้ก่อน
deciding
คุณดู
to
ใจเย็น
give this one away, as they know that they're not in the best position to fight
ได้ก่อน
right
ได้ก่อน
now. But as long as they continue to
จ
play
ริง
around
ๆสโมเดอร์
Toots,
คนเล่นมันอ่อนมาก
he
นะ
is
ถ้า
the
ชนะได้
main
ก็เพื่อน
win
แบก
condition.
ใช่
We've talked
Nice
about a lot
die.
about how this is a big pick for him.
Oh, Jojo going in here.
Hey, 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 hey.
Flash, he expends it onto Elio. Elio just dodging back
มาดิ
and
แรง
forth.
ตี
A couple
ชิว
ultimates there.
อย่า
Was
มั่
that
ว
Hex Flash or an actual flash? I'm not 100% sure, but it looked like it might have been his real one. As that's a pretty heavy commitment just for Elio, and they do just trade his ult.
Yeah, I guess if they find that pick, they can consider turning it into an Artican and maybe a bigger fight. But even then, it's a scary thing to do against a Rumble. In any case, Ari's ultimate going to be on cooldown for a bit. There's
Yeah,
a
so
few moments here where GAM could look to capitalize, but the truth is, there's not really much to play for on the map. Really, at this point in
พี่
the
ซี
game,
บอยโลกอ
you
ยู่ไหมเนี่ย
pushing on these waves, getting control over those side lanes, and then starting to
ตอนนี้ให้ใคร
get that
แกมอยู่
deeper
แล้ว
vision into
บ
the
อกไป
enemy
แล้ว
jungle. This is where
ว่า100%
information is key. You want to keep track of exactly where your opponents are on the map so that you can maybe punish.
ผมขอ
Start
แค่
off
พี่
that
ซีบอยอย่าโลก
Artican
อ่ะ
when Furia couldn't respond because right now Tadu's on the bot side of the map. They have the jungle on the top side, and that deep vision can be valuable, being able to find out that information.
Yeah, absolutely. Elio getting some wards over the wall, but Jojo
Nam yu,
going to
nam yu,
reveal
nam yu.
his
ใจเย็น
position to clear this out. Average time to 225 in pro is 2250.
แต่ของแม่งน้อยว่ะ
he's going
ก
to
ลาง
be
เรา
right behind that mark if everything
มาแล้ว
continues
2 ทีละ
going on this pace. So IU will be put down quite a lot, but his gold not in a bad spot. He is working in towards that third item, so he's still going to be quite relevant. But would love to really try to accelerate those stacks, and it would be interesting to see if they start giving him some of the raptors and things like this to try to help facilitate that. Because IU just has been
ใจเย็นอย่าเพิ่งเล่นแกมค่อยๆคุมวอร์ดคุมวิชั่น
Right now we
อย่า
can
มั่ว
take a brief pause. We've seen a lot of action so far in this game, as you highlighted, 10-10 to kills. The tower advantage heavily in favor of GAM. And right now, the next major objectives we're
พี่
looking
ดู
at
ออก
things
อา
like
การ
the
นะโอ้ย
Archon,
ก็อยากให้คนดู
Dragon
แบ
spawning
บ
in about 3 minutes,
try
and
to-
potentially the Baron in 3 minutes as well. But because there's nothing immediate on the map, and neither team is
เมื่อวานรู้สึกผิด
super
ไง
keen to force anything. I'm sure that Tatu
วันนี้
would
เลย
love
มา
to
แม่น
finish
เลย
the
อะ
second item. Gigo, same position on the top side of the map. And it's all about trying to complete that next major item.
อัตราตอนนี้ทายถูกกี่เปอร์น่าประมาณ70 กว่า
It is
เพราะว่า
interesting
เมื่อวาน
that
มัน
Gigo
คู่ง่าย
decided to go for the Riftmaker in this game.
BLG
Obviously, it's very strong.
วัน
Get
นี้
a
คู่
little bit
ยาก
more damage out. It's good in the 1v1. But this means he's
เพ
on
ราะว่า
Merc
คู่นี้
Treads,
มัน
all
สู
the
สี
Radiants, and he's going to be on Riftmaker. He'll have no armor
เงิน
whatsoever.
ไม่ต่างเลย
You look
บอ
at
ส
the two
เข้าทาง
Wolf
ส
Foot
โม
members
เดอ
on
ร์
the
ไหว
other side.
ไหว
It's Levi and Artemis. They're pure physical. So Gigo
มันอ
may
ยู่
not
ที่
be as
ไฟ
tanky as he
มั
wants
ง
to
กรประมาณ
in some
ตัว
of
ที่
these
3
fights.
อ่ะ
And
แล้ว
we'll
ก็
see
อา
if that's something
ตา
that
คาร
does
เนี่ย
end up getting punished, or if
ตอนนี้ถ้าบวก
extra
อัตคาร
damage
อ่ะ
that he's
แกมได้
building
เปรียบ
for
เยอะนะ
is going to be valuable.
สโมเดอร์ยังไม่ได้ลาปิดไฟไม่มีโปร
That's also a big reason why
Stack ไม่เยอะ
Tatu wants to complete
300
that
เหรียญ
next
เริ่ม
major
สุดแล้วนะ
item.
บอสหมด
Knockup
พระ
comes
สูต
through
รบอ
from
ส
Elio.
Trying to get a little bit of
Jane.
chip damage in,
Why you
clearing
have
out
alien?
these wards here as Fury staying in the area,
look,
realizing, you know
look.
what, this is risky. They could actually start this up, and there's 4 GAM members in the area here, so clearly could be looking for it.
ผมขอแค่พวกคุณอย่าโลกก็พอ
Yeah, really the only one showing, on wave right now, and they do see that he was around mid lane.
ใจเย็น
Tatu moving out
ค่อย
from
ๆไป
base.
เรื่อยๆเดี๋ยวมันก็
They're
เข้ามา
trying to reclaim vision as much as they can. Do
มันไม่มี
spend
ทาง
that
เลือก
blue
เว้ย
orb.
ยังไงมันก็
And
ต้อง
now I
เข้า
think
มา
GAM are going to start it. They're saying, you know what? That's probably their last little tool to check
ใจเย็น
easily.
เปิดไป
They're already on it here. Artemis has to be careful.
สุริ
He's
ยะ
not
อยู่ในตำ
taking
แหน่ง
damage
รอโฟ
from
ก
that needlessly as Furia are wrapping around. They will be
อย่าวัด
spotted
อย่าง
now
นี้
as
ดิ
they
ถ้า
block
วัด
by
อย่างนี้
Baron.
มัน
If this
เข้า
is
ทาง
getting
ซินเจ้า
opened
นะ
up, and Emo's just going to try to block off Tatu.
โอ้
Tatu
แฟ
does
ด
have
เข้า
his
มา
flash,
ชิ
so
บ
he's
หาย
just
แล้วคน
walking
ดู
around. It didn't quite
อัต
actually
คารตัว
pinch him.
นี้
And now
โอ้
it's Furia on the
แกม
Otacon
มั
here,
น
and it's Jojo
แต่
just
เลือก
buying
ไฟดี
time.
นะ
Furia
ผม
takes
ว่าเลือกไฟดีมากอะแกม
โด
อะ
ยชนะมึงตัดของเอาไหมไอบอสซิตี้เอ็มชนะเดี๋ยวกูโดให้รับคำทานในไอโปรเพลเยอร์เกรดแซด
นี่ไงชนะแล้วไงสวยแกมตัดสินใจดีมากเว้ยปล่อยไปเถอะอัตคารอะ
Even though they lose the Otacon, can they chase for more?
ตัดสินใจดีนะคือถ้าไฟตะกี้ตรงอัตคารน่ะตายหมดเลยอันนี้แม่งถอยมา
Because Kiaya chose to walk from mid lane rather than TP, GAM just didn't have the numbers.
ไม่แย่
You'll notice
เสียก็เสีย
the
ไป
Rumble so far away
แต่
from
ว่า
the team.
ไฟชนะโอ
Fury
เค
can
อะ
just walk towards
จ
GAM.
ริงๆควรได้เยอะกว่านี้นะ
They get the objective.
ผมว่า
but they
อาจจะได้
overforce
สัก
the fight.
3 ตัว 4 ตัวเลย
struggles
อะ
to have impact outside of his ultimate because of a well-placed ulti from Kiaya. He can't get involved.
จริงๆ
Tuts also
Rumble
zoned
ควร
away,
เล่นน่ะ
which means that Gigo commits without any proper follow-up. That means that the front line just disappears from Furia, and while the objective was lost,
Rumble ควรเล่น
GAM
นะตะ
get
กี้
themselves 2 kills.
ไม่เป็นไรไม่เป็นไร
Absolutely. I mean,
รอ
that
ไฟใหม่
equalizer was so well
อัน
played
ติ
from
ขึ้นน่าจะ
Kiaya,
ชนะ
even
ค
though
รับ
he was late, like
เล
you
เวล
said.
ตอนนี้
Yes,
ลัมเบิล
we see
โดด
this
ไปไกล
quick
มาก
engage from Jojo and Gigo, but everyone else from the Furia side was completely zoned out. They couldn't walk past the equalizer, but a little bit unfortunate for GAM that they did lose the Otacon, so obviously that's not
ได้
going
บ
to
ลู
really
นะ
show
ได้
up
บลู
on the
มา
scoreboard as far as
แล้
the
วก็
gold
คุ
is
มมัง
concerned,
ก
but there
ร
is
โอ
still
เค
quite a bit
ส
of
วย
combat power
ตัวนี้น่าจะ
experience,
ได้ชิว
additional
ๆเลย
adaptive force
ฝากตี
as
บอลเราไม่
well.
ได้
And so the
ผม
game
ว่า timing ดี
still
นะ
goes on very close right now. Third dragon going to be spawning here.
ซินเจ้าไม่มี
GAM
แฟลช
wanting to be
อ้าว
looking for it, and they do
โอเค
find Gigo here. Gigo forced to flash immediately, does get
โอ
flicked
เค
back.
โป๊กก่อน
Tanky
ส
enough
วย
to survive
มังก
for
รฟรี
now.
แล้ว
And
มัง
does
กร
have
ฟรี
his
แล้ว
teleport if he feels he needs to heal up. So
อัน
it's
ติกัน
though
กลาง
is
ได้
gonna
นะ
be
ลัมเบิล
looking, can't connect with the
ถ้ามัน
charm.
ถ้ามัน
Trying
ไม่
to
สู้อะ
maintain control over this mid lane here as now Elio will get poked away
Wait,
on.
Artemis just walked around to mid lane. This positioning is very awkward from GAM. It looks like that they were very committed to holding on to
ได้
this
แล้วครับ
mid
น่าจะ
wave.
ได้แล้วน่าจะได้
The dragon is alive, and rather than start the objective off, they've just ceded all control. Fury have gained access into the river, but Furia
อยากให้
I think
ลัมเบิ
now
ล
they're
แม่ง
gonna start
16
off
ว่ะ
this
ถ้า
objective.
16นี่ไฟ
Have
นี้
the
คือแบบ
TP
ตาย
on the
5 แน่นอน
Ari,
อะ
ready to rejoin the
โอ้ย
fight.
แต่มันเปิดว่ะมัน
Yeah,
เปิดมั่ว
GAM
นะ
are just not really in position for this
มัน
anymore.
เปิด
It
มั่ว
feels
นะ
like
โพซิชัน
they're
ไม่ดีนะ
maybe having to give it up,
โพซิ
whether
ชัน
they want
มัง
to
กร
or
คือเน่ามาก
not.
นะ
They kind of gave control
เปิ
over
ด
the
มั่ว
river.
นะ
It's
มัน
getting
เปิด
very
มั่วนะ
low.
คุณ
In
ดู
goes Emo though with the Weaver's wall, and in comes Levi from the
โอ้
top.
ยแต่
Can
เสีย
actually
ก
get
ร
in
ว่ะ
any of the carries. It's a great engage from Jojo.
แต่ว่าน่าจะชนะไฟขาดอะชนะไฟขาดเลย
Elio is gonna get knocked down. Tatu trying to run.
ขอเสียงหน่อยทุกคน
Levi
แกม
piling through, knocking
อย่ามัวแต่กระดกแว่นหน้าคอม
สปอยสควิดเกม3พระเอกตายตัวโกงโดนอัดนางเอกคือพ่อแท้ๆของพระเอก
สปอยจบเลยเหรอ
They've taken out the jungler,
อยาก
so
กระดก
that
แว่น
means
กัน
that
ครับ
Baron might be an
เชียร์
option.
เชียร์ครับ
Levi
แกม
very healthy. Ayu, he's overextended in mid.
Ayu could be in trouble. Does have a summoners, might have to use it. Clean's going to be forced there as he will kite back. Does have a 225 charm block connect to it again. Levi, they do, but Artemis looking to punish, gets the first kill. Is he going to be able to chase down and take out IU? The feathers fly, and it forces the flash there from IU. Does get one kill, but it's a 1-for-1 there in the exchange. They lost their jungler for the mid laner, Toots, and IU loses both of his summoners.
I will say, a bit of a missed opportunity there for GAM. I think they really could have looked to force that Baron. Instead, they wanted to try and punish IU in the mid lane. They do get all of his summoner spells, which will be very valuable in the upcoming fight. But when we take stock of the last fight, GAM's front to back is just melting through Furia. One of the things you highlighted earlier, Azael, was this lack of armor on Gigo, and I feel like we're seeing it in action. He is just getting destroyed by Artemis whenever he looks to play in that front to back fight. The good news for Fury is they do secure the dragon. The engage, I think, comes through a little late as Tatu focuses down that objective, but it's Levi on the front line. Jojo with a fantastic engage connects onto 5, but then he just disappears. And while it looks like a promising fight, the reality is that it's just Artemis melting through everyone that's in his way, and Furia just can't quite clean up any of the kills on the back end.
Yeah, I mean, Jojo keeps getting these multi-man engages, but they're not really in a position to actually follow up. This time, Gigo goes for the ultimate, immediately gets charmed up by Elio on the other side, couldn't even get it, and now it's going to be another quick kill for Kiaya as they knock down Jojo over by the Baron. I think this could trigger them to just look for a start. So it is on the side, and he might have been spotted over the wall, and so now they are going to know that he was in that tri-brush. They clear out the ward, as Tatu is going to be fighting over on the other side to try to reclaim some vision in the jungle. The Baron is started here, and he was on a pretty good position here from Italia, looking to section them off with the Weaver's Wall. This time the Weaver's Wall will come in between. Tatu cannot get in. The Baron going to be secured here by GAM. It's actually claimed by Artemis.
Combination of the feathers and the smite was enough to secure the objective. GAM now firmly in the lead here in game 1 with a 5k gold lead in Artemis.
Oh, they're looking for the play here, trying to get aggressive. Elio in some trouble, does jump back to Artemis, will be able to get out of there. But a good bit of pressure from Furia, just not there in time over by the Baron. GAM played around the vision well, just kept pushing back Furia. And they couldn't find an angle to actually get in and look for a proper steal. Eagle, though, going to be spotted out with the blue orb on the side. Looks like they want to try to potentially force a dive. Levi, though, going to preempt the play. Great charm comes through onto Levi. The equalizer good onto Jojo. Will force them to retreat.
เอ็งทำอย่างนี้เพื่ออะไรวะเอ็งเอาป้อมเข้าเอาคลิปเข้าป้อมดิแล้วอันตี
Concern for GAM is that they've committed a lot of resources just to defend this mid tower. I think this late into the game, you can afford to lose it. But they really don't want to.
มั่วแล้วเริ่มมั่วแล้วเอาแล้วไม่มีอันตีไปเปิดเขาคุณแกมั่วคุณดู
Firing through, and they're around the first kill. Tatu takes down Elio. As Artemis is in trouble, the feathers fly. Can he actually get it? Artemis forced the flash out of there as Emo now arrives. Furia just try again, and this time the fight works.
I have to question GAM's game plan here, though. They have Baron. They should be setting their sights on these tier 2s, but instead they're looking for a fight without their mid laner. He wasn't available. Emo had gone back to base. This was a 4v5 that they tried to force, and Fury was like, we will happily take this.
วินคอนแม่งง่ายมากราคันแฟดอันติลัมเบิลลงหัว
So GAM have accomplished their objective of defending their structures.
วินคอนมันมีแค่นั้นน่ะแต่มันเลือกที่จะแบบอันติไล่แล้วก็แบบเปิดอะไรไม่รู้อะ
even though there wasn't any armor being built up, but of course it is still going to be valuable. Then he goes into BT because now he's starting to have to deal with some of this smolder poke. It doesn't mean that his IE is going to be very late. His IE is going to be his last item of the game here, assuming it will be built up. On the other side, you can see shield poke just now got completed for IU, so he's going to be a lot more difficult to burst down. He's now crested 300 stacks, so that true damage burn is amping up throughout the game, and he is going to become a real threat. As much as the game has been about at this stage, it starts to become a lot more about this. You cannot allow this guy just be constantly getting that Q poke onto your team.
Yeah, I very much agree. Like, the game has gone late enough, and I feel like GAM is not leveraging their lead in a way that's going to stop IU from running away from this game. Yeah, we are just gathering in mid. Remember that they still have double TP. They also have Emo's ulti. I love to see
Levi going in onto Gigo though. Nice. Shielded Rand's going to be able to block that up. We can see that Tatu goes in. Comes Emo with the Weaver's Wall, sectioning off the team. Levi trying to finish one off. Jojo does fall, so it's going to be in trouble now as Kiaya is going to have to go to stasis. Tatu is running. Levi trying to chase after in 1v2. The top side here from Furia, but he is put low and will have to retrieve back. Toots now looking. Nice dodge out there from Elio on the charm. Does avoid it and keeps himself alive. GAM get one kill. and gain themselves access to this dragon. This game is just bloody
Good
back
fight,
and forth fighting over and over again.
Good fight, good
I
fight.
mean, I don't really think GAM got much value out of the Baron aside from removing it from the Rift. They do get a winning team fight and they do convert it into a dragon. They now find themselves on Soul
ได้อยู่
Point.
ได้อยู่คนดู
But these teams are just grouping up and they are just fighting to the death. And I feel like that this will
Yeah,
only
look.
favor IU as the game continues. Like, as you are highlighting, the Smolder continues to stack, and as long as he's able to get the damage down, this
Bro, yeah,
Smolder is
look
going to
at-
be a real problem for GAM.
Absolutely is, and these are the live stats
But
here
man, God,
for
man, good
Furious
ว่ะ
IU.
ชิบหาย
You can
ว่ะ
see where he was, how much
แต่ถ้า
damage he
ได้
has
แบบ
now
ตะ
done at
กี้
this
อีก
point in
ที
the game.
ก็
24,000
ได้
that
อ
he
ยู่
has
ชนะอยู่
racked up. The
แต่
early
ถ้า
deficit
แพ้
no
หนึ่ง
longer
ไฟท์นี่คือเรา
matters.
แพ้
You
แล้ว
know,
อะ
he has been given the time to
Smolder
catch
มัน
up
เลทเกมขั้น
and
สุดเลย
really get to a
ตัว
very
มันอะ
strong point of the game. Smolder is going to be a problem
CS
for this
400 เมื่อไหร่
team.
ก็คือรู้
But
เรื่อง
damage ramping up really
รู้
all
เรื่องหวาน
around. You can
เจี๊
see
ยบ
the
อะ
death cap's been done for Toots for a while. Seeker's arm guard now coming in here for Gigo. I actually feel like it's correct at this point. Like, trying to build a Randwin's or pure armor at this point when you're this far behind and the Black Cleaver's done, the LDR has been done, is not going to do much. So I do think the playmaking of going towards the Zonias makes more sense. That's
Sure.
going to give you more survivability than pure armor will at this stage of the game.
So,
อย่า
Baron
400 อ่ะ
is in about a
400 นี่
minute
คือ
and
แบบ
a
ว่า
half. This
ทา
will
มิ่ง
likely
โค
be
ต
the
ร
next
โคตรมังกรแล้วอะ
objective that both these teams will fight for. They need to get these side waves under control. Trying to secure level 16 for a few members ahead of that big
Ooh,
fight is
แน่
going
เล
to
ย
be
ว่ะ
important. 33 minutes
Oh.
in, it's been an intense back and forth, a ton of team fighting between the two teams.
CS 400 แน่เลยว่ะ
Ultimately, as you highlight, I feel like this is going to be a game of the 80 carries. I feel like GAM has just been winning in the front to backs. Jojo and Gigo, their engages have been good, but it's the follow-up that I feel has been lacking from the side of Furia. And because of that, GAM have been able to just destroy the front line, turn it into a cleanup situation. In a lot of these fights, it's usually been 1, 2, maximum 3 kills. They haven't really just completely wiped Furia off because IU and Toots are playing very safe still. A lot of mobility available on both champions, also very defensive. Whereas Furia, when they find picks, when they find collapses, I feel like they've been able to get a
เสียง
lot
ว่ะ
more, but then they're not really converting it into a huge
มังกร
number
เดียว
of
มังกรเดียว
objectives. They do sit on 2 dragons for now. Of course, they did punish the
เป็น
other
ฝ่ายเลือกเล่น
earlier,
อ่ะ
but this Baron is going to determine a lot. I think the death timers are getting up there, and a single fight may be enough to pretty much determine the outcome of Game 1.
Absolutely agree, and I've got to give a lot of credit as well too. I
แต่
think
ผมว่าก็ยังได้เปรียบอยู่นะเว้ย
when Jojo and Gigo are
อ
finding
ย่างที่
these
ผม
good
บอกอะ
engages,
ถ้าราคา
they're
มันลง
actually
อะ
zoning out the backline from Furia. You know, really making it difficult for
ถ้า
them
รา
to
คา
find
มัน
that
แบบว่าล
follow
ง
up here.
หัวถูกคน
As we
อะ
are
อุ๊ย
posturing around the
อุ๊ย
Baron,
โอ้
and
โห
that is
ลงได้
one Q from
ไม่เป็นไร
Smolder. Just about losing a quarter of your health there
แต่
is
ตอนนี้
Artemis.
ระยะ
That
ของ
rapid
Smolder
fire
แม่ง
Q
โก
plus the
ง
true
แล้วดิ
damage burn really does become a problem. But this is why Artemis
แต่
built
ว่า
the BT.
รา
He'll get
คาส
access
วย
to
ก็
that
ชนะอยู่
mid
ดี
wave, and
นะ
he'll
รา
right
คา
back
ต้อง
up.
สวยอะ
Now, Furia did a good job. They instead prioritized the mid wave in order to gain access into the river.
ราคา
They
สวย
cleared out
ไอ้
some of the
แพน
vision,
มัน
and
จะ
then
โด
they
ด
need to move back towards mid
เข้า
to
ได้ด้วย
test
ไง
the next wave. Levi is hovering around the top lane in the fog of
บอส
war.
กินอะไรแคตาลูปปั่นครับ
Okay, he's going to safely secure that.
มาแล้ว
Here
มา
comes
แล้ว
Emo,
มาแล้ว
gonna
มาแล้ว
section them off. They're gonna look
เอ้ย
at
ราคา
the
สวย
engage
มาก
into the back
ราคาสวยมากคนดู
And it's
ตาย
down incredibly low. It's IU getting killed off to start the fight.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
Artemis is in trouble.
ชายาตายเหมื
Gigo
อนกัน
shuts him down. Kiaya trying to get the work done as Levi's
ชิบ
going for
หาย
Toots.
แล้ว
He
ไอ้นั่นมัน
can't
ไม่ตาย
finish him off. Toots barely survives, and now we're into a 3v4.
โอ้โห
GAM
ทำไมอะ
looking for more, trying to get the flick back. They do land the flick back
ไอ้
onto
มิลูยิง
Gigo.
อะ
He's
ทำไมชายา
incredibly
ทำอย่าง
low.
นั้น
He's
อะ
running
ชา
for
ยา
the
ไม่
hills here, but
ชายา
top
ตายได้
two
ไง
is
อะ
there to save him. Gigo and
ชายา
Toots
ตายได้ไงอะ
right
ราคา
back
สวย
in the
มาก
fight
เล
with
ยอะ
such low health bars,
โอ้
but
แฟ
they
ด
do
มีอะไรมี
survive.
A quick
ตายได้ไงวะ
rage comes through from
ไอ้บอ
GAM.
สวิเคราะห์ห
They
น่อยทำไม
trying
GAM
to
เงินเดือน
punish
ถึงไม่
the
กล้าเล่นกันวะ
Ari, clearing out
มัน
the
มัน
control
เล่น
board
ก็แบบนี้
around
ถู
the
กแล้ว
Baron.
เนี่ยมันกล้า
But
เล่นแล้ว
in
เนี่ย
that choke point,
มันต้อง
even
หาจัง
though
หวะ
IU
เรื่อยๆแบบนี้แหละ
falls
เฮ้ย
first,
ชายามันตายได้
he's
ไง
able
วะ
to get a
เปิด
huge
โคตรส
amount
วย
of
เลยอะ
damage down thanks to the
เนี่ยที่
ultimate.
ผมหมาย
This
ถึงอะคือแบบเนี้
engage
ย
from Jojo was fantastic,
โอ้
clumping
โห
up full
อัน
members.
ตี
A
ช้า
Q
แล้ว
still
ก็มีแฟ
connects
ด
from
ไม่
the
ยอม
Smolder
ใช้
and the
อะ
ultimate,
ซ
which
อย
means
เย
that
อะ
Artemis just melts on the back line.
ทำไม
Levi
ของเองวะ
can't
สายยา
get the final hit onto Toots, resulting in a 2-for-1 exchange, but
โอ้โห
no
ใช้แฟดตะ
objective
กี้ได้
gain.
บาลอนเสร็จ
No
คุมมังกร
objective
จบ
gain,
เกม
but
เล
it is
ย
just back and forth fights. You can
เอง
see
ทำอะไร
the
ของเองวะ
stress on the coaches' faces, on the players' faces, as this one is really down to the wire. It's going to be one fight, one player that steps up in the moment that
โอ้โหแล้ว
decides
ไม่มี
the
แฟดแล้วด้วย
game. It really is
ราคา
on a
เล่น
knife
ยาก
edge
ว่ะ
here. You can see the goal difference has stayed pretty
โอ้
steadily
โห
in
ชายามัน
GAM's
ทำแพ้
favor.
ว่ามัน
But
ช
the
นะได้
lead
เลยนะเว้ย
not
ตะกี้
really
อะ
that relevant at this
ได้
point
บา
in
ลอน
the
ได้มัง
game.
ก
We're
รอะ
10 seconds away here from this Mountain Dragon spawning. That would be Soul if GAM can claim it. They would love to do so, but a Mountain Soul not going to guarantee you a win at this point.
I think the biggest thing is just the lack of summoner spells for
โอ้โห
Ayu.
แล้ว
He
ไฟท์
doesn't
นี้
have a way to
เฮ้ย
escape.
แต่ว่า
In the
ข้อ
last
ดี
fight
คือ
we
อะไร
saw how dangerous
ข้อ
that
ดี
can
คือ
be
ส
for
โม
this
เดอร์ไม่มี
smolder.
แฟลช
Does
Yang
have the
layu.
QSS he just purchased though,
เหมื
so
อนเดิม
that
เห
can
มือนเดิม
help
ต้อ
him
งทำเหมือนเดิม
somewhat. Doesn't obviously fix the missing flash, but can fill in for the cleanse.
Ultimate
ต้องเหมือน
now
เดิมต้องเหมือน
available
เดิม
for
เหมือน
Levi.
เดิม
Still level 50.
เหมือน
He
เดิม
has
โอโจ้ด้วย
sacrificed a ton of farm. He has not been clearing camps while Tatu close to taking over level
And they
17.
go.
เฮ้ยเปิด
Looking
สวยปะ
for Ayu. They wanna
โอ้
try to
ย
get
กไม่
Rise
ถึ
on, but the
ง
blink does not connect. In goes Elio to
โอ้
try to
ชิบ
finish him
หาย
off, but they don't have the damage until just now. They get the
เฮ้ย
kill,
ว่า
but
สาย
in
ยา
comes
สายยา
Tuts.
บุ๊บ
He's
บุ๊บ
trying to
ปั๊บ
turn
ปั๊บ
around.
ปั๊บ
Artemis
ปั๊บ
though still
ปั๊บสาย
firing,
ยา
still
สายยา
standing.
ตี
Kiaya
สายยาตี
flashing in with the overheat, trying to take down
สายยาตี
Tatu. Artemis is trying to get enraged, but he just
สายยา
can't
ตี
finish
สาย
him
ยา
off
ตีสายยา
until
ตี
just now. As
สาย
it's
ยา
a
ตี
double
ตี
grab
ตี
by Kiaya.
สายยาตี
They want Gigo as well. He's gonna go into the stasis. Kiaya
สายยาตี
taking up the
ส
tower.
วย
The feather
สี่
pill
ก้อน
will kill
สี่ก้อนหรือบาลอน
Gam
เอาสี่ก้อนก่อน
win the fight. They take down
สี่ก้อน
four. It's only Toots alive. He's gonna try
มา
to
ดิ
cut
มาดิ
the
มาดิ
minion
มาดิ
wave
มาดิ
to prevent any sort of an end.
มา
But
ดิมาดิ
this should be soul for
สี่
Gam.
ก้อน
What a crazy fight in the mid lane. It felt like
Sigon,
health bars
Sigon,
were just
Sigon.
disappearing in an
Dialog.
instant as we saw an insane engage come
Sigon.
through from Levi. We're gonna get a look at the priceless MasterCard moment of the game as the
Sigon,
soul is
Sigon.
secured by GAM.
Dialog, dialog,
What was
dialog,
an
dialog.
insane fight. These death timers are still quite high. Will they be bold enough to try and start the Baron? It looks like they're gonna do it.
สี่ก้อน
Yeah, they
บา
are
ลอน
gonna
ด้วย
do a
นะ
nice Aegis assault there. Is able to immune that
Balon
charge
ด้วย
damage
บาลอนด้วย
as they are overheating and they are bursting this one down. It is already down well below
บาลอน
half.
ด้วยสิง
Jojo
จอยยัง
is
ไม่
on
เกิ
the
ด
way, but it's gonna
เรีย
be
บ
too
ร้อย
little. It's gonna be too late. Very
อ้าว
likely.
เฮ้ย
And he steals it. You're kidding me. Toots refuses to lose. The Ari makes the play and keeps Fury in the game.
How does he find it?
ย้อย
On the Ari, he's been making great plays all game, and he keeps Furia in it by finding another. The Baron will fall. He's gonna pick up a Vegize, but let's look back at this engage. The charm comes through onto Levi. The engage from Elio connects onto Ayu. Damage is still fantastic, but Artemis staying alive means that in the extended
โดน
exchange,
อา
having
นิ
an
รัต
AD versus
บา
not
ล
having
อน
one
รี
is
ไว
what ultimately leads to GAM's success. It starts with a 2 for 2.
แทนที่จะ
because
ชนะ
Artemis
เกม
working with
ง่าย
Kiaya
ๆ
cleans up the fight.
เดี๋ยวผม
Then
ต้อง
let's
โดน
get
นัก
an
คุณ
ultra
ด่าอีก
slow-mo of this one. The HP gets
Oh.
low. They have the feathers. An early smite comes through.
He tried to Q smite, but his smite was not perfectly timed with his Q. So what happens is the Comet Spear comes through, the smite lands, the Comet Spear is supposed to finish it, but it was desynced.
แท
There
น
was
ที่
a
จะแบบ
tiny,
ชนะ
tiny
ง่าย
gap
ๆอ่ะ
in which the Ari was able to steal that away. That is insane. And as we come back to live, we just saw Emo have to use his Seeker's Arm Guard. He
แค่แหละ
doesn't have
แม่ง
his
วะ
Zodiac, so that is
Levi.
now gone. As you can see, Artemis and Kiaya getting so much work done, but even though
แล้ว
Ayu
ก็
was
ยื้อ
focused down, he did the
โอ้โห
most
พอ
damage
ยื้อ
on his
สโมเดอร์
team.
มีแฟ
You're
ลช
really starting
เก็
to
บส
see
แต็ก
that
ได้อีก
smolder scaling. You get one Q that bounces through a lot
I
of
mean,
team.
exactly.
It is problematic. And worth noting, Artemis, he just bought a GA. So no Infinity Edge in the full build. So that is going to mean his DPS is a lot lower. But he is clearly just emphasizing survival. He is saying, you know what, if I don't get burst down,
Oh,
I don't need to
แทนที่แบบว่าจะ
maximize
จ
my
บเกม
DPS
แบบ
with the
easy
IE. I
win
just
อะ
need to be able to survive, utilize the BT and the shield bow to do that.
Thank you for Leash
โอ้โห
indeed.
รีไว
We find
คือ
ourselves
ไฟต์ตะกี้ได้
40
สี่
minutes
ก่อน
in
เอา
game
บาลอน
one.
ขึ้นป้อม
We were expecting a back and
เรียบร้อย
forth, but I don't think we were quite expecting this. 36 kills in a 40-minute game.
It's a banger, Betty.
The Baron still hasn't quite
เนี่
won
ยแล้ว
off.
กลายเป็น
This
เสีย
is
ป้อ
going
ม
to be an
โอ้โห
easy tower
อีก
secured.
ฝ่ายเงินขึ้น
Levi split pushing in the
เรา
top
เบียร์เรา
lane.
ได้อยู่สี่
Gonna push
สี่
that
ก่อน
one out.
สี่ก่อน
Needs to recall as Furia pick up another objective.
สี่ก่อน
I
สี่
mean,
ก่อนสี่
this
ก่อน
has
สี่
to
ก่อ
come
น
down to an elder, I guess, at this point. I
Hey,
thought that the
Levi,
last
man.
fight was going to be the determining
Yeah.
factor, but we go again.
We go again, and we'll see, though. I mean, if Fury can pull off a dive here,
โอ้ย
this
แฟด
could
โอ
be
เคสวย
a game-ending push. They do force the flash there out of Emo. Remember, he already used the Seeker's Arm Guard, so he doesn't have that. Now he has no flash. Emo is going to be incredibly
Oh,
vulnerable
say
here,
something.
unless he can actually finish his Zonias off, but not
มี
sure
ไว
he's
เพื่อน
going to
เก่า
have the
เป็น
gold
ป่า
to
สาย
do
เทีย
it.
นเหมือนมึงเลยเหรอบอสสมิธไม่กดแขก
Excited
ป่า
for
เชียน
this
เพื่อนทั้ง
next
เกม
fight. We've seen so many great engages from both
มันโลกอะดิ
supports, I
บอก
feel,
แล้ว
in
อย่า
this
โลก
game.
เงิน
It's all
เท่า
gonna
แล้ว
come
ว่า
down
แล้ว
to
มัง
the
ก
AD
รแบบ
carry survival, and
พยอง
I
เด
feel
ช
like
อะ
Ayu
ตอ
has
นเนี้ย
definitely gotten the worst of it, but they're still both 4 to 4 in deaths.
Yep.
มังกรพยอง
But
เด
this
ชอะ
Smolder is having a really tough
400
time
กว่า
when
ส
it
แต็ก
comes
แล้
to
วอะ
survival. He doesn't have
เอ้
a
ย
huge amount of
300
peel
อยู่
tools, and
300
when you've got this Pantheon and the Rakan flying at your face, there is little that you can do.
He does have the Merc Scimitar though, and he has Cleanse and Flash now, so he's gonna have all
โอ้
of his
มังก
tools
ร
up
โก
and
งแล้วดิ
available.
ตอน
But
เนี้ยมัน
likewise,
เป็น
Arctis
ทา
is
มิ่ง
even
มันอ่ะ
harder to take down.
เรา
He's
ควร
got
จะ
Cleanse
ปิด
Flash,
เกม
he's
ตั้งแต่
got
เมื่อกี้
GA, and he has his ultimate, of course, that's just gonna give him a lot of survivability.
แม่งอะไร
So
ก็
it's
เกิดขึ้น
waiting
ได้
in the
ว่ะ
side lane, seeing will someone come and claim this? Will they be able to punish them?
I can't believe he's
Man,
picked up
Ali,
Mage Eyes
man,
this
that-
late into the game. I feel like our
มัน
voice
ได้บาลอนได้
himself.
ยัง
I
ไง
guess he sat there and
ส
said,
กิล
you know
แบบ
what, I
ว่า
don't need a
Oh
void.
no, he
ไม่ได้
revealed.
แบบ
He got
เยอะ
greedy for the
อุ๊ย
wave,
อุ๊ย
and now
อุ๊ยอุ๊ยอุ๊ย
we'll see if
อุ๊
he
ย
can
อุ๊ย
actually get out in time. Levi's going in with the ultimate.
อาลีมั่วอาลีมั่วคนดูอาริกาโต
May make the big play earlier, but this
Arigato,
time
มั่ว
he is probably going to be punished. He's trying to run out. Everyone from GAM is coming, but the rest of
Arigato.
Fury is actually pushing mid lane right now.
ตาย Arigato.
He's going to run into
Arigato
Kiaya. Does
ตาย
land the charm to
มั่ว
try to
นะ
make
มั่ว
something
นะแต่
happen,
บา
but
ลอน
it's just going to be a bit of time bought.
เมใจหาย
Unfortunate for him, didn't realize the position he was in, revealed for the wave, and does get punished big time. That is all the stacks off the Mage Eye's gone. It's an instant sell, and he is working now towards that Void Staff.
I mean, it was something that he was not expecting. The
Dayu,
fact
Dayu,
that
Dayu,
GAM
Dayu.
was moving through the river in the fog of war to actually threaten a collapse. They had
Dayu
a
สี่ก้อน
suspicion that he was there.
คุณเห็นเกาะไหม
They
ล่ะเกาะ
successfully
เยอะ
find
นะ
the pick.
สี่
The
ก้อน
good
นะ
news for Furia is that
ไม่แย่นะ ไม่
Tuts
แย่
will be back alive ahead of any objective.
ไม่แย่คนดูอย่าโลภ
Still a minute away until the Elder spawns. While the pressure is favorable for Furia, there isn't really much for GAM to gain.
โหแล้วเอ
I
ล
like
เดอ
the
ร์
fact
ว่ะ
that they did try and push. They pushed in mid, they pushed in bots, made it harder for GAM to really play off any
เอล
waves.
เดอร์โอ้
Titu
โห
Tower
ไอ้นั่น
still
ไม่มี
alive in
ซอนย่า
mid.
ด้วย
It's a
เฮ้ย
tense
มี
one.
มี
It's just an elder fight to decide the game.
ซาริยา
It
มี
really
ซอน
feels
ย่า
like
ซาย่า
neither
มี
team
จี
is
เอ
making enough
สโมเดอ
progress
ร์ข
as
อง
far
เต็
as
ม
pushing the tempo
วินคอน
on
เห
the
มือนเดิม
map,
ครับ
taking down
ต้อง
towers,
เอาสโม
attacking
เดอ
the
ร์ให้
base.
ตาย
So
อะ
it is really just coming down to these objective fights and who can execute better in the 5v5s. GAM very slight lead, 600 gold. Really, it's just the Mountain Soul that does matter as far as their advantages are concerned. The carries are pretty much fully kitted out at this
มัน
point.
พ่นกลิ่นปากแท้
Itemization
ทีนึง
not
อะ
really
น่าจะ
going to make any difference.
20% อะ
It's just so even on both sides.
The contest around
พ่นกลิ่น
midwave.
ปากแรงจัด
Levi
อะ
has the ultimate on cooldown.
Levi's going for the red buff
มา
right
วะ
now.
ไฟล์
Wants to
สุด
get
ท้าย
the
วะคนดู
global red buff for his team before this fight does
ไฟล์สุด
happen.
ท้าย
It does mean
Ulti
he's
isn't available yet.
จะอยู่หรือ
yeah,
ไป
he's in a bit of a weird position, and this give again means Furia gets the inside track towards the objective. Elder's not one you want to try to fight for
อยู่หรือ
after
ไป
the
วัดหรือ
objective
วัง
goes down, though. It is going to be terrifying if that does happen. GAM, though,
There we
trying to move in
go.
here. Levi's just going to send it. They're looking for Ayu. He flashes in. The cleanse
อุ๊ย
goes out.
สวย
Ayu
ปะ
trying to cut out. Elio flashing in.
ไม่
It
ส
goes
วย
in.
นะ
Ultimate to try to
ไม่
heal.
สวย
Ayu is
นะ
still alive. Ayu pops the ultimate, and he is firing. Trying to
เฮ้ย
turn
ได้อยู่
the fire around, but
ได้อยู่
in so
มังกร
much
ตาย
trouble.
ไม่
Down
ตาย
to 5% HP, looking for damage over
มั
the
งก
wall.
รตายไหม
No one
มั
can
งกรไม่
actually
ตาย
knock him down, but the rest
มั
of
งกรไม่ตาย
Fury is
แต่ว่าเพื่อน
falling.
มันตาย
Kiaya
เพื่อนมัน
goes
ตายเพื่อนมัน
godlike.
ตายคนดูได้
And
อยู่
you can say that again. The rumble making the difference in these team fights. GAM takes the fight. And unfortunately for Ayu, he is
สวยคนดู
dancing on
ช
the
นะ
wall. He's going to get knocked down as well. They grab the Elder. They grab the kills. And the respawn timers are so long.
GAM make magic happen once again.
ผมบอกคุณแล้วว่าคุณอย่าโลก
Levi throws everything and the kitchen sink at this baby dragon, and he says that you will not survive this fight. Miraculously, Ayu does, but he was removed, which meant that he couldn't dish out the damage, he couldn't contribute, and Artemis was left free to dish out the damage needed with Kiaya at his side. They've broken the base, they're setting their sights on the Nexus.
They have to find a way to actually kill these minions off, but I don't know if GAM's going to
ผมบ
allow
อก
them
พี่
to
ซิตี้
do
บอย
it.
แล้
It's
ว
up
ว่า
to
พี่
Tuts
อย่า
and
โล
it's up to
ภพี่ซิตี้
Tatu.
บอ
Tuts trying to
ย
fight for his life here, but Tatu's down incredibly low,
คน
and he's
จะเป็น
going to
ใหญ่
get
ใจ
burst
ต้อง
down
นิ่ง
by the Elder. Tuts cannot make it happen here. Jojo respawns, but that's not going to matter. Kiaya goes golden just to flex on him on the Nexus. It's going to be GAM and an absolute banger. 45 minutes in, 30 kills to their name. They take game number 1.
A crazy back and forth, a violent affair in game one. As
Good job,
both teams are pushed to the very brink. This is just
Good
a
job,
taster
Levi.
of what we can expect for GAM versus Furia, as both teams lay everything that they have out on the table. But it's GAM that draws first blood.
Doesn't get much closer than that. It was all
พี่
about
บอ
the
ส
team
โคตร
fight,
ตึง
all about the execution here.
วิเคราะห์โพ
Tuts
ซิชัน
with
ส
some
โมเดอร์มัน
heroics
ทำอะไรไม่ได้
stealing that
โพซิชัน
Baron,
มัน
having
ได้แค่นั้นแหละครับ
incredible individual
คนที่
performance,
จะ
but
ทำ
at
ได้
the
คือ
end of the
เร็ว
day,
อ่ะต้อง
GAM
ให้เพื่อน
committed
อะ
to their plan, and that was
จ
taking
ริงๆอ่ะ
down
ปล่อย
that
ให้
dragon.
รา
They
คัน
were
กับ
able to do it. Let's
แพน
head
ดิออน
on
เข้า
over
มา
to
เล
the
ย
analyst
แล้วก็
desk to break that
ให้
one
เร็ว
down.
อ่ะขวางไอตัวหลังอ่ะขวาง
I
เสร็จ
don't
แล้ว
know
แฟ
how
ด
much
ออก
more
อะไร
there
เงี้ย
is to say. There's a
Samoder
perfect breakdown.
พ่นหมดอยู่ละ
Obviously, an incredibly scrappy game. It feels weird to talk about anything other than those final moments, but it's important to remember a little bit of how we got there. Because
ชิว
GAM
ๆชิ
did
วๆ
come
ดู
out the
อย่าโล
gate
ภอย่าโลภ
swinging.
อย่าโลภ
Yeah, they absolutely did. I just noticed that the back of their jerseys actually say it's GAM time, which I really appreciate. But yeah, they definitely came out swinging. They started with that kind of bot side dive. We were wondering where these junglers were going to go. The answer was actually down on the bot side to get Artemis ahead on this Xayah, which he ended up paying off a
ตอนแรก
lot
ผมไม่เชื่อบอส
in team fights. So here is that
ผมก็หวั
initial
งดีกับพวก
dive
คุณ
from Levi coming down to the bot
ผม
side
หวังดีกับพวกคุณ ผม
you
ไม่
know,
ได้มาเล่น
taking out this smolder early on. And then Ayu steps up a little far forward there, and GAM really take advantage of it before Tatu can
แต่
even
สู
get
สีเหลื
there.
อเกินคู่นี้
And what is the most interesting to me is that if you look at
สูสีมากเลย
many
นะ
of these fights, it feels like Fury shouldn't have a chance. Yeah, that's obviously not how the game played out, and I think it's mostly their
คอมโบ
capability
นี้
of
ยังไงมันก็
fighting.
หนีไม่ได้ครับ
But when you look
ได้
at
แค่ตั้งรับ
particularly
แบบ
that
ดีๆอะ
1-2 of
อุ๊ย
Pantheon
มาโด
and
ลั่น
Selena
2,000 ฉลองที่แทงเว็บถูก
starting so many of the fights, and it really felt
อุ๊ยขอบ
like
คุณ
Fury
2,000 ด้วยนะ
wasn't really, even though I think they had some of the tools, able to consistently keep Ayu safe. So many fights start off of even though the smolder would do a good amount of damage, he would still not be getting a second
ให้
rotation
กำลั
of
งใจพี่
spells
บอส
off.
โดยการติดแฮช
And it
แท็ก
was
เครื่อง
the
หมายสี่เหลี่ยม
combination
บอ
of
สที่แม่น
how deep the axis of the
Bot
Pantheon
Hitman
Taliyah was, combined with Kiaya's Rumble.
I felt pretty confident that GAM time would probably lose to Smolder time when he hit the like 300, 400 stack point. But as TK is
It's
pointing
time.
out, I should shut my
นี่
damn mouth
เจอ
because
โดนซ่าดิ
GAM
เดอะล็อกอะ
clearly would not be stopped. We saw that in the final moments. They were always able to take the Smolder
แม่ง
out of
เก่ง
the
นะเนี่ย
equation despite some heroic
บรา
efforts
ซิลอะ
from Ari. It
เก่ง
wasn't
อยู่
enough.
เก่งอ
The
ยู่
steals were not enough, and it is a credit to the tenacity of GAM.
เอ้ย
when
เลน
we
บน
take a
มัน
look
ยืน
at
ไหว
the
กับไอ้นี่
post-game
สบายเลย
breakdown powered by AWS.
เคียร่า
You could
เคียร่า
just
นี่
see how back
เมื่อวาน
and forth
โซโล่
this
บินไป
game
นะ
was. How tense it was. And I think both teams, GAM could be happy to have a win, but both teams
แฮช
have
แท็ก
a
เลยครับ
lot
บอส
to
ให้
take
แม่น
away
นะครับ
from this game
MSI
overall, 'cause it was
2025
not
นะครับ
flawless by either side by any means.
แฮชแท็ก
Because
บอส
it
ให้
is
แม่น
important
นะครับ
to note that obviously when it comes to the gold, it didn't fluctuate much, but with Smolder in the game, you do need to just take into account how strong is Smolder. Has he hit his item breakpoints? Which he definitely did, which is why so many of those fights really just came down to even if he lives, how much damage does he end up doing? Because a lot of the mid-game fights, he's still got an ult, a Q, and a W off, and then all of a sudden your entire team is half health.
Yeah, you'd see his damage numbers
45
still being
นาที
like significantly the
เกือบ
most
แตก
on his team, sometimes even more than the GAM members, but he was
อุ๊ย
just getting
แบ่ง
blown
กำไร
up
ให้
so
ก่อนครึ่งห
quickly.
นึ่งเอา
And
ดี
that
ๆวัน
also
นี้
happened whenever Jojo would kind of start
โอ้ย
these engages, right? Like
ผมไม่ต้องแบ่ง
Gigo
ก็
would
ได้
not
พี่
be
บ
able
อ
to
ย
hold on top of him in time
ผม
to
ไม่
get
ต้องแบ่ง
off
ผมหรอ
that
ก
combo. Like
รอ
Chronicler
รอแบบ
mentioned, they weren't able to
รวยๆ
protect
อะ
Ayu.
ค่อยแบ่ง
And I think the other thing that was really interesting is that
โอ้โหขอบคุณครับ
Furia,
300
who I thought
โอ้โห
might
แบ่ง
have a little bit better
แบ่งเลยเหรอ
map play going into this, were really outdone by GAM on the map. I thought whenever GAM were actually able to get these team fights, especially early, they were able to get the
ขอบคุณครับ
objectives
ขอบคุณ
first.
300
They
ด้ว
were
ยนะครั
able
บ
to get a lot better objective setups at times. At
พี่
times
เริ่มให้
they
แม่น
gave
นะ
up a little bit.
เริ่ม
But like
ให้แม่น
Fury didn't even get their first turret until 1920 in the game, and they're second at 31-33.
Yeah, that mid lane turret take quite a lot of time.
ขอบคุณครับ
Might
บ
have
อ
even
ส
been a little bit of a misstep from GAM to give it to them at all, but that GAM early objective
ไม่เป็นไรครับ
control,
ไม่เป็นไร
we
ครับ
called it
ผม
out,
ทำเพื่อ
was
ทุกคนแหละ
flawless, right? This is something that was consistent across the plays. Even when we thought, hey, after those strong early kills to Artemis, the game
ผม
might
ทำเพื่อ
go
ทุกคนแหละ
out
ค
of
รับ
control. It didn't in gold. Fury were fighting back for kills, but we're losing
เกือบไปแล้วไอ้เห
โอ
นียน
้ยมาอีก100
Yeah, and obviously the game
นี่แหละ
went
MSI
on
มันดีอ
for a
ย่างนี้
little
แหละ
bit longer because we had things like the crazy steal that
Yup.
Toots was able to get. And to be fair, a lot of the game I think would have been way more one-sided. And in some cases, I think it was just a gap. I think Levi, for example, really did a number on Tatu, both in terms of early impact as well as in team fighting.
MSI มัน
Tatu
ดีอย่างนี้
yesterday
แห
was
ละ
able to get a lot more done with that Xin Zhao. And then a player like Gigo that just given the matchup, given his role in this game, was just never going to be able to be a main character, right? Your Tangalio, your job is just really to kind of take the punch.
Is that when we look ahead towards Game 2 for Furia, from their perspective,
ใจ
what
เย็น
needs
ก่อน
to
ดู
change?
เรา
We
ต้อง
talked
ใจเย็นนะ
about
ตอนนี้
fights for both teams, most certainly. We talked
Decisive,
about early
Decisive.
objective control for
เกม
Furia.
ต่อ
What
เก
else
ม
are we looking at? Is it as simple
One
as
by
just
one
let's
ครับ
get a carry on the top
แทง
side
ตาไปจะ
for
ขับ
the
แรปตั้ง
star
ตัวได้เลย
from
ขอบคุณมาก
yesterday?
เพื่อนรัก
one by
Maybe.
one
I mean,
one by one
I am looking more at
ที
their
ละ
map
เกม
play, right? Because I do think there were times in this
ใส่
game
ล้
where
ม
GAM did get punished for overextending or for not going for an
อุ๊ย
objective
ตาแดง
and
เลยว่ะ
over chasing
อีโม
onto a member of
เปิดหมด
Furia.
เหรอ
But Furia need to be in a better position in the first place, right? Because as we saw from those early game objectives, they were really outdone by GAM early.
And
คนดูงั้น
in
เดี๋ยว
this
ผม
game,
มานะ
they're
แป๊บนึง
also with that R5 smolder,
ไป
obviously
ข้างล่าง
we're
แป๊บนึง
trying to lean into we can definitely win in late game, which
เก็บจาน
I
เก็บ
don't
อะไร
think
ก่อน
they should have gone to given how big the mid game lead the GAM was able to got. But additionally, even when they did get there, I just don't feel like a full-on try and protect the AD carry composition with the tools that they had there was really going to work out. And I don't know if leaning into that is the right call. Maybe just fully commit to that early and mid-game, because their fights earlier, I think, were consistently better than GAM's.
And interestingly, as the team who lost, of course, Furia do have side selection. They've chosen red side. Across day one, pretty much everyone who was on the losing side had picked blue. It felt like the more powerful side overall, but we're early in the tournament. What does the selection of red side indicate maybe for what Furia are thinking about this coming game?
I'm thinking maybe an R5 top lane counter pick.
Yeah.
Let's go. As we were kind of hinting at it, right? Like maybe put Gigo on a carry. Path topside, we talked about kind of Tatu's level of impact, which was not nearly as high as what Levi was able to get done for GAM. Might see it.
Get a good matchup for Tuts as well, especially after that game one. I think you really need to reward him for the play that he showed there. And it's funny because Gigo also had the counter pick, but the counter pick wasn't really about him. It was more so about the team comp plus the fact that it neutralizes the Rumble matchup. But I want to see that man with real carry potential, because that was a large part of what made the series against G2 yesterday so competitive.
All eyes on the top lane seems to be the story here at the analyst desk. We'll see if it comes true in game 2. In the meantime, though, we're going to head to a quick break. When we return, can Furia fire back, or will GAM move on to match point?
What a car. Living the dream, huh? Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to? Okay. I get it now. Sweet dreams are made of this.
Watch me do it again. We gon' run it. We gon' run it. Yeah. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Where you wanna go? Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road. I'm in control. Push it to the limit with my heart is up. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go. We gon' run the road till we take it home. Turn the lights on and put on a show. Ain't nobody better, yeah, I got the glow. Pull up on the scene, do my thing and go.
They said I couldn't make it, but I couldn't let go. The dream inside is all I've ever known. Run till I gotta walk, crawl till I hit a wall. Never see me fall, I'ma get it all. Climb till my feet are raw, push till I see the top. I won't ever stop, never see me drop.
I was born to be a legend, and I will not surrender. My legacy remembered. I was born to be a legend.
I'm a legend. Time is running out. Don't waste another second. This is the moment. You gotta take it. Come on. Fly till I'm out of faith. Die on another day. Still, I'm not afraid. Skies on my runway. Never been.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
And in comes Levi from the top. Can't actually get into any of the carries. It's a great engage from JoJo. The Galio ultimate going to get interrupted, unfortunately, though, and Galio is going to get knocked down. Tatu try to run. And they go. They're looking for IU. They want to try to get their eyes on him, but the flick does not connect. In goes Elio to try to finish him off, but they don't have the damage until just now. They get the kill, but in comes Tuts. He's trying to turn around. Artemis, though, still firing, still standing. But it's going to be too little. It's going to be too late. Very likely. He goes and he steals it. You're kidding me. JoJo respawns, but that's not going to matter. Kiaya goes gold, and just to flex on him on the Nexus, it's going to be GAM and an absolute banger. Welcome back to MSI 2025. We are here in Vancouver, Canada. Day 2, lower bracket of the play-ins. GAM just took game number 1 over Furia, but it was anyone's game. It was back and forth. It was close. It was team fight after team fight after team fight. And in the end, it was just GAM performing better in those 5v5s that made the difference.
46 kills in 40 minutes. I mean,
perfect.
It felt like that every team fight was simply an opportunity to reset, ready for another team fight. Like, the teams were bloodthirsty. They were ready for violence, and we got a banger game 1. We'll see how things change moving into game 2, because naturally, the draft, we're going to see a lot of adaptations, but what won't change is I'm hoping the violence. I'm hoping that we still get a lot of these big fights around these neutral objectives, and I'm hoping for another close game, because as you rightly said, it could have gone either way. The slight differences in team fights, I think IU, he was just unable to play the team fights. Whenever we were watching him, he got like out a Q, he was able to get the ult out, but then that was pretty much it. And while that was scary, it wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And so Artemis was just making so much of a difference in the 5v5s with the Rumble alongside him. The damage that GAM had just felt too much to deal with. So we jump into game 2, MF and TF gonna remain the bans from GAM. Yasuo gonna come out as the 3rd ban. Nocturne, still the respect towards the Vietnamese team, with Maokai and Varus alongside that, which means the first pick gonna be the Gwen.
The Yasuo is actually an IU special. So he has played it before. He played it in playoffs a couple times. So they are giving some respect over to that bot lane Yasuo, not wanting to have to deal with it. Some of these globals obviously still being very highly prioritized, kept on the ban list. Kiaya getting the Gwen, though, this was banned out, it felt like, non-stop in their series yesterday.
Yeah, and also just regionally, this was something that teams did not want to give them when playing against GAM. One of the most banned champions is this Gwen. So it's something that you want to make sure that you respect, and Kiaya locking in, you can see the level of confidence that he has on the pick. Now, we saw this yesterday from BLG, taking the Wukong away from Levi, one of his big comfort picks. Pairing it up with something like an Aurora would give you a very powerful mid-jungle duo in terms of your team fight potential. The Annie, though, a nice combination as well. We saw this exactly from BLG yesterday as a deterrent to the Ahri, but as a combination, it's still very strong.
It's a classic sign, but it's a good one. Yep, we're going to be looking for the Annie Wukong. Will we just get the Vi? No, Ahri obviously was played last time, so Vi's coming through. They may actually be the ones to take the Aurora. So interesting, the Aurora was hovered on the other side. They're going to be the ones to grab it now. A lot of engage here for GAM. Clearly, that's the style that they want to play. The Pantheon was the go button so many times for Levi in that game number 1, even just ulting into the middle of the entire enemy team to get those fights started. Vi can obviously accomplish similar things. Oof. The Jax has an answer here, though, for Gigo. He was incredible yesterday in their series against Broken Blade. I felt like he was really showcasing how good he was, taking down Broken Blade in a bunch of different games. And the Jax is one of these things that, yes, you can outscale the Gwen, and it can become really difficult for the Gwen in the side lanes later on.
I think that this is a great choice. Gigo really impressed me yesterday. I think in the finals, he really stood out as well domestically. And just giving him an ability to carry, I think is just a better look for Furia. Not that he can't be a flexible player. We saw him have a good Sion performance yesterday. We know that he's more than happy to play the tanks, but putting him on the Jax, giving him a little bit more agency to be that backline threat, I'm excited to see how he's able to pull it off this time round. The Kalista and the Braum going to be the same bans that we saw in the previous game. The AD carry pool going to be pinched a little bit more, but remember something that we were talking about yesterday. When that pool gets pinched, Ezreal, Kai'Sa, champions that still very safe, fit into pretty much any draft. There's just so many. Yeah, exactly. It feels like that it's. I mean, we've even seen the Ziggs. There's even possibility to think like Swain, Seraphine, depending on how creative you want to be. So I do not think that either of these teams are concerned about these bans coming through. Kalista Renata, not something that Furia want to have to deal with.
Yeah, it is really interesting to see the Renata being that ban, because generally, at least in NA, oftentimes when you ban the Kalista, that is kind of like banning out the Renata, because that is the pairing that people really like to play with it. I do think Renata can be very effective against dive comps, even outside of just that one pairing, but largely, at least in our region, it's kind of considered like a double ban.
I mean, Varus is the other Renata thing, but they also banned the Varus.
Yeah, exactly.
But clearly they're just saying,
the pairings
we don't like Renata.
We don't like your pairings, and we don't like you either.
Exactly. Alistar going to be taken away. Interesting that GAM have done this twice in a row now, really limiting the engaged supports. Corki Leona now looking like a big pickup for Furia. Kai'Sa Nautilus could very well just be the response from GAM. Lucian being the hover, though, I do quite like the Lucian locking, not only because it would deny IU a big comfort pick for him, but also just because it gives you, I think it synergizes nicely with the sort of mid-game power spike that GAM have started to develop with their composition with both the Vi and the Aurora. Right now, they're just flexing through all the different available ADs. It looks like they're going to lock in with the Jhin, giving them a little bit more range and a little bit more safety from that back line.
Yeah, both Jhin and Kai'Sa, I think, kind of facilitate dive in different ways. I mean, obviously, Kai'Sa becomes part of the dive, whereas Jhin is just kind of creating chaos with the ultimate, opening up as everyone is piling in to really make it difficult for you. Again, really high prio for GAM on these snap engage tools. Last time it was the Rakan and the Pantheon. This time it's the Vi and Nautilus, as well as the Aurora that can really start fights out. So it's going to be pretty frightening for IU. It feels like when you're looking at this, he is the clear target in every single fight once again. Like, yeah, you could go for an Annie, but Annie, you spend your spells once, and that's kind of you're done for the team. So I do feel like IU is going to have his work cut out for him. There's no enchanter, there's not a lot of peel, there is counter engage, but it feels like GAM's going to have their eyes on him in every fight.
It's funny because, I mean, we've been playing League a long time, right, Azale? And
that's true.
And when I see Aurora, to me, she's the modern day version of Annie.
คอกิไม่นับ
They both just kind of drop their spells once they're
both
done.
have red hair.
Yeah, they both have red hair.
Up.
And the whole idea is just you drop the combo and then you kind of just you don't really have that much impact on the fight. That's not to say that you still can't do damage, of course, but your whole purpose is to just do that giant burst of damage, ideally on a crucial target, and then someone can either finish it off or you are doing that damage to finish someone off.
แอนนี่ระเบิดคนไม่น่าตายป่าววะ
They usually just kind of shoot their combo
Boom.
out into nothing.
Exactly.
แอนนี่บึ้มเสร็จ
Also, the thing is, the reason why I call her the modern day is
ไม่
she
น่า
has
ตายวะ
stealth, she can move around, she can blink, whereas Annie's just got little shields that reflect stuff, you know?
I press my E and walk quickly towards you.
Now, the one thing I will say about Annie, though, is her passive, that ability to stun is
นึก
the
ภาพไม่
big
ออกว่ะ
difference
คนดู
maker, and that's kind of why on paper,
ที่แม่นแบบนี้ภูมิใจในตัวบอสมากจากบางดำคลองตัน
ภูมิใจใช่ไหม
I think that they're just
นึกภาพไม่ออกว่ะคนดู
is way easier to
ผม
execute.
ไม่ถนัดแมทอัพเนี้ย
Wukong, Annie as a
ดู
trio
เฉยๆ
is
ได้ไหม
so
อะ
straightforward in how you execute the fights. I think
ผม
about
ขอดู
Jax
เฉยๆได้ไหมอะ
into Gwen on the side lanes, and I do give that small
แบบ
advantage to the Jax
ไม่
just because
นึ
of
ก
how
ภาพไม่อ
the
อก
laning phase and the potential scaling. And so on paper, I am leaning towards Furia's composition.
ไม่ได้
But in the fights, Levi's
เดี๋ยวๆขอดู
demonstrated
ตัว
to
ละคร
me
อีกที
that
นึง
there is
ถ้างั้น
nothing
ถ้างั้นขอดูตัวละครอีกทีนึง
because if his goal is I will lock down the AD carry, he will go
You're getting
through
locked down.
มันอาจจะไม่1,000,000เหมือน
Whether
เก
he
มที่
sneaks
แล้วไง
behind him or not is another debate.
Uh-oh.
Oh, we've reconnected.
We're good.
ดิวหน้าปุ้ง
Don't worry, guys. The client never has issues.
ดิว
Never.
หน้าระเบิดปุ้ง
If it does,
วายเล่น
it's all
ยาก
in your mind.
Gigo establishing his authority.
Yeah, definitely
Jack
asserting
กระโดด
dominance there. Gets the bone plating off. as that can be relevant. You know, the
ขวา
bone
เหมือน
plating
จะดู
won't
ดี
be
กว่าเลยว่ะ
on cooldown. You know, will be on cooldown as that lane does start out. But I
ซ้าย
tend to
มัน
agree
โด
with
ด
you.
เข้า
Fury
ไปใช่ป่ะ
definitely has the ease of
แล้ว
execution
เหมื
on
อน
their
แบบ
side.
ว่าเหมือน
Great pick tools
เหมือน
for
เกวน
GAM.
ต้องทำห
But
น้า
the
ที่หนัก
counter
อะ
engage is very, very
อยู่คนเดียว
powerful
อะ
from Furia. So it's, you know, if GAM is
แล้วมันอาจ
diving
จะ
in
แบ
and
บ
full
เล่น
sending
ยากนิดนึง
onto
หรือเปล่า
IU, well, yes, you might kill him, but the rest of your team might also get cooked for that.
ขวา
Because
เล่น
you're
ง่าย
diving
กว่า
into
นะ
Timbers,
ถ้าถาม
you're
ผม
diving
ว่า
into
ซีซี
Cyclone,
เย
you're
อะ
diving
กว่า
into Counter-Strike Jacks, who are going to be punishing that follow-up
ผมว่า
very,
บรา
very
ซิล
heavily.
อะเกมนี้ว่ะ
Regardless of what things look like on paper, I think the reality is that both compositions are set
บรา
up
ซิลมันดู
to
เล่นง่ายอะดิ
fight, and we couldn't really ask for anything else.
Both teams too.
Yes, so in game one, we saw
ผม
Artemis
ว่า
and
บราซิล
Elio
อะ
get
คน
the
ดู
better
ขวา
of Furia's bot lane. Not only did they kill them in the 2 versus 2, they set up beautifully for an early dive,
ผม
which
ว่า
they
เกวนมัน
executed
แบ
on
บ
flawlessly. We
มัน
see
เท่ากับ
junglers now
แจ็ค
taking
อะ
opposite paths to their game 1 decision making,
บรา
with
ซิลอะผมว่าบรา
Tatu
ซิล
starting
อะ
on
รอบ
his
เนี้ย
top side, pathing towards bot.
ตัวละครมัน
Conversely,
แน่
Levi
นๆไง
starting
ไม่
on
รู้
his
ว่า
bot side as Gigo already getting some nice trades. The Conqueror fully stacked here. Ooh, and a nice response from Kiaya.
Yeah, it was going very well for Gigo early on, but the Conqueror is stacking.
Brazil,
If you get hit by
Brazil.
that true damage in the center of the snip, it is a ridiculous amount of damage that you are going to be
บราซิล
taking. IU and JoJo clearly with full
ผมนึก
control
ภาพ
here
แล้ว
in
คือ
the early waves.
แอนนี่มัน
We're going to be able to get level 2 and push this
น่าจะ
forward.
impact
Artemis
เยอะกว่า
and
ออโรรา
Elio clearly
วูคอง
respecting
impact
that.
เยอะกว่า
Will's just
วาย
going to stand back and accept the
เล่น
wave
บ
of
น
their
ผม
power.
ให้เท่ากัน
Gonna
นะ
have to play safe because
แล้ว
Levi
ก็คอ
will
กิ
be
ก็
pathing away from them. Emo is going to get some
ก็ดูไม่ได้เล่น
information
แย่
now
แต่เกี้
on Tatu. Recognize that, hey, jungler is here. And that means that he's going to be pathing towards the bot side of
ผ
the
มว่า
map.
บรา
So the
ซิล
risk of
ช
a
นะเว้ย
dive is
เกมนี้
something
เกม
that
2
Artemis and Elio will have to try and play around.
And even the risk of the bounce, right? Because the wave got pushed into their tower, so it's going to bounce and push towards their opponents.
True.
You know, IU and JoJo from that spot can just kind of trim the wave enough so it's pushing out
อาจ
away
จะไม่ล้านเปอ
towards
ร์เซ็น
them,
ต์
and that can put
เกมแต่เกม
Elio
ดั
and
บดี
Artemis
เกิน
in a pretty
เลย
awkward
มั่นใจ
spot. Kiaya and Gigo though
เกม
just
นี้
going
ดับไม่ได้
right
แบบ
at it as Kiaya
ต่างกัน
getting
ขนาด
Gigo
นั้นอะ
incredibly low here. Does not want to go for a flash or anything. Needs to wait for the snip cooldown. But is not up, and Gigo's just going to have to go back to base very early on here on only 9 CS. He's not going to have too much of a buy. It's a glowing moat and a health potion, and I feel like glowing moat has got to be the saddest buy in the entire game.
ดามันไม่ต่างแบบเกมตะเกียเท่าไหร่
Really? That's what I have to buy?
แต่ผมว่าลีโอนาแม่ง impact ดีกว่า นอติลุส
I
อะ
mean, the good news for him is that he doesn't have to expend the teleport because the
แอน
wave
นี่
was
ดี
already
กว่าออโร
stacked
รา
towards him.
วูคอง
He
ดี
will
กว่า
likely
วาย
lose a few minions underneath the tower,
บ
but
นเท่า
he's
กั
gonna
น
have a nice
เอดีเท่า
juicy
กัน
wave to catch, and he's gonna have that TP available. In response,
Ooh,
though,
missed the
Kia,
cannon.
oh, he does
ผม
miss the
ผม
cannon, so
วิเคราะห์ประมาณนี้
Take it
it's
back.
disaster.
Yeah, it's a
Everything I just said
disaster.
is completely
จาก
redundant.
ตัวนะจากตัวนะ
Ask if they can
ถ้า
remake
สไตล์การเล่นนะ ต้นเกม
Of course, I
ต้
do
นเกมต้องดู
exaggerate,
ว่า
but
วาย
in
ได้
terms
ไหม
of the
เนี่ย
laning
ถ้าวาย
phase,
ไม่ได้ก็
good
ขวา
advantage
น่าจะ
gained for Kiaya in the 1
ส
versus
บาย
1. Bit of information gained by Tatu to recognize that the Raptors are gone on the bot side of the map as well. Considering how much pressure it felt like Artemis was under in the early laning
ไม่
phase,
ชัวร์เท่า
he's
เกม
done
ตะ
a
กี้
good job
เกม
in
ตะ
the
กี้
farm
นี่ชัวร์
department.
มาก
I've got to say, Furia's early warding, they are very aggressive at tracking through the river. Both last game and this game. I mean, look at all those wards. It's just kind of this whole line along that bottom river. As Elio again, equal to the challenge there, just buffering his hook. And as soon as the Zenith Blade comes out, he throws out the hook, so it kind of interrupts the travel time there, procs his Aftershock. And that is a key part of this matchup.
สรุปใครก็บราซิลไงเฟอร์
If you get
เกม
stunned
นี้
by
นะ
that,
แมป
you're
2
just going to take so much damage.
Yeah, you'll notice when he does it as
ดับ
well,
ดี
the
กว่า
small gap gets created, which means that JoJo is actually just slightly out of range to connect the Q as well, which means that he's able to
แกมมัน
sidestep
แบบ
any more follow-up.
ล้วงเข้าไปแล้วมันไม่ได้ตายชัวร์เหมือนขวา ขวามันบึ้มแล้วหายไปเลยตัวหนึ่งอะ
Somewhat
อัน
similar
นี้
to what
บึ้
we
ม
saw in
บู
the
คอง
previous
หมุน
game.
เข้าไป
Of course,
ปั่น
the biggest
ล้ว
difference
ง
from
หายไป
game
ตัว
1
หนึ่
to
ง
game 2 is Artemis and Elio were really driving forward that winning matchup, and they were making good
ความรู้สึก
advantages
ผมอะ
in the
ว่า
isolated
ขวา
lane.
เล่นง่ายกว่า
Meanwhile, the real advantage we see in this game is Kiaya building his lead even more now with a 10 CS lead. Of course, a few minions here for Gigo to catch, but considering how impactful we saw Gigo being yesterday, our expectations coming into today were that
มาบราซิล
had
บรา
high
ซิล บราซิล บราซิล
expectations of today, quite bluntly.
Brazil,
And
Brazil.
Kiaya, I will say, I think has gotten the better of him so far in this series. Of course, we are only in game 2, and there's still a lot of this game left to be played.
Oh, Kiaya is posturing very aggressively here, as Gigo will just have to walk it out. But I agree, Kiaya had done really well, was excellent on the rumble.
Brazil.
On another one
Yeah,
of the
look,
picks
yeah,
he's
look.
really well known for. Yes, I do think that
Yeah,
Jax
look.
is a good matchup for him, and I do think he outscales, but not if you fall too far behind. And also,
เอาหน่อยเว้ยที่นี่บราซิล
the Conqueror over for Kiaya, that is going to scale a lot better than the Grass does in these 1v1s. But Tatu, early Dragon here, getting grabbed up by Furia. Looks like Levi, of course, is on that top side, not going to be contesting this whatsoever.
good awareness. That one ward you'll see on the top side, spotting him.
ไลออดเริ่มดิวเว็บพนันแล้วไลออดนะ
Looks like we're not going to see a swap come through from GAM, but we will from Furia.
Oh, they're going to look for the dive. They actually connect, and the needlework did tag him as well. Levi did interrupt that.
ลิวหน้ามา
Trying to be supported here by Jojo, and in comes IU as well. Levi's got to flash out, and Levi does he have a ball breaker?
เกี่ยวได้
follow.
เกี่ยวได้
And
ลิว
IU
ทำ
is
อะไร
there. Flash to
โด
follow. The ignite is
ผมบอกคุณหรือยังว่า
ticking.
บรา
IU
ซิ
wants this
ล
first blood, and he's going to get it.
The swap is
told
well
you.
timed from Furia. Their main
Oh,
goal was to get Gigo
Brazil.
out of this matchup because he has been struggling. And Levi was not expecting it. He wasn't prepared for the support.
บอสลงทีมไหนผม
Jojo
ไม่
to
ได้
be
การพ
there
นัน
and to punish them.
แต่ผมให้พวก
So it's Furia
Hey,
that
man,
draw first
India,
blood here in
Tanya.
game 2.
Really well played by Jojo. Also connecting the Zenith
ผม
blade
สาย
to
ชั
fall
วร์
off
ไง
the wall, sets up to be able to chase down and get that kill. And unfortunately for them,
ที่
yes,
นี่บรา
Artemis
ซิล
was
ไอ้
the
น้อง
national swap,
เวี
but
ยด
he
นา
couldn't
ม
push the wave fast enough to deny.
Yeah, and that's exactly
อย่า
it.
มั่ว
If
โดน
the
เกี่ยว
wave
ไป
was
ดิ
underneath the tower, they could have gone and
เกี่ยว
dive. At
ตาม
the
ไป
very
ดิ
least, it would have been a 1-for-1. But with no minion
ที่นี่
wave
บรา
to
ซิล
play
ไอ้
off,
น้อง
Levi is just forced to retreat. You can see that Elio was in the area to potentially assist, but he recognized, no, there's not much that I can do here. Instead, I'm just going to
ที่
disengage,
นี่บราซิลที่นั่น
lose
ที่
my
นั่นบรา
jungler's
ซิล
life, and see what else we can do on the map.
Artemis going to get jumped on there as Gigo has the Sheen. And Artemis realizes, you know what? I don't really want to do anything.
สาย
with
ให้
that
แม่น
Sheen.
สาย
Definitely
ให้แม่น
gonna have to stay
แล้วรอ
away
ดู
as he does take a pretty big chunk of damage.
ผม
Kiaya
ไม่
still
ชอบ
just
เสี่ยง
playing in this 1v2 up on the top side. As he's going to be in a bit of a difficult spot.
สายชัวร์
Obviously,
คือ
a lot
ทุนคนอื่น
easier
ถูกต้อง
for Gigo in that 1v1 for now. But the
นัก
swap
บุญ
is
ทุน
going
คน
to
อื่
be
นรู้จัก
matched.
ปะ
You can see that both the Nautilus and this Jhin are
เน้
heading
น
out
ให้แม่น
towards
เว้ย
mid lane. And they are going to actually move Emo down towards bot lane. So pretty interesting. They're just kind of rearranging the entire lane assignments here.
The lane assignments
สวยบราซิล
are a bit
นำยับ
confusing to me. I
บรา
would
ซิล
imagine
นำยั
that
บ
Emo's been sent bot because his TP is going to be up sooner. But to have Kiaya continue to play in this
บราซิล
1
นำยับ
versus 2, I feel like just goes against his best interests. Even if he's not really at risk of being killed.
I guess it's just all about grubs, right? They want to keep him on top side because he has no TP, and they really want to fight for grubs. So GAM are going to move their bot lane towards mid, have the duo
อย่า
there,
มั่วครับ
send
รี
Emo
วาย
down
เข้ามาทำ
towards
ไมครับ
bot, and they are going
ทำ
to
อะ
look
ไร
for a pick now.
เฮ้ย
Dante
รีวายอย่า
Fury in
มั่ว
some trouble, pops the
ไม่
side
ตาย
lane,
อยู่แล้ว
Gigo
รีวาย
trying to
เจอ
juggle
ลิง
space as he's kiting back
ลิง
towards
จิ๊ก
Jojo
เจี๊ยกอะ
and
ลิง
IU,
จิ๊กเจี๊ยก
and
รู้จัก
in
ไหม
comes
รีวาย
Levi's on the
รี
wrong
วาย
side
มั่
of
ว
town here.
โดนไปดิ
The Jhin gonna open up to
ทำไร
try to
รี
assist
วาย
them, but there's nowhere for Levi to go. He can delay, but I'm not even sure
โอ้ย
that's
เอ้ยผิด
beneficial
ฝั่ง
for
นั่น
him.
บ้าน
As
พี่
Gigo
ไอ้
is
น้อง
pushing through bot lane.
นั่นบ้านพี่
Eventually,
โอ้
Tatu is
ไป
gonna
ทาง
grab
ไหน
the kill.
บ้านเองอยู่
Might
ด้าน
even be
ล่าง
another plate going the way of
โอ้
Gigo as
Levi
Furia looking very strong
เล่น
in these
มั่ว
early
จัด
couple minutes.
The playmaking of Levi once
Oh.
again being punished by the bot lane of Furia. The decision
โดน
making
ไป
I
ดิโดน
have
ไป
to
ดิโดนไปดิ
imagine
โดนไปดิ
is
โดนไปดิ
he believes that there's not really a way out for him because Tuts is
เล่นมั่วจัด
collapsing
รีวาย
from the
0-2
mid
ไปดิ
lane. And so he thinks that if he moves into the
0-2
jungle, he can buy some
e-sport
time. A hook goes wide by Elio, not connecting onto
ที่
Tatu.
นี่บราซิล
Corrupt's not going to be started off as a TP now comes through from
Yeah.
Emo.
They clearly do not want to give this
รู้
up.
งี้ใส่สุด
Emo
ไม่
and
น่า
Kiaya
กักไว้กิน
already
ตี
on this.
น้อย
Levi's running out from base. Furia are in the area, so we
ใส่สุด
definitely
ไม่
could
น่ากะ
have
ไว้กิน
a
ตีน้อย
fight. IU though split quite a bit from the team. As you can see, Gigo had a great day.
เอ้ยนอนติดรถอย่ามั่วนะ เอามั่วนะ
Jojo looking for the engage. The ultimate does not
มั่วนั่นน่ะ
connect
มั่วนั่นน่ะ
onto Emo. Levi
รีวายอีกแล้วเหรอ
doing okay.
รี
IU
วา
on top
ย
side
เฮ้ย
is losing out
เองไหว
of
ไหม
that
เนี่ย
one.
โอ้
Levi's going to
ที่
be
นี่บรา
knocked
ซิล
down. GAM try to
ที่
force
นี่
their
บราซิล
hand, but it's not a good fight for them. They lose Kiaya and Levi.
Things are just quickly falling apart for GAM.
Madi,
A lot
Madi,
of the
Madi,
fights
Madi,
that
Madi.
they're trying to take just don't make any sense, and Furia is
Madi,
more
Madi,
than
Madi.
happy to
0-3
punish them. A fight that they tried to force around the grubs. At the very least, they
ที่นี่
get
บราซิล
one.
เว้ย
But Furia still very happy with the outcome. Now a 2K goal lead, and we're just cresting 10 minutes.
Yeah, it's definitely looking tough as Gigo getting very aggressive here, getting him very low. The cooldown's
Gamble,
going to be coming
gamble,
back
น้อง
up. He's going
gamble.
to look for the dive. Goes between worlds, trying to bounce back and forth. Nicely played there by Emo. Disrupts the damage
Gamble
coming
la,
through from
gamble la.
Jax as he looked for the leap strike there right as he teleported back to the other side of his ult.
So we look back at this play, and Levi is here, but again, like, from the offset, it's GAM. Their positioning just isn't ideal. The Jhin is in a position to already contribute. Furia have
Gamble la,
5
gamble la,
members much
gamble la.
quicker, and, like, there's not really much of a fight. GAM is just
แปะมือหน่อยครับคุณดูขอแปะมือหน่อย
So the fact that it's
แปะมือหน่อยครับ
very easily
อย่า
played
มัวกระดก
by
แว่น
Furia.
ครับ
Remember that Leona ultimate completely whiffed.
ขอ
They
แปะ
didn't
มือ
even
หน่อยครับ
need it to secure those 2 kills, so they get 2 grubs. They got 2 kills.
มา
And they're sitting in a very comfortable spot. Dragon spawning in 15 seconds. The bot lane has now moved, well, They've moved the Corki into mid lane so that he can contest the wave, and they've now got the Leona covering for the Annie in the bot side of the map. So they're nicely set up for the dragon spawning.
สบายแล้ว
And Levi is definitely in a tough spot now. 0-3-0 to start this one out. Has been put quite a bit behind. You can see the Triforce going to be done very soon for Tatu. And Levi still working towards his Sundered Sky. Obviously, you will always have the ability to try to still start these fights out, but if you fall too far behind in the Vi, we have all seen these games.
มาเพื่อให้พี่มาเพื่อให้น้อง
Just ult into dead over and over and over. The champion doesn't really have any fallback plan. You have to be that engaged. You have to throw yourself in there. And it's just very difficult to do as you fall behind. But thankfully, at least for him, he's kept up his farm really well, so he does have a decent amount of gold still.
สวยครับน่าจะยาวๆเลยนะตอนนี้คือแกมจะพลิกได้ต่อเมื่อเกวนอย่างเดียวเลยอ่ะมีแค่ตัวเดียวเลยครับวินคอนของแกมคือเกวนตัวเดียวเลยตัวอื่นไม่มีผลเลยครับคือเกวนแบบโซโล่เลนข้างเข้าหลังล้วงคอกีตายล้วงเอ็นนี่ตายมีแค่นั้นนะวินคอนของแกมมีแค่นั้นเลย
But Gigo, he's gotten himself a kill. He has a lot of experience. I mean, it was Gigo that
ended up finding that kill
onto Kiai in the last fight. So
เพื่อนตายก่อนแทงให้ไม่ทัน
to offer that extra bit of assistance. Plates being secured on the bot side of the map as the lane assignments. I mean, Aurora is hovering around mid. The Jhin is rotated from bot up towards mid at the threat of a dive. And I mean, I feel like we've seen some odd lane assignments coming out from GAM in this game, but rather than just moving Kiai away, as you highlighted, they really wanted Kiai relevant for the Grubs fight. But I think the consequences of that have now just become very evident, as even the support is a 400 gold lead.
Absolutely. I mean, feels like every plate that has gone down on bot side has been uncontested, and now Gigo even going to get a free plate up on top side. So things looking really good for Fury as they're just playing the map much better than GAM. GAM has been trying to stay grouped, trying to find fights, but if you go for those and you don't actually execute on them and get the kills, well, your opponents are just pushing the map. Well, they're going to get further and further and further ahead, and that's what's happened so far this game. As Furia now up over 2,000 gold, has both of the early dragons, 2 of the 3 grubs. They're in an incredible position. Tuts did spell, uses spells on the wave there, and Emo gets a little bit of damage down, but mostly blocked there by Tuts and retreated back really well.
Kind of waiting for the next neutral objective to spawn.
ไอ้บอสพี่ยังแทงไม่เป็นโอ้โหพี่ชับบี้
Of course.
ก็ไม่เป็นไรก็ดูเฉยๆก็ได้
In game 1, it was really in the team fighting where we saw Furia finding ways to answer back. They found some great kills around the dragons in particular.
แต่ถ้าอยากรู้ก็พี่ซิตี้บอยเขาช่วงหลังก็เป็นอยู่
Now that the first items have been completed, I feel like both teams should think about how confident they are when it comes to the fight. The triple Trinity Force spike, I should say.
First turret ว่ะทุกคน
The Wukong, the
Chase. Could be a step bonus or something?
Yeah, I mean, you would think. What I can tell you is that when it comes to mid-game spikes, it's a nice one. Kiai in some danger.
ปึ๊บเรียบร้อยแฟดไม่มีไอ้แฟดมีแต่ว่าตายอยู่ดีสวยตัวแบกตายเอาลงมาทำไมออโรร่าอยากตายเป็นเพื่อนเหรออยากตายเป็นเพื่อนเหรอออโรร่า
With that Jhin W to lock him down, and in comes the response teleport from Tuts, so it's just going to be the lost teleport for that tower and the kill. Now Cyclone going to be popped there by Tatu as he's going in and saving Elio.
ลิงสวยลิงสวยลิงกัง
But Elio is quite low.
ลิงกังสวยมาก
A lot of damage as he tries to retreat. Jojo looking forces the flash out of Emo. Again, Furia come out on top.
ลิงกังสวยมากเว้ยลิงกังสวยมากเว้ย
Everything that they want.
บึ้ม
They pushed in the top wave.
เจอบึ้มไปดิแอนนี่หมีลงหัว
Tiver's going to be dropped. Does proc the execute. Won't have the damage to knock him down, but they are in full control, it feels like.
They certainly are. They pushed in the top wave so that it started bouncing back, which means that Gigo, after pushing in that bot wave, can now actually path towards the top side of the map, catch that wave. They also, while it's not ideal that they committed the TP from Tuts, they get the flash out from Emo, and they find themselves another kill. So tower secured, kill secured, 4k gold lead in their favor. This is a very one-sided game so far in game 2.
It really is. It's going to be up to the engage tools that GAM have to try to find picks or try to
อย่าโซนกูริโก
looking at Gigo up on that top
เย็นๆรอก่อนกูริโกอย่าเสียแฟดกูริโกพี่ขอ
is able to root him up
แค่เจ็บใช่ไหมเจ็บนิดหน่อย
much of anything as Elio
เกี่ยวสวยยังไง
Jojo that wants to start out the fight
แต่มันมาเยอะว่ะ
Levi though coming on
แกมมาเยอะนะ
Tuts is going to get the flash out of
แกมมาเยอะเอ้าชิปหายปะเนี่ยวิรีวายมั่ว มาดูรีไวมั่วจัด
Another kill gonna go their way as they kill off Elio. Artemis and Emo are on the run, and here comes Gigo. He wants it, and he's gonna get it. He's on a killing spree now, and trying to corral Emo under this tower. Will they push it in and even look for the dive? Gigo going back in as Emo's gonna go between worlds, and Gigo may have bit off more than he can chew. It's a shutdown there for Emo as GAM finally gets something back.
4-4. Gigo's aggression gives one back, but it was still 4 kills in favor of Furia. The fights are just so one-sided. It feels like that the front line of GAM is just too squishy. We'll see the collapse that comes through from GAM. Levi takes the long way around to create this flank. Ayu chipping away at the front line. Kiaya sets his sights onto Tatu. But when you see Ayu locked up, you think that it's bad, but he just Valkyries away. The Leona ultimate comes through. He tanks up a huge amount thanks to his W. And then it just becomes this chase down where Furia picks apart the rest of GAM. And they walk away more than happy, winning a massive fight.
And there's just no one in position to even follow up there. Levi was trying to go for a sneaky flank, but they ran into Annie, so he kind of had to really go early. He flashes, he gets the Q on Ayu, but he has no ult available. No one's in position to even hit him. He got not even 300 damage done in that fight, and now he's looking for Gigo, but Gigo is going to be in a great spot to even take this in a 1v2 because he has Jojo walking up behind him. GAM again just overloading one side of the map. This is all they have left, it feels like at this point, is just trying to force fights on one side where they have the extra man. But Jojo has been reading them, it feels like this whole game.
I completely agree.
He's been playing an incredible game, involved in 8 of the 9 kills, always in the right place at the right time to shut down Levi's plays.
I mean, you look at the bot side of the map as well. There is just a stacked wave pushing towards that tier 2 tower. You've got both Emo and Artemis hovering around mid. They're sharing farm and experience.
เฮ้ยทำไมไม่มาก่อนกันล่ะทำไมไปอยู่ด้านบน3คนล่ะ
Levi looking, steals it away.
มันทำอะไรวะ
There were 3 members from Fury on the top side. They didn't think GAM would look for the fight, and Levi now wants more.
มันทำอะไรอ่ะผมขอถามได้ไหมคนดู
I think they're going to get Tatu. It's another
คือมันลง
shutdown.
มาล่าง5 คนคือ
Going into the
เปอ
coffers
ร์เซ็นต์
there
มัง
of
กรคือ
Emo.
100%อ่ะ
As all of a sudden,
มัน
a
ไปอยู่บ
big
น3
surge
คน
in gold as they steal the dragon, get the objective bounty, and get another shutdown. But it is going to cost them the tier 2 top as Furious Soul Laners continue to get paid.
GAM had no right
ไม่
stealing
คุ้ม
that
เลยเว้ย
dragon.
แทน
They
ที่จะ
were
บีบเกมให้มัน
completely on the
4 ก่อน
opposite
แล้ว
side
จ
of
บ
the map. They had no one on the bot wave.
ขอถามได้
It
ไหม
felt
มัน
like that
คื
the
อมัน
vision control was not in
คิด
their
อะไรอ
favor
ยู่
at
วะ
all. And Levi just said, you know what, sure, I'll flip it. He goes over the wall, he gets the
คืออะไรอยู่
steal,
บน3 คนมังกรเกิด
and then they actually convert it into a pick as well. And
คิด
I
อะไร
think
อยู่
this is a demonstration of Fury just spreading their resources a little too thin. They had good control over the bot side of
คือ
the
มัน
map. They
ก็ไม่ได้
needed
เสียอะไรเย
another
อะหรอกแต่
member.
ว่าแบบ
I mean, at least
เพื่อ
they
อะไร
do make
แทน
a
ที่
good
จะ
choice
นำแบ
in
บ
just
4 ก่อน
committing
แล้ว
to
จ
the
บ
top side and
ง่าย
securing another tower. They
ๆมัน
still
ไปเอา
hold on
เทอ
to
ร์เร
a
ต
very healthy gold lead,
คือ
but
แจ็ค
they
รวยอ่ะ
miss out on Soul Point.
Now you see in the Coinbase gold grind, this is where
ไม่เป็นไร
Gigo
ไม่
has
เป็นไร
gotten
ใช่ไหม
all of his gold throughout the game, as we're going to see Levi getting locked down,
อุ้ย
knocked
ลิวหน้า
down
แม่งเล่นดีจังวะ
once again. Who else
Jojo
but
อะ
Jojo helping to set up the
Jojo
kill for
Joestar
Gigo, who is getting so far ahead, 2.2k individual gold lead now. This is more what we were expecting from him after his incredible performance against Broken Blade.
I mean, Jojo, he's 0-0-9. He's been involved in 9 of the 10 kills that Furia have been able to
ยัง
find.
นำอยู่อย่าฉุนมัน
Herald's
ก็
going
ต้อง
to be
เป๊
dropped
ะ
on the bot tier 2
Oh,
tower.
here comes the engage. The stun does land. Emo goes between worlds and does try to kite back. Elio trying to make something happen here as in comes Kiaya. Can Kiaya get to the back line? He's trying to knock down Toots. He's going to flash from the wall to follow. The Needlework is connecting, but Toots is just not dying. He's low, but is he low enough? He's looking for it. Can't find the final one to take him down as Emo's going to get knocked down by Tatu. And Gigo in the side lane again, just shoving that wave, pushing it in, keeping that gold lead bigger and bigger and bigger.
I mean, this is quickly turning into a stomp. 20 minutes in, a 7.3k gold lead in favor of Furia. It feels like that they can do no wrong as GAM desperately trying to get something back, just lack the damage, lack the resources needed to at the very least get a kill onto Furia. 2-11 is the scoreline. 2.5 minutes until the next dragon spawns. But you can see that GAM's base is just in pieces.
ไหนใครหมิ่น
Just
ผ
such
ม
an
นะ
interesting juxtaposition to the last
มีใคร
game.
หมิ่
The
นผม
last
อยู่
game
ไหม
was all about team fights, all about 5v5s, and that's really where everything was
ผมบอ
decided.
กแล้ว
This
ว่านัก
game,
พากย์แต่ละ
it's
คน
been
มัน
about
มั่
Furia
ว
making smart map
ถ้าเชื่
movements,
อผม
punishing
นี่
the plays that GAM are going for. Jojo roaming and anticipating the
ง่าย
moves
ๆ
that
เชื่อผม
Levi
นะคือ
is
ง่า
going
ย
to make. has been fantastic to see them play the map, and they are here onto the Otacon. This is a risky place to be, though. We have seen a lot of throws over by Otacon. GAM is aware of it, and they spotted out now with the blue trinket. Will they be able to find the approach? Tut's going to get spotted on the side. Jojo going for the engage. He's just trying to lock down Levi and make sure it's not a 50-50. It's going to be taken there by Furia, but is there a fight to be had afterwards? Jojo just flashing out. Ayu getting aggressive, does step forward, takes a chunk of damage, but
ไม่มีใครแล้วจริงใจกับพวกคุณเท่าผมอะ
Furia walk out, losing a flash, but gaining the Otacon.
รอคู่ใหญ่ก่อนนี่ก็ใหญ่แล้วครับถ้ามันสูสีคือใหญ่หมด
had to flash away to safety. There was no need for Furia to force the fight. They'd already secured the objective. If they tried to force it anymore, they would have just put themselves in an awkward position. So they don't take the gamble. They choose to retreat. Now a trap lies in wait.
But who's it a trap for?
นี่ไม่ใหญ่เหรอเขาดูถ้าสูสีไม่คือไม่ใหญ่เหรอ
And bites him in half. Kiaya is down already, and Emo is coming in. But does he even want to be here? He's going to go between worlds. The Cyclone going to get popped there by Tatsu. The focus is on Gigo.
แจ็คยังรอดอยู่แจ็คยังรอดอยู่แจ็คตีอยู่
เรียบร้อย as Ayu arrives as well, and he's back onto the back line with Artemis. Artemis going to get knocked down. Furia crushing the fight. They can't even get Gigo. Furia were so ready for that play coming out of GAM.
It's an ace for Furia. The collapse
พี่กับคาเดลใครวิเคราะห์ดีกว่า
responding to the ingression just ends up being disastrous. Furia gets so much on the back of that play, so much gold injected. Tut starts off the play, but Gigo and Tatu are there to support. They get the quick pick. The teleport comes through from Emo, and he thinks that he can convert it into something because Levi is here as well, but they just don't quite have the damage. The target selection again. Once Jojo arrives to the party, Emo is forced out of the fight. He gets cleaned up. Levi on the back line. He is so far behind. He can't get the kill onto Gigo. And the happy faces of Furia
เรียบร้อยครับแกม
mean that they get a one-sided ace. And they're looking to secure their third dragon of the game.
Yeah, you gotta love it. He's dancing on him, man. And he said if he beat G2, he would dance on him. Well, maybe we're gonna see it here today. Definitely love the Brazilian players, all the emotion, the passion that they show for the game, how excited they get on stage, how much the players and the fans do pop off in these big moments. It makes it really fun to watch.
Tatu, a player that always brings the energy. A young player that has been fighting to make a name for himself.
And Artemis going to mess around and find out. Artemis has to run for the hills already. Levi is here, though. Can they turn it around? Artemis has to cancel his ult because he's just dying to Tibbers. But inside the base, Kiaya is dead again. Gigo on the other side of the map making things happen. They do get the kill on the Annie, but it's a continued dive. It's Emo trying to defend the base, and it's Emo dying. Both the solo laners from GAM are going to get knocked down as Furia crack the base open. Only 24 minutes in. They're pushing in the waves. They're pushing up the mid lane. They want to look for a second inhib already.
Tuts bought so much time for Furia to make this play. And in exchange, the base will go the way of Furia. A second inhibitor is soon to fall. They have the minions in the bot wave. I think trying to end this game is quite ambitious. And I think they'll make the wise choice to disengage. Furia gets so much in exchange for their mid laner. Now an 11k gold lead. Furia is dominating game 2.
They're just playing it out so well. They know all GAM can do is overload one side of the map, look for a pick. So Furia are just constantly pushing up all of the waves. So if you go for a 3-man play topside, well, guess what? We are going to punish you on the bot side. They dive, they kill off the inhibitor tower, they kill off both of the soul laners, they take double inhib. It's just beautiful to see.
We look back at the dive, and it's really been the story of this game. Jojo and Gigo have been working together so much to find these plays on the side lane.
รอบแบ็กเก็ตเอาให้ด้วยนะจานขายที่แม่มาลง
unstoppable duelist that seems to have no answer on the side of GAM.
2025 is
คุณจะเปลี่ยนจากที่นาเป็นคฤหาสน์
We got Jojo Pyun winning in EU. We got Jojo winning in LTA South. As Tatu will be spotted here, but Levi may not have a way out. Cyclone going to be popped immediately as Ayu, Gigo, everyone coming in here to try to knock down their jungler. They'll get the kill. Gigo goes onto a rampage, and GAM do not have a great wave clear whatsoever. They get the kill on the jungler. Things immediately coming onto the Baron. Fury can just walk over and likely grab this pretty easily.
Yeah, there's no smite,
which means that the mid laner is going to steal it, just like last game.
Exactly. All right, pressure's on Emo. He's in the bot lane, so I think the likelihood of him stealing that
has to be a very long two-fold.
Oh, it certainly is.
Yeah.
Furia gonna secure this objective, and then they can just turn their attention to top lane. They've just come off the back of a reset. I don't think they necessarily have to base right now if they don't want to. They can just keep up with the aggression. The TP should be available, but alright, they'll play it safe. They'll likely concede the bot tower, and objective bounty will go the way of GAM, but with the goal difference like this, really you're just thinking about game 3. This will likely equalize the series. We turn from a best of 5 into a best of 3. Both sides have shown their strengths, their weaknesses. And it's going to be interesting because the pool will continue to be more limited. And GAM will have to find a way to bounce back in the rest of the series.
Absolutely, and we've seen especially, well, really from both sides, but I think especially from GAM, the emphasis that they have on finding all of these hard engage tools, you know, ability to start the fight from multiple lanes, you know, constantly want to be able to have that aggression. There's only so many champions at the top level that are really excelling at doing that, so it's going to be interesting to see where they go in this next game as Furia now closing the trap here onto GAM, trying to look for those final moments of the fight. It's going to be Elio looking for the engage here onto Ayu, but Ayu is not bothered by it whatsoever. He just backs up, and now Tatu is going to try to go for an engage of his own, but he's taking up the tower. Tatu pops the Cyclone, trying to get out here. Goes between worlds and is going to be able to get the kill as Emo secures him on the other side, but now Gigo has arrived, and he's big man on campus, going in, knocking down 1, knocking down 2, looking for more as GAM retreat to the fountain. Furia will make no doubt about this one. Game 1 was back and forth. It was close.
ใส่สกอร์ W L อ๋อวินรู้ใช่ไหมจะดูว่าแม่นกี่คู่ตอนนี้เหรอเมื่อวานเราทายถูกเท่าไหร่นะ
As it was a one-sided affair. They should feel good and confident after a game like that.
3 เกมป่ะ
Game 1 was a brawl, a back and forth battle that really went down to the wire.
6 ผิด
But in Game 2, Furia looked calm, composed, calculated. They controlled the map well. That initial swamp is where they really started to build those advantages, punishing Levi. And it really felt like that in Game 1, Levi was left uncontrolled. His Pantheon was running rampant in the fights and on the side lanes. Game 2, that man was not allowed to play.
Not at all. Let's head on over to the analyst desk to break that one down.
Well said, gentlemen. Most certainly not allowed to play the game as we take a look at the post-game breakdown, powered by AWS. You can see that this is the kind of dominance we might have expected after that series versus G2 yesterday. A much, much better performance from Furia overall. And a lot of the things that we talked about being important in draft really coming to fruition.
Yeah, I mean, we were thinking, okay, this counter pick, they're going to end up saving it for Gigo. It didn't end up coming R5. It didn't have to because they locked in Gwen on GAM rather.
โอเคครับคุณดูไปพักผ่อนกันนะเตรียมตัวให้พร้อมนะครับแบบ3นะ
But this Jax from Gigo was such a monster throughout this game. Once he got ahead, he was unstoppable. Did not know the damage numbers were going to reflect it that hard.
And unlike our previous Ezreal games in the tournament with very high damage numbers, Jax does not get damage for free.
That's a scaling champion, by the way.
จบสกอร์คิดว่าใครชนะเหรอโหมันเดาไม่ได้ดิคือผมต้องแบบวันบายวันเรื่อยๆอ่ะเพราะว่าถ้าดูแบบกะแบบนั้นมันยากนิดนึงดิเราไม่รู้เพอร์ฟอร์แมนซ์ไม่รู้ว่ามันจะดับยังไงอะไรอย่างเงี้ยไม่ใช้ดวงครับผมไม่ใช้ดวงครับผมใช้ฝีมือใช้การวิเคราะห์ลงทุนใช้สแตท
And this composition, in terms of scrapping, instead of
ผมไม่ได้ใช้แบบมั่วๆพูดส่งๆอ่ะ
particularly any Wukong combo in the early fights, so hard to deal with.
It looked good. We got ease of
execution.
We got the Geek Goat himself here. Game 1, Game 2, from 2-6 to 10-1. You can see better in lane, more damage overall.
904 damage a minute.
Also 30% damage almost as a top laner is crazy.
รีแมตช์รอป้าบอส
Just yesterday, if you missed
ผมว่าระหว่างพักผมว่าจะเป็นพักสักหน่อยอ่ะแบบนอนพักนอนพิงหลังเล่นแล้วเดี๋ยวเกมมาเราจะได้แบบมีสมาธิโฟกัสกับเกมไงไม่งั้นเดี๋ยวเราเหนื่อยเดี๋ยวเราล้าความคิดเราอาจจะเปลี่ยนอาจจะแบบแนวโน้มไอ้นี่น่าจะดีว่ะแต่ว่าเราเหนื่อยไงด้วยความเหนื่อยมันจะแบบงั้นเอาอันนี้ไปละกันแล้วบอกคนดูแบบส่งแต่ถ้าผมได้นอนพักคือผมจะไม่ส่งให้พวกคุณไงจะมีแม่นๆน่ะ
8 minutes, but that's kind of what is going to happen here, where I want everyone to watch Levi because he is going to end up, as we start rolling the clip through, he's going to end up getting absolutely owned after he goes on to Tatu. Tatu escapes because he's Wukong. Levi does not have anywhere to go, and he actually dies off the back side of this, right? And that's actually what's going to end up setting up
สรุป TFT จะมีจริงไหมคืออะไรครับน้องโบร TFT คืออะไร
their mid lane here, and as we play through, really quick, they're going to try to soak this up and still end up going for these grubs, right? Elio tries to hook in. Levi is back on the map. Emo TP's in for this, right? So he is TP'd in. They still think they're going to be able to go in, but kind of like the fight that we set up at the beginning, there's already a trap set because their bot lane for GAM is down here already. But I
เกมนี้ไม่มีสวยเหรอทายถูกอ่ะ
going to be able to rotate into this fight as we play
เกมหน้าเปอร์เซ็นต์แม่นๆอาจจะน้อยลงนะทั้งนั้นน่ะ
of what happens, and this is the fight that sets Furia up for success, right? So they go in.
เกมนี้ไม่มีสวยเหรอครับ
immediately gets off the stun, and Levi's just gonna run right into Ayu while Gigo ends up taking out Kiaya here with the help of
พูดเหมือนจำทำเหมือนเดิม
This is what really ends up setting them up, and they absolutely take over the game. Like, Gigo is then inside lanes, taking down turrets, he's in team fights, killing everyone. He's just a menace.
It's insane, and at the very beginning, all the way at the start of that clip, they got the Wukong side.
ไม่มี
just back off after that.
งั้นเกมหน้าแกมไปเลยแล้วกัน
That I think with
เกมหน้าแกมชนะ
even though they won game 1,
ไม่ดูดับละ
think back, there were a couple of moments where they already got themselves, I think, in a pretty good position, got a big
เกมหน้า
cooldown,
แกมชนะแล้วกันนะครับ
got a lead and objective, because again, even in that previous play, I think that the fact that they were there was fine, just how these fights play out, and in game number 1 was obviously very back and forth.
ทุเรศ
extremely lopsided, and I do hope that they can still lean into the macro advantage
เดี๋ยวมาล้อเล่น
going way too deep in these fights.
And I think it's really scary for GAM and GAM fans right now that the only GAM win we have seen so far this tournament was not convincing. It was so back and forth. It took so much time despite getting the early ball rolling, despite getting, I think, 3 towers before the enemy team even had 1. Of course, they still got the win, and that's what matters. We compare that to this Furia win, dominant, confident. The second that they got that lead, the game did not feel close for a single moment. So now what is the adjustment for GAM? Where do you focus? Is it just maybe now it's your turn to go red side? Are these both teams that just need to be counter-picking top lane? How do you set this game better up for success than the last one? Because clearly Furia have figured out a formula for success that I think is pretty easy to repeat. And this just in, GAM have picked blue side. The rest is subbing in now in mid lane. So big changes on the GAM lineup.
Yeah, and Ares, I think, is a better mechanical player, right? Like, Emo kind of takes a bit more of a backseat, but he works sometimes better with the team because Artemis and Kiaya are more of like the gold funnel carries on this team. So we'll see what they kind of want. I'm expecting maybe a standard draft with Ares on something that he can potentially play make on. I think for both of these teams, right? In both of their losses, we see when they're not able to make some of these early plays and have agency on the map, it really falls apart for them. So I think for GAM, they're going to be looking for something that they can get ahead early on.
And secondly, for me, in both matchups, whichever jungler start falling behind really struggles. Obviously, in this game, it was way more explosive because the way that the early fights played out. But when Levi was struggling, the entirety of GAM wasn't able to keep up. And Tatu in game 1 also had a tough time trying to get the impact that he found yesterday early on. So I'm going to be looking at the jungle matchup and who gets the edge there.
All right, we're keeping our eyes on early game, and we're keeping our eyes on the jungle position specifically as we get ready for game 3. We're going to head to a quick break, but when we return, time to see who's moving on to match point and who's going to have just a little bit more pressure in this elimination match.
Alright guys, I just landed in China. Let's go.
Play the local way, pay your way.
Have you ever seen the Great Wall at night?
the local way, pay your way.
In my darkest hour, I can feel the power. Won't be devoured, never been a coward. They stone sour, I'm gunpowder. If I say it louder, can you hear me now? I got the power. Counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Had to pay my debts, was a losing bet, and I knew what I could do, but had to prove I wasn't finished yet. Was an uphill climb, saw it in my mind, recite the lines every time. I got the power, counting down the hours till the whole world knows this is what it's like to be powerful. Never gonna settle, I'm on another level. I'm powerful. I'ma let 'em know I got the gold. I'm in control. I break the mold. I show the world just how powerful I can be. Had to fall so I could fly. Had to fail so I could rise.
Let me throw it down to the ground, make them turn around in the dark and light.
Is going to get the flash out of Levi. Levi flashes and just turns it into an engage onto Ayu, but Levi's getting locked down, and he is getting knocked down by Ayu. Another kill going to go their way as they kill off Elio. Artemis and Emo are on the run, and here comes Gigo. He wants it, and he's going to get it. The focus is onto Gigo, but Gigo is healing. Gigo is standing. The locket comes in through to keep him alive as Ayu arrives as well, and he's back onto the back line with Artemis. Artemis going to get knocked down. Furia crushing the fight. Welcome back to MSI 2025 here in Vancouver. We just got all tied up as Furia dominated game number 2, had a really back and forth game number 1, and the question is, how will GAM bounce back from that devastating loss in the last one?
Yeah, who's going to push us to match point? I feel like that the energy from both sides is still very positive. Of course, we've equalized things up. I don't think either side is really feeling the pressure just yet, but we might feel it as we get into the draft, because as the series continues, those pools continue to get pinched, and we've already seen a lot of the big power picks removed from play. Things like the Rumble, the Gwen, the Jax, top laners that we've seen be very contested, already removed from the pool. We've also seen the Wukong, the Xin, the Pantheon, the Vi, all taken out of the roster. So it feels like that we're going to be getting much deeper into these champion pools, and I wonder, for these junglers, Sejuani, Maokai, are these the type that they kind of prefer and prioritize? Because we've definitely seen them play them before, but is it really going to fit into the style that they're looking for in today's series?
Yeah, I mean, they might have to completely change up their drafting plan if they want to go for that, because I do think, you know, especially for Levi, he really does prefer bringing the damage as we head on into Champion Select, powered by Omen and HyperX for game number 3 here. You can see all the Fearless bands there in the center of your screen. You touched on it, Betty. 4 of these top-tier physical damage junglers already going to be banned out, as Varus will maintain his place on the ban list, as will MF.
MF has been something that they do not want to give IU. We saw a similar situation yesterday from G2. Akali now going to make its way onto the ban table, removing some playmaking from Tuts. Now will Fury respond? What direction do they consider problematic? Nocturne is something we've seen consistently remove from play. They do not want to give it over towards Levi, and it's going to remain on the ban table. Of course, Maokai and Sejuani, 2 junglers we're keeping our eyes on, still up and available. Kalista, an AD carry that did slip through the bans in the previous game, but perhaps rising in priority here. Well, I say that it showed up in the second phase, but something that could be prioritized.
That guy has swag.
He certainly does.
Yeah. We could never. We couldn't pull that off.
Never could I ever pull off a color scheme like that. I promise you, Azale.
All right, well, waiting for the 3rd ban here from GAM. It is going to be Rise, so it has really been a theme, I feel like, through these first 2 days, is the priority on these globals and semi-globals, banning them out, taking them away.
Twisted Fate.
Twisted Fate is up and available. That's where I was going to go. The fact that it still is up for Fury, it feels like conspicuously absent from the ban list, and now they have to make the decision, do we want to ban it out, or do we not think that Eris, who it looks like has subbed in, is going to play it?
Ooh, well, this is the thing.
Or has he? Because isn't that Toots right there? I think it is.
Yeah, Eris on the side of GAM.
Oh, yes, of course.
When they had Emo in the roster, they were consistently getting rid of the Twisted Fate. Perhaps this is something that Eris has in his back pocket. We'll have to wait and see, as the first pick yet to be locked in. GAM taking their time thinking about it. Do they want to lock in jungle? They want the Kalista. Something that we talked about has kind of moved to the second phase of bans a lot in this series. AD carries have kind of fallen to the wayside with a priority on getting that top side. The Twisted Fate now being available would be our first one of MSI. We've been hearing all about how strong it is on the current patch.
Yeah, definitely really powerful champion right now. Can play the map incredibly well, enable you through that split push. And once you get to the later stages and you have the rapid fire, just fishing with rapid fire gold cards is really tough to deal with. I was going to say Ashe up and available as well. To me, that is one of the strongest answers into the Kalista. When you just pick range into Kalista and you're harassing with, you know, something like a Nico or even a Seraphine, you know, Seraphine Ashe is going to be so annoying for Artemis to deal with on this Kalista, where you're just going to be outranged and constantly getting poked away at.
It's exactly what we saw from the G2 series, that Fury did in fact win. The Kalista really struggled to have impact, and of course the inbuilt synergy that both Seraphine has with Ashe, thanks to how her E works and with the slow already being applied, the potential route can come through. The Nico being hovered right now, GAM just hovering it as they contemplate their other options, want to make full use of the time that they have available to them. The beauty of the Nico is that it can of course be flexed into both the support and the mid lane position, is where we conventionally see them. Right now we will assume it's in support, considering that it's likely going to match the Ashe and the Seraphine that we see on the bot side of the map. Jungle is kind of my expectation right now for GAM. Question is, what direction are they thinking about? Do they want to go for something like the Sejuani, relatively safe? Do they want to go a little bit more scaling? Or are they going to completely ignore what I'm saying and instead lock in an Aatrox?
Aatrox going to get locked in here for Kiaya. It does feel like you need, you know, some sort of reliable engage. Yes, you can Kalista ult in the Nico and have that be your start to the fight, but generally it doesn't feel like it's very successful as a solo engage. As this guy's playing ARAM, buying hats. Must be full build.
ถ้ารอบนี้ทายถูกสมัครสมาชิกพี่เต้ปะเนี่ย
Either that or he's a troll and he's just not buying
An
it.
excellent demonstration of perfect balance.
พี่เต้หรือเต้เฉย
As we do have the answer coming
เต้
through
ลิเวอร์พูล
from
ปะเนี่ย
Vigo. is going to grab the Ambessa. So both
เต้ไหนอะ
sides still will be needing their mid laner presumably as well as their jungler. Of course, Nico could be going mid. Seraphine in theory can be going mid, but we are expecting these to be supports.
Now, Fury is in a position where they could really pinch the mid lane pool.
เอาไงตานี้
So taken away.
Exactly, they could do the same thing for jungle, right? So, depending on what they feel they need to prioritize, there's a lot of flexibility with the direction. It seems like
พี่
jungle
ซี
is
บอย
the direction
ง่วง
they
ว่ะ
go. With the Trundle ban,
พักไหมพี่ซีบอย
alarm bells start to ring. Sejuani potentially even
เต้ใหม่
moving
อ๋อ
alongside.
เต้
And
เหร
of
อ
course, with that, they would have very limited AP on the side of
นี่
Fury.
เต้
And
ใหม่
then
เหรอ
Sejuani as a jungler just provides good engage, great follow-up, and just
ง่วง
good
ๆว่ะ
synergy
พี่
with
ซี
champions
บอย
like
พัก
Nexus
ไหม
as well.
And if Levi's not able to grab a tank or something, honestly, you don't really care if you're more
เราดูเฉยๆได้ปะ
heavy because there's not anyone that's really over there to super
เกรด
punish
วิ
it,
เคราะห์แล้ว
right?
ว่ะ
For sure, things like Cabbies become more efficient, but it's not really that big of a deal as long as there is not an immense amount of tankiness over on the other side. And Skarner would be one of those tanks that you could answer with, if they did go towards something like the Yone that you're talking about.
Jarvan, oh wow, a lot of junglers have been removed from the pool.
Jarvan and Skarner. So yeah, all the tank junglers, the prime tank junglers are all getting banned out as well. As we do have the Maokai, the Sejuani, the Skarner, all removed.
Is fantastic into Kalista. Just those champions that leverage their mobility. Poppy is just really good at that.
I've got to say, it feels like it was something that I didn't immediately think of, and I feel like GAM kind of forgot about it too. Because when you're looking at both the Aatrox and the Kalista, like that is so difficult to deal with.
100%.
It really does fit the bill for everything that they would want. That being said, Lilia, if he did go for that, is a great matchup into the Poppy. I do not believe that we're going to get an 80 assassin into the Poppy. I think that would be really tough. Okay, so he is actually going Kha'Zix. This is kind of crazy.
I don't know if it's good, but I like it. Kha'Zix being locked in on the international stage, always fun to watch. The twisted fate to round things out, the pick potential that becomes available.
คาซิกออกเซอ
side
ร์
lane
เพน
plays that become an
เซอ
option.
ร์เพนแฟง
Exciting
จอกเกาะ
composition
ได้
from
4 ตัว
It is really exciting. So it is going to be TF Kha'Zix as the final 2 picks here. It does feel like you
Kalista
are
ช่วย
very
นิ
committed
โกะ
to getting flanks, to finding picks. Because if you're just trying to walk straight through
Object.
a Poppy and a
Object.
Seraphine ult, like it
ฝั่ง
is going
ล่าง
to be
น่าจะ
almost
ได้
impossible here. I think Silas is also a
ต้น
great
เก
pick
ม
because you can match the
Seraphine
ropes of
add
the
on
TF with the stolen ultimate. You have things like the Pop Blossom to steal as well. So I do think it really works. It's also not really one of these champions that you want to hard focus in a fight, right? Because you can get relatively tanky, you can be difficult to actually knock down. So it does feel like it's going to be very tough for this GAM lineup to fight through what Furia has drafted and try to get to that back line where, again, you're in this situation where it just always feels like IU is kind of like the only target.
It's one of those matchups in mid lane.
แกมครับแกม
I still remember Showman
ดูจาก
against
ดาร์ฟละ
Twisted Fate back in the day and
แกมครับ
oppressive
เล่นยากเกินครับ
he was on the
ฟู
TF
เรีย
in this matchup in particular that is just burned so clearly into my mind that I know how much damage a TF is capable of doing
คือมันจะใช้คอมโบแอช
and how
แอมเบ
difficult
ซ่า
it can be for the Silas. We'll see how
แต่ว่าใน
Twitch
ความเป็นจริง
manages
มัน
the
ไม่ได้ง่าย
pressure.
แบบนั้นอะที่แบบ
If he
อัน
really
ติเสร็จ
experiences that
แล้ว
much,
ก็
'cause if you're
แอ
willing
มเบ
to
ซ่า
fight
พุ่ง
in
ไป
the
ด้าน
mid
หลัง
lane, it can get pretty crazy. This
มัน
Kha'Zix
จะโดน
though,
ขวาง
I mean,
อะ
there's
โด
a
น
lot of
ขวาง
dash
โดน
champs
คาริสตา ไค
going into the Poppy. Now, of course, Poppy can't block them all. I mean,
แกมครับแกมเกมนี้
myself too when I have a draft like this.
It's like, technically she can. If
Kha'Zix
you all dash at the
มี
same
เจาะ
time
เกาะ
while the thing is up, then yes, she can actually block them all. But in reality, that's
ปา
not
ด
normally how the
น่า
fight
จะเข้าหม
plays
ด
out. What I will say though is just Poppy
เก็บออบเจก
makes
ต์ไว
it hard.
คาซิก
It
น่า
makes
จะ
you
ดีกว่า
second guess. It always adds that extra
แกม
thing
ครับ
you
แก
have
ม
to
แก
play
ม
around. And of course, it's on the Poppy player. If you just use that steadfast presence willing,
ถ้าถูกโดพันหนึ่ง
becomes very easy to
บ
play
วกสมัค
around.
รสมาชิก
Mobility champions aren't punished that
แกม
hard.
แกมน้องแกม
Some interesting grabs. Can
Gam,
what
gam,
we've come
gam.
to expect with Fearless as you get deeper in.
แกมเลยอย่างนั้นแกมเลย
Game 3.
พี่ซิตี้บอยแกมเลย
I won't say that I expect the Kha'Zix into the Poppy though in a game 3. There still are, a lot of options, but
Gam,
Levi
gam,
throwing it
gam
down,
แบบเนี้ย
Kha'Zix definitely
ไม่
is
ยาก
a piece
ไม่
of
ยาก
shipmanship and is very difficult to make work at the professional level where people are so aware of where you could be coming from, so good at actually peeling and interrupting you looking for
ฝ่า
these
เล่นยากอะ
plays. The bot lane as
คือมัน
well
เป็นภาพ
I
แบบ
think is
เด็ก
going
น้อย
to
เกิน
be
อะ
difficult for GAM.
แบบ
We're
แอช
definitely
อัน
very
ติ
heavily
แอมเบ
outrange
ซ่า
by the
พุ่ง
Seraphine
เข้า
Ash
มา
when you're playing the
ตามด้วย
Kalista.
เซราฟิน
So
ซึ่ง
it's
มัน
gonna
เป็น
be a
แบบ
tough draft to execute on, but if they
อัน
can
ติ
make
แบบ
it
จินต
work,
นาการ
it
อะ
would be extremely
ซึ่งในความเป็น
exciting.
จริงแม่งไม่อยู่
We
ให้
saw
แบบว่า
Inspire
เรียง
even
หัว
playing the
เรียงตัว
Kha'Zix
กัน
in
ขนาด
game
นั้น
5 of our finals. If we're able to make that work,
ตื่นยังตื่นแล้ว
but,
ตื่นแล้ว
it's definitely tough.
พันหนึ่งมา
Think back as well
Gam,
to
gam, gam.
Canyon, picking the Kha'Zix, often using it as a matchup into things like the
Gam
Zhao
ơi.
in particular, just because of your strong dueling prowess, and I think that's often the idea that Kha'Zix is a very 1v1, especially a champion like Poppy early on. You struggle to win out on the isolated matchup, but in order to leverage that, you need control of your lanes. And so you already highlighted the bot side of the map. It's not going to go that favorably. It's going to be made even worse now that the map has been split and the bot lane of GAM has kind of been isolated from support from their jungler.
And we saw what happened yesterday against BLG when that bot lane got isolated. They were able to get dove early on. It just became an absolute disaster. This is the difficulty when you are heavily outranged. They're going to go for it. They're going to be looking for this poke. Kiaya, though, he could be that pressure on the top side that they need. He is a player who has showed up big for them so many times, and him and Levi can really get Kiaya and put him into a place where he's very difficult to take down on that Aatrox.
ผมบอกให้มันสวนผิดวัน
That could be the difference maker.
วันนี้มันคือวันของผม
Tatu again just trying to clear down towards his bot side. Kiaya taking a nice trade onto Gigo, but the problem is Artemis and Elio still level 1 here. You can see Artemis has even missed a lot of the experience. He's actually behind where Elio is, so wasn't even in range for a lot of this XP, and he needs to get level 2, but they took away enough of those Krugs that Tatu didn't get level 3 on his 3-camp clear, so that's actually really, really big that Elio was able to do that, stealing away some of those, and now he gets level 3 as he actually soaks in that experience. So we'll be able to potentially look for the dive, and I think they're going to go for it here. Elio wants to be the main target because Artemis is still level 1. Great route. The Tangle Bard's locking up Jojo, gets him low, but now the redive is going to come in. Artemis isn't even here. He's got no help whatsoever. Elio has nowhere to go. It's an easy first blood there for IU. As Artemis wasn't even involved. It's 17-3 CS. It feels like game 3 against BLG just yesterday.
Artemis was completely denied from experience, which means that there was nothing he could offer to Elio in that dive. It was effectively a 1 versus 3. Levi, though, aware of the dive being invested. Tatu hasn't had time to clear his side of the jungle, which means that Levi wants to use this window to move in and steal away what camps he can. He's foregone his blue buff and his wolves. He's stealing away the wolves right now. And this is the type of matchup that he's looking for, but Jojo and Aya...
This is kind of spooky, though. He could actually get spotted here. Oh, just barely. I mean, if Tatu got up the steadfast presence there, he could actually interrupted him on that, and then the collapse potentially could have come through. Kiaya and Gigo trading very heavily. Nice Tangle Barb does land, try to get some damage down onto Jojo, but Artemis has not even gotten to base and buy. And you can see the itemization much better, therefore the chain's gonna connect. Kiaya's gonna look for it, and Kiaya's gonna get it just when they need it most. The GAM top laner comes up big time.
Exceptional from
Kiaya at the top lane.
Getting a solo kill. He has been chipping away at Gigo's health bar, and he just gets the better of him. I feel like in the lane, we've been seeing that consistently throughout today. Kiaya getting himself a solo kill, getting down the board.
That is huge, but again, they're going to have to solve this problem here. How do you keep Artemis relevant in this game? He's got nearly half the CS of his opponent. Yes, there are more minions coming towards him, but Levi did not actually reveal there. That was critical. They pinged where the ward could be.
อ้าวเซราฟินโดนล็อกเรียบร้อยตายปะ
Classic
Fat
Levi does arrive, but stepping forward. It's IU flashing to follow and getting the kill. Levi should be able to run him down. Does get one back as Eris fighting heavily here against Toots in the mid lane, taking the better end of that trade. The trade of flashes did have to spend the cleanse as well, though, for Artemis. And again, he goes down, and it's going to be in this awkward position where he's just not getting any of this income. The kill went to the Kha'Zix. IU is 800 gold ahead in this individual matchup, and Artemis barely even has 800 gold of combat stats.
It's a very awkward situation that the bot lane finds themselves in, and this is where the responsibility of the other GAM members just raises. They're going to have to support their AD carry as much as possible, and they're going to have to get him through what is a rough early laning phase. Fury was able to do it in game 1.
เอามั่วนะ
Here comes the collab
ป๊อปปี้มั่วนะ
from Kiaya. Tatu could be in some trouble. He does have the flash, and he's going to have to spend it. Kiaya just got to level 6. Is he going to pop the ulti? Yes, of course he is. In comes Twisted Fate, and Gigo's going to get locked down by that gold card. There's Tangle Barb to follow it up, and it's another kill for GAM. Tatu gets greedy, and he gets punished.
Eris
ทำไม
and
มึ
the
งให้
Twist
แก
of
ม
Fate,
โอ้โห
the ability to
ประ
quickly
สบการณ์
collapse
มันบอก
demonstrates how scary these situations can be and how
คือเฟอร์มัน
effective
มอง
the
แต่
Twisted
ภาพ
Fate
แบบ
ultimate
ตื้
can
น
be
ๆ
in
อ่ะแบบ
these
เบสิก
situations
เด็
as
กเล่น
well.
กัน
I've also got to highlight Tatu had not even based
ใน
before
ความเป็น
going
จริ
for
ง
that
มันไม่
mid
มี
base.
ใคร
So he
ยื
was
นแบบ
just on his jungle
ให้มัน
item.
อันตี
Where
อ
you
ย่างนั้
look
น
over on the
ง่ายๆอ่ะ
other side, Levi had a good 1,500 plus
Good
gold
start,
worth of
good
combat
start,
stats that he
City
had
Boy.
actually purchased up. So when you invade on a play like that
Good
without
start,
having
good
spent
start.
any gold, you were stuck in a
เริ่มต้น
position
มา
where you can't actually take the fight. You just are hoping to steal the camp and then get out of there. But unfortunately, it's Gigo that pays for the sins of his jungler
กูส
there.
ตาร์จัดอะเกม
I'm
นี้
hoping that we can get a replay of that last fight
คือ
while
แอ
we
ดได้
are
คิว
sitting
ไป
at
แต่
the
ว่า
walls, just kind of break through a breakdown
วิน
so
คอนมันไม่
exactly
อยู่
what
ที่
went
แอช
through
อะ
in
เกม
that
เนี้ย
play because as you highlighted
วิน
there
ค
are
อน
a
ข
number
อง
of
ฝั่ง
steps
นู้น
that
มันคือแอมเบ
often
ซ่า
when it comes to an
ซึ่งแอม
invade
เบ
you've
ซ่า
got to
โด
make
น
sure
โซ
that
โล่
you're
คิว
doing it with the proper prio
แล้วก็โดนฆ่าตะ
things
กี้
like Twisted Fate
เสีย
your
เว
ability
ลา
to
เสีย
collapse
ทาม
is
มิ่ง
so quick we've seen it with Talia as well when utilizing the wall you can just cut off the enemy mid from being able to roam over and assist the jungle and even if you do have that push that doesn't necessarily mean much if Twisted Fate can literally teleport on your face and turn the fight into a numbers advantage that stun card providing so much value in these early skirmishes
อย่าโลกพี่ซิตี้บอย
top
อย่า
side
โล
of
ก
the map still going very well for GAM
Really well.
even though Artemis finds himself in a very difficult position right now the fact that the top side has the advantages that they do means that they're in a good position to at the very least bring him back into the game
เอมเบซ่า
Absolutely.
ต้อง
We
เกิด
will
อะ
update you
ไม่
as
เกิด
soon
ก็
as
เล่น
we
ยาก
know what is going on here with this pause. We are going to try to get that replay in while we do wait, but
ไม่เกิดก็
it is
เข้า
a
มาแล้วก็
very
ตาย
even
แบบ
game
งง
overall.
ๆเพ
Of
ราะว่าตัว
course,
มัน
bot lane
ยังไง
for
ก็ต้อง
one
เข้ามา
side
ถูกปะล่ะ
heavily in the favor of Furia, and then the top side definitely going the way
ดา
of
เมจ
GAM.
ไม่มีก็เข้ามาตาย
Kiai
งง
grabbing that early solo kill, Levi being able to pick up a kill, and then even the Twisted Fate getting involved there, and I believe he was the one who actually claimed that third kill for the Feat of Warfare. So GAM going to be happy about what they've gotten going on
ไม่
the
โล
top
ก
side.
ทำงาน
And
อยู่
as long
ทำงาน
as
อยู่นะ
those members
ไม่โล
are
กนะ
strong, they can be the ones to put the pressure on IU and make his job very, very difficult.
100%. The thing about Ashe Seraphine though is it's quite a
ใจเย็นไว้ใจเย็นไว้
defensive bot lane. You have the ultimate available on the Seraphine. The amount of CCs and slows that you have in conjunction with both the Ashe and the Seraphine makes them a difficult bot lane to get onto. And flanks was something that you talked a lot about that we'll have to keep track of if GAM is able to properly
ใครพอด
execute this.
วะ
They have no true
Hardware
gauge, I
issue
say, with this composition
Hardware
to make it
issue
easy
นะ
to start the fights that they want.
Absolutely. So just quick update, and what we have been told is that there is hardware issues that are being reported on the Furia side. So they are having that investigated. They will get that sorted out and fixed up as
Hardware
soon
issue.
as possible. As our RT team will be diligently working on stage to get everything.
เริ่มเล่นใหม่ควรทำอะไรบ้าง ถ้าเริ่มเล่นใหม่จริงๆใช่ไหมน้องสมัคร ID ก่อน
I would say that is
อย่างแรก
a crucial component of any
โหลด
competitive
เก
game.
มเข้าเกมแล้วก็ไป
And both these teams
ไปลองเล่นกับบอท
looking quite even so far in this third game. Of course, this is an elimination match, lower bracket
เริ่ม
here
เล่นใหม่
in
ก็เล่นอ
the
ย่างนั้นแหละ
play-ins.
อย่างแรก
Whoever
นะครับ
loses will be
เล่น
done
เป็น
at
ค่อยเล่นกับคน
MSI, the first team to exit. Of course, not a situation that anyone wants to be in. Both of them would like to win, and the winner here would then play the loser of the next match, which is BLG versus G2. That'll be the series coming up right after this.
I mean, MSI has always been the tournament of champions, in a sense. They just kind of only invite the best of the best.
ให้แม่นยังโอ้โหพี่ซิน
That's
นี่ผ
why
มโคตร
NA
แม่นอะ
only needed one team.
Exactly. That's the thing.
Yeah.
And
พี่ซินดูตัวเลขด้านบนนี่
it's in a
ทาย
sense
ถูก
that the
8 ผิด
competition
แค่
is
2
tough.
อะ
The format is also ruthless. You know, you lose
เสี
two
ย
in a
ดายเมื่อวาน
round and winning
G2
it
มัน
only
กาก
makes
ไปหน่
the
อย
competition harder. So it's definitely a super fun tournament. It's always been one of my favorites throughout the year just because of how competitive it is.
So this is the replay. We are not back into game. This is the replay of the invade for Tatu. Again, you can see he had not purchased any items whatsoever. Levi on the other side had spent quite a lot of gold.
But you can see that the logic is, well, I've got 3 members here. It should be a relatively safe invade. With Jojo at my back, I feel relatively safe. However, the ability of the Twisted Fate to just abandon the mid-wave, ulti into the play, provide that stun card and turn the play in their favor was, I think, the biggest difference maker. And it was a situation where Furia thought that they had more control than they did. The response from GAM was good. And it ended up
ไม่มีขนม
resulting
แล้ว
in
ว่ะ
more kills to
ต้อง
the
ไปหยิบ
GAM
ขนม
top
ด้าน
side,
ล่าง
getting
มา
that kill over towards the Twisted Fate as well. We already know his gold passive
เดี๋ยว
helps
ค่อยไปแล้วกัน
just generate more resources. Once he's being left alone, if you give him a kill as well, that gold really starts to stack very quickly, and that Twisted Fate gets very out of control.
Yeah, exactly. You get ahead, you get pushed in the wave, and then all of a sudden you can attack that top lane where Kiai is already winning. Gigo is quite behind. You know, we saw that Kiai was already level 6 for that fight. Gigo was not, so was able to pop that ulti, chase him down, you know, help to get that kill. And I do think that is clearly going to be the avenue for attack. You know, continue to go towards your strength, look towards that top lane, try to play through side lanes where TF Kha'Zix plus the Aatrox, that is a scary potential dive. You know, as Gigo, you're under your towers and Vesa, there's not much outplaying the gold card.
it's a very terrifying pick comp.
ส่วนใหญ่คนไม่ค่อยสั่งมันค่าส่งแพงเกิน
Having a great time. The next, an
ส่
invisible
งบ้าน
bug
นะ
with
ไม่รู้
giant
แบบ
sides
10-20
fan
ดอลน่ะ
shows up, and then you've
ค่า
also
ส่ง
got a
อะ
man throwing cards at your face, and that just appears in an instant. Twisted Fate ultimate, the stealth from the Kazakhs, it can very quickly turn
คือ
into a
ขับร
3
ถออก
versus
ไป
1
ซื้อแม่ง
situation that you're
ถู
not
กกว่าเย
prepared
อะ
for. And so the things that you've got to be mindful of when you're playing is that invisible threat, the ability of a team to collapse on you. So every time you make a play, anything that you do can quickly be punished.
Absolutely, got to track where they could be on the map. Update, we are getting the ready checks for the players, so the issues have been solved. As the players will do their ready checks, we'll hopefully be heading on into game here pretty quickly. It looks like we are back and ready for the continuation here of game number 3.
มาละ
GAM out to 1,000 gold lead, but I
นำ
still
เยอะอยู่ครับเกม
maintaining
นี้
a great advantage down on this bot.
ป่านำกี่หลุม3หลุม4หลุม
I mean, credit to Artemis, as far as I can
ป่า
tell,
น
he's
ำ4หลุมไม่แย่นะ
close the CS. Gavin, Artemis has a level lead now. So while Jojo was off roaming, rather than keeping that pressure up in the bot side of the map, he has just been doing a good job of farming up and, at the very least, doing his best to get
มัน
back
แพงขนาด
into
นั้นเลยเหรอ
this
แก๊ปที่
game.
นั่นแพงครับ ไม่ค่อยมีคนสั่งหรอก
trying to bait Toots in, see if he would actually jump forward. If he would have had a nasty surprise with Levi waiting.
I mean, we haven't seen TF in competitive for all. We've obviously seen bits and pieces of it showing up around the world.
ไทยดีสุดแล้ว
Oh, they're going to pop the
ค่า
ghost.
ส่
They're
ง
just trying to run them down. Tangle Barbs does not connect. Tatu is here.
อ๋อแต่ว่าอาหาร
Maybe a
แพ
bit
ง
of an
ใช่ไหม
overforce there, as now the stolen TF ult is going to come
เอา
through for
บราซิล
Toots.
เริ่มมั่วบราซิลเริ่มมั่ว
Quite a bit
คุณ
there.
ดู
You know, the ghost is going to be used. They use the stolen
Brazil
ulti.
มั่ว
They
นะครั
can't
บ
really find anything. I think they needed a bit more patience on the play, as now Eris is going to get to shove this in for free.
บราซิล
and
เริ่ม
take an
มั่ว
easy
นะ
reset.
ยิ้มเลยอย่างงี้คน
Look
ดู
at
ยิ้ม
the
เล
advantage
ย
that Eris now has. A 12
ใครสวน
CS
ผมนะ
lead, 700 gold,
เนี่ย
facilitated by both
มีคนสวนผมเหรอ
passive and the kill that he was able to find.
ชื่อ
Eris
อะไร
is
นะ
really being set up
โช
for
กี้
success. And for those
โช
that
กี้
don't
ส
know,
วน
GAM are very free flowing with how they interchange
เนี่
their
ย
mid lane.
ไม่
As
ศรัท
Eris
ธา
is
ไง
the type of player that's a lot more resource
ไม่ศรัทธาก็
demanding. He's the type of player that
เสีย
wants
ใจ
to
ด้วย
have
นะครั
that
บ
jungle attention, wants to have a few more resources funneled into him, and when he's given to them, he's often the bigger carry for the team. In contrast to Emo, who's a little bit more reserved and more of a team player. And right now, he is really being set up for success.
เสียใจ
He is
ด้วย
being
นะค
set
รับ
up to be that carry for the team. And we'll see how that translates as we get closer to
กู
the
ก็
mid
สวน
game.
โอ้โหเรียบ
First
ร้อย
dragon is of course still available.
เรียบร้อย
Neither
backship
side
ด้วยเหร
will
อ
put a priority on it.
backship
With the
ด้วย
club spawning soon,
โดนไปดิ
it looks like right now GAM have no interest in contesting it.
Yeah, and GAM is actually going to go between the
โด
waves
นไปดิ
here
ทั้งนั้น
to
อะ
try to make
ไม่
it
ย
so
อม
Gigo
เชื่อกัน
can
เนี่ย
actually get back to that tower. We'll see if they can keep him off.
ไม่
As
ยอม
Levi's
เชื่อ
going
กัน
to be
เนี่ย
soloing up this dragon in the meantime. And yeah, they have spotted
หน้าตู่
where
ด้วยเหรอ หน้า
Gigo
ตู่ด้วย
is.
เหรอ
So Gigo's going to be trapped
โอ้
in
โห
that
ส่วน
side
ผม
brush.
เยอะ
He's
นะเนี่ย
losing all of the farm right now to this tower.
คุณไปเชื่อใครเนี่ย
Tower's just denying minion after minion after
โอ้
minion.
โหเสียดาย
GAM really getting the better of this. As you see on the top side, Kiaya is going to be getting this free
เสี
farm.
ยดายว่ะ
Their
แทนที่จะไปกระดัง
prize
กิน
will be
ตี
the
น้อย
grubs, though, so that is the trade-off. But the question is, are the grubs more valuable than these multiple waves that they've lost this bot tower,
แทนที่
as
จะตามไป
well
กิน
as
ตีน้อย
potential
มันเลือก
plates?
สวนผม
Remains to be seen.
I
ก็
think
เรียบ
GAM
ร้อยไปดิ
very happy with how this early game is going so far. The bot lane situation looked terrifying. The biggest contrast to the BLG game in this one is BLG were already winning the game at this point.
They're going to look for a dive here. Hexflash coming in.
ทำไรอ่ะป๊อปปี้เอ้ยมั่วนะป๊อปปี้เรียบร้อยดิครับ ขออนุญาตคิวนะ ขออนุญาตคิวนะครับ ลงมาเก็บคิวฟรีว่ะ ขออนุญาตคิวนะ
to turn that dive around.
We were
Can't be
just
catching
talking
นะครับ
about
คน
it,
ดูนะ
Azale. Every
รียบร้อย
play you make, you have to be super conscious of a man with a deck of magic playing cards showing up. The Twisted Fate immediately ulties towards the
ไม่ได้
top
กลับ
side.
ไม่ได้กลับ
They turn their play in their favor. And the Silas
4-2 ล้างแต
What
ก
is the result of all of this? The
โดน
bot
เวท
lane
บลู
getting completely free access onto this
4-2 ล้างแตก
tower.
โดนเว
I
ท
mean,
บลู
Gigo never got back to that bot lane tower, by the way. This is like 5+ minion waves that died to this tower in a row. That is a massive amount of experience and gold that has been lost. You can see Kiaya is about to hit level 9. Gigo's 7.5. That is that difference of everything that he's missed out on. And that is a really big deal, as Gigo was already behind, and now he's 30+ CS behind. He's over a full level behind, and he is going to really struggle, I think, in this game.
Artemis holds on to the level lead that he was able to build over Ayu. in terms of the gold, it's practically nothing now. Their itemization is pretty
ใช่
much
แม่นแล้วหมั่น
identical.
ไส้
The Blade of
เอ้า
the Ruin King going to be coming out very soon for Artemis. I mean, he's just completed his base, so we'll likely have to generate a decent amount of gold. And as you rightly highlighted on the top side of that,
ไม่มีใคร
Kiaya
เชื่อเอง
is
อะ
chilling. A 950 gold lead over his counter matchup.
I mean, look
ไม่อย่า
at
พลาด
it.
นะแกมเดี๋ยวพี่โดนซ้
Sundered Sky to
ำคนรอ
not
ซ้ำพี่เยอะ
much
นะเว้ย
over
แก
on
ม
the
Rod of
outside.
Ages in
เอา
10
ดีน้อง
minutes into the game. Like, things are looking good for GAM.
They are looking really
Hey,
good.
hey,
They're
hey,
gonna get that
Gavin.
stacking up
Let
that
it be.
much earlier here. And Gigo just is
คนรอ
not
ซ้ำ
gonna
พี่
be
เย
able
อะ
to
นะเว้ย
interact whatsoever. You see the one-item power spike even
Yeah,
done in
more,
the jungle
more.
there for Levi. He's got the early Ghost Blade, so is going to be going for a pretty aggressive build in this game, as you would expect on the Kazakhs.
Yeah, I mean, he's already been the point of conversation, I will admit. We were a bit skeptical about the Kazakhs coming in on this draft. Our main concern with this GAM composition is how do they really start fights? Like, they've got to be quite clever with their execution and approach to the team fights. As Kiaya gets a massive trade in the top lane once again. Because they're going to rely on flanks, rely on picks, rely on creative ways. And if your main engage is
Kalista ดูไม่ดุเลยว่ะเกม
throwing
นี้
your Nico into the enemy team and hoping that it
ปกติ
sticks,
ตัวมันต้อง
it
แบบ
might work.
ดูๆหน่อย
But you're going to need good vision coverage, good
เท่าๆ
flank
นำๆ
angles, and an easy access onto IU, which I don't think is going to be that easy.
No, it's not whatsoever. And I will say, though, a lot of those problems are solved by being ahead, because then often you get the push, you show up to the objective first, now they have to walk into a potential gold card and potential poke as they are coming through those chokes. And the fact is, well, that GAM is going to be able to play the sidelines very well with his TF. I always think when you have a split push
ปาก
round,
เป็น
it's
ไร
so
แอคอยู่
critical
ครับ
to get
พี่
early
ซิน
dragons because it buys you time then. You're not drawn
ขออ
to
นุญาตแอ
that
คนะ
potential soul fight. They got the first dragon. We'll see if they can go for the
เรีย
second.
บ
They're
ร้อย
going for a dive here. Kiaya trying to set it up. Eris has
ปึ๊บ
the gold card prepped and ready. And
ปึ๊บ
Gigo's going to get
โอ้
stunned
สับ
up.
ไม่โดน
Great
คืออะไร
sidestep
อ่ะ
from Kiaya.
ไม่เป็น
Dodges
ไร
the
ได้
public
แฟน
execution as Levi
รีวายตามไป
will
แล้ว
not be dodged. Jumps
โอ
in,
เค
takes his spear, and knocks him down.
โอ
This
เค
is exactly how we wanted to see GAM play this
Really
composition.
good.
They've been reactive with the TF ultimate. They've been proactive with the TF
Really
ultimate.
good.
It feels like that whenever Eris has the TF ultimate available, they're looking to
Instantly.
make a play.
Exactly. I mean, we're 12 minutes in. He's had 3 successful ults.
Yep.
He had the counter dive
More,
on top lane,
more.
this dive now, as well as the TF ult to actually catch Tatu on the invade. That is fantastic. Everything he is doing is
Oh,
working
then he's had
really
4
well.
because there was the jungle invade
Oh,
as
true,
well.
yeah.
So he's been on point with
He's
these ultis
everywhere.
in this game. A really high impact TF performance so far. Levi, I was worried about how he would have impact on this game, but he
เกม
finds
นี้
himself
Levi เอาให้ว่ะ
2-0-0 on the Kazakhs as well. He's not going to be spotted out on vision just yet. So
Boy,
what's
yeah,
highlighting
boy,
for is that they are aware of the vision made by Furia, but it feels like Furia are just kind of running out of options. Poppy needs setup.
ทำไมไว้บอสให้แม่นโอ้โหก็ให้แม่นเมื่อวานมันรู้สึกผิดกับคนดูไง
Silas has some as well.
วันนี้ก็เลยแบบ
But on the top side of the map, there's very little that they can do.
ตั้งใจหน่อยแล้ว
There
กัน
really is, and Levi is here and waiting.
เรียบ
He's
ร้อ
just gonna
ย
get the bad news,
เอา
steals the
ไม่
Kazakhs ult.
เวียด
We'll be able to use that to go in Viz and
เมื่
just
อวานรู้สึก
back
ผิดค
it
นดูไง
up. So well played
วันนี้
there
ก็เลย
by Toots in the
ให้หน่อย
response, but that is the play that they were looking for earlier. Eris just waiting with Levi behind him. If you ever jump in there, you're gonna get hit. And if you never jump in
ไม่
in
รู้
these
มี
melee versus range
มีอะไร
matchups, well, guess what? You get slowly whittled down.
มี
You
อะไร
get
ได้
pushed
คืนหรือ
in.
เปล่านะ
So it is kind of that lose-lose scenario if you don't have eyes on Levi.
ถ้าไม่มีอะไรก็อาจจะมั่วๆหน่อยนะ
The
เกม
depth
หน้า
doesn't even matter. He's even in the farm. This horrible bot lane scenario that they were in early on
เกมหน้า
has
อาจจะ
been
แบบ
completely mitigated.
มั่วๆนิด
And
นึ
this
ง
bot tower is about to fall as well. They've been able to get all 4 plates from it. They're going to secure this tower.
แต่
The
ถ้า
gold
มี
will
อะไร
swing
มา
in
ก็
Artemis'
จะพยายาม
favor.
แม่นให้
The
อะ
farm up here.
ก็เฟิร์สเทเลตแล้วอะตอนนี้
And now the gold is all blue. It is advantage across the board. GAM have accrued a 4K gold lead. It is the opposite story of what we saw in Game 2.
Yeah.
Furia were nothing
เขา
but
เรียกว่าค่า
dominant,
ความรู้
but huge
ไม่ใช่
credit to
หวัง
Eris.
ผ
They
ล
needed him to come in
ค่า
and
ความ
have a
รู้
carrying performance, and he has done just that on this Twisted Fate.
He's smurfing. We'll see if Fury can turn around because I still think their 5v5 is very good compositionally, but this far
ค่าความ
behind it
รู้
is
ไง
really
เรา
tough
มี
to make
ทัก
it
ษะ
work.
ด้านนี้
Game
ไง
1, like
เล่
said,
นมานาน
very back and forth. Game 2 was a stomp for Fury. Game 3 is looking like GAM are crushing right now. You can see the additional plate gold that they have grabbed.
ตามที่
It's
บ
been
อกอุ้ย
massive.
1,000 ใช่ไหม
And I
กับ
feel
สอง
like
สมาชิก
everything
ใช่ไหม
kind of
เต้
went wrong off of that lane swap from Furia. It would be really interesting to
น่าจะ
hear
นานใช่ไหม
the
เกม
dev's
เนี้ย
opinion on
เต้
that when they do break this game down, because I felt like with Artemis and Elio, how much they were
ให้
able
คำชม
to
พอได้ไหม
keep
โอ้
Ego
คำ
away
ชม
from
เหร
that
อ
bot lane tower really
คำชม
changed
มัน
the
ก็ได้
game.
มาเยอะแล้ว
They
อ่ะ
lost 4 to 5 full minion waves, and they farmed all the plates in the meantime.
Look at how much gold Eris has gotten from his passive. like that is just so much from the TF passive.
That's crazy.
It's such a strong passive, and it's just like it is a win
I think that's
more
passive gold.
Oh,
Yes.
you might be. So maybe the other was actually the
ไม่ง่วงแล้วเหรอก็
yeah,
มันแล้วแต่เกมอะ
bounties and stuff because I was
เกม
like,
ไหน
wait a
ง่วง
second,
เกมไหน
that's
ไม่
like
ง่ว
That's
ง
a good call. That is a good call. Because you're right. That was a lot of
It
gold.
would be a lot of gold. I was like, really? It's that good? But definitely, you can check that out in the Coinbase gold grind graphic. It is interesting to see, the breakdown of the gold and where it's all coming from when someone has a lot of kills versus, if they're getting a ton from towers and plates and things like that, which would be included, I assume, in the other as well. So definitely cool to see.
Now, Herald was just secured. Eris has been sent towards the top side of the map.
สวย
They
อยู่
want
สวยอยู่
Gigo again, I think.
แต่
They're
ป้อม
moving up
เฟิร์ส
towards
มา
this
แล้วแล้วก็
top
วิ่ง
side.
ขึ้นบน
Eris has the ulti
เดิน
ready.
เกมเป๊ะละ
They're
แกม
trying to get vision in the jungle, make sure that there's no sort of a response that could be
เดิน
coming
เกม
here
เป๊ะแล้วค
from
รับ
Furia.
ช็อตนี้
We do see some Furia members moving up here, but will they be too little? Will they be too late? Eris pushing this in. Gigo definitely trying to clear out the wave as best he possibly can. I think he's just
บี
going to
บี
have
ไหว
to
กับ
back
บิน
off
ไหม
now.
โหดูแต่
This
ฟอร์ม
next
เมื่อวาน
wave
ไม่
would
น่า
be
ไหวนะ
incredibly dangerous to stay for.
เล่นในทุเรศมาก
I'd love to see GAM use the Herald mid. I feel like this
ทำ
top
ผม
tower
เสีย
is a
วิน
foregone
เลทหมด
conclusion. It's going to be too
ทั้ง
difficult
ที่
for
บอสให้
Fury
แม่น
to
มาต
really
ลอด
keep it alive. Eris slowly chipping away at its HP bar.
แม่งทำผมเสียวินเลทไอ้
Some
โบ
nice
เกนเบด
trades down still. Death stance first for Gigo.
เล่นโคตร
Don't
มั่ว
really love to see that on the Yambessa.
I mean, I think it's
เอา
basically
เด็ก
the
ป .1 ไปเล่น
early
ดีกว่า
lane went so bad for him, and it's mostly physical damage. I mean,
แต่อะไร
physical
เกิดขึ้น
damage
ได้ครับ
jungle and top. So he's
การ
saying,
แข่
you
ง
know
ขัน
what?
เดี๋ยววันนี้
If
ดี
we're
พ
gonna
รุ่ง
win this
นี้
game, it's not gonna be
ไม่
about
ดี
God.
เดี๋ยว
I
วัน
just
นี้
need
ไม่
to
ดี
not
พรุ่ง
die.
นี้
I
ดี
need to try to be a bit more
มันแล้ว
tanky.
แต่แบบว่า
Make sure that
ฟอร์
I'm
มด้
giving
วย
up the minimum. But they have done a really good job of pushing this forward, and I think that's also why they moved Eris up to lane against him. It's like, great, you built this armor. Guess who
วันนี้
doesn't
อาจ
care
จะมา
about
โห
it?
ด
Our twisted fate.
Lichbane now finished for
ปกติ
Eris.
มันโหดนะไอ้โบเกนเบ
7
ด
stacks. Once we get to about
Not
20
even
minutes.
17 minutes. He has 2 items.
Once we get to about 20 minutes, he will also get that extra level come through from the Rod of Ages. But this Twisted Fate is
นำเยอะ
looking
อะเกม
terrifying.
นี้
Dragon in about a minute
4,000
and a
ละ
half. The lane assignments are likely to change very soon. Actually, they may just keep the
รอ
TF
คา
top
ซิก
side.
4 ชิ้น
Pretty
นี่
safe
น่าจะ
up there.
ตาย
A
หม
lot
ด
of Furia's resources being invested bot. Kiaya likely harder to dive than that of the Twisted Fate. Looks like they are just going to concede this tower, which I think makes a ton of sense. Set your sights on the mid lane instead, and I love this map movement we're seeing right now. Both Levi and Eris moving towards the mid lane, knowing that they have the numbers advantage here. Open up mid, push your advantage even more if you can. Use the Herald to siege onto the tier 2 as well.
Tatu is coming though. They're going to TP. They want to try to force a fight here. Furia is going to look, but Levi has spotted the teleport coming through. Will the rejection work this time? Elio is going to interrupt it with the pop awesome. Eris arrives with the
สวย
ulti.
โอ้ไม่สวยแล้ว
Target over on the other side. Kiaya is in trouble. Can he actually pop his ult and try to heal back up? He has the ulti, but it's not going to be enough. He's going to get shut down by Duts. On the other side, Elio is running.
ได้อยู่
Some
แรก
sort
1-1
of play here.
สวยนะ
It's
สวย
a
นะได้
trade
อยู่
of top laners there. Not bad from Furia from a very
เกือบแย่
disadvantageous position to get that 1-for-1.
Yeah, it was a messy fight, and I would say this is the best case scenario for
เกือบแย่
Furia. When you're
เกือบ
this
แย่
far behind, trading 1-for-1 is definitely a
That's
great
what you-
move to make. But GAM, the coordination and their target focus, again, something that we're continuing to see in their team fights is just who do they want to lock down? And it felt like that because Furia was grouped up in this situation, GAM was attacking from multiple sides. They had different priorities on who they actually wanted to lock down. And that kind of left Kiaya in a very awkward spot in the middle of Furia, make it very easy for them to turn their attention towards him. Gigo ends up falling because of how weak and squishy he ultimately is in these fights, being level
นำ
11.
เยอะครับ
And it ends up just being a 1-for-1. The good news for both sides, no
เล่น
objectives.
บนเลเวลนำด้วย
Ended up
ไฟท์
going
ยังไงก็
either
น่า
way.
ชนะ
Top
นะตอน
side
นี้
has
นะ
been pushed in. GAM in a better position now as they make their way towards the dragon.
มา
This
เป็
would
น
be
พระ
their
เจ้า
third
เลย
dragon if they can grab it. We'll see if they're going to be able to do that. Artemis playing through mid. They want to get Prio there. We do see that Gigo is on the top side, but he has his teleport. It was in fact Toots that used it in the last one. And now the teleport is going to be spent here. Gigo going to be coming in very deep as they are already on the dragon. We got to get eyes on that and see how it's looking. Levi trying to get rejected here by Tatu.
เฮ้ยไอ้ทองมั่วแล้วว่า
knocks him out and Kiaya is in trouble
เฮ้ย
once again here.
เฮ้ย
Kiaya
เฮ้ย
has
เฮ้
no
ย
ult. He has no flash.
ไอ้ทอง
It's going to be
ไม่
the
ใช่ละ
first
ไอ้ทอง
kill. And Furia may have
เฮ้ย
just
เฮ้ย
pulled
น้อง
off
น้อง
the
น้องน้อง
ice.
น้อง
They knock
เฮ้ย
out the
เจน
jungler.
โล
They
คนดู
kill the top laner.
นำอยู่
They
4,000
take
นำอ
the
ยู่ 4,000
dragon.
อย่าโลกอย่า
Furia
โลกอย่าโลก
punishing the positioning of GAM once
รุ่น
more.
ใหญ่ใจ
They
ต้องนิ่ง
realize that GAM
นำอยู่
is
4,000
indecisive around their approach to the dragon. Furia fully sent their attention
ไป
onto
แจ
the
กเวล
dragon.
เขาอีก
They
โอ้
knew that Levi was isolated on the objective. They remove him from the
แต่เขาดูอย่า
equation
โลกแต่เขาดู
and
อ
they
ย่าโลก
turn their attention to the raid boss that is Kiaya. They're helping close that experience gap between Gigo and
เว็
Kiaya.
บต่อ
They
FUR
find
10 ต่อ 1
themselves
ใครสวนบอส
another
ก็ร
kill.
วยเลย
And GAM, the momentum is slowly shifting the way of Furia.
Yeah, Furia, a couple
look,
good
yeah, look,
plays
yeah, look,
back
yeah,
to
look.
back. We can watch this again.
ผมขอคนดูอย่าลบ
kind of committing very hard onto Tuts. Gigo TPs from a nice angle, and that means that when Tatu
บ
gets
อส
the
ช่วยคิด
ultimate
เมนูมื้อ
onto
เช้า
Levi, it creates
ข้าว
this
เหนียวหมู
massive
ปิ้ง
numbers
ครับ
advantage in the pit, and the rest of GAM are hesitant to approach with the
ข้าวเหนียวหมู
arrival
ปิ้ง
of
นะ
IU as
ถ้า
well.
เมนู
That
มื้อ
means
เช้า
that the
นะครับ
dragon goes uncontested.
สำหรับผม
Levi is
ค่อนข้าง
forced
จะ
to
ชอบเลย
disengage, and they deny soul point from GAM.
ข้าวเหนียวหมู
Really
ปิ้ง
well played, honestly, by Tatu. He held that Poppy ult for so long, and I think we saw that this three-man squad of Artemis, Elio, and Eris were really kind of nervous to walk in because they didn't want to walk in and then get three-man rejected. But what ended up happening is they put no pressure on the Poppy. He doesn't get interrupted on the ult. He finds Levi, so they win out the fight in a different way. And the fact that Kiaya had no ult from the previous fight, had no flash from the previous fight, man, it's just a win there for Furia. Stopping that soul stack, definitely very nice, but they are trying to control vision up around this Otacon. And we'll see if they can look towards that. The evolved spike racks are in here for Levi, so he is going to have more poke, a lot more slow and control now in these fights.
Smite was used there by Tatu.
And Otacon getting low. It is going to be spotted out by the blue orb. It's down to half HP. Tatu again threatening. Can he find the ejection? This time it's not going to be on anyone. But Tuts is going to
ส
go.
วยมาก โอ้โห GG เลยปะเนี่ย
But Tuts is in the middle of
อุ้ย
everybody.
เอ้ยคนดู
And he's gonna get it down. Artemis
เฮ้ย
trying to
เฮ้ย
come out,
คนดู
trying to
ชิบ
take
หาย
down
แล้ว
Tuts.
ว่ะ
Can't quite
คน
do
ดู
it.
คนดูคน
And
ดู
on the other side, Tatu gets another. Furia out of nowhere. Crush the fight. GAM does take the Otacon, but it's a 4-for-0.
อย่าโลกอย่าโล
The
ก
front to
อย่า
back
โลกอย่า
just
โลกอย่า
goes
โล
so
ก
favorably for
อย่า
Furia.
โลกคนดูอย่าโลก
The way
ได้อั
that
ตคารได้อัต
Tuts
คาร
steals away the Nico ultimate and says, okay, that's a nice engage. Let me show you how it's supposed to be done. So much damage was done underneath the Otacon. Keep your eyes on Tuts. Dives into the back line, gets a massive ultimate
โด
off,
นอัน
connects
ติ
onto
ไซรัส
three,
4 ตัว
and
เนาะ
that really just sets up Furia to clean up the fight. GAM is once
โอ้โห
again
มันรอ
forced
ซ้ำ
to
อะมันรอ
split up,
ซ้ำ
they're
อะ
forced to disengage, and Furia walk away with the fight.
And you could see it was
Oh,
showing
man,
that Tuts had
ซ้ำกันตึม
the
เลยว่ะ
Kha'Zix ult.
โอ้
So
เงิน
I
เท่าแล้ว
was
ว่ะ
kind
คุ
of
ณดูแต่ได้อัต
blindsided
คาร
when he
มานะ
actually did have the Nico ult that he
อย่า
stole
โลก
there.
คนดูอย่า
Was
โล
able to
ก
find such a good
ใจ
engage.
เย็น
Medic has run into
ๆ
this
ใจ
problem
เย็
before. It's because he
น
was
He was shaped with his Kha'Zix,
and so when
exactly.
you steal it, yes.
So I wonder, if GAM was at all kind of juked out by that as well, because when the Nico is shifted into the Kha'Zix and you steal the ult, it shows that you stole the Kha'Zix ult even though you have the Nico ult. So it is kind of one of those weird interactions. And let's be honest, there's a lot of them with Nico. And Rosales. So was a huge ult, able to turn that around. Now the gold lead is completely gone. They were 5,000 gold up, and they have just lost basically 3 engages back to back to back. The game is slipping away from them, and now despite all of the work that they did early on, it's going to be tough because compositionally, I think Furia in the 5v5 is just that much stronger, and it felt like they needed that lead. They needed the soul. They needed all these things that they were working towards, and now it just hasn't really paid off.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about the
มัน
scaling
จะมาพ
because
ลิ
of
ก
the
ชะ
Ash
ตาชีวิต
Seraphine,
เหรอ
also Tuts.
แต่ว่า
Just has
ทอก
some
อะมัน
great
ไม่ได้ตี
ultimates
สัก
he's
ที
able to
อะ
steal with the Nico being the
ประเด็
biggest
นอะ
one when it comes to the straight up 5v5. And when it comes to engage, GAM not only is their engage not the most
โดนทุก
reliable,
ไฟ
but
เลย
also the fact that there's a Poppy on the other side makes it even harder. So, okay, this Nico comes in, I'll just pop him right back out. So it feels like Furia, you're completely right. When it comes to the straight up 5v5 team fights, Furia should have the advantage, and that's why we put so much stress on GAM finding flanks, finding creative ways to find picks. You can't just play the traditional team fight style with a composition like this. And remember, GAM found themselves with a 4K gold lead. Everything was going their way, and now that gold lead is evaporating.
It's completely gone. And we'll see what they can make happen here, as they do still have a pretty strong top side. They
ไม่ค่อย
can
ชอบ
still
คาริสตาเลยเล่นยาก
rely
เลย
on Kiaya potentially in these side lanes to make things happen, but the pressure definitely is mounting, as Furia has been able to create so much space, with the stolen Poppy ults, or with the Poppy ults, with the stolen Silas ults. They've been looking really, really good, and Seraphine is just such a problem as you get into the later stages of the game. The amount of healing and shielding that you're putting out, the ultimate CC is incredible. Even grabbed in early Mikhails to deal with the potential gold card picks that are coming through as Eris is building towards that expected rapid fire.
เลดนี่ฝั่งขวาก็ชนะได้ครับ
Sideline, and I love to see
ตัวดี
this,
เลยแหละ
just
เล
that
ด
they
อะ
just has that
ขวา
inbuilt split pushing power that I think is an advantage that GAM can look to play through.
Fury is just on
ง่
the
วง
dragon
เจอไซรัส
again.
ตื่นเลย
GAM always seems to be a bit late
แม่
to
ง
show up
ทำตื่น
to
เลยเว้ย
these setups. We'll see if they can find the fight now. Tatu going to look for the
โอ้
rejection.
ตีคาซิโดอีก
Does
แล้ว
knock Levi out. Can they finish it in time? Tuts threatening
โอ้
on
เสีย
the
ก่อน
side. Gets the stolen ult. He's going to look for the pop-up.
แต่ได้ไซรัสปะ
Actually burst down Tuts.
โอ้
Tuts has the stolen
ชิบ
ult. He
หายคน
trades
ดู
it back and forth. Kiaya trying to life steal drain in the middle of everyone. Can't do it. Artemis down and incredibly low. He's on the run now. Also, IU looking for him. So is Tatu. Tatu flashes forward, knocks him down with the buckler, and the Baron is about to spawn. They just killed off two. Levi trying to survive here. We'll see if he can get out. Gigo gonna flash the wall. Does spot him. Okay, maybe you get the execute, but it doesn't even matter because they're on the Baron. Furia are running away with it.
Furia get what they want. They get the one team fight. They take out the jungler, and they will secure the Baron on spawn. Furia keep playing the fights better. They know how to navigate their way to the 5v5s. They secure another dragon. They'll secure the Baron. And Furia is looking to go match point in this best of 5.
I mean, the gold graph is going to be an absolute cliff as it has swung so heavily back towards Furia. They're playing it out so well. Every time it feels like Tatu is getting really good value with the Poppy ult. And again, we had that stolen ultimate from Tuts, able to turn things around. They just couldn't burst anyone down.
So you can see that the Econ is basically used in exchange, but IU is just untouched. He is given so much freedom and space to hit whatever target is in front of him. And when it's just this brawl of people throwing skills at one another, it's always going to be Furia that comes out on top because their champions are just better at winning in those front-to-back fights.
I mean, Seraphine stacked up on everyone, you know, putting out all of this shielding, all of this healing. There's so much CC coming through. GAM basically made the call. We were going to try to just one-shot but he had the shield from the Nico ult, he had enough HP, and shielding coming through from Jojo. Tatu moves forward. Everyone is there to back him up, and when GAM commit that heavily to him and don't get the kill, the fight is cooked.
I mean, you're completely right. Like, GAM's comp just has so much single target
แล้วเราไปถม
damage.
ถุยไว้เยอะด้วย
Don't
ต้น
kill
เก
the
มอ่ะ
single target, there's no way that you're going to win out on the fight.
Absolutely.
ต้นเกม
GAM
เรา
though
ถมถุ
pushing
ย
for
ไว้
the
เยอะ
tier
ด้วย
2
อ่ะ
top, going to try to trade on the other side. They feel like they can't defend the inhibitor, so they're going to just keep pushing here for the base. Levi needs to get out of there. Stutz is going to be looking, won't be able to find him with the absconded duck, but the base is going to be cracked here on the top side. The arrow does connect, but it's going to be actually Furia that's having to kind of back potentially to, no, they do cancel it as they see that GAM is going to back off themselves, and meanwhile in the base, Tuts just killed off GAM in this split screen, got the kill onto Levi. They're now taking the inhibitor, now they're just going to try to end the game here straight up as they have minions in the base. It's going to be up to GAM in the 4v5 to try to defend. We'll see if they can do it. Their wave clear is not that strong. Furia pushing, poking down Kiaya, looking for the root, won't quite find it. The first Nexus tower down incredibly low. Harris does find the gold card. Tuts getting down to about half HP, but he still has a stolen ultimate here. And Elio's going to look for it. Goes in with the pop on some connects on multiple members. Kiaya being focused down on the other side. Harris trying to do what he can, but Artemis is already gone. GAM are falling, and Furia pull off the comeback, move us to match point. What a performance from the Brazilian squad.
It felt like the deficit was getting out of control, but Furia stays steadfast. They find some fantastic fights, and they swing the game back in their favor. A huge performance from Furia, and they put themselves one game away from advancing in the play-in stage.
It was an incredible comeback from them. GAM looked like they were going to potentially run away with this game. They were up nearly 5,000 gold, got the early dragons, were in an incredible spot. But Furia just found play after play after play, grouped up, played towards their team comp strength. They were looking great. But remember, Twitch subscriptions are back for MSI. Subscribers enjoy benefits like custom chat emotes, badges, ad-free viewing, and more. Riot allocates a portion of the proceeds to the global revenue pool, directly supporting the leagues and the teams in the LOL esports ecosystem. Subscribe now to unlock the Not Like This Way in-game emote. We're heading to a short break, and then we will be right back after this.
ขอโทษครับพี่ซิบอยกับคุณเต้
What a car. Living the dream, huh? Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to?
คุยซะเยอะเลยเห็นนำ 4-5 พัน
เป็นไงล่ะซัสบอกกูเสียใจหรอมึงเองไหมที่ต้องเสียใจทำทรงมาของเงินโดยไทยถูกอะไร
ขอโท โทษครับผมต้องขอโทษด้วยนะครับ
Changed the meta. He pushed the limits of the game.
Uzi now raised at 6.
4-5 พันแพ้ได้ไงวะนำ4-5 พันอ่ะคนดูนำ4-5 พันอ่ะไซรัสไฟสวยช็อตเดียวอ่ะเกมแม่งพลิกเงินเท่าแล้วตัวแม่งเลทกว่าไงขอโทษคนดูด้วยนะครับพี่กิฟต์ทายถูกพี่กิฟต์ทายถูกกี่เกมแล้วเนี่ยสรุปตัวแบบว่าทีมไฟโง่ๆง่ายๆนี่คือดีกว่าเหรอตอนแรกผมคิดว่าแบบมันจะนำแล้วนำยาวไงแม่งไปโดนไซรัสช็อตเดียวอ่ะเพราะว่าคาซิกเนี่ยของมันก็ยังไม่ถึงที่มันแบบว่าจะปาดทีเดียวตายเลยอ่ะกูเปลี่ยนสำนักเฮ้ยอย่าเพิ่งหมดศรัทธากันดีอ๋อนี่ตี 5แล้วเหรอตอนเนี้ยซับเฟอร์มันเก่งแต่ซับเฟอร์เก่งจริงวะถูกบ้างยังวะสวัสดีคุณตีด้วยครับคุณตีเพิ่งตื่นเหรอครับถูกแล้วครับถูก2เกมวันนี้ผิด1แต่ตอนแรกว่าจะให้แม่นถูกทุกเกมมาผิดเกมนี้พี่ซิตี้บอยเขางอนผมแล้วน่ะคุณตีมึงไม่ตั้งใจอ่ะบอสตั้งใจแล้วดูเฉยๆได้ไหมล่ะเกมหน้าง่วงแล้ว
As the chain's gonna connect, Kiyaya's gonna look for it, and Kiyaya's gonna get it just when they need it most. The pop blossom comes through, lands on multiple member, but Toots is
ง่วงแล้วคนดูเฉยๆได้ไหมเกมหน้าไม่อยากเสียสถิติวะ
Trying to take down Toots, can't quite do it, and on the other side, Tatu gets another Fury out of nowhere. And Elio's gonna look for it, goes in with the pop blossom, connects on multiple members, but Kiyaya's being focused down on the other side. Era's trying to do what he can, but Artemis is already gone. GAM are falling.
Welcome back to MSI 2025 as Furia move up to match point, and despite how it ended, that level of confidence,
เกมหน้าเฟอร์ด้วยแล้วกัน
felt rocky, and I think it harkens back to the draft. If we take a look at the post-game breakdown powered by AWS, you can see some of the champ picks that came through, I think caught us a little bit off guard in terms of what we've seen so far at the tournament.
Yeah, this was a different shift in
draft,
หน้าเหมือน
especially
in
หน้าเหมือนกันเหรอ
series of bans,
หน้าเหมือนผมเหรอ
As that Rise ban came through from GAM on their third blue side ban, you're like, okay, you're relying on Furia to either ban the TF or it's going to be open for the first time.
ไม่ค่อยเหมือนหรอ
I'm pretty sure.
Yep.
And then we go through this draft. Furia end up locking in that Ashe. Seraphine and the TF comes in for GAM as their final pick. And it looks really good early, Chronicler.
ไม่มันตื่นเช้าเลยวันนี้
really unsure how
ตื่นไป
Gigo
ท
given the starts
ำเรื่อง
ended up with the most damage
เรื่อง
in
รถ
team
ไง
again.
Yeah, we just came off of a highlight reel of him getting
Where
absolutely
and he had a rough early game.
dunked.
And this is to me one of the best examples of draft
ตื่นมา
can
ทำ
get
เรื่อง
you
รถแล้วมัน
very
ก็
far
ง่วง
ahead, but it's not enough. Because I actually think that the fact that they got the TF and that we see Tato on this puppy that I really don't think he looked very confident on compared to a lot of the other performances is also not a pick that historically he's played a lot of, very few
มี
games,
ส่วน
and I
ค
think
ล้าย
it
คล้าย
showed.
เหรอ
It didn't matter because when it came to the team fights, that Ashe Seraphine, I think together with again Tuts in incredible form in the series on that Silas ended up being the big difference maker that pulled them back in this game.
I did not think that, the man who steals stuff was going to beat the all-seeing like card thrower. Just like lore-wise, didn't seem like it worked out, and I was wrong. You know, I was completely wrong. And Toots, his knee.
แล้ววันนี้ทำงานต่อไหมครับทำครับคุณตี4 ทุ่ม
Struggling today, folks.
เมื่อวานก็
Cisco Network.
โอ้โห
We could watch
เกือบ
this
ตาย
entire play again. Just a highlight moment.
Yeah, and I mean, we've kind of talked about how GAM's
ย
objective
กของ
setups
ไง
have been
แล้วทีเนี้ยเขาแพ็คมาไม่ดี
The really
แม่
important
ง
thing to know is again
ทับ
Toots' Nico ult coming through and the
แม่ง
defense I
ห
will
ล่น
have
เกือบ
of this
ทับผมดีนะผม
composition,
รีเฟก
right?
ไว
Once something like this happens, if Seraphine is allowed to heal, if Ashe
จะ
is
ได้
just
แผลเป็น
allowed
มา
to free fire like they were,
เนี่ย
this
มี
team
แผลอยู่
will steamroll over you very slowly.
หล
but
บ
they
ทัน
will do
เมื่อ
it.
วาน
Yeah, steamroll. I don't think
เรายก
steamrollers are
ของ
fast,
ใหญ่
for
ๆ
what
ข้าง
it's
บ
worth.
น
I
ใช่
imagine
ป่ะ
it's
แล้ว
like
มัน
they're
แบบ
pretty
ว่า
slow.
แพ็ค
So
มาไม่ดี
it
อ่ะ
feels-
มัน
it
แรป
feels
มาไม่
pretty
ดี
good,
อ่ะ
this inevitable thing. And we
แล้วมัน
saw it
ก็แบบ
yesterday,
เท
right?
ล
The
ง
Ashe
มา
Seraphine,
แต่
what
ว่า
it
ผม
can do
รีเฟก
in
ไว
this
ไง
draft, I was
หนี
determined
ก่อนเลย
to get to bring that power to bear, but in the end, it does work out.
It's also a reminder of this series
แต่
has
โดนขา
mostly
นิดนึ
come
ง
down to team fights.
เลือดออก
And in game number 1 was very back and forth. In game number
พี่
2,
หลบยังไง
it
ก็
was a very early team fight
กระ
that
โดด
fully
หนีอ่ะ
decided the game. In this game, it was a team fight that in the end ended up deciding the game because it was a comeback fight. And it really to me
Defect
does feel
ไว
like
ไง
a
เอาตัว
champion
รอด
like
ไง
Seraphine, when these fights are really just kind of two teams smashing into each other, it doesn't feel like we see a lot of flanking or side laning, right?
เกมนี้เอาใหม่
Then Seraphine is just
คุณ
so
เต้ยังให้
strong.
เควสอีกเหรอ
The
เกม
amount
เนี้ย
of both sustain as well as team fights she provides. It's a really big deal.
I think, though, before we start to talk more about the team fights, we do have to highlight one individual who has stood above the
ทำ
rest.
งานอะไรครับ
Midland
ทำที่ร้านเบ
Furious
เกอรี่
was
ครับ แต่เมื่อวานมันจะเป็น
absolutely
แบบ
unstoppable.
เหมือน
Even
เรา
in
ต้
the
อง
game that
ย
they
กของ
lost,
พวก
this
ขน
guy
ม
was
ปังที่มันเป็น
single-handedly
แบบว่าแบรน
trying
ด์
to
สิน
carry the
ค้าจาก
game
ข้าง
on
นอ
his
กอะ
shoulders, and you can see in both games they won. In Game 3,
แล้วทีเนี้ยเขาจะ
despite
ส่ง
how
มาเป็น
difficult
แบ
the
บ
start was, despite that really
เป็น
awkward
พา
side
เลท
assault to the bot lane with no
แล้วมันก็
follow
จะ
CC,
แพ็ค
this
กัน
man
สูงมากผมก็
unfazed.
ต้อง
He has
แกะ
been
จาก
a
ด้านบนลงมาทีละอัน
powerhouse for this lineup.
4-5 พาเลท
Once and set up some of these absolute game-winning fights like we saw at Otacon, and as you said, even in their loss, was doing as much as he could.
That steal?
Yeah, to try to keep his team in it, and it kind of embodies the spirit of this Furia lineup, where we know they're never going to give up. And in this game, it actually started at third Drake around like 1915. Where GAM once again kind of ceded a lot of pressure, and this was the game-changing fight for me, right? Because they realized Levi is kind of stuck in there. He gets booted out by Tatu. Now Kiaya is stuck in there, and this is where the tide started to turn for Furia in this game.
Yeah, and it's the thing for me that is concerning is it looked like we were going to have a game 3 for GAM that looked
งาน
very
บอสมัน
similar
ยังไง ให้ทำอะไรก็ท
Fury in Game
ำมี
2
หลาย
dominant,
ประเภทครับ
running over the opposition, but
มัน
again,
เป็นเซอร์เคิลอ่ะ
remember in
ทุก
Game
มัน
1,
เหมือนทุกคนเป็น
we're
ฟัน
seeing
เฟือง
a consistent weakness here from GAM. It feels safe to say
มัน
when
จะ
it
มี
comes to picking good fights,
มีแบบแผน
fighting
ก
these
เติม
good
ขอ
fights, and
ง
as you highlighted before, Chronicler, it's been
มี
all
คน
about these fights
ทำแบบ
across
โฟ
the entire
เส้น
series.
เอา
GAM
ของ
have now
แช่
some
แข็ง
bread, some different tools,
มี
some
คน
different
ยก
options to
ข
set
อ
them
ง
up. How do they rally? What are they doing
มี
coming
คน
into what could be
เติม
the
ของ
final
2-3
game,
คน
an elimination game as
แล้ว
Furia
ก็
are on
มี
match
พวก
point.
Well, the
จัดเรียง
biggest
ขนม
thing is
ปัง
that after a game
มี
like
ทำขนม
that,
ปัง
they
อบขนม
should
ปั
have
ง
won that game. Realistically,
มี
right?
แพ็คขนม
Given
ปัง
how well they played out the early game, how well they utilized their draft,
มี
with just
ทำมัฟ
a
ฟิน
little bit better team fighting and a
มี
little bit more respect for again that
คุย
Nico
กับ
and
ลูกค้า
Drake setup as Emily mentioned. They
มีปิด
should be on
ร้าน
match point,
เปิด
and I
ร้า
think
น
that is so
โอ้
hard
โห
to
เป็น
bounce back.
10
If it is
10
another
กว่าแผน
back
ก
and
อะ
forth or a stomp, I think it's a lot easier to rally. but instead you really have to step it up
ซึ่งผม
and
ทำ
try
เป็น
and
หมดเลย
find a way to come back after such a tough loss
เลยโดนเรียกบ่อย
For me, it just comes down to better objective setups, better
ผม
neutral
ทำเป็น
objective
ประมาณ
setups, and better
7-8
team
ตำแหน่ง
fight.
อะ
Yeah, we've seen they can do it in the early game. Need to carry
เลย
that
โดนเรียก
through
บ่อย
into
อยู่
the mid and late game as well. We'll find out if this is going to be Furia bringing it home, living to fight another day in this tournament, or if GAM can bring us to a game 5 as we send it over to our casters.
Thank you, Dracos, and thank you everyone else there
ผม
over
ทำขนม
at
ปั
the
งเป็น
desk. We are
ทำ
here
มัฟ
at
ฟินเป็น
match point for Furia. I do think their objective
พ
setups
วก
have been
ยก
superior.
ทั้
I
ง
do
หมด
think
ก็
their
ทำ
team
ได้
play has been superior.
ปิด
And
ร้านเปิด
GAM is
ร้าน
gonna
ก็
have to
ทำ
try to
ได้
overcome that, with I think superior individual play and playmaking that they have shown
มี
that
แผ
they
นก
have
ส
at
ไลด์อีก
times.
แผน
I
ก
think
สไล
that
ด์ข
if
นมปังก็มี
GAM's motivation is to team fight, then I just
ชอบ
want to see
ทำอัน
them
ไหน
drive
สุด
more towards the team fight.
Yeah.
That
ชอบอ่ะ
composition, we talked
ปิด
about
ร้าน
it
ครับ
at
ปิด
length,
ร้าน
but it
งาน
was
น้อย
frustrating to see them not play
บาง
through
วัน
the
ไม่เจอลูกค้า
sides.
เลย
Where they had been so effective.
Yeah, and the fact that like this Twisted Fate ultimate was getting so much value, and you were 2 up in Drakes, rather
ปิด
than
ร้าน
constantly
บางวันเนี่ย
contesting these
ถ้าโชค
neutrals,
ดีๆนะ
instead
ไม่เจอลูก
playing
ค้าเลย
towards
คือ
your
ชิล
strength,
มาก
playing towards these side lanes, continuing to set Kiai up for success, and it's
เรา
one
ก็
of
แค่
those things
ทำความ
where
สะอาด
watching
แล้วก็
Kiai,
รอ
I
กลับ
feel
บ้า
like
น
he's doing so phenomenally well in the laning phase,
Mhm.
but then when we get to the team fights, it's just not the
ส่วน
same
หนักสุด
impact
ก็พวกย
because
กๆเนี่ยแหละ
GAM end up taking these really
ไม่ค่อย
awkward
คุ้มหลัง
fights,
เท่า
so
ไหร่
they just don't approach them in the way
เสียหลัง
that ideally they want to. And so I want to see them go much more towards the team fight
งาน
style,
มันหนัก
prioritize things like the Maokai, something like the Sejuani. To bring us to a game 5, I feel like that's the type of focus that they're going to need if they want to get the win over
เจ๊ง
Furia.
ดิไม่มี
because
ลูกค้า
From
ไม่เจ๊งครับ
what we've seen, I think that
เขาน่า
Furia
จะ
is
จ่าย
just
เงินพนัก
playing
งาน
the
ได้
map
อีกเป็น
better.
พัน
And
ปี
so
อะ
if you give them the tools, I
มัน
feel like
อยู่
the
ในตลาด
Furia
หุ้น
is
อะ
favored to win out in this series.
Yeah, absolutely agree. We will see if GAM is going to make it happen here. So we're getting ready for what could be the final champion
ดี
select.
ครับสุดหล่อสวัสดี
We'll
พี่
find
นา
out
วิ
if
นด้วย
GAM
ครั
can
บ
push us to that 5th game here. Had silver scrapes yesterday with Furia, so back to back would be a lot of League of Legends for this team to play.
Certainly would be. When we think about some of the priorities we could see, we saw a lot of junglers banned.
So
in the
many
second
AD junglers, yeah.
Yep. And things like the Trundle, Sejuani, Skarner, these were stuff that were just kind of removed in the second half, and then we got to this very narrow pool. The Poppy, I think, did end up getting a huge amount of value.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's see what the shift is as we move into Game 4 draft.
A lot of pressure on these two teams representing their regions here. GAM was not expected to even be able to qualify, but they do seem to have that clutch factor. They have so many fans. You always see it feels like a home crowd here for GAM. I'm not gonna lie. As such a beloved team around the world,
โหน่าเครียดมากเลยว่ะแกม
really stormed onto the scene and had such incredible
สี
international
หน้าไปหมด
performances
แล้ว
that
อ่ะ
made people believe in GAM, that made people believe in him as a player, that he could create these special moments for the fans, for the region. And we'll see if he can do that again here today. Kha'Zix definitely was very difficult to play into the lineup that we saw. And the same was kind of true of the Vi. You know, we got behind on the Vi. It was definitely a difficult game for him. Had an incredible performance, I think, in game number 1, and he needs to be able to try to get back to that. The team really does count on him because it feels like Levi is kind of the conductor. When he is having a good game for GAM, then he is able to really dictate the pace. When he's ahead, he can take these fights that he sees and really make sure that they're working out for them.
I very much agree. I also think that Artemis is a key component to the strength of their team fighting.
เข้า
And
ทรง
so
มิ
when
กกี้
you
เหรอ
don't really set him up for success, I feel like that the team's team fighting prowess just dramatically drops. Meanwhile, on the side of Furia, I think that the magic of this team is that any member can stand out at any point. I feel like that I wouldn't put pressure on a single person to have to be responsible to carry the weight of this team. They've all had great moments throughout the play-in so far.
ดูดาบแล้วให้เฟิร์ส
Ego
บัตรหน่อย
was
บอส
a
ชอบ
real
ไว
standout
ๆโอ้โห
yesterday in this series versus G2. We've seen Tattoo
สาย
make
ไวเหรอ
a bunch of
คุณ
incredible
บีม
plays and Toots. My man, his Silas was awesome in that last game. The Nico ultimate usage, the way that he was finding these flanks, the way that he was setting up for his team.
บอสเซอร์ MSI หลังไม้ได้ไหม
I think that this is a
เฮีย
team
นา
that
วิน
has
จะเอาเลยเหรอ
demonstrated massive amounts of growth. They're a team that
ถ้าเฮียนาวินอยากได้ก็
I've been
เดี๋ยว
hearing it
เดี๋ยวล็อก
thrown
ไว้
around
ให้
on
ครับ
social media that like they're a representative that we haven't seen from Brazil in a while.
เดี๋ยว
And
ทำว
I've
ง
been
ล้อ
really impressed with what
ว
they've
ง
shown
ล้อ
us
หมุน
so
แล้วก็
far.
เดี๋ยว
So
ล็อ
let's
ก
finally jump into the draft.
เปอร์เซ็นต์ไว้ให้
Furia, for the first time in this series, going to be on the blue side.
Me too. I mean, I have to give Furia a lot of credit here. We did have that inter-region battle back in Split 1 between LTA North and LTA South. The LTA South, the 4 teams going up against our 4 teams, were only able to win a combined 1 game. And to be able to come here, to push G2 to the very limit, to be in a great position here, it does feel like Furia has really leveled up. They're showing a much better macro game. And I think, ThinkGuard definitely deserving of some credit for that as well. And we'll see how much further they can go.
อุ้ยใครอ่ะพี่ใครอ่ะอุ้ยมา200ของแม่นๆมาดิ
rematch with G2 based on
เอา
the
1
results
ตัว
of
นะ
this next series. I think BLG is the favorite.
คุณอวินเอา1ตัวนะได้ครับ
And we
ขอบ
could
คุณครับ
have
200 บาทขอแม่นๆใครอ่ะใคร
between
มา
these 2 teams with Furia looking for some revenge, but picks and bans of course have already started. Nocturne is going to stay on that ban list. They will not give it over to Levi. Maokai joining one of the picks that you would talked about liking for them, as far as the team fight prowess.
The Scion ban on GAM suggests to me that they're thinking about a priority on the Jace. They want to try and get Kiaya on something again that he can look to have impact on the top side of the map. The Alistar first
คือ
pick,
ตอนนี้ซับหมดแล้วเหรอทำไมเฟิร์สพิกวัววะ
but one of the best
Nautilus,
engage supports that we have
Luna,
left, given that we're in game 4.
Exactly. I would say it is the best, because to me there are 5 that are kind of the prime engage supports. That is the Rakan, the Nautilus, the Rel, the Leona, and then the Alistar. And of course, the other 4 had already been played, so the Alistar last one remaining. Really high prio on having that engage come from the support for JoJo.
But this is why it's so scary, because
Bomb.
Braum is so
Bomb
good into the pick. Pairing it up alongside the Lucian too means that GAM get themselves a pretty strong bot lane. It will mean that we'll need to see the engage come through from somewhere other than Elio. The Yasuo.
Do we get the IU Yasuo? We're getting Alistar Yasuo bot lane. This has been a special for them in the LTA South. Of course, yes, there is a possibility it could get flexed around, but I am expecting it to go to IU. I do think this is going to be the 2v2. It's going to be Alistar plus Yasuo versus this Lucian Braum. Talk about confidence here. In an elimination series, international play, you're just going to slam down the Yasuo and say, you know what? You can't stop me.
I like it. We'll see how the rest of the draft develops around it. They've got a decent amount of range with the Azir coming through as well. We expect this to go into the mid lane.
งั้นผมดูแค่ตัวทีมไฟท์เลยนะ
An important decision. Do they want to match mid, or do they instead want to lock in something like jungle?
แต่ที่นำ 4-5,000 ยังแพ้หนักมาก
We saw some buffs come through for LeBlanc on a recent patch. It's traditionally been seen as a good matchup into the Azir. Azir really struggles to trade back against the LeBlanc, or you can get Prio in the early wave clear. It could be a very favorable matchup, but you got to keep the momentum going. GAM is going for a hyper-aggressive composition. Lucian, LeBlanc, this is a comp that spikes hard in the mid game.
This is spicy already through the first 3 picks here. They get mid lane counter pick. They're also, because they're on red side, going to get answer here for top lane. More jungle bans coming through. Last time we saw, so much attention towards the tank junglers. Skarner even got banned away.
I was just thinking to myself, Lee Sin LeBlanc would be great for GAM, and immediately Furia read it and they get a ban away.
Viego also fits the bill, so it'd be interesting to see if that's going to be something that does get taken away. Jarvan, those are the 3 that are kind of standing out as AD junglers that could really pair well with this LeBlanc. Will the Skarner be taken away? Already 2 of these 3 kind of prime tank junglers have been banned out.
Skarner, I expect to be the ban. Oh no, they're going to get rid of the Trundle.
They could go Skarner here if they wanted, but I don't really love the pairing.
No,
but it
when
does
you pick
feel
LeBlanc,
like
you want something that enables the LeBlanc.
Exactly.
So you want something that has some sort of setup or some sort of skirmishing power.
But with the Trundle ban, to me that's saying you are playing something that is going to be tanky. Generally Trundle is picked into like jungle matchup, but that's already gone. Do you want to have a tank alongside it? Is that why you're worried about the Trundle? Are they thinking about like an Ornn on 5? Are they thinking about a Skarner jungle? But to me, Viego fits the bill for what they need. Graves would be really spicy. That's something that's been popular for quite a long time. It is definitely, really powerful. I think LeBlanc always wants to be solo AP, so I would not want to see that whatsoever, but they are just kind of and we'll see where they land.
Do we get the predict?
มี Lucian แล้วอะ
It's looking like it. The reason why I think the Trundle ban is good is I think traditionally Trundle is a good answer into the Viego. When they just hit each other, Trundle wins out on those fights. And so Viego, LeBlanc, the reason why this pairing is just so good is that they both set up for each other. They both synergize very well. They're fantastic in the skirmishes. They love to try and fight in those 2v2s, 3v3s, and they just have so much power that enable one another.
Exactly. I mean, for Viego, it's all about getting resets, right? It's all about putting that damage down, forcing someone down, getting that initial kill. And Skarner's job is going to be to say, you cannot do that. You go forward. I will CC you. I will make your life really, really
โอ้
difficult.
โห
And we'll find out what the final pick here
แน่นอยู่
is
นั่นน่ะ
for Gigo.
I will say, Furious
Man,
gone. If
you
they
know,
just
side.
swapped Yasuo for an Ezreal,
Or in
this would
5.
be like super traditional front to back. The Yasuo does change things up a little bit, but ultimately they've gone for a very solid 5v5 teamfight composition. It is very much about the front to back, where it's a question of
แต่
can
โอ้
you get through
มั
our
น
front
เล่น
line, and I
เก่
do
งแค่
feel
ไหน
that
วะ
given the last game, GAM need to be cautious about how they approach these fights, because if they do just try and walk face first into a 5v5, I'm worried about how well things are going to pan out.
So this is definitely what I was thinking when I saw the Trundle Ben, is that they were considering some sort of tank in the top lane. I thought it might have been something like the Orb.
แพ้เลยลีเน็ก
The
แต่ว่าได้
Cassante
ทีม
here.
ไฟท์
There's not the most consistent damage. Obviously,
Viego
Vizier is kind of the
สู
exception.
สีสกายเนอร์
The
นะ
rest of them not great tank killers. Levi looking a little bit frustrated there almost on
Oh.
cam. As they do lock in that final pick here, it will be a win
บอ
or
ม
go
เวียโก้
home situation
ช
here
นะ
for
ยา
Cam.
สู
Furia obviously with a game to give, but looking to close it out right here, right
โอ้เล่นยากจัดเลยนะเนี่ย
with that
เฟอ
signature
ร์อะ
Yasuo for IU.
ขวาเล่นง่ายอ่ะ
GAM, I feel, need to play through mids. They need to get this LeBlanc ahead. They want Eris to be in a great position where this LeBlanc is very difficult to deal with, where before a fight even starts, this LeBlanc is popping out of Fog of War, taking half of someone's HP bar off, and then just setting yourself up nicely for the team fight to come. If you're just going in a straight front to back, everyone's full HP, it's going to be a repeat of what we saw in
แกมครับเกมนี้เกม 4 แกม
We will see you in 30 seconds. I agree. That's absolutely what GAM wants to do. The difficulty, of course, there's lots of CC on the other side. It's true. You go in for that distortion sigil poke. You're trying to get that damage out, and you get flash Renekton Sun. You get flash comboed. You get hit by a Skarner ult or a Skarner E into the wall. Anything like that can spell disaster for some of these squishy characters that have been drafted. But the same is true for the Yasuo on the other side. Good use of the wind wall is absolutely critical to survive in these team fights. Playing around that with their very melee heavy team that they have drafted is going to be huge.
Well, the pressure is now on for GAM. A single game will determine their fate. Will they push us to Silver Scrapes to game 5, or will their MSI run and Furia looking to get a huge best of 5 victory
ใครเฟิร์สบัต
over GAM.
ทายถูกเอาไป 500 เฟิร์สบัต
Look
เหรอ ใคร
to
เหรอ
move forward in the playing stage to face the loser
ใครใช่ไหม
BLG and G2, which will be happening after this series, straight after. League fans will not have to wait very long. I know EU fans, it's the weekend. I hope you enjoy the late
ใคร
night.
เฟิร์สบัตเอาไป
Yeah,
500
they'll enjoy it if G2 wins. If
Yeah,
G2
it's a big
loses,
if.
yeah. Hey, they could do it. G2 has pulled off some crazy series before internationally. You always just got to believe in the Caps magic.
ใครเฟิร์ส
When
บั
you
ต
don't have logic to support it, just believe in Caps. As GAM going to be looking for this
หมายถึง
invade
ฝั่ง
here. And
เหร
this
อ
is Furia trying to make some history. Yesterday, they did bring G2 to Silver Scrapes. They're on the verge of their first international best of 5 win. They had never even played against a major region in a best of 5 before. So yesterday was the first time actually getting to go up against G2. Obviously, the expectations were not high for them against G2, but they really proved people wrong. And of course, again, this is an elimination match. So a lot of pressure on these
ใคร
players
เฟิร์สบัต
here.
น่า
We'll
จะ
see
เป็น
how
เฟอร์เฟิร์ส
IU
บัต
and
ครับ
JoJo do
แต่ว่าคน
survive
ชนะ
in
เก
the
ม
early
คือ
levels
แก
on
ม
the
ครับ
Wildstar.
I also just think that over the last few years, Brazil has really just struggled
ผมว่า
on
เฟิร์ส
the
น่าจะเฟิร์สบัต
international stage, and Furia being a new representative for
อุ๊ย
them
กดผิดกดผิด
with so many young players as well, so many hyped individuals with Tatu and IU in particular, these young players that have already demonstrated so much attention. We'll see how things pan out. For them to have a big victory against GAM would be massive for the region and these players.
Well, this is actually really interesting. So Levi's
ฮีโร่อ๋อต้องฮีโร่ด้วย เอาลีเนตันละกัน
try to defend his top side. Because otherwise he would just keep going for that split map. So he's actually pinging over towards the Krug. So he's made the read that he's clearing faster than Tatu. And Tatu will assume it's a split map position. So Tatu is invading and trying to take these camps back. He will be able to get the red. But the question is, does he get caught by this long sword that Levi has and maybe punished at the Raptors or the Krugs? He's looking for him.
Levi is indeed looking for him. He'll recognize that the red is gone. The ward will spot out Tatu.
Knows he's there.
Kiaya looking for the collapse. dodges away.
Yeah, Kiaya tracing after him. Tatu already blew that flash. He's going to get slowed down. There's the Q flash in, but it's going to be an E back. He goes unstoppable. Pushes him back with the pathmaker. Tatu is cooked. Levi with a fantastic read. Knows the speed at which he will clear. Knows the speed at which his opponent will clear. And makes the read that he's going to be on the top side. And they can make a move and catch him. Great stuff. It did take a lot of resources to do it. They spent both the flashes, including that flash pathmaker from Kiaya. But excellent start.
I think the roam from Eris was also really important. They needed that extra bit of damage to come through. And the fact that he sacrificed some of his wave in order to be there to assist with the damage output, and the GAM was able to find an advantage on the top side of the map. The blue gets stolen away. The crab is also secured. Levi with a big advantage over Tatu.
And now Tatu is completely jobless. Like, he's going to have to wait for these respawn camps, try to go towards that. There's still so many camps on the map that Levi can farm up. He has his Raptors respawning. He's got 3 camps on bot side. He has a second scuttle that he can even go towards. So we'll see. It's looking like it's going to be a great start for Levi.
I was going to say, I don't love the placement of this ward, but it is going to spot out Tatu. I would have preferred it deeper to actually see the Raptors being cleared out.
คู่แรกเอา5เกมแล้วเหรอ
Tatu's pathing is
ง่วงเลยเนี่ย
it should clear out now because he can start pathing up towards the top side of his jungle. Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, a matchup that we were excited to see because the Yasuo is going to come through. Not too far behind, the kind of deficit that you would expect in the early game. I imagine that Artemis is going to look to try and push this advantage more similar to what we saw in Game 1.
It's going to be tough for Gigo as well because the early kill went to Kiaya, so it's a fast Bramble, and he got red buff, which is always annoying to have to actually lane against that. As Eris goes forward, he's able to actually proc the electric, get a bit of damage down. As IU will be playing heavily with his passive Pathmaker, nice buffer there, does get the stun, and then another Q to follow it up. Can he find that Q3? Gigo trying to kite back, needs to be careful to avoid that third and Tofo strike. We'll be able to do it for now, but he is getting quite low. Tatu in the area, though. Will they be able to actually chase down Kiaya? Remember, has no flash, doesn't quite get the stun against the wall. And he's just going to take him in the 1v2. Gigo was too low. Kiaya back-to-back games with solo kills.
Cassante is getting monstrous with GAM securing that first blood. And now Furia making a big misplay. Gigo thought that he had more HP to assist with his jungler and getting the kill onto Kiaya, but a massive mistake means that this Cassante is now going to get very monstrous very quickly.
He's going to be so tanky, and Kiaya really can be that difference maker. Jungle is ahead, top lane is ahead, bot lane with that slight lead here. Looking very good already here for GAM, but they have got to keep their foot on the gas. We saw what happened last game. They got up to a 5,000 gold lead, did still lose that one. Again, it is another good early game, and it's something we've seen a lot from them throughout the tournament. You know, you think back even to the BLG series where they were able to create advantages. Eris, though, could be in trouble, going to get swept back. Jojo in the area. Eris has to flash. The XP advantage making the difference there for Toots.
Now, this is a consequence of the roam that we saw from Eris in the early
รีวาย
game
พี่
to
ปั้นมากับ
assist
มือ
in
ไหม
getting
ตัวนี้
that
เหรอ
first
ไม่
blood
ค่
on
อย
the top
นะ
side of the map.
เมื่อก่อน
Losing the
เก่งมาก
flash,
นะรีวาย
falling
เนี่ย
behind is not the end of the world.
เดี๋ยวนี้
LeBlanc
เฉ
does
ยๆแล้ว
spike quite nicely on that first item, but I will say that while
เด็ก
it
รุ่นใหม่
looks
มัน
good
มา
for GAM, having all of that gold invested on the top side
เดี๋ยวนี้ก็
of
เป็น
the
จังเกิล
map
เดินเกม
isn't
ดีคนหนึ่งอะ
necessarily ideal.
แต่ว่าไม่ได้แบบ
This
แบก
composition,
เวอร์อะไร
while
เหมือน
it
เมื่อ
does
ก่อน
want to spike around that one item,
เมื่อก่อนนี่
in an ideal world,
แบก
GAM
โค
is
ตรเวอร์
investing
รี
their
วายเนี่ย
resources mid and bot rather than the Cassante who...
But what if Cassante just kills everyone?
I mean, there's also that reality, right? Where Jojo going to take a decent amount of damage. GAM can't quite convert it into a kill. But yeah, we'll see how things translate. Right now, if I'm Furia, I wouldn't be too concerned. I'd just be saying that right now, yes, this Cassante is very scary. But as long as this LeBlanc and Lucian are under control, Furia still have ways to turn this game around.
Absolutely. I mean, especially after you came back in last game, you're not sweating a 2-kill deficit early on. Last game was 1,000 times worse in the position that they were in.
เมื่อก่อนรีวายนี่คือแบบว่าป่า
So I don't think they're going to be too concerned whatsoever. You are expecting an early deficit in this melee versus range
เชิงมัน
matchup.
ดีไง
But also,
เชิง
Levi
อิน
here
เวด
on
อะไร
the
พวกเนี้ย
invade, though,
มัน
trying
ดี
to use the pressure they have, but they did not check the pixel brush. They were all spotted by that
พวกนี้ยัง
pink
อิน
ward
เวดโหด
as
อยู่
they
แต่ว่า
walked
ฝีมือ
in
ไม่ค่อยแบบ
through that bot
เท่า
lane
เมื่อก่อน
try brush. Fury decides, though, you know what? We actually can't fight this. IU is locked under
เมื่อ
the
ก่อน
tower,
คือตัว
farming
เก่ง
that
ด้วย
wave.
ทีมไฟ
So he
เก่
does
ง
not want to leave for what
แล้วก็
might
เดิ
not
นเก
even
ม
be a
ดี
good fight.
I like how Levi is continuing to play with the lead that he
โอ้ย
has.
ยังเดือดอะ
Kiaya.
Eris looking for the chain. Jojo is here. We'll have to distort back. Gigo getting quite low. Does have the dominance. The ultimate is available, of course, but Kiaya could also look to go all out. IU going in, last breath comes out here on Artemis. Exhaust going to be used as well. Artemis going to have to actually flash out of there, respecting the damage from the Yasuo. Gets in on top of him, pops the exhaust, and you just can't fight back in that spot.
ตอนนี้บอสโหดอยู่
Really getting the better of Artemis in the 1v1.
ทีมมัน
The
ไม่
farm
ดีเฉ
differential
ย
is basically nothing as the grubs.
Yeah, the Tatu gets the stun onto Kiaya. Kiaya looking to get some
Okay,
damage
yeah,
down
man,
onto Kigo.
could-
Eris on the side, trying to get the damage down on Tuts. He lands the chain, but there's the Skarner ulti. It only connects
Okay, yeah,
on
man,
the
could
one.
just
Levi trying to fire back. Kiaya there with the team. They get the kill, they get the feat of warfare, and they get the
Oh, game
reset.
how,
Levi now
dude.
is in the Renekton.
เอาไม่ลงแล้วดิ
Flash stun from him. Tatu's gonna fall as well. It's a double for Levi. The star of GAM comes to life in this game, makes the early game read on the jungle path, and gets the double kill. And they're going to be able to grab the objective off the back of it as well.
I will say, it was a bold play from Furia to try and fight this.
Elio in trouble here. Tuts in a 1v2. How about that? Flash follow.
Boy,
Easy kill for the
Azir.
Azir. Tuts will not be outdone.
We find ourselves in the midst of chaos. 9 minutes into game 4. Furia finally get themselves their first kill of the game. It goes into the mid laner's hands. But trying to contest these grubs was an ambitious move to make. Levi
ป่า
possesses
ระ
a
เบิด
lot
แบบ
of
นี้
the early game
บอส
gold.
กู้ศรัทธา
Diego wants to skirmish.
แกมชนะแกมชนะ
Skarner, Renekton, Braum. These champions, especially after falling behind already, trying to go for that early fight, I just don't think was a good decision, and GAM rightfully
แต่
punished
ง่วง
it.
เขาดู
Just short of 2k is now the lead that they sit on. Jojo in a bit of danger.
ตื่น8 โมง
Will
เช้า
be
ไง
backed up there by
แล้วเมื่อคืน
IU,
นอน
who is
น้อยด้วย
level 7 at this point. Both supports have been roaming a fair bit. And IU now in a pretty good spot. Has the upgraded boots and has that Heartsteel last.
พรุ่งนี้มีปะ พรุ่งนี้มีอีกปะ
Heartbound Axe, there you go.
There's a lot of components.
แข่ง
that
A lot of components.
I always forget.
He built some long swords and then they turned it into something.
That he did. We kind of look across the field, and right now it's the dragon that we turn our attention towards. 45 seconds until that next objective. It will be GAM that will likely have pressure on that objective. Of course, given how the bot lane is playing out, I don't think that Furia are out of options. It's just...
Ooh.
โอ้โหอย่างเดือดอะ
Yep. Kasante
Kasante.
with a lead.
Yep, Kasante does not have all out, so doesn't have his ultimate, and dominance is available for Gigo, so he should be okay to farm
มี
under
7
his
โม
tower,
ง
but
ไทย
he's got to be careful about getting poked down here. Eris going in for the
คู่อะไร
trade,
ครับ
proxy
พรุ่ง
electrocute,
นี้
but honestly took as much damage, if not more, as he dealt. And Tuts has just been handling this matchup without any issues whatsoever. He really
คู่
has
แพ้
been
ใช่ไหม
looking great.
The level advantage doing him wonders right now.
เอาที่
He's having
2 ใช่
that
ไหม
extra bit of health. Tatu makes his way. I wonder if he was spotted there.
If Levi's still in the brush, he would be. Should be spotted, yep. So they know that
ขอกู้
Tatu
ศรั
is
ท
in
ธา
the
หน่อยครับ
area.
แก
The
มนะ
question is,
เกม
do
นี้
they look for a fight here around the scuttle? Eris is already trying to threaten the move down towards that river, but it looks like GAM will just make the call. You know what? We got to give it up. We don't want to actually engage into Jojo and IU, especially when Jojo just hit 6. Will be very difficult to take down. Eris, though, going aggressive here onto Tuts. Does land the chain. Tuts getting quite low, but again, trading back effectively every single time. Keeping that pressure on Eris, never allowing him to just take a free trade.
อ๋อเอาคู่นี้ไปเจอกับ G2 ใช่ไหม
back to base. Levi
เพ
feels
ราะว่าวัน
confident
นี้
trying to start
BLG
this up.
มัน
Elio
น่าจะ
looking. They're going to be able to proc the stun here onto IU. IU
เรียบ
flashes out, but
ร้อย
IU could be in a
ยา
lot of trouble. Braum going to throw down the ultimate. Jojo tries to knock him back. As the knock up there from IU will keep him safe, but still the TP should guarantee this dragon.
Yeah, but it's a heavy commitment there.
No one's top, yeah, and there's no TP to answer.
This will open up the top lane tower for Gigo to get a bit of gold back in the matchup. But sure, a second of dragon secured. I like the fact that GAM is keeping this pressure
ผม
up.
น่าจะไหวแค่คู่นี้ว่ะคนดู
Neither World what's happening is your... I mean, the Trinity Force
คู่ BLG G2 ผมน่าจะดูไม่ไหวอะง่วง
at
เกิน
around 15 to 20 minutes. You get
แล้ว
the
เดี๋ยวต้อง
third
ทำงาน
dragon, and then you
ใช้
force
แรง
Fury
อีก
into a fight where you have that item advantage. You're spiking hard at around level 11, the right items, the right time, and Fury hasn't had enough time to scale up. So I think GAM has the right idea around how they want to play things out. Right now, a lot of the gold is sitting
แต่
on Levi,
3-0
and that is both a
BLG
good and a bad
3-0
thing.
G2
It's a good thing because it's giving them full control over these objectives.
เก่ง
It's really
เกิ
hard
น
for Fury to fight. But in
เก่ง
terms
เกิน
of
pay in
pressure, Azir is doing a good job of maintaining mid control and is always punishing Eris every time Eris tries to move. And on the bot side of the map, Artemis is not dominating in the 1v1 matchup, and this Yasuo is just having a lot of time to free scale. Now they've moved IU towards
พี่ไม่นึกถึง
mid.
ช่องอื่นที่ได้ MSI เหรอ
Lane assignments once again from GAM. They're threatening the dive on top. The TP will come through from the Renekton.
Oh, they definitely want to try to look
ช่
for
อง
a
ไหน
dive.
น้อง
Top 2 is
น้อง
in
ภู
the area.
มิ
Will he be able to actually pull it off? The culling is just ripping through him. Levi is fed, and Artemis gets the kill. And now we can actually take over the body, but IU is coming up here as well. They're going to try to look for more, but GAM execute on that play. Even though Furia had the
ต้อง
read,
เติมเงินป่ะอุ้ย
the CC
เติม
into
ก็
just
ดี
a
นะครับ
full
พี่กำลัง
tank
ยิน
culling was way too much for Kigo to be able to survive. They are looking for Eris down
เติม
on
เงิน
the
ก็
bot
พอไหว
side,
อยู่
but
มั้ง
we'll be able to just store it out to safety.
Has the mobility to get away. Oh, but now IU is isolated on the top
อีก
lane.
ช่องหนึ่ง
No
เขาดูทุก
flash,
คู่
does
โอ้
have the
โห
exhaust.
เขาแฟน
Can
พัน
he
ธุ์แท้เก
outplay? He's
ม
gonna have to try to dodge. Gets the knock up. There's the last breath. The shield comes through. Will they be able to kill him off? Elio incredibly low is
อันนั้น
barely
ช่อง
able
แฟ
to
นพันธุ์แท้
survive
เกม
there.
แล้ว
Levi jumps out as well. They can't take down IU. Well played by the Yasuo to be able to survive in the 1v3. I thought Elio might have been getting knocked down.
The exhaust doing some
ผมไม่
serious
ระดับ
work.
แฟนพันธุ์แท้
It
ดิ
did seem like they were going to try and trade Elio for IU, which would have been a worthwhile trade, but he manages to find the outplay. GAM still hold on to the gold lead for now. Tuts is being given more free farm in the bot lane as he extends his individual lead to 1.1k. The Nash's Tooth doing some serious work on the split push.
คนอื่นเขาพร้อมดูแต่ไม่ให้มี
Again,
สิท
we
ธิ์
always think about
เอ้า
that scaling element. They're looking pretty good
ก็
for the
ขาย
time
สิทธิ์แล้ว
being.
นี่ไงก็ไม่มีคนซื้อ
They really are. This is going to be a problem here.
พี่ก็ไม่ได้กักอะไรนี่น้องภูมิ
Some sort of solution. Eris really has not been very
พี่ก็
effective.
ขายสิทธิ์แล้วนะ
Thus
เว้
far
ย
this game hasn't really been able to put on a lot of pressure, but to be fair, they haven't been playing around him that much. Has been looking for trades, but mostly they've been answered and often surpassed by what Tuts is doing. And this is Zero is just always a problem. The further you get into the game, the more problematic he is going to become. He is that kind of ticking clock on you that you know once it gets late game, time can sometimes just be up.
Well, Herald now spawning in about 20 seconds. Furia.
Oh, they're going to look. Nice combo there as Jojo
โอ้โห
knocks him
ชิบหาย
back.
แล้ว
He
แก
gets
ม
stunned to the wall immediately. Eris has to flash out, but will it even matter? Flash there to follow. They're trying to chase him down. Tatu used the flash, but he can't close the gap just yet. You can see IU moving down. Eris may have to try to look for an execute here, but I don't know if the kill tag has
โดนอยู่
expired.
ดี
It definitely hasn't now as Tatu hits him with a rock to the back of the head. They do eventually get the kill.
That means that the gap between the mid laners is only continuing to grow. Of course, we look at the rest of the map and it's still advantages across the board in favor of GAM. But when you think about the map
มึง
pressure,
ทำแบบ
it's
นี้
Furia
สิ
that's
เวอ
pushing
ร์
in the
วืด
bot lane. Furia called
วืด
the
เหรอ
wave in mid. They're setting their sights on this
วื
bot
ดก็วืด
tier
ดิ
1.
Levi is there. They're just trying to force down the tower. Elio TP down. Now Artemis is going to arrive. Can they
รุ่น
look
ใหญ่
to try to turn this around? Artemis trying to get some damage down, but the tower is getting lower and lower as Kiaya is looking for another solo bolo on the top side. Gigo flashes out,
รุ่นใหญ่
but
ต้อง
will
ง้อเหรอ
Kiaya spend the flash to follow?
อุ๊ย
He's
อุ๊ย
gonna
บ
go
น
for
โซ
it.
โล่
He's
คิว
gonna get it. Kiaya with another solo kill, not to be outdone.
The Cassante continues to grow stronger. GAM are gaining massive advantages on the top side of the map. The Dragon is a
เดี๋ยว
minute
นี้พูดไม่
away.
เข้าหูลบเม็ดเลยเหรอ ไม่ใช่
Furia
ผ
find
ม
themselves
น้อง
in
ภู
a difficult
มิ
spot.
คุณอนาวิ
So
น
much of the pressure is falling onto Tuts' shoulders. The Azir in a great spot.
Some broad
ดู
shoulders
พูด
though.
เข้า
It's gonna have to be.
เอาคุณตีอยู่เหรอ
As GAM find themselves with such a huge advantage right now. Look at Levi. This Viego is very scary with the Cassante by his side. We'll see how things play out. Furia, about 2k gold down for now. The Herald gonna drop. They can't really contest. Instead, they'll set their sights on the bot tier 1.
And he may just be going collector second here. Really aggressive build with the
เงิน
Viego.
โดพี่
Definitely
สู้
can
ข
put
น
out
มปัง
incredible amounts of burst.
ได้ไหม
Kiaya
โห
now
ได้
here
สิ
around
ครับ
mid
เงิน
lane.
โดเยอะก
Jojo
ว่า
just has to headbutt him back as IU did
ร้าน
not
ขนม
want to
ปัง
get
พี่
chased
พี่
down.
ท
But remember, while you are watching the action
ทำไอ้นี่
unfold, keep an eye
เฉย
out for exclusive
ๆทำเอา
drops
สวัส
just
ดิ
for
การ
tuning in to MSI. All you need to do is be logged in and watching on lolesports.com
สวัส
for
ดิ
a
การ
chance
ดี
to score in-game loot. As GAM continue pushing this pressure forward, the Dragon is up. They use the Herald to take that mid-tier 1, and now they are looking to move and grab another Dragon. This would be their third of the game.
The bot wave's in an awkward spot for GAM. They decided to just bring
มึงไปดู
Kiaya
ภาค
over
ไทยได้
towards
ป่ะ
the Drake. They want to make sure that they can get
ทำไม
this
อ่ะ
to put themselves on
ภาค
soul
ไทย
point.
ใครภาคอยู่
Tatu
อ่ะ
is in the area, a level down, but now the rest of Furia have regrouped. They're looking
ดู
to
อังกฤษ
contest.
นี่แหละ
Yeah, they absolutely are. And Furia
หัด
are
ภาษาอั
much
งกฤษ
more
บ้าง
grouped. Eris is on the side by himself here.
มาแล้วบุกใหญ่
Levi
ครับ
Kiaya
บุกใหญ่
focusing down this Dragon, but you can see the
แก
damage
ม
coming in from Tuts
มี
already.
ขี้
As
ยา
Eris looking for some poke onto
อุ้ย
IU.
ไฟไอ้นี่มันโหดอีกแล้วว่า
Grabs him
เฟอร์อะ
off, and GAM are thrown into the grinder. Furia will
โอ้
not
ฟูเรีย
be
มัน
out team fought. They crush the fight
มัน
again.
ไฟดีจังวะ
Every single time
ชิบ
when
หาย
you
แล้
think
ว
they're down, they get back up and they hit you in the face.
Furia
do not hesitate. The moment they see a good angle to fight, they will force it. GAM's positioning was all over the place. They had Eris looking for a flank, hovering around the mid lane, but
นี่ขนาดเคซันเต้แม่งเกิดชิบหายเลยนะ
There was Lucian kind of spread off from the main bulk of the force that was
แต่กลางมันดิบ
focusing
อะ
down
เนอะ
the dragon.
เลอบังไม่มีผลอะไรเลยอะ
Furia swing the fight in their favor.
เสีย
The goal
ตามของ
now
ตาม
in their favor.
And look at where that gold is. A
ตำแหน่งอื่น
3,000
แกมมันได้แล้ว
individual
เหลือ
gold
กลาง
lead
เนี่ย
for the Azir over the LeBlanc. That is so problematic now. He's going to go back and likely have an entire
แกม
item
ไฟ
watch
ท์
this
ห่วย
Skarner
มากเลย
ulti.
So
ว่ะ
Artemis trying to get involved in the fight, getting zoned
เลอ
away.
บองไม่ได้ทำอะไรเลย
The Skarner ultimate comes through, the knockup happens, the Yasuo follow-up, the chain CC onto the front line of GAM just means that they're not allowed to play. Artemis is forced out of the fight. Eris had no impact in the fight. And Furia, they're just a unit. They commit, they coordinate, and they destroy GAM in the fight.
There are the Furia coaches right there reacting. You can see even Tatu leaning over to Toots and saying, well done, good job. On the Azir is very far ahead at this point, and I feel like GAM's frontline just got a little bit overconfident. We'll see if Toots has done the same now. Jojo trying to get in here to help him out. There's the flash forward from Levi, but look at Eris. He's just deleted. It's a 1v2. No problem there for Toots as he gets one back. The question is, can they get more? Elio slowing down Jojo. Will set him up. Going to be able to pop the ulti to break that, but here comes Levi. Great sidestep there from Jojo. He will eventually be ran down. The question is, can they get something else elsewhere on the map? And the answer looks like no, as IU will not be able to take this tower before they get back to
แกม
defense.
ยังไหวไหม
So a positioning mistake there from Furia. It's great that Toots is able to at the very least
ตบ
trade
หมด
one
เลยค
for
รับ
one.
เกมนี้
But Eris has very little gold in the game, and the fact that Levi was able to pick up that kill is only going to put him in a more favorable position. Furia can't afford to rest on their laurels because GAM is going to constantly fish for these picks, and with nothing on the map for Furia to really cross map for, it's only going to allow GAM to reclaim that gold advantage. Levi in the last fight wasn't allowed, I should say, to have impact, but next time round he's going to be aware of that, and a single reset could change the whole fight.
Tatu looking here for Artemis. Nice dash and nice sidestep. Artemis hits him with the question mark right after. Great job avoiding the gank there from Tatu.
แกมไหวแต่ว่าดาเมจมันจะแย่ๆตรงเลอบังเนี่ยเลอบังนี่แปลกมากเลย
They're gonna get some damage down here on Tatu. Let the culling rip. Levi's coming in, as is Jojo. IU just drops the wind wall, tries to keep his jungler safe, and will be able to do so. Levi has this big gold advantage. They want to try to use it. Remember, Jojo has no ulti from that bot lane death, and he's gonna die again.
สวยนะสวยนะ
The
สวย
question
นะ
is, how aggressive do they get with this? You can see pings are already there over onto the Otacon.
And you can see that GAM is very good at just finding these picks. Furia is disrespecting. They did win a team fight, but that doesn't suddenly mean that you're so much stronger than GAM. They have the numbers, they're finding good catches, and with the TP being invested, they're securing an outcome.
They're going to grab this Otacon. Yep, no chance of a steal here. Tatu not in the area, and Toots is not even going to look for it. Great plays there from GAM. They have to keep going, though. They need more. Levi has that 2K advantage, but it's going to be very difficult for him to use that in a team fight compared to what the Azir is going to be able to do, where he just basically has to hit anyone, stay safe, and look for those plays.
Gigo pushing out that bot wave, trying to steal away the Gromp as well, getting what gold he can. Of course, he is quite far behind Kiaya. The Renekton is basically just a wall of HP. When we think about the upcoming fights, if he can zone away the Lucian, then that's definitely a job well done. Toots' main responsibility is to try and get through Kiaya, who's now really starting to stack up this magic resistance, so he's becoming an immovable wall. We'll see how Furia deal with that. Meanwhile, IU kind of quietly continuing to farm in the background. This Yasuo had a nice combo in the previous fight. Eris making his way down from the top lane. GAM starting to stack to protect their mid
มา
lane.
ครับ20 วิตัดสินไฟอีกทีหนึ่งไฟใหญ่ขี้ยา2ชิ้นว่ะโอ้โหแล้วก็มีแบมเบิลเวสถึกมากอะตอนนี้เคซันเต้แต่อย่าโดนแทงก่อนแบบนี้ได้ปะได้อยู่วัวเสียฟรีวัวเสียฟรี
Quigo is here as well. Kiaya trying to kite back now with
สีย
Artemis. as Kiaya took the worst end of that. Does not have his teleport available.
แต่อาเซียดูดุมากเลยไอ้ทีม
But it did mean
ป่า
the
มัน
ultimate
ดู
was
เก่ง
spent
เก่ง
for both Gigo and JoJo, so they could be vulnerable. Furia though pushing forward, eyes on this tier 1 tower. They're gonna get
ป่า
it,
มันดู
and
เก่งมาก
GAM is just completely split now.
กลางมันพูดผิด
Of the cooldowns at the bottom of your screen, the ulti of Alistair and Renekton were
Asia.
both used. Big ultimates that are important for a team fight. The Braum was used in exchange, but they still have the Cassante and the Viego ult available along with the Cullen.
But they just can't walk through Toots. Look at this. Kiaya is trying to get aggressive here,
ตาย
but
แล้ว
he's just
กิ
gonna
ยา
get knocked down. He's incredibly low.
โอ้
He
ทำไม
CC'd
กิยา
his
มัน
kill.
ไฟทุเรศ
Artemis
ทุ
now
ก
the
เก
job
ม
is
เลย
up
วะ
to him. Can he and Eris make something happen? The win wall says no to the Cullen. As Gigo's gonna be spotted out on the side. Eris low, Elio low, Artemis on the run. Gigo behind them still,
โอ้แพ้ละ
looking for this Lucian,
ผมว่า
hunting, going for the stun. The barriers popped early. Eris trying to turn around onto Gigo. Gigo
แม่ง
has
โค
the
ตรไม่
flash
ถู
out
ก
to
ต้อง
the
อะ
other side. It's Toots and it's IU, and they've caught Levi. Levi will draw his last breath as he's knocked down by the Yasuo. GAM are running for the hills, but
โอ้ขี้
Fury
ยาอีกแล้ว
want
อะ
even more. They take Artemis, and they are damn well sure going to take the dragon as well.
The front line just evaporates for GAM. Azel, you were talking about how difficult it is for GAM to approach.
Ow.
Eris at the very least gets a kill back, shuts down Gigo, and gets a bit of gold back into his pocket, but the dragon is still going to fall in favor of Furia. The fights are going the way of Furia. And I feel like
มึง
it
ไม่
all
ดีใจ
comes
เดี๋ยวจบ
down
ไป
to this
ไม่ดีใจ
man in
อะ
the
ดิ
mid lane, the emperor
มี
of
คน
the
จะให้
sands.
ให้
Toots is just
ให้ทายถูกอะ
eviscerating
เทส
them.
บัค
We see Kiaya trying
Can't
to
walk through him
approach,
like that.
and look at Toots. He just melts him. The CC comes through. They have an easy target to focus down. And like, what options do GAM have left? They don't have an easy way to start the fight. Their engage is limited. Instead, they try to poke down their opposition, but Furia is more than healthy enough. They dance
โอ้
around
โห
Gigo,
มัน
they
เล่น
chip
มันเล่น
away
เข้ม
his
มาก
HP
นะ
bar,
แต่
but
ว่า
now
พอมา
Levi is
ไฟต์อะ
isolated, and
ดา
Furia
แท้ง
are
ฟ
quick
รี
to collapse.
Yeah, it's just really
โดน
well
ดา
played.
เมจ
They
ฟรีเยอะ
collapse
ไป
on
หน่อย
him. Hit him with the Azir ult. That sets up for IU's
อาเซีย
ultimate.
เกิดแล้วอะคนดู
Datu, as always, so excited there. I think he's kind of laughing
Guy
at
back.
Gigo for dying under the tower. Looked like that might have been the reaction there, but you can see the Furia fans really happy about how things are going. They are on the verge of taking down GAM, of winning their first international best of 5. Look at the damage dealt there. Artemis getting a ton done, but
Lucian
it's
ทำดาเมจ
a
เยอะมาก
one-man army. The Emperor on the other side.
แกม
Toots
ชนะ
has
แน่
just
บอส
been
ใช่เหรอคุณ
killing
ตี
it. Eris trying to take down this tower, but kind of disrespecting the damage there from Gigo. Takes a couple tower shots
ใน
for
เก
his
มมัน
trouble.
ทำอะไรได้
He
บ้าง
will
วะ
be sent packing.
ทำอะไรไม่ได้สักอย่างเลยมิดแกม เอาผมไปเล่นดีกว่านะผมว่า อย่างน้อย CS ไม่น่าตามอะ ฟาร์มอย่างเดียวอะ
Levi are here. They're looking for Tatu.
อุ้ย
They're
อุ้ย
going
อัน
for
นี้
it.
มั่ว
They
อันนี้
pull
มั่ว
the trigger on the teleport. Ayu's coming over as well. Eris still incredibly
อ้าว
low. Gigo has the
อ้าว
ultimate, but now in comes Toots.
ไอ้
He
ไอ้นี่
is
มั่ว
the
คุณดู
problem. Do they have the answer? Great combo from JoJo. Sets up for Ayu, but he's gonna be stunned to the wall by the
อ้าว
stolen body of the
เอาแกม
Skarner.
ชนะอยู่
And
ดี
it's a double for Levi. He's getting the
เอ้า
resets,
เอ้า
and Levi is going crazy.
มาดิพี่เอง
Pulls the fight out from
พี่ให้แม่น
nowhere.
พี่ให้แม่น
GAM get a clean ace. They'll get the
พี่ให้แม่น
Baron,
พี่ให้
and
แม่น
they
พี่ให้
do
แม่น
not
น้องพี่ให้
put
แม่
him
น
down in game number 4.
One by
พี่ให้แม่น
one,
พี่ให้แม่น
Furia walk into the meat grinder that is
พี่ให้แม่น
Levi.
น้อง
He picks them apart. And in the straight up front to back 5v5, we've seen Furia get the
Yasuo
better of GAM. But when it just
สุด
turns
ท้ายก็เป็น
into
ยาสูอยู่ดี
Levi versus his opposition, it's Levi that gets the better of them.
พี่ให้แม่น พี่
They
ให้แม่น
secure the Baron. They balloon this into a 4k gold lead. And remember, look at the map state right now. It's a 3 versus 4. IU can't really get involved in the fight. The Braum ship is there to protect. And now the front line is gone. Tadu falls. But Furia keep going back in. Gigo, before he even arrives, IU is
โห
shut
ยาสูอย่าง
down.
มั่ว
And while the Azir wall looks really cool, it doesn't
แต่ว่า
result
เปิดไฟ
in
ไม่
much.
ดี
They
นะครับ
didn't quite
ส
have
กา
the
เนอร์
damage. And
เพื่อนอยู่
GAM
ไกลเกิน
found the perfect fight.
I mean, you can see Levi pumped up as well he should be. They got the initial kill on the Skarner, and then beautifully takes over the Skarner and drives the Yasuo into the wall after that combo setting up for the last breath came through from
เงินนำเลย
JoJo.
ว่ะ
Stuns the
4,000
Yasuo into the wall. They are able to burst him down without him being able to do much of anything. But now Levi is spotted. Hex Flash threatening there from JoJo. You can see big early advantage was claimed by Levi in this game, and he is trying to
Levi
be
หน้า
the
เหมือน
force
พี่
that
ตรงไหน
gets them
วะ
across the finish line. Eris now level 6, critical for the LeBlanc. getting that really short cooldown on the ulti helps with the poke. Gigo fighting aggressively here, but he's against Kiaya and Levi. Kiaya can tank the tower for days. Gigo, though, still surviving for now. Are they going to be able to knock him down? Kiaya's got to get out of tower range. They do get the kill, and now it's Tatu that's in trouble on the other side, as the culling won't quite be enough damage to knock him down. Toots, though, holding strong here in that bot lane, defending the tower, as IU takes over the responsibilities in mid lane.
ตาก็
Levi is
ตา
playing
ก็ไม่
with
เหมือน
nothing
เหมือน
but
แค่คิวเอง
confidence, acting as the driving force right now for GAM. They find another pick in mid, convert it into a tower. They're gonna secure another one here in the bot lane.
6k.
And GAM, after a single fight, have claimed full control over this game.
The question remains, can you win a setup front-to-back fight against this Azir who is monstrously fed? Because they are going to have to answer that question. They're not going to be able to close out the game with this
คน
Baron.
หน้า
They're still going
ค
to
ล้าย
have
ผ
to
ม
win
ก็
by
ที่
D5s,
คุณ
and that has been
บ
the
อกกัน
problem.
ก็คือมัน
Eris
เหมือนแค่คิ้วอะส่วน
is
ใหญ่
able to
อะ
land some poke.
คิ้วคน
Change
เรา
the
ก็
lure
ค
sign set
ล้าย
by
ๆนี้
Steve
หมด
by
อะ
Toots, but
ทรง
he
เนี้ย
is hurting. Like Elio takes a
พอได้
couple
คิ้วแบบ
stabs
นี้
and
มา
then
มันก็
loses
จะ
half his health. Eris
หน้าตา
again
คล้ายๆ
looking
กันหมด
will
อะ
tank a tower shot. They're just trying to make sure that Furia can't get any vision on the dragon, that they can't even get over there. They're trying to make sure it's not that 5v5 I'm talking about, where it is established battle lines.
I will note that Artemis
รีวายหน้าเหมือน
with
นั
his
ก
3
ร้องว
items
ง
completed
อินเดียโก้
is dishing
มึ
out
งลอง
some
ไปเปิดดู
serious
รู้จัก
damage
ว
himself.
งนี้ฟัง
And
บ่อย
while
ใน
so
รถ
much of the conversation has been about Levi,
เส้น
IU
บาง
in these clustered fights, sure, he's been getting some great ultis off, contributing to the
ฟัง
chain
บ่อย
CC
ฟัง
to
บ่อย
set up
วงนี้ร้อง
for
เพราะ
Toots to just dish out the damage.
อินเดีย
But
โก้
now
เนี่ย
that Lucian, I feel like he's just going to melt through this Renekton. And when we think about the front to back and the fact that Kiaya has been kind of getting destroyed, now that the level 17 Kazante is going up against Azir, sure, Azir is scary, but we'll see how the fight plays out. Dragon started off, and then Furious just going to give this one up.
Yeah, they are going to give it. I think it's the right choice. I really liked how GAM played that Baron. They kept the pressure on. They never allowed Fury to enter their jungle, so they couldn't get any vision to even approach the dragon. Just denied any possibility
แล้ว
of
คน
a
ไม่
fight.
มีคิว
Was
บอสคิด
really
ว่า
well
ไง
done. The
คน
last
ไม่มี
whisper
คิว
now
อะ
done as well for Levi. So Gigo could be in some trouble, tanking that calling, and he is just getting burst down under his tower. Not even safe there, but Toots is trying to turn around. Look at this damage coming through from the Azir. Levi barely survives. Jojo may want more. Does have the flash, but I don't think he's going to be able to get in range here to stop Levi on the recall.
วงนี้เพลงเพ
So
ราะ
we will have to
ที่
stop
ชอบ
as
ฟัง
Eris
อยู่ใน
can't
รถ
actually ward Jojo away. They are worried about a potential chase down.
ฟังวง
Tried
ไหน
to go
มา
big for that dive,
ฟัง
and it
ทำนองอย่าง
almost
เดียวดิ
turned tragic.
เนื้อมั่วนิดนึ
Flash
ง
from Gigo was so close. He almost ended up as fodder.
ทำไมเวลาได้บอลเราต้องจี้ล่าง
Flashing away from
คง
the
ถนัด
Levi
ด้านล่าง
ultimate,
มั้งน้อง
getting him away to safety.
แต่จ
But
ริ
he
ง
has
ๆได้บอล
not
ลอน
had
อ่ะ
a good game.
มันบีบ
14
ให้ได้
is
ป้อม
his
นอก
level
ง่าย
compared to
มาก
the
เลยอะ
17 of Kiaya.
พี่ว่าพวกทีมเกาหลีจะใช้กันโคตรเก่งเลย พวก
Most
บา
of the
บาล
GAM
อนอะ
members, as you saw in that bot lane skirmish.
ทีมพวกนี้มัน
And GAM,
เล่น
they're
ไปอะ
desperately
แบบ
trying to
ไฟ
force
สวย
the
ก็
Baron, of
ค่อย
course,
ชนะ
now worn off. They didn't really get much off the back of it. They got that tier 2 tower in the mid lane, and Azil, it still feels like Furia have the tools to win out on these fights, especially with the death cap on the horizon for Toots.
I think they absolutely do. I mean,
เส้น
it's all about the start of the
บางๆ
fight
บนชาม
for
ก๋วยเตี๋ยว
GAM to me. You have this 4,300 gold lead on Levi, which is absolutely absurd. But
วงนี้
if you
พอ
get
ลองไปฟัง
CC'd,
กัน
if
ดู
you
นะค
get
รับ
comboed, you get hit with the
Indigo
exhaust coming through from IU, you're getting Skarner ulted out of an Alistar combo, you can't really do that much. Whereas there's so few tools to actually get that explosive engage and lockdown to it. So it's going to be so much harder to stop what he wants to do. He's almost on his death cap for the forced item. And as long as he is staying safe and the battle lines are established, you drop the wind wall to zone out Artemis. As the melees come forward, they can kind of just focus down. And we've seen that in a number of fights. So we'll see if Furia can pull it off.
There it is. There's the death cap. Okay. So Baron
บอสยังให้แม่นอยู่นะ บอสยังให้แม่นอยู่นะ ถ้าถูกเกม
Gamma
นี้นะ
gaining deep vision control on the top side of the map.
Oh, Kiaya in a potential 1v2 here. Gigo is around.
โอ้โห
as is
1-2
IU. He gets
ไหว
the
นะ
bad
เนี่ย
news.
ไหว
They
นะ
don't
เนี่ย
have the teleport to back him up.
สวน
He's
ดี
gonna
ดี
have to take this fight
โอ้
by
ยต้องกระ
himself.
แทก
We'll
ให้
see
ไป
if he can actually do it. Gonna go
ไม่ไหว
unstoppable
ละ
as he goes over the wall. Can he actually
อุ๊ย
kite
รอด
out
ปะ
Gigo? He's
ไม่
trying
ร
to.
อด
Gigo
รอ
has
ด
the slice, has the dice though. Nice and Tovo strikes, knocking him up, trying to buy the
ร
time.
อด
He can't kill him.
Kasante Gaming,
โอ้
the
โห
Pathmaker,
ตัวอย่างเวอ
will
ร์
draw the path back to safety at his base. He gets out of the 1v2,
ตอนแรกนึก
gets
ว่า
the
แตกไปแล้ว
exhaust, gets the
เค
ultis.
สเต้กลับมาพังงานอีกรอบหนึง
Kiaya is coming up massive for the team.
You even use the exhaust. Tatu forced to flash away as
ไอ
Gam
พวกเลือกยา
almost
สูบ
found
เลนล่างนี่
another
มันต้อง
pick.
เก่งนิดนึง
They're
นะ
threatening the Baron that spawns in 5 seconds.
ไอ้นี่มัน
Kiaya
คงมั่น
back
ใจ
out
ในฝี
onto
มื
the
อมัน
map,
อะ
close to level 18 in the bot lane. Getting even more magic resistance to deal with Toots.
The pressure continues to mount. The TP comes through. GAM is looking to force.
แต่พี่เห็นยาสูบไม่ได้ทำอะไรเลยทั้งเกม
The ultimate is back up. It is a very short cooldown, but Braum has no ulti. Gigo has no ulti.
เลื
Neither
อกมา
does
โคตรตัว
Kiaya.
ฟรี
Eris on the side here, trying to look for angles to poke, but I think Furia might just go forward. They're trying to fight their way through.
มีแต่ไอ้ไก่
Elio
เนี่ย
takes a
แบ
couple
ก
autos from Azir, and down
แบก
goes
เป็น
half his HP. Eris trying to
แบ
land
ก
a little
ที
bit
ม
of
แบบ
poke, but it doesn't do much of
เวอ
anything
ร์จัด
on
เลย
Tatu.
ไก่
You can feel the tension. Eris is spotted on vision, has the mobility to get away to safety. Furia clearing out what they can of the Baron side of the map. The push in mid now been
ไอ้มิดเลน
responded
คน
to
นี้
by
เก่ง
GAM.
เก่ง
Oh, he's going for the base. This is a very
หามา
awkward
จาก
fight.
ไหน
He's gonna
วะ
have to use his
มิดเลนคนเนี้ย
teleport. He kind of postured pretty aggressively
ผ
instead
ม
of using
เห็น
the blast
เล่น
cones to
10
go up
เกม
towards
แม่ง
this
โห
side
ด
of the
10
map.
เกมเลย
He, I think, was trying to see
กลาง
could he
ของ
find some sort of a sneaky play,
ไอ้
but it ends up
บรา
costing
ซิ
him
ล
his
เนี่ย
teleport. Elio did get back to base and was able to heal up. Now back out on the map. Has an exhaust of his own here from that unsealed spellbook.
มันหามาจากไหนคุณดู
Ready to use it, but again, every time Elio steps forward, he just gets an auto or two
เรียก
from
เขาไอ
Blitz and
เพื่อน
it's
เล่น
kind of
มึง
back
เหร
to
อ
base with
โอ้
you.
โหเขาไม่รู้ภาษาเราเรียกอะไรก็ได้
On the Baron, the dragon spawning in 50 seconds.
Nice poke there. About 30% of the HP
Oh,
gone from Gigo.
Oh,
คุณ
that's
เป็น
not
เพื่อน
good.
เขาเหรอคุณมา
They're
โกร
just
ธ
gonna
แทน
force
เขา
it.
เนี่ย
You know what? We believe in our ability to win a 5v5. We will see if they can pull it off. Eris is on the top side. Furia do pull off though, as they don't want to be tanking the Baron when GAM
มาว่ะ
engages.
ไฟใหญ่
They're
ว่ะ
looking to try to go for the fight here. GAM is in a 4v5
หา
until
มา
Eris
จาก
can
คลองถม
reconvene with the rest
คลอง
of
ถ
the
ม
team. Tato is able to help push us
ได้
out and
งี้
try
เลย
to
เหรอ
ward them away. Make it difficult for the Viego. That's
อุ้ย
his
แทงโค
job.
ตรแรง
He's
อะ
got
ไก่
to be the one putting the CC down on Levi if he goes aggressive.
Poke being thrown, nothing too serious so far. The dragon now the priority. GAM on soul point, they can use this to their advantage to try and threaten the Baron themselves. The
Eris
positions have
again.
been swapped.
Oh, Eris could be caught here. Toots is looking for him, and he's just autoing him to death.
ไก่
He does
มั่ว
land
แล้ว
the chains, but are they going to be able to turn
ไก่
this
มั่ว
around?
แล้วคุณดู
Comes down onto Toots. Toots in trouble now. But on the other side, the Scarter
โอ้
also
ไก่
is gonna
มั่ว
land.
ไก่
It's
จ๋า
Levi
ได้ยินไหมว่า
in
เสียง
the
ใคร
backline. It's Levi on a rampage, and it's
โอ้
Levi's
ไก่มั่ว
world.
เพิ่งชมเอง
He takes over the Azir. He's taking over the fight. He's taking over the series. GAM
พี่
win
เพิ่งชมเอง
the fight and are gonna push
สวย
us
ครั
to a
บ
game number 5.
The
เก
death
ม 5
time
นะ
is
บอสให้
also
แม่นนะ
long.
ยังอยู่นะครับ
GAM
บอสให้
still
แม่นนะ
have 4 members alive. Tatu
บอสให้แม่น
is
ยังอยู่
trying
นะครับ
to catch the waves. We
ขออ
can
นุ
buy
ญาต
time.
ปรับ
Eris
ตัวเลข
does
รอ
not
เลย
allow
นะ
that to happen.
Yeah, they're just
ปรับ
gonna
ตัวเลข
run
รอเลย
down
ละกัน
Tatu, try as he might. His efforts are in vain. This game was about one man, and it was about one man only. Levi on the Viego went crazy. GAM are able to find a way to push back, to fight back, and to force us all the way. We're going the distance. It's going to be a game number 5 between Furia and GAM. Cue up Silver Scrapes.
ขออนุญาตให้แม่นนะครับอุ้ยมาแล้วสมัครสมาชิกนะครับขอบคุณนะครับ
Such an intense team fight
คุณ
at
เด่
the
นนะค
very
รับ
end. Toots overstepped too far. He was forced to flash away to safety, and that was all Levi needed. The moment that the flash was gone, Levi did not hesitate. Flash, kill with the Azir now under his control.
วันนี้ถูก3ผิด
He could
1ไม่แย่ป่ะ
easily turn the fight in GAM's favor, and that was all it took. GAM
สวยตาม
pushed
สัญญา
Furia
อุ้ย
to
ขอบ
the
คุณ
limit.
ครับ
We're
อ๋อนี่เหรอ
going
สมา
to
ชิก
game 5.
เกม 5 เกม 5 เกม
I mean, this series couldn't resolve any other way.
It's just an absolute banger, man. GAM have got to be so happy battling back in a game like that. It looked so difficult. At
รอ
times to be able to
30 นา
deal
ที
with Azir, but they find
อุ้ย
a way.
30 นาที
Kiaya,
มีอะไรอ่ะ
multiple solo kills on the top side. Levi incredible in these fights. Really was a
ถ้า
full
กู
team
สมัคร
effort.
สมาชิกกูจะได้
Able to
เสื้อไหม
problem solve
มันก็
how
ต้อง
they
สุ่ม
were
มา
gonna
เสื้อ
get through that game to be able to stay alive, to be able to force us all the way. Now let's head on over to the analyst to break
ทาง
that
เขียว
one
อี
down.
ก
Who
เที
you
ย
think is going to
หนึ่ง
take it
ขึ้น
to
ให้
game
พี่
number
กด
5?
หน่อย
It's
โหมันปรับ
anyone's
ยาก
game
อะ
and
ดิ
it's
พี่ซิน
anyone's series right now, and it's the
ไอ้
second time we have
ไอ้
a
อีโม
game
มันจะหาย
5
ข้างหลัง
here
อะ
at MSI2025. Coincidentally, it's Furia doing it once again here. A lot of A-ramming during this game, but also a lot of impact from GAM's top laner.
Yeah, I was gonna say a lot of A-ramming, but for me, once again, it started in the top side with Kiaya. This Cassante got
ดูอีกคู่ไหม
really
จริงๆมันก็ดูได้อะคนดูแต่ว่าผม
really
จะไม่ได้นอนอะ
quickly.
ผมอยากนอ
Some
น
of
นิด
it
นึง
of his own doing, right? Like making space, getting the solo kill. Some of it of some interesting decisions from Furia trying to gank him on the top side of the game. But how it turned out is that he just became an absolute menace, and by contrast,
มาดูวันแรกครับ
มาดูวันแรกขอบคุณครับ
Levi ended up becoming
โอ้มาดูวันแรกก็ได้ใจเลยนะเนี่ยได้ใจผมเลยนะ300 บาทครับ
Anytime you do have a Viego, you just know that whether or not your fights are going to be looking good, and we saw it in this game as well, is one, does he live? Because he is a very squishy champion, particularly with the newer build, where you go for a lot more crit items. And then secondly, can you just find the initial reset?
ได้ใจอย่างนี้ได้ใจ
When you see this comp, you think it should be LeBlanc. It should be the Lucian Braum that sets up for it.
เดี๋ยวโดให้รอแป๊บอุ้ยรอได้เสมอคุณเต้ไม่ต้องรีบนะครับ
That actually did
ไม่
so
ต้องรีบ
much
นะ
of the damage that enabled these kills. And if you do get an early reset,
UFC
Viego is
คู่เอก
such
พี่
an
ให้ใคร
insanely
ใครกับใคร
impressive
อ่ะ
champion,
UFC
right? Splits up the fights, and he just gets to use the full power of his kit.
Yeah, and at this point, he's just so far ahead. He ends up being able
คนอื่น
to
เขาอยากได้สิทธิ์แทบตาย ดูมึงใช้สิทธิ์ทิ้งๆคว่าง
Furia are trying to find windows back into the game. They try to get this catch
แล้ว
on
เกี่ยวอะไร
the
ผม
side
อ่ะ
lane.
ก็ผมได้เอง
Yeah, in his photo, didn't know it would be for this, but he's looking
เขาให้
really
ผมเอง
happy
อันเนี้ย
about those stats. Really excellent game from him getting that far.
แล้วผมทำไม่ดีตรงไหนเนี่ยผมก็มาดู
I mean, that's the thing, Emily. You're saying that regardless of what everything GAM has been doing, it was still
Top
Furia still
Julia
had a way to come back into the game. What did it
เจ
come
อ
down
กั
to?
บ
Because
โอ
in an
ลิ
interview
เว
that
ล่า
Tatu gave with Sheep Esports
โอ้
yesterday, he
คู่
said
ใหญ่นะเนี่ย
that macro,
โอลิเวล่าดิ
discipline, timings is something that they need to work on. And I do feel like they
UFC
still
ใช่ไหม
have this here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, both. Let's
อุ๊ย
be
มัน
real,
ทำไม่
both
ได้จ
teams
ริงๆหรอครับน้องบอส
โอ้โหเดี๋ยวลอง
these
หาทางให้
opportunity
นะครับพี่
areas.
ซิน
I think
เดี๋ยวลอง
the
หา
big
ทางให้
thing
นะ
for me for Furia in this game was kind of that, and like they got back into the game through team fighting
ขอบคุ
and
ณครับ
better
ขอบคุณ
team
พี่ซิน
fight
ด้วยนะ
setups,
ครับ
right? But then when GAM were able to pull off the team fight right before they end up getting the Baron and kind of really firmly taking the game back into their control, that was a problem for Furia.
And you know it's serious
ขอบคุณพี่ซิน
business.
ด้วยนะครับ
Even TK is
500
locked in.
บาท
He's
Yeah.
focused.
Yeah.
He knows what the
เดี๋ยวหา
what
ให้
the
นะ
what the goal is. And when you look at this gold graph, we see the back and forth, right? We see the ups and downs. To me,
เขา
once
ต้องขอบใจที่
Furia
บอส
had
มา
kind
ดู
of rounded the corner again,
โอ้
had
มันก็ไม่ขนาดนั้น
a Zaire that was approaching a death cap, that was actually looking insanely strong. That 25-minute drop, that was kind of self-inflicted. I think that they got, as they do, the reason why they get behind in the first place is a little bit too over-eager on the fights, and it cost them there as well.
It cost
I'm
them there.
curious to see.
Yeah, let's see how this
Zoom
one
in
evolves.
on that. Yeah.
What happened there?
That's the Tatu goes in
Yeah.
on a play, and they attempt to kill Levi, which I think from a again
ไล่ออดทายว่าพี่มา
perspective
ส
does
ตรี
make
ม
a lot
โอ้
of
โห
sense.
ไม่ขนาดนั้
But
น
if you don't kill him, if the damage isn't
เขาก็
there,
เห็น
and
ว่า
really it was just the scar
พี่ไม่ค่อยได้อะไร
but
ไง
the follow-up damage
เขา
just
คง
wasn't
ให้
there. Because
ไง
again, for me, this composition on the flip side revolved around Tuts, who really tried. And yes, the final play obviously was him overstepping, getting taken down. But it's understandable given how much was
แต่
off
จริง
of
ๆพี่ไม่ได้
him
พี่ก็
in
ไม่
this
ซี
game.
นะ
I feel like Tatu pressing the
แล้ว
trigger
พี่ก็
when
ส
he
ง
doesn't
สาร
have
คนดู
to
อ่ะ
has been like a symptom of Furia so far.
บาง
For
ที
the
คนดู
better
อยาก
or the
ดู
worse,
ไง
it doesn't
คน
always
ดู
end
ช่อง
up
เรา
as
อ่ะ
expected, but GAM turned the tables near the Baron in our HyperX Reflex replay. So talk me through what happened here, guys.
Yeah, this is the team fight that really ended up turning the tide for GAM, and the big
พี่ก็เกรงใจคนดู
the big
ไง
winners coming out of this.
คนดูอยากดูพี่ก็
It's Levi.
Because as we mentioned, what happens here is you see the attempt to take down Levi, so the Impale does hit, but it just doesn't matter because Tuts isn't there. Yasuo is, he's running over, he's doing his best, trying to, but he's melee. So by the time that the Impale times out, there has been basically no damage done to this.
เขาไม่ให้ของเพราะมึงเอาไปขาย
Starts with the fight with a kill, and you kind of know the moment that happens, particularly right outside the Baron pit. As a jungler, you just can't afford to taste those shots because if that's a support that dies, you can try and fight and come back. But as jungler, the moment you go down,
แล้วจะเก็บไว้ทำไมล่ะ
Yeah, and already he and
มันก็เต็มบ้านไง
were in
เราก็
good
ต้องแบ่ง
positions,
ปันป่ะ
right? Like even when Furia were able to take the game back into their control, and I
แต่
do
ตอน
feel
นี้
like
อยาก
they
แอบ
have
อยาก
better
ได้
map play
ชิ้นหนึ่ง
and
คืนมากเลยอ่ะ
setups and better team fight setups on the whole of the series. This was where you need to have
ไอ
that leader in the fight,
นาฬิกา
right?
อา
He
เคน
is
อ่ะ
still
คนดู
the
แม่งสวย
person
มากเลย
that
จ
keeps
ริงๆแล้วอ่ะ
surviving, doing the most damage, and these two
อยากเอาไว้ตกแต่งห้องอ่ะ
as the Viego
ใครที่ซื้อผมไปอยู่ในนี้ไหมเนี่ย
pretty far ahead. They're still in
ซื้อ
a
คืน
great
ได้ไหม
position, and if they're given the ability to take over a team fight like that, as we saw, they will.
All right, the past is in the past now. It's game 5.
นาฬิกา
Once
อาร์เคน
again,
อะ
elimination on the line for
แม่งตก
either
แต่ง
of
ห้อง
these
สวยว่ะ
teams.
พี่ไม่
And
น่า
I want
ขาย
to
เล
ask
ย
on the side of Furia, they have that stage experience. They played 10 games almost so far at MSI, but also
แล้วขายไหม
the anxiety of going into this game 5 yet again, knowing how things happened yesterday. So
ก็อยาก
what
ได้
is
ตั
the
งค์
hope for the Brazilian team here?
ตอนนั้นไม่เห็นค่า
Ooh, that's a tough one. I do think that we saw if GAM can come back from the loss that they had in the game before, then Furia can come back after this one.
ตอนนั้นไม่เห็นค่าไงไม่เห็นค่าเวลาที่สายไปแล้วอะ
I'm sure they're aware of this as well. The draft they ended up with or yesterday lost match. In game 5, they were not happy with, right? That Lilia really didn't feel like it hit the mark.
เกลียดทรงผมใครครับ
Focused on jungle bans.
ไอ้
I think that this will continue
ป่า
here,
ของ
'cause in the games that
Furia
GAM
เหรอ
has won, I feel like it's very obvious that Levi is leading the charge, particularly in this Viego game where he really was the main character. If they can shut him down, that might be an opportunity, but they gotta really use all their bans, which kind of have been thrown towards
ช่อง
him.
ตัวทีเขาส่งให้เรื่องไลออดแล้วพิจารณาช่องที่เหมาะสม แล้วช่องไหนเหมาะสมอีกคุณพูดมาดิเทสบัค ช่องไหนเหมาะสม
But I did still like, even though a lot of these early errors were unforced, I did like that they were still willing to take chances. I want them active early on the map, and I still do think that they have had a better approach to objectives, a better approach to overall map play, and typically better team fight setups.
Yeah, you mentioned it, like the neutral objectives for GAM, I feel like has been one of the main issues for them so far. A TK
ช่องไหน
massage
เหมาะ
is
สมคุณ
not
พูด
going
มา
to
เล
be
ย
enough to pull the victory for this team.
You
So
never know. The mental power, you
mental
know?
power. What else? What do we want to see for GAM here on this game 5?
Put Kiaya in a comfortable position.
All right.
Obviously, I think on the flip side, they're going to try and put Levi in an uncomfortable position.
คือแล้วไงต่างคนต่างขอยื่นดูแล้วบอสได้จะมาอะไรกันทำไม
one of the stand-up performance of the
ใช่ไหม
tournament so far.
ก็ทุกคนก็ขอใครได้ก็ดูใครว่างก็ดู
He can in fact carry. And hopefully that'll be enough to get GAM to win.
ผมผิดอะไรอ่ะ
Allowed here, only good preparation
ผมก็
and
ดูอยู่เนี่ย
only good mental here coming into this game 5. It is Silver Scrapes once again. We'll be right back after this.
อุ๊ยมาแล้วเต้มาแล้วเต้ขอบคุณเต้ด้วยครับขอบคุณเต้ด้วยนะครับการสมัครสมาชิกโอ้ยสมาชิกเยอะเว้ยช่วงนี้เพิ่มมา 5-6 คนละลั่นเลยไหมลั่นกองลบไม่เราจะลบยังไงคือเข้าไปเขาก็แบนคุณแล้วเหลือโดรอเงินเข้าเฮ้ยรอเงินเข้าด้วยคือถอนมาจากไหนเนี่ยอย่าบอกนะถอนมาจากโหมีรอเงินเข้าด้วยคืออะไรรอเงินเข้าเนี่ยบอสมันได้โควต้าบ้านใกล้นี่มันถิ่นพี่น้อง MSI แข่งแวนคูเวอร์แข่งที่แคนาดาพี่อยู่แคนาดาพี่ได้ก็ต้องถูกแล้วไหมอ่ะรอเงินเข้านี่หมายความว่าถอนมาหรือเปล่าวะโควต้าบ้านใกล้น้องไม่เคยไปโรงเรียนหรอสมัครเข้าเรียนเขาเอาโควต้าบ้านใกล้กันหมดอะแล้วถ้าเวิร์มาจัดที่ไทยจะทำไงก็อดไงเดี๋ยวนี้ไม่มีพลังแปลงร่างเลยแก่แล้วดิน้องภูมิพลังไม่ค่อยมี บอสเร็วๆขอแม่นๆแมตช์สุดท้ายใครชนะกูใจเย็นดิเกมยังไม่เริ่มเลยนี่ผมก็ให้แม่นไปเยอะแล้วนะ9 เกมอ่ะบอสให้แม่นอ่ะ9สถิติไม่แย่นะเว็บเขาให้แทงก่อนเลือกตัวอะไรเนี่ยเทสบักเคยเข้าไปเนี่ยในเกมมันก็มีน้ำก็มีเวลาโดนคิวโดนอะไรอ่ะคุณเคยเข้าไหมเนี่ยเทสบักมันไม่ต้องเลือกแต่ก่อนเลือกตัวมันดูดับได้
Toots in trouble now, but on the other side, Discarder also is going to land, and it's Levi into the back line. It's Levi on a rampage, and it's Levi's world. You're just living in it. He takes over the Azir. He's taking
เว็บไหนโอ้ไม่อยากแนะนำใครครับคือชวนคนอย่างนี้มามันเหมือนแบบชวนมาตายอ่ะคือพวกคุณก็ต้องตัดสินใจกันเอาเอง
back-to-back days we have a game 5. This one an elimination match between GAM
ผมไม่สนับสนุนนะ
We just saw again
มันคือความรับผิดชอบของแต่ละคนนะครับ
It is all coming down to this for these two teams
อยากเล่นก็ต้องเล่นเองผมไม่ชวน
able to watch how GAM qualified for MSI
เดี๋ยวบางคนเป็นนงเป็นนี่มาโทษผม
Some of the ways in which they found in
เป็
order
น
to
แบบว่า
win
ความรับผิด
games
ชอบของแต่ละ
was
คน
just
นะครับ
mind blowing and I feel like that we're getting to see some of that magic today Furia is pushed to game 5 once more. Yesterday they fell short against G2 and you have to think that they learned a lot from that. We heard from some of the players, the adaptations they've had to make. They move into the bans and quickly Nocturne, Maokai, Yone, the same bans that we saw in the previous game.
Yeah, Varus, Sion, Akali, lots
ที่
of
พูดมี
similar
ฐานะ
bans
เอา
here
ผมก็พูด
getting
ความเป็นจริง
spent. It is going to be a really interesting one. It does feel like he
ผมไม่อยู่ที่เนี่ยแคนาดา
likewise, Fitz is consistently getting the best of the mid laners, whether it's Eris or Emo. And it is going to be a Karma first pick, which is very interesting here. Ezreal, yes,
เต้เอาต่อไหมครับ
I wonder if we are angling
เอาต่อไหม
towards the Karma
เกมเนี้ย
Ezreal late in the game, and we have a different
ผม
combo.
มาอยู่แคนาดา
You see
คุณดู
the
ทุก
Nocturne
คนมี
Orianna
ความรับผิดชอบของตัว
combo.
เอง
This can kind of work somewhat similarly with
คา
the
สิโน
ult
ที่นี่
coming
ก็แบบ
through
ไม่ได้ผิดกฎหมายอะไรก็ไม่ค่อยมีคนเล่นนะ
can pull it off here
คน
with
ที่เข้า
Eris.
มาเล่นก็เล่นกันข
Trundle
ำ
finally getting into the hands of Tatu. We've seen
แต่
it
ถ้าเราไป
multiple
ชักชวน
times
ใน
from
แบบ
both sides. There's the Ezreal.
แบบเนี้ย
So I figure,
แล้ว
I mean,
พวกคุณ
I
จัดการตัวเองกันไม่ได้อะ
play
มันจะ
Instincts,
ไหล
which is
อะ
very safe AD carry. It's a really good
มันจะไหล
pick
มันจะ
in
ยาว
general,
อะ
let alone for a game 5. You pair it up with the Karma.
ผมเลยไม่อยาก
Assuming
ส
the
นับส
Karma
นุ
is
น
even
ใคร
going
นะครับ
into the bot lane. There's always the flexibility that the champion provides.
คุณก็ต้อง
MF
จัด
is
การ
up
ตัว
and
เองอะ
available. It has been something that's been getting banned a lot, but instead they're going to go
ขอบคุณครับ
towards
2,000 บาทนะ
Kaisa. The question for me with Kaisa is what is the pairing?
เต้
Because you don't really have much CC
รุ่น
at
ใหญ่กว่าใหม่เนี่ย
all so far. You could look towards like an Ornn or something like that in the top lane if you want to get CC from there. But as far as the engaged champions in bot lane, you're really looking at some like weird stuff. Like, because all the traditional engaged supports are already taken away. Of course, there's lots of things that you can do. Like fiddle support was popular for a while. There's all kinds of wild things you can do.
รอเงิน
But
เข้า
as
ด้
far
วย
as like the meta support
ชัด
picks
เลย
in
อะ
pro
นักลง
play,
ทุน
I mean,
all
also
the
just
engaged supports are gone.
pairings alongside
แล้วไทย
Kaisa
ควร
too.
ทำคาสิโนไหม
Yeah.
ผมว่าโคตรไม่ควรนะ
Yona, Nautilus,
คือผมว่า
Rel,
ทำได้แต่ว่า
Traditional
ต้องให้แบบ
Alistar, they're all gone.
Yeah.
ต่างประเทศเล่นได้เท่านั้น
Even Nico could have
ใน
been an
ว่าพวก
option.
เยของรถบ้านนี่กูอยากรวย
So let's see what Elio has prepared for us.
ประเทศไทยนะ ถ้าจะทำอ่ะ ผมว่าต้องแบบให้พาสปอร์ตต่างประเทศเล่นได้เท่านั้น
He
อะ
has played some
คน
pretty
ไทย
weird
นี่เล่น
stuff,
ไม่ได้
I will
อะ
say.
Yes.
I remember
เละหมดอะ
in the finals, he brought out a Heimerdinger.
คือ
and
ไม่
it
รู้
did
ลิมิต
not
ตัวเอง
work.
ไง
But like Heimer, Bard,
เล่น
he
สุด
played all kinds of things. You could play an Enchanter alongside it, but
I like
generally
the
you
Blitzcrank
want
ban.
hard engage. Blitz, I do think, is a really good nod. That is one of those hard engage champs that you could play alongside with it. Though it is not something that he did play this split.
แล้วมันไม่มีอะไรรองรับด้วยไงคือหมดแล้วหมดเลย
Like that.
Yes.
Rise going to be removed from mid lane pool. Traditionally a good matchup for Orianna, but with the Rise gone,
วิเคราะห์ดับเหรอครับเดี๋ยวรอ5ตัวก่อนนะ
more towards the side lanes.
I think
this
they're
is
saying
the
he's
beauty
too
of
good
Wow.
on control mages. Like, they don't want him playing that style. And he was incredible on the Azir. Honestly, he's been fantastic throughout the series. His RE game earlier was amazing. He has definitely been looking really strong. Has been getting the mid lane advantages.
BLG 2 บอลได้เป็นหมื่นหนูได้เป็นหมื่นหรออยู่ต่อดีทั้งนั้นนะ
Fury is like, I don't know what support you've got because we've also ran out of ideas.
I mean, Elio might have something completely cooked, or they might just be going for like, hey, it's just an enchanter and we're just going to throw in Kai'Sa because we think Kai'Sa is pretty good in the 1v1 against the Ezreal.
Maybe.
But my problem is, you're not just going up against Ezreal in isolated 1v1. You're going up against Ezreal Karma, which is so difficult, the amount of poke that they can put out.
พักแล้วครับอิ่มคู่นี้โอ้โห อิ่มคู่นี้
Kai'Sa can't really answer as far as the poke. Bard is definitely a great playmaker, but the 2v2 I think they're going to get absolutely slammed.
But I also just think that like
ให้ผม
Bard's
2,000 คุณลง
placement
เป็น
is
หมื่น
his
เลย
ability
วะ
to either act as an engage on
โอ้โห
low mobility champions or to interrupt
รวยจัด
things
คนชื่อ
like
เต้นี่รวยหมด
channels
เล
or
ยวะ
something like that. Ezreal, Trundle, Karma, like these are the type of champions that run out of Bard ultimate. You know what I mean? Like I think it's very
ขอบคุณมาก
difficult
นะครับ
to engage on, and I would have preferred if they'd
โอ้โห
saved it.
ขอบ
I
คุณมากครับ
understand why they want to
ขอบคุณ
try
มาก
and give Kiai a winning matchup. He's had a great series
คน
overall.
ชื่อเต้รวยหมด
With
เล
the
ยวะ
Gnar blind pick coming
ช่องนี้
through, Kiai has a ton of options that he could go towards.
Yeah,
If they
absolutely
want to
does.
really commit to dive, something like a Camille could be great.
It definitely could. I mean, that kind of, I feel like it pincers you a bit into playing that split push style.
โอเคครับดูจากเกมนี้นะครับ
Game
เดี๋ยวนะ
5. We have been seeing more
Kassadin เหรอ
Kassadin. You know, I know that
จ
Jojo
ริง
was
ๆเป็น
playing
best
it
pick
in
อยู่นะ
in the EU, and we have seen it, you know, a number of times, especially when you get late and fearless. A lot of the champions that are really difficult for Kassadin to deal with are no longer on the table. That being said, I don't think Orianna is the absolute
นึกว่าหนึ่
easiest
งนะ
matchup by any means.
คือเลนบน
because
ตอนเนี้ย
the auto
เลือก
attacks are
AP
actually
ไม่
quite
ได้ละ
strong. And if Eris is really pressuring,
โอ้โห
I do
จริง
think
เหรอ
that could
วะ
be
แกงแพง
problematic.
Gangplank. But what I will say about Kassadin,
เฮ้ยเอาจริงเหร
excited
อ
to see the gangplank going towards Kiaya, but Kassadin is afraid of similar things to Viego. That
Oh,
hard
shit,
CC,
like,
if you lock him down, he gets killed really quickly.
They have like no
There's
CC.
nothing.
We
He's
call
not
fight
really
ให้
afraid of anything, and the laning
คือ
phase
คู่
will
เนี้ย
be the scariest part for
วิน
him.
คอนของ
You
คู่
can
นี้
go
คือ
hyper defensive.
ใคร
You can
ทีม
go
ไฟ
for
ท์
the
เก่งกว่า
full
ถูกไหม
scaling build, like the tier
ตัว
plus
ละคร
one of
ทีม
each
ไฟท์ตัวไหน
With
เก่งกว่า
Resolve
คือชนะ
secondary, second
Resolve,
win,
exactly.
D
Like,
shield.
you can just go for full scaling.
Handle
And the thing
ไม่
is,
ตาย
if you
แน่
make
นอ
a
น
single mistake,
เรียน
if he
ติ
gets one kill, it becomes so difficult to deal
SVL
with. So in game
Karma.
5s, I do love seeing things like the Kassadin. Ultimately, like on paper, I prefer the Furia draft. I think that they have good side lane threat. They've got good scaling. I think they've got good lane matchups as well. The Gangplank is a nice twist. I think it can be really good into the Gnar, and it can have some great
จริ
team
ง
fight
ๆนามันชนะ
value.
แกงแพงนะ
But
นิด
this
นึงอะ
Ezreal, it's such a strong
ทำไม
pick
มันเลือกมา
to
วะ
have it all the way in game 5. I feel gives Furia
คือถ้า
so
ทีม
much
ไฟท์ผมว่าแกมันแอบเก่ง
safety
นิด
for
นึง
IU to really step up and be a
มี
big
บาท
player.
It really does. And I mean,
Kai'Sa
it's just going to be so interesting to see.
แต่ว่าแบบ
Because I do think GAM, their comfort zone
ห่วง
somewhat
เลน
is
เฟ
these
ดอะ
more
ดิเลน
non-traditional
เฟด
comps.
นะ
Because you think about like how are they going to start a fight? It's likely they're going to look for a Bard ult, and then
ถ้า
out
ถาม
of
ผ
Bard
ม
ult,
ผม
GP
คิด
ult
ว่าแก
can
ม
drop
ช
on
นะ
your
นะ
head, that if Fury comes
ถ้า
in
ดู
with
จาก
the
ทีม
shockwave,
ไฟ
it's
ท์
going to be
ง่าย
that
ๆเลย
type
อะ
of a play. But it's not just the Ezreal.
เลท
It's,
สุด
you know, Kassadin
เลท
can
สุด
just
น่าจะเป็น
brick
เฟ
walk
อร์
out of these Bard ults and dodge those. You have, you know, the Karma shields that you talked about for the speed up there.
เอ
Gnar
อ
can hop out of it. Like there's a lot of difficulties there, I think,
Refer
for
ว่ะ
Bard to be able to land those key ultimates.
ขอดูตัวนึง
It's
ขอดูตัว
not
นึง
impossible, of course, but it is going to be very difficult.
And that's later into the game.
ผมว่า
That's
ขวา
not
ถ้า
even
โอเลน่าไม่
factoring
เอ๋
in
อ
the early
มัน
late
เอ๋อ
games
ดิ
too, I think it's
กลาง
This
ไม่ค่อย
mid
เก่ง
lane
อะ
has to play through. Bard, Kai'Sa into Ezreal, Karma. It's a tough one.
Well, and you can see that he realizes it. It's Fleet there for the Kai'Sa. So the Kai'Sa is just going to try to rune towards that, hope that that helps out a little bit. You can also see it's Fleet on the gangplank, so it is not going to be the very typical grasp. Sometimes people even go towards Comet in some of these range matchups. That has become a little bit more popular for some of the people that are liking to do this kind of like splash of AP in some of the GP builds. That has become a bit more meta, but it is Fleet, so the thing with Fleet
ผมว่านะ
is when it is ready, you can actually
เกม
just
นี้เกม
queue
ตึ
the
งใช่ไหม
Gnar
แล้ว
and
ที
get
ม
the
ไฟ
full
ท์จ๋า
heal, because
ผ
you
ม
don't
ว่า
have
ซ้าย
to just
อาจ
go
จะ
waste
ช
it
นะ
on
ใน
minions.
เก
So
ม
there is something to be said about that, but
ข
definitely
วา
concerned
มัน
about
เพิ่ง
how
โอลิ
Gam
เย
are
อะไป
doing
อะแล้ว
2v2
โอลิคนนี้
bot
ไม่ค่อย
lane.
เก่งด้วย
Just feels like a really tough matchup.
Well, let's see. Again, the thing about
ผมว่า
GAM
เฟอร์ครับเฟอ
is
ร์
that they've been in positions
บราซิลชนะครับ
like in the Talon series. They
GAM
stole
น่าจะกลับ
Elder
บ้าน
twice. One of them was with a Tristana. Like the word magic really, like they just
เฟอร์
find
ชนะเฟอร์
ways
ชนะ
to win games. That's
แคส
just what
ดิ
they
นมัน
do. And
16น่า
we'll
จะ
see
ต
if
บหมดเลนข้าง
they can bring the magic here in game 5. Both these teams have worked very hard this year to get to this point, and it all comes down to a single game. And their road to the MSI main stage isn't even over yet. They'll still have to play another best of 5 tomorrow.
I really want to see Eris continue
พี่
to
มองข้าม
pressure.
GP ใคร3มันเล่นยากอะ
Tuts
สิ
has been so good throughout the series. You need to keep him
ผ
locked
ม
down.
ดูความเล่น
If you
ง่าย
get
ด้วย
cast
ไง
in a free lane, you are
ข
going to
วา
be in
ทีม
trouble.
ไฟง่ายกว่า
He did
แต่
not
ว่า
go for the
ซ้ายมันแบบ
absolute safest lane setup. He didn't go for fleet. He
มัน
did
เกิ
go
ดแล้วมัน
conquer,
โก
but
ง
he's
อะ
resolved
คาส
secondary,
ดินอะ
and he is D shield,
ไม่
so
มี
he's
ตัว
going
ห
to
ยุ
have
ด
second win in D
CC
shield.
อะ
That is pretty
ปกติต้อง
difficult
มี
to
สักตัวหนึ่ง
actually
นะ
get
CC
through.
หยุดคาสดิน
And a lot of these kind of matchups is
นี่
about
ไม่มี
minimizing
เลย
the
แบบ
damage you
ส
take
กา
as
เนอร์
Cassidy
ก็ไม่
and
มี
timing your Qs, your force pulses with when the spells are coming out from Eris, so you're not just kind of wasting that magic damage shield that does
เซจู
come
อะไรก็
through.
ไม่
So
มี
we'll see how he's going to be able to do
ไม่มี
that.
ตัวหยุดคาสดิน
Meanwhile, on the bot side of the map, things are going exactly as we expected. Artemis has missed, well,
Fur,
he's missed
Fur.
7 CS in the first 2 waves.
เฟอร์คนดูเฟอร์
The bullying from Ayu and Jojo has been oppressive. Meanwhile, on the top side of the map, there's also that push advantage for Gigo. And the 1v1
ไม่ยาก
early on with the
ไม่ยาก
gangplank is a little difficult.
ถ้าไม่พังเกิน
Just
แต่
base
ไม่น่า
for
พังด้วยเป็น
fillable
ตัว
in
ฟาร์ม
a ward. I'm kind of a bit surprised. He was still at like 2/3
ถ้า
health.
แก
But
ม
I
ช
guess
นะ
he just
กิน
feels like
ขี้ไหมแกมช
he'd
นะกิน
rather give the
ขี้ไหม
select
เหรอ
speed Artemis or something. But I'm not really sure that Artemis is going to have a good time farming under the tower by
แล้ว
himself.
คุณ
You
มี
can
อะไร
see
แลกเปลี่ยน
he's about half of the farm of his opponent. Now down that full wave, he's going to take a base of his own. Now thinks better of it as Tuts is getting put low. But again, this becomes then a bit of a race between your mana versus Kassadin's health. And Eris is losing out on that race right now. It was a well-timed Q from Tuts to be able to absorb that last command attack.
-1 there for Kiai.
เกมเกิน 3-5 ป่ะเกมเกิน 3-5 ไหมหรอ
This tower, feeling relatively safe for the time being. I mean, the farm is pretty much dead even regardless of his HP. He's in a completely fine position. The bot lane.
ผมบอกได้แค่ทีมชนะ
Still
นะ
a very rough situation
ผมว่าเฟิร์
already.
ชนะ
At
แบบ
250 gold
ไม่
lead.
ยาก
We're
มาก
only 3.5 minutes in.
ขวามัน
Artemis is no
ซี
stranger
ซี
to
น้
some
อยไป
difficult bot lane matchups over the last 2
อาศัย
days.
รวบ
But
ของ
the
โอ
split
ลิ
maps
เยอะ
have been
แล้วก็
happening too,
บาด
but
อัน
in
ติ
this
สวย
2 versus 2,
ยากอ่ะ
it is Furia that is off to the races. Kiai taking a bit of damage, has the level advantage, flashes in.
Had that passive auto ready.
There's
They're going to go for the dive. Levi is there to
อีกแล้วเหรอ
collect it,
แกมเฟิร์สบัตรอีกแล้ว ทุก
resets
เกม
it on the aggro with the W. Well done. Kiaya getting aggressive. This is the recipe to success. Go to the top lane. Kiaya and Levi do it again.
I mean, it's a tried and true playbook for this roster at this point, trying to play through the top side of the map. And it was just very
เดี๋ยว
well
โด
played.
มา
Kiai
ให้
found
มา
some really nice trades. He was level
โอ้โห
4
เท่าไหร่
to level
อะ
3 as well. And then Levi was in a position to capitalize on the backside. You look at the minimap, you can see he's done the clear up towards top side. He kills the Scuttle Crab. He
Damn,
hasn't been
third
spotted on vision yet. At first, this flash seems very odd. Flashing in gets an auto attack. The burn comes through, but then Gigo realizes, that's why you've done it to set up for Levi to get this first kill.
Absolutely. And honestly, if that coat is so sick, I'm not going to lie, man. That guy's got swag. Even if you flash in like that and the jungler's not there, if he doesn't also respond with his own flash, your next auto Q probably kills him.
Right.
So, and the trial by fire is really powerful. You have to play around that GP passive so well. Eris here has gone back to base, does have a tier for himself. And you can see Tuts is going to be working in towards that Roa. Doesn't go for the early tier, so he went for a much less greedy build here. He just goes double Ruby for survival. Not going to go 1 tier and 1 Ruby. And I feel like that's totally fine because he has been farming well. He has not been getting pressured that heavily. And Eris, very soon, he's going to have to deal with a level 6 cast where he can actually start to trade back.
I will say that one of the advantages of the Seraphs
แต่ว่าเกมนี้นะครับ
is
เฟิร์
just
ช
that
นะ
extra
นะ
bit of protection you have because you are effectively a
บ
melee
อกคนดู
champion,
ไว้ก่อน
right? So in the late game, having that extra bit of shielding can be very valuable. We've seen
เฟิร์
many
วินนะ
Kassadin builds though where you kind of go for one or the other, and ultimately choosing not to go for the Seraphs is not the end of the world.
And I think he probably still will get the tier. My assumption is he's just trying to rush towards Catalyst to really try to secure his lane phase and then probably get the tier later. But it is possible you can definitely go
รุ่น
tier
ใหญ่
less.
ให้มาก็
But
เริ่ม
mana
ตื่น
is
แล้วไง
just at such a premium on Kassadin. You know, it really is all about that because getting the stacks of your Rift Block is where you get so much of your damage from in that late game. So you really have to have the mana to be able to actually maintain that and keep pushing those ultimates over.
My personal favorite thing about Kassadin is just the way in which chat always looks at a clock and they slowly count down to the level 16. So many have experienced level 16 Kassadin before, and the stress that it puts on players as it gets closer to that level 3 ultimate with a cooldown. I mean, it's sub 2 seconds cooldown. Yeah, pretty ridiculous. So he is kind of that late game champion, and the thing is, we talked about Prio. I love that GAM has been able to get some control over the top side, but the constant pressure they have in bot means that Furia still have a way to easily escort this Kassadin towards the mid and late game, and I think that's so crucial when playing a champion like this.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be AD here for Artemis. He has that scout slingshot, so is going to be working in towards a more heavily AD build, very likely. You can see IU already on Sheen tier, going to be feeling really good about that, as Toots is able to leave lane and grab all of the honey fruit, so he'll be staying around. He's basically farming dead even, and bot lane, of course, does not have that luxury here. Artemis just doing his best to survive. Not surprised at all by how the 2v2 is going. I expected it would be very rough, and it has been. Elio, though, does have his teleport available, so it'll be interesting to see if he makes a play. One of the things I love when I am playing Bard with Spellbook is you don't use a TP to go back to lane. You actually go roam elsewhere, try to attack somewhere on the map, see if you can make a play, and then you save that TP to go back towards bot lane to cover. And it seems like that is the plan right now for Elio. Just wants to be active.
While we were yapping, important to note that Levi did also steal away the blue buff, and so Tatu going to be a little sad when he shows up and realizes his blue buff is gone. Tatu was covering around the bot side of the map, so Levi found a nice window where he was able to pick up that objective. Meanwhile, we see both supports hovering around the top side of the map. Ezreal now moving towards the mid lane in order to catch that wave, get some control over it in order to be in a position to contest the grub spawning in 5 seconds. Tatu makes his presence known. Elio just going to take the portal away to safety, and Kassadin now finds himself in the bot lane, more than happy to just pick up this farm.
You can see Artemis is moving up though. GAM, as always, want to fight. They are going to try to have that extra man advantage because remember, Toots has no teleport available right now, so the Kassadin will not be able to join. The GP has no teleport either, but you can still join with the Cannon Barrage, with your ultimate. You're kind of that extra half man. And if they can actually spot Gigo, they'll see that his Meganar is already popped and would be expiring, but GAM now not going for it just yet. They're trying to maintain some control here in mid lane, and Kassadin has been bought the time to move up. Now they have the extra man on the side of Furia, as it is Levi here contesting for these grubs. But Tatu able to grab the first one for his team, and it doesn't really feel like GAM have an easy way into this. I think they're just gonna have to trade for plates, but Levi wants to at least smite one away. He's gonna look for it. They're going in onto IU. He follows after. In comes Artemis. Here comes the Cannon Barrage as well. Levi's gonna get knocked down, but can Artemis trade? Yes, he can. Artemis now getting the damage down on the JoJo as he flashes out to safety. Artemis trying to fight against Toots here. He'll flash forward right past the Kassadin, trying to finish him off, and he will do just that. But it's Toots and Tatu fighting back, taking down Eris here as he's got nowhere to go. They want to give it to the Kassadin, and they should be able to. It's a double kill for the Kassadin, and that could spell trouble for GAM.
Tatu also going to get the third grub. A chaotic fight breaks out around the objective as GAM tried to force the combo onto IU, using the Neferi with the ball from Orianna to try and one-shot this Ezreal, but the combo doesn't quite connect, which means that GAM find themselves very deep in a situation that they can't really escape from. They've committed to trying to get these kills, and Toots benefits massively.
Question is, did he overstay? Can they find a punish? He's staying away from the wall there, does not want to get stunned against it. Toots too tanky, even going back in here, liking his chances. Has not spent up his gold, so he's got a ton in pocket. We'll see exactly how much he does have. He stayed on the map for quite a while, so I wouldn't be completely shocked if he did get towards that Roa right now, with his farm being very good and a double kill. We'll see how close he gets. Yeah, there's the Roa. That's enormous. He has Roa tier at 10 minutes on Kassadin, and he is up 650 gold over Eris. This Kassadin is already going to be a problem.
Yep. I mean, I was hoping to get a replay of that last fight because I wanted to showcase how GAM just really overcommitted. The idea being that with Gangplank and Gigo being stuck in the bot side of the map, they had the Cannon Barrage to assist with the backline dive. We know how good Levi is at locking down AD carries. He flashes in, he uses the R from Levi, but Ayu immediately ease out. He immediately gets away to safety, and the shockwave just doesn't quite connect. And even though they do end up getting that kill, considering how deep they had to go, Toots is just like, all right, I will just pick up kill after kill. He gets himself a double. They get themselves 3 grubs, and Furia, while the gold is not strictly in their favor, the advantage that they're currently sitting on is pretty significant.
It absolutely is, but I mean, it's kind of flashback to last game. It's can Kiaya make the difference on the top side, where he was getting those early solo kills. During that attack on Grubs, he took a plate bot. He's now up 1,000 gold already, has the early Triforce completed. Tatu moving down here with JoJo, though. Artemis is caught out, and Artemis has no flash. I don't think he's getting out of this one, but Levi is coming in, trying to support. He's going to ult to the side, trying to get away from Toots, but Toots is right there waiting. Levi goes in with the Hound's Pursuit, but he's got to run for it now. Eris here to try try to back him up, but it's Elio in trouble on the side. As Tatsu's going to flash forward, he flashes over the wall to try to get back to safety. The command protect there from Eris will keep him safe just barely. But again, another kill for Cassidy, 1K ahead this early. Eris is staying around. I don't know if he really should be. Could be in a lot of trouble here. They're going to look for the dive. The shockwave connects on multiple members, though, and Levi looking for the cleanup here. They get the kill onto Eris, but Levi gets one back. Levi now looking for Tatu, who has no flash, and he's going to get a second. There's a double back for Levi as he wants even more. Toots should be able to get out to safety, though, with his ulti.
I mean, GAM navigate the situation pretty well, but it's Toots that still gets himself another kill. The Cassidy continues to ramp up. Even though Furia, they overextended on the play, it ends up overall being a 2-for-2. And notice Artemis quickly moves his way towards mid lane. The death timer's not that long, sets his sight on this wave, pushes in deep, secures a plate for himself, and is able to get a little bit more gold back, ticking over to level 9 even. We'll look back at the play, and it's Artemis that's first to fall. A really good placement of the pillar means that he has nowhere to go. He tries his best to use the ultimate to create some space, but Toots commits the flash, secures the kill. At this point, Fury is saying, hey, Elio is very low. I think we can make a play. But Eris makes the bold decision to stick around, thinking that he can get this wave. He has no authority to stick around underneath this tower. Levi feels like he has to stay in support. A 3-man shockwave comes through, and Toots gets the aggro, which means that he can't really assist with the damage, forcing him back, and that leaves Tatu in a very awkward position underneath the tower.
Yep, laughing about the dive there, but still things going well overall. Close game, only 500 gold separating the two, but Cassidy is going to be the problem. Of course, there is some powerful scaling on the other side, and you're looking at the Gangplank to maybe try to be a difference maker, but Cassidy versus a team with low CC is always so tough to deal with.
I mean, I will say that there is a traumatic personal experience where Bin on a Gangplank did in fact crush the hopes and dreams of Europe. So I know what Gangplank can do in the late game. There's always that possibility.
Yep.
We'll just have to see if Kiaya can make that happen. Levi hovering over the wall.
Levi is looking, Ayub posturing very aggressively, but Jojo comes in. Now the Bard ulti is there. Can he find the angle to actually land the stun? He can. He nails it, and Kiaya is looking for a solo at the same time. He gets the solo, and in goes Artemis to get a second. They're winning across the map. GAM roar to life and take kills in mid and top.
GAM are making the magic happen. They get a solo kill on the top side. They punish the Ezreal. The ultimate from Elio that we thought would be so difficult to connect, he finds it onto Ayu, and they convert it into a kill. The Bard Q as well. Tatu tries to body block. He gets very close to the Bard, thinking, I won't let you connect it onto the Ezreal on the wall, but then Tatu ends up being the wall. So he ends up connecting that binding, allowing for GAM to chase down the Ezreal. They extend the gold lead ever so slightly, and Artemis, who suffered a very difficult laning phase, finds himself nearly a full level up over Ayu. In terms of gold, it's practically dead even. And we once again find ourselves in a situation where it is Toots that's holding on to the gold lead. We'll look back at this 1v1, and it's just the Gangplank just running Gigo down.
Yeah, really well played. He hits that first barrel, knows he can just go in for the flash. As soon as the flash is responded to, just drops the GP ulti for the slow, and then this is back to that binding you were talking about, Betty.
A nice binding comes through, the ultimate committed by Artemis as well. Levi is the one that picks it up.
I gotta love it. They are excited, man. This is what they work for all year long. Levi will be able to hop over the pillar. Is pretty safe against that pillar, honestly, as you can just kind of use the Eviscerate to just jump over it time and time again. Tatu, has been trying to do his best to use those pillars to great effect, but they haven't always gotten the most.
I always turn my attention to the neutral objectives.
Level 11.
And there aren't really that many on the board to play for. Yeah, the level 11, level 2 ultimate now for Toots. The Herald becomes the next focus. You can already see Furia gathering on the top side. Arrest needs to play very careful. Elio kind of fishing, seeing what information he can gather. A lot of the vision just being denied by the control wards put out by Furia. Artemis going to clear out this mid wave. Kiaya has joined the group. GAM, I feel like, need to force something or convert this into something, because that bot tower is completely exposed.
It absolutely is, but they're going to be forcing at this objectives. This has been the recipe, whether for success or failure, all series long. GAM is going to show up to the objective, and they're going to try to fight you. And
they have the GP ult too. They can just throw that bot lane if they want to clear out that wave. He's going to commit the TP instead.
Oh, he's going to get interrupted, though. He tried to TP in their face and just gets pillared out of it by Tatu. So now that is -1 on the teleport and -1 on the tower, very likely here, as Gigo should be able to close the gold gap. and be able to pick up something for himself.
Nice objective secure. That's going to be the first tower of the game. GAM want to respond in kind in the mid lane. They have the Herald. They should be able to knock this one over. The bot wave needs to go and be caught by Kiaya, so he's going to make his way down.
And that teleport getting interrupted is actually so critical because that's first tower feat for Furia. It would have been for GAM with the Herald that they just grabbed, and that would have been feats of strength. They would have grabbed those upgraded boots right there because they already had the feats of warfare. As a result, it's going to come down to this next objective, which will be the Dragon here in 45. Whoever grabs that, not only will they get the stats, not only will they likely get a teamfight win, they're going to get the upgraded boots too.
Static Shiv and the Rage Blade now finished for Artemis. Level 11 means that he also has level 2 on the ulti. It's strange how this Kassadin that felt like such a force still continues to scale up, but feels somehow more manageable as Artemis continues to get stronger, and this gangplank is getting so terrifying.
I mean, Levi, again, 1k gold lead. He just finished the Black Cleaver. There's a lot of physical damage, obviously, on their team. He's going to be shredding that armor for them. GP going to be problematic here too, still maintaining over 1,000 gold, even with that local tower gold going to them, but they're going to look for a dive on Air as he clears out the wave. Can he survive here? Tatu's tanking up, the shockwave comes through. Great Bard ulti to buy some time, the GP ulti as well. Coming through as Jojo, it's just going to go down. It's a 1-for-1 for now, and now Gigo does take up that tower. It's just Elio up on the top side by himself, but it does mean that Dragon is going to go to GAM. They get a 1-for-1 on the top side. They claim feats and the Dragon on the bot side, and no one's there to answer the GP just yet because Gigo has no TP. Kassadin TP'd mid. This is definitely problematic here for Furia.
GAM have easy access towards this bot tower. It's likely going to be a trade, but as you already identified, the Dragon being secured for GAM means that they will get the feats of warfare. Gigo a little bit slower to secure the objective, but Eris doing his best in the 3 versus 1, 4 versus 1. The gangplank ultimate doing massive work. The Seraph shield also providing a lot of value. Toots, yeah, he's going to interrupt your pack. Yeah, he's giving you the thumbs up.
I love it.
All right, so GAM in a great position. 2 dragons to their name. Levi going to clear out this ward. And now this is where the big objectives really start to spawn. A lot of the outer towers become unavailable. GAM should set their sights on that top tier 1. Furia will ideally want to knock down this mid tier 1, which means that Vision needs to start getting deeper into the enemy jungle, controlling those spaces in order to set up for these objectives. Elio just providing the necessary cover. Eris doesn't have a tower to help him defend, which means that he needs that additional bit of support.
You can see Toots almost level 13 and 9 stacks on the Roa, so he'll pretty soon, in a minute here, he'll be 14 and a bit. So definitely going to be on the minds of GAM. That time could be running out on that level 16 here for Toots. Of course, it is not a guaranteed win by any means, but you can be incredibly effective. You do still have to be very careful that if you do go in and you get hit by any sort of CC, Bard binding or something like that catches you, you can still get burst down. So there is that to worry about, but GAM moving around the map now. It is Gigo pushing down bot lane, but of course the tier 1 was already gone, so not any immediate response available for Furia. GAM, I feel like playing the map better in this game than for the rest of the series, really. They are answering pretty well.
I like the way that they set their sights on the tier 1 tower on the top lane. Just a nice transition through mid into top. Kiaya can now go catch the bot wave as well. Furia don't really have easy options. That mid tower is a difficult one to siege, especially with the static shiv sitting on Artemis. The wave clear is difficult to pierce through. While the poke is something that you will have a decent amount of. The Moramana also about to come through soon. I think that GAM are doing a really good job here. 20 minutes in. The next few fights are going to be massive. Ideally, Oriana wants to complete that second item. There's level 14, that level advantage we were talking about coming through from the Rod of Ages.
14.5, only a level and a half to go to hit that massive power spike here for Kassadin. Of course, it's only 20 minutes into the game, so level 16 will be very fast. Elio will take a chunk and is going to pop both the barrier and heal that he had from the spellbook there to keep his health high. Will not be in danger of dying, but just going to continue cycling through that summoner spellbook. We'll see if he can find a big moment later on into the game to really make something happen with that. I do think it's so effective there as they're going to go in with the Hound's Pursuit, looking for Tatu. The shockwave doesn't connect as Tatu flashed out to safety. Jojo now looking for the tether, but it's going to be Levi just eviscerating over the wall. Gets back to safety here as Toots again pushing up through top. Furia, respectful, use the flash, but now they're actually going to pull Otacon.
Ooh, yeah, I was going to say, I think that it's nice to make a play like that when there's not really a big objective on the map, but of course with Otacon there, That is something that Furia can force, knowing that the Shockwave combo is unavailable. Two big ultimates used by GAM. Tatu getting very low, though.
I mean, you could solo it for sure, and it is going to be spotted out, especially with JoJo there to help. It wouldn't even have to be a solo trip. They are aware of it. Can they get over to stop it? That's the question. Now the TP is going to come in from Kiaya. They know that they have committed to it. Artemis taking a little bit of damage there from JoJo as he tried to enter. Kiaya arrives. Elio still not there. The TP coming in. This is a dangerous position. The TP Gigo going to take a bit of damage there as the barrel chain will not connect. Heal's going to be used by JoJo. The Otacon getting very low. It's a nice Bard ulti coming through. Can they time the barrel out of it? No, they cannot. Kiaya cannot connect on that one. Gigo down to half HP, but he almost has the Megan already. The Otacon getting incredibly low, and it's going to be taken by Levi. Not to be outdone. Steals it away. Do they want more? It looks like the answer is yes. Gigo trying to find a good ulti. He whiffs. He doesn't connect. He tries to flash out to safety now. Gigo in some trouble. Kiaya trying to keep them interested. Toot's going to go back in for Levi. Chunks him down. In comes down. And the shockwave is delivered by Levi. And that may just be that. Levi finds the window. Steals the Otacon. Takes the team fight. This man cannot be stopped.
The flash from Levi to guarantee the connection of the Shockwave was massive. GAM with another huge team fight win. Swing the momentum in their favor. The smite battle comes through. An ambitious Otacon start is secured by Levi. Then GAM play with patience. They play the fight slowly. Once the objective goes down, they realize what they have to be afraid of. Gigo looks for a Gnar ultimate, isn't able to find it as Levi creates enough space. Then Toots, he goes in, and that is the fatal mistake. The engage comes through, the ultimate from Levi, the connection, he doesn't even have to flash. Connects onto 3. The rest of GAM quickly follow through. Furia fall apart with 4 down. GAM set their sights on the best of 5 victory.
Oh, they're locked in.
Captain Levi at the helm. The 3rd dragon moving to soul point.
And I draw your eyes to the summoner spells. They spent everything in a lost fight. Over on the other side, all 5 flashes available. Not a single flash available there for Furia as GAM now move to soul point here. As he called out, 6,000 gold lead. And Eris really able to find the follow-up. Good timing on the shockwave. Great combo there with Levi. That's why they drafted it. It's kind of this like miniature nocturne combo that you can pull off, and it has been very effective. The top side for GAM just always doing work, but they're looking for Kiaya trying to be supported here. It's going to be a teleport in from Elio. Nice use of the spellbook.
Magic. They did it on their road here. They're continuing to do it here in Game 5. Levi with a 5-1-5 scoreline. Elio's Bard, I was skeptical in the draft, but he's having an amazing performance. Those ultimates have been huge. And while the Kassadin is on the precipice of level 16, the timer that so many fear, it feels like GAM is not afraid at all. On the Rift.
Absolutely, it is going to be difficult. You do still have the potential to be able to come back here. But now you're down 7K. Now you're facing down a potential Baron start, a potential Dragon Soul, to the point where, great, you hit level 16 on Kassadin, but can you even survive as you fly into the backline? Do you not just get burst down? And of course, he doesn't have a Zonias. He's not building for that. Tatu, able to just outrun this from Dead Man's plate, plus the Frozen Domains. That's a lot of bonus move speed there for the Trundle. Pretty difficult for Elio to lock him down.
GAM with full control over the top side, though. They've left Toots isolated. There's the level 16 secured for Kassadin. The timer has been reached. But is he alone enough? Ayu needs to connect those skill shots.
Eris looking. The shockwave forces the flash from Tatu. As he tried to step forward, Eris looks for the big play. But they do have to be careful as Gigo has the ulti available here. They want that Mega Gnar to expire, and they're going to respect it.
Mid-wave is the point of contention. That bot wave has been completely abandoned. GAM collecting S5 in the mid lane. Notice the level difference between the AD carries as well. Artemis level 15, 13 on Ayu. He has done a fantastic job of coming back into this game.
Yeah, I've got to give so much credit to the GAM bot lane. We obviously talked so much about the top lane, but GAM's bot lane was drafted into what I consider to be a pretty big hole. It was so difficult to play out that 2v2, but they stayed relevant. They made the most of the opportunities when they did arise. They're able to find these big fights.
นักลงทุนจะแทงเอานักลงทุนไม่ค่อยเล่นหรอกเกมเนี้ย
has been around the map a number of times, finding teleports to defend his team. Always right place, right time, it feels like, with the ulti. And this team is really stepping up here in game number 5. Toots, though, does complete his third item. He goes for the Malignants. So now we'll have to see, from this far behind, does he feel he can go towards a Zonia's? Does he feel he needs more damage, like a Death Cap or a Lich Bane or something? It's always really risky to get in these super late game scenarios and not have a Zonia's, but at the same time, when your team is this far behind, building defensively sometimes is just going to spell disaster.
Feel the weight of all that pressure on Toots' shoulders.
Again.
Ultimate doesn't connect onto Tatu. This is what we were talking about.
Frozen Domain plus Dead Man's Plate. You are fast.
Toots is hovering on the flank.
They're going to look. Jojo does have to actually flash out. That's the Shockwave down as well as the Hand's Pursuit. They need to retreat now. Toots trying to slow them down there as much as he possibly can as Levi does try to kite out to safety.
A lot of ultimates used there by GAM. Furia now on the offensive. They're just going to push in this wave and make their way towards the Baron.
Yeah, I think they're just going to try to force the issue here without those cooldowns up and available. Furia moving over towards the Baron, clearing this out, but there is no summoners on Jojo. This would still be so risky. The Cannon Barrage is up and available. Toots is going to go into the enemy jungle, spots Levi, likes his chances in that 1v1. He's chasing after Levi as he has to use the We Are Pack flash from Toots, trying to take him down, but not really enough damage to make it happen. And now you're missing that flash. The all-important flash ulti with that full stacked ultimate can be massive for a Cassidy.
The idea is if he gets that kill onto Levi, that's the hero play. I respect the confidence, but the execution just doesn't quite come through, which means that he doesn't get that kill. But if he had Baron, the game, everything would have swung on a single play. You understand why he makes it, and you can sense the pressure that's being felt. It doesn't connect. We'll see how much losing that flash will impact him as the game continues.
Absolutely. I mean, we're looking now 30 seconds until this next dragon here. Infernal Soul on the table for GAM. They would love to get that to try to put the finishing touches on this game, on this series, and to move on. Levi, Elio, out by themselves here, but will be A-okay from that pillar. It's all going to be about the setup here around the Dragon. Air is still not level 16. We'll see how much gold he has in pocket. Has been sitting on that large rod for a while, but it's going to be Furia pushing the pace. They don't want to allow Eris to try to have the time to base. They are on the Baron. Has been spotted out. Gigo just went mega though. He could look for an angle. It is revealed. Toots on the side here is going to be threatening. It's actually Kiaya just soloing the Dragon right now, so they're going to try to have a 4-man defense while the GP solos the Dragon. He can join with the ulti. It's all going to come down to a flip here. Tatu is just going to go for it, but the Baron is actually delayed by the Bard ultimate. Can Levi get it? Levi's in it. It's going to be a flip here. Who's going to take it in this critical game 5? It's going to be grabbed by Tatu. Gets the objective, and now Furia need to run. In comes the Helm's Pursuit though. It's leaving on the back of Gigo. He's trying to run for the hills here, but Gigo's in a lot of trouble. Jojo and Ayu trying to stay around to support their top laner as he walks out. Kiaya looking for the barrel chain, can't quite find it. Kiaya though looking for another one. He's loaded up and he's going to find it on Toots. The first kill has come through. Gigo is down and they get another as well. Jojo joins him. Toots trying to run. He needs to survive here. Levi can't quite close the gap to finish off another kill. They get the Baron, but they lose the soul and they lose 2 kills.
Furia limp away with the Baron in tow. GAM securing the soul, forced Furia to retreat after securing 2 kills. The Baron still sits on Toots, but as 3 members, can they defend against the 5-man sieging of GAM? They set their sights on the tower, and Furia, they just don't have the wave clear.
Yeah, they just need to delay. You have to give up the inhib, wait for your members to respawn. You have the Baron buff, they do not, so you can slowly clear out these waves here. We can see Ayu doing his best possible job to do that. And now for Furia, I feel like your only chance is waiting for the Elder, hoping you can get an opportunity to get that Elder stolen away, to make a comeback play there. That is really what they are counting on. As Furia go for the flip, and had they not got this, it would have been horrible.
So Elio, he was just trying to buy time with the Bard ultimate. It was an insanely close flip between Levi and Tatu, and at this point they're on the retreat. The Shockwave can't quite get in range for Levi, as the Orianna is quite far behind. Levi, at this point, is trying to just find exit kills, and they're able to do it. Toots goes in, pushing Kaya away. Gigo's isolated from the rest of his team. The auto attack comes through, and the static shift does good damage to the rest. Meanwhile, they get that kill onto Jojo, and a lot of summoners were used as Furia was desperately trying to escape with as many Barons as possible.
Yeah, you can see the emotion from the crowd. Play goes right, you know, you feel it. You feel the
บอส
hope,
ไหน
you
บอก
feel
เฟอ
the
ร์
joy.
100% ไม่
Play
ได้บอก
goes wrong,
100%
you can feel it
แค่บอกเฟอ
sink.
ร์เฉย
That horrible feeling of knowing you are close to your trip here being over. Furia, though, of course, are not out of it just yet. Eris still not on the death cap here, but Kiaya is going for a kill onto Gigo, but Tatu and Tuts are here as well. But everyone's coming from GAM. Can Kiaya find the time? He's trying to cut out, drops the ulti here. Levi around, Tatu going forward, Gigo getting incredibly low as well. GAM are just going to back it up and wait for Eris. That was a very dangerous fight on either side, but at the end of the day, no kills do happen.
I love the idea there from Furia. They knew that Kiaya would try and punish Gigo, and so they're right there to support him. But the barrel damage was just crazy. Gigo and Tatu were almost killed. If it wasn't for the arrival of Tuts, it would have ended in disaster. But he was forced to flash away. Kiaya just barely gets away with his life. And GAM, they're not hesitating though. They're back out onto the map. They're pressuring this
Quick
play.
reactions there from Levi. Tuts had the ulti
Levi
fully
มัน
stacked
ไอ้
and
นี่
tried to go
ไว
for
จังวะ
Levi as he stepped up to that brush, but Levi
หลบ
immediately reacted and is able to immune it with his W. Really well played by him. Eris now 16, does have the death gap. Levi hitting 16. All of these key items are coming through. Bloodthirster done for Artemis. He's on 16 as well. Furia going to struggle to have the damage to really get over the hump here, but Gigo's trying to desperately charge up that Narbar. We'll see if he can find a game-changing play.
The pressure continues to mount as Furia do their best to defend, with the Baron worn off. Gamma chipping away, but the tower remains steadfast. Elder spawns in 2 minutes' time. Furia, that will be their last hope. If they can steal away the Elder, Tuts can completely change the dynamic of the game. Ayu doing what he can to farm up close to level 16.
ยังพีคได้อยู่ปะบาลอน เอลเดอร์
The Lord
What
Dominic's
Elder
regard
วะดู
soon to follow.
The Seekers are done as well. Going to be big there. Or Tuts can allow him to go a little bit more aggressive, go in, spend that first round of spells, go golden, and try to buy the time for the next one. But it doesn't feel like GAM are really willing to push in. They are happy to just control the enemy jungle, deny vision here, and set up before this Elder. That is where they feel more comfortable taking the fight. They don't want to look for the siege.
Look at the vision, man. Like, it's just wards, 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 just full control over the whole bot side jungle.
I mean, you can't see anything if you're on the Furia side. Even if you toggle vision to Furia, they've got no vision on that entire section of the map. It is really, really tough for them to be able to actually walk out and even get close to the Elder, but they do still have over a minute to try to get that done.
Tuts looking for a pick on the top side of the map. You can see Furia getting quite creative with their ideas of trying to punish, but this is just giving GAM even more space. 60 seconds now until the Elder.
Worth noting, Elio has swapped over to Spellbook Smite, so they are going to have double Smite here for the Elder to try to guarantee that they can secure this. It's going to be up to Tatu and the rest of his team to even try to get him in a position where he can try to steal it.
I will also say Artemis, like with the Bloodthirster shield and the magic resistant shield that's going to come through, he is that much harder to kill.
Yep, there's a big task here for Tuts, and he's going to have to do a lot of the heavy lifting. Is level 18 on the captain. The fight can break out. Tatu in trouble already. Tatu down incredibly low. The heal comes through. Does keep him alive, just barely. They chunked him out. It's back to base for the jungler here. And it's only 20 seconds now until the spawn happens. Levi over the wall, going to be spotted by a ward. And Jojo gets eyes on him.
There as well. A big ulti unavailable for the ensuing fight. He gets back out onto the map as quickly as he can. It's GAM with the push in the mid lane. Again, full control over the bot side river. Tuts trying his best to chip away at the HP of GAM, but they're not feeling it. Shockwave.
Eris going to force the flash out of Ayu, but this could actually be big. This means no shockwave if they can force a fight right now. So I think Furia are going to try to go.
Starting.
They need to try to make something happen right here, right now, but GAM are just blocking their way in towards the Elder. Tuts goes forward. He's looking. He's trying to see if he can find something, but the Elder is already secured by GAM, and now it is time to run. Ayu's in trouble. Levi's in the back line onto Jojo. Tuts trying to make it happen on the side, but he can't get the damage down. Ayu will fall. The base is open. Gigo is running for it, but there's nowhere you can go. Levi is on the hunt, and he is hungry.
GAM provide no opportunities to Furia, no chances to even get in range of the Elder Dragon, and with that secured, they've set the Nexus in their eyes.
Into a pause. That was a teleport coming through from Tuts as he was trying to get back to base to defend. They are without their AD carry. They can try to defend, but they don't have any wave clear. Your Caston is your mid laner. You're up against Elder. You're up against Soul. It feels like it's almost all over here for GAM. It feels like they can close out the series within the next minute or so.
Furia will need to find some incredible play to turn this final game around. The Kassadin alone is not enough. The damage from GAM seems so monstrous.
คนแกมที่อ
The
ยู่
top
เอ้ย
side
คน
putting
เวียด
in
นามที่อยู่
huge
แวนคูเวอ
work.
ร์เยอะจั
The
ง
bounce back from the bottom lane. GAM on the verge of an incredible victory.
รีแมต
Both
ช์รีแม
teams
ตช์
have fought so valiantly, but with the
Re-game.
Elder Dragon, this game feels like a foregone conclusion.
It's going to take perfection from Furia, and it's going to take mistakes, let's be honest, from
Re-game
GAM. If
ได้ไหม
they were to be able to turn around this game, to even be able to hold at the Elder is such a tough task. The objective was designed as a game ender. It's supposed to be there to close out the game. It is so hard when you're already down so much gold, plus the Infernal Soul, and now you have effectively more than 20% less HP because there's the XQ plus the true damage burn. It's going to be very, very difficult. So the players have got to try to stay locked in, to try to stay calm, think through how can we problem solve in this moment to keep our hopes at this tournament alive. Would be absolutely heartbreaking for Furia if they are knocked out in this way. 2 Game 5 losses in back-to-back days.
I mean,
เสียใจว่ะ เสียใจอะไรพี่ชิน
demonstrated their potential here at MSI. They've come at the very verge of coming so close, but now it's GAM knocking on the Nexus doors.
So the update I have been given is that there was a bug report made by Furia, so they have reported that something went wrong in the game. That will be investigated. Of course, our Comp Ops team will be looking into that, investigating was it a bug? If it was a bug, was it gameplay impacting? And we will give you the updates as soon as we have any more information. But for now, it is GAM well and truly in the driver's seat, looking like they are moments away from closing out this series. That man on your screen has certainly played his part in it. Levi with a lot of heroics, but Tatu on the other side has been very impressive as well. Furia really have shown up and shown their class on the international stage.
กลับบ้านนะบราซิล
They've showcased some really impressive stuff throughout the series. But for me, like, Kiaya has really had a phenomenal series.
เล่นต่อไม่ได้อะ
Translate his leads into game wins. It feels like in every single game he was getting the better of Gigo in the 1v1. I feel like that in the games where he had his impact, you could really feel it. And in game 5 on the Gangplank, my goodness, the GP ult, like if you could just isolate how much damage that did, like it has to be insanely high. It's such, like we don't see Gangplank that much. We get to look back at this replay. So the Elder gets secured by the duo of Kiaya and Artemis. Then the engage comes through, and I love the use of the Gangplank ultimate early. Look at how much damage he's able to do onto Ayu. They turn their attention onto whatever target they can hit. Levi forcing Jojo and Tuts out of the fight, and then it gives an angle for Artemis to ulti in, take out the AD carry, and it just becomes cleanup. Furia's goal is to try and get back to base as quickly as possible because they know they don't want to fight the Elder Dragon. And so if they can just get back to base, defend, wave clear, maybe they can stall things out. The Elder doesn't last as long as the Baron does, so maybe there's a way, but losing 2 members, I mean, it's going to be a very difficult defense against GAM.
Yeah, no kidding. And I mean, it's 2 of your only kind of ranged characters who can actually help you clear out these waves, right? Because you can't fight into Elder, so you need the Ezreal, you need the Gnar to be able to maybe thin these waves and buy time for the Elder to potentially expire or for something to happen. But even if it was different members alive, GAM in a 5v3 with Elder, with Soul, they are diving. That is the kind of team that this is. They are going to force the issue as they have all series long. And Kiaya, I fully agree. This guy has just been doing it at the top level, at the elite level for so many years. Regardless of the surrounding cast, Kiaya always looks good at the international level. He comes and he performs. He has been so consistent for so many years. Really one of the most impressive players from the region to me. Has just been always a standout.
He certainly has been. And when we look at GAM's trajectory, the journey that they took to get here, a lot of the way in which this team has found success has been playing through this top side. Levi and Kiaya are a heart of the team. They're a lot of the voice of the
ตรง
team.
ไหน
to
บั๊ก
their
ไม่
shot
รู้เหมือน
calling.
กันครับ
And as a reminder, whoever wins in this series will move on to play the loser of BLG versus G2, which is the series that will happen right after this one.
Exactly. You know, Furia obviously hungry for a potential rematch against G2 if G2 were to fall. You know,
จะแพ้อยู่แล้ว
we're not going to be
ยื้อ
able
เว
to
ลา
resolve this just yet, so we're going to be heading on over to the analyst
อย่าง
desk.
นี้ผมไม่
Hear what
ทัน
they've got
ว่ะ
to
คน
say.
ดู
Welcome back to the analyst desk. In these situations, you're probably never happy to see us. But as we investigate further when it comes to this potential bug, you know, we need a little bit of time. Give our casters a bit of a break as we talk and wait for more updates from the competitive operations team. This
ผม
series
อาจจะได้แค่
has
คู่
been a
นี้
roller
ว่ะคน
coaster
ดู
game.
Yes.
Raz,
Yo, what's up?
you're here now.
I am.
Thank you for joining us. What has your take been on the series thus far and the game 5 so far? We haven't gotten to hear as much from you today.
It's so hectic. I mean, the fact that Cassidy was able to open up with like 2 kills really early on, able to get to his row. I thought this was going to be a pretty smooth game. For
investigating
what sucked was the Otacon
potential
because I know
bug
Furia as a team is always the one that wants to start the fight.
กำลังหา บั๊กเหรอ
So starting Otacon when you are level 15 on Cassidy and really haven't been
หา
able
บั๊กอะไร
to
วะ เกิดอะไรบั๊กวะ
send him on sides and keep him on sides, that was frustrating to me. So that was rough. So now you're in a state where, yes, you just lost a massive fight, and just one more push and game's over. So
เกิดอะไรบั๊กขึ้นวะ
honestly, I don't know what the pause is. We're going to find out. We're going to figure it out at least to see the status of it. But if it doesn't go your way, you're going home.
potential bug
Right?
บั๊กอะไรอ่ะ
To exist longer in this moment. Of course, anytime there's any bug or you
มัน
expect
แพ้
this
ไป
bug
แล้ว
to cause
เสีย
check
เอล
mark
เดอ
rep,
ร์
that's something we expect, something absolutely the players should be doing. But in a context like
อ๋อ
this,
ยื้อ
in
เว
a
ลา
situation
เหรอ
like this, it's difficult because now you're sitting
จะได้อยู่แคนาดา
in this
นาน
field after a potential game series tournament losing team fight, stewing in that moment. So even if we come back to game and they manage to
ๆ
hold
ทำไม
on,
ไม่เอากู
the
ไปเท
mental
สบั๊ก
recovery, the pressure on Furia, this has to be one of the hardest situations to endure
เทสบั๊กนี่มัน
The nerves
เล่นมุก
have to be crazy. Like my
ฉีก
palms
แหว
are
ก
sweaty.
แนว
If
ตล
you're
อด
the
เลย
catcher, you have that kind of lead, and you're figuring out.
Shake
like,
my hand, Raz. Oh my god, your
I
palms
know,
are sweaty.
right? I get nervous
Wow.
for people. That's why it's not good to be next to you sometimes.
You're saying my anxiety rubs off on you?
It happens. I've seen your dog.
Wow,
That
how
dog is also
dare you.
nervous as hell sometimes.
Wow.
It booped me in the head.
Raz just
ดู
coming
มา
out
ละ
throwing me under the bus.
I think Raz
ทีทีตรง
your
มินิ
dog
แมป
is
แล้วกดโดนมินเนี่ยน
just-
สกิลอิชู
This is a Raz classic. You know,
Yeah, it
he's
is.
gotten too emotional on behalf of Furia. He has to balance it out by roasting somebody. And
I have
sorry,
to.
Emily,
No,
it
I'm
seems
used to
like you're the nearest target.
we're close friends. I'm used to this.
Yeah,
Ơ,
of course,
đừng
of
có mả
course.
lo.
I will say that I was skeptical initially when we came into these drafts as to how effective these competitions were going to be, the
lo.
relative lack of hard engage. But I do think that the Nefuri Oriana combo has looked incredibly consistent, much more reliable than I thought it would be. Some good trundle pillars here or there to interrupt it, but it's a combo I think we're going to be seeing more throughout the entire tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, the interesting thing to me with GAM specifically is in these, if we're presuming, considering the game state, that GAM will be able to close this out and move on. And the previous game is that Levi has kind of shifted from what I thought his role was kind of throughout Split 2, which was more of a facilitator, right? Like engager, kind of setting up team fights for the team, but not being the primary damage dealer.
Yeah.
In these past 2 games, the Viego game and now the Nefuri, he has been an additional carry on the team, and it's been kind of a return to the classic Levi that I was familiar with from years prior.
Yeah, when he's on the Maokai and stuff, I always feel like that's a great band-aid for the team because they can play front to back. It creates innate structure. That's why I felt like I liked it most when they were going up against CFO, when they were going up against like bigger teams. But now being able to go into what Levi is so good at, being the carry that has automatic direction. Like if he goes in, you better go in. It really does help the team, and I feel like they are just getting better throughout this series.
Yeah, and I think that this is kind of improvement that you want to have if this is the continuation of the tournament run. Facing up tomorrow, whoever wins here, of course, against the loser of BLG versus G2. BLG versus G2, our second match, winner will qualify through. So whoever plays tomorrow, again, the pressure just continues. Once you are in this lower bracket, it does not get any easier.
And I feel like personally, for both of these teams, they've been under that pressure yesterday, and they must have a level of confidence. Furia as a team getting confidence, knowing that like they were so close, one game away from taking down.
ขอถามอดีตนัก
Decisive
แข่ง
for
ถ้า
GAM
มีการ
shows
พอส
of
เกมนานๆแบบนี้
0-3,
เรา
but like
สา
they
มาร
have
ถ
the
ชู
early
บู
games down. They just feel like they need
รอ
a
ได้
few
ไหม
more
ได้
tweaks.
We do now have an official update. So at
ทำได้ครับ
35:58 in-game time, Furia paused, reported a potential bug to League officials, and
ชู
after
เหรอ
investigation, League officials have confirmed the bug and are in the process of
โคโนเบรก
initiating a chrono
ย้อนเว
break
ลาว่ะคุณดู
to 6 seconds earlier at 35:52. If you're here on YouTube, of course, you can scroll back, figure out exactly what that was.
ย้อนเวลาจริง
Hopefully
ว่ะ
we'll get a clip on screen shortly to show you
I'm pulling
what
up YouTube
the state of
myself.
the game will be at 35:52. So we kind of know what we're hot dropping into here, but of course chrono breaks do take a little bit of time, so we are just in the process of setting back to that game state.
We're hanging out.
แค่ย้อนเวลาไปตอนไหนเนี่ย
I'm pulling up YouTube myself. I got to figure out what that part of the game was.
It's good. Good initiative, Rez.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. You could scroll, but you're hitting back by 5
We
seconds,
are watching
500
Raz
times.
just hit
Honestly,
the
if we
backwards
get
button
this on
instead
camera,
of
I see Benny right over there. Benny will
instead of
cast
just
Raz trying to find the
rewinding.
moment on YouTube. I can see it. I can see in his eyes. He's keen.
He's looking over at us and laughing. Yes.
Yeah. So
Betty's laughing at you, Raz. How do you
I'm
feel
not
about
even
that?
looking back at him.
a little bit more time as our
35:52 is after the fight.
35:52 after the fight. Okay, so for those concerned, because I can imagine for the Furia fans, or excuse me, for the GAM fans out there, worried that a chrono break might take away.
บราซิล
Alright,
โก
we're
งไม่
getting
ได้
a
โกง
bird's
หรอก
eye
มันก็
view
เป็นแท็ก
of
ติก
that time in game. 35:52.
โอ้ยย้อนไปไกลอยู่
So
นั่นน่ะ
as you can see, still incredibly comfortable position for the side of GAM. This is after the fight is already broken out, and you can see that this is the cast and retreat, maybe trying to pull that mid wave. So it seems unlikely
แต่ก็แพ้อยู่ดี
that
อะ
this will have a massive negative effect, although we have been clear to say the bug did prevent a teleport to a tower. So that may result in a base defense that allows Furia to play this game out. So excellent call from the players. That is something you don't want to ignore it, even if the game does seem like it's in a dire state. But it seems like we are dropping back into a game state that is incredibly GAM favored.
Yeah.
Although after the chrono break, a little bit better for Furia now that the bug will no longer
Let's
be in effect.
list it. 40-second death timers on Ezreal and Gnar, Infernal Soul and Elder for GAM. I don't know, a miracle has to be made. We've seen some crazy stuff like the Ahri being able to steal Baron, so like miracles have already been done.
I think the struggle
series.
is we've seen that the Kassadin hasn't really delivered in the same, times up level 16 way that we often expect it to. So we're going to need to see Furia dig deep and show us something that really hasn't shown up in this game. But as you highlighted, it is something that's shown up in this series. A lot of clutch moments coming out of the mid lane.
What is so frustrating if you're looking at the Kassadin's perspective from Turk's POV is just if the combination from Orianna and Furia is just being held, how do you ever go in? Because like, sure, now that you're level 16, like past that point, you can always feel like you're going in and out, but then they're just going to be able to follow you. So it's really difficult. It's just going to be a test on GAM whether they can end with the conditions that they have. And if they can't, then yes, you're in a late game situation where, you can just get cleaned up. So really, really testy. I wonder what the mental state's going to be. I like the fact that Furia has already been in a Game 5 series just yesterday, so they're a little bit more prepared for this.
Sure. Of course, it is important to note, though, I think just a reminder, the odds are about as stacked against them as they could possibly be. There is a sliver of hope.
Are you providing the sliver, Emily?
No, I was actually going to provide more
the reality.
Don't do that. Don't hit him with another reality check.
It's basically, like this does make sense. They want to TP back to base for the base defense, right? However, the game state is not in their favor at all, right?
แต่ว่ามาทวงไปวิ่งแหละเวลามันถึงแล้วไง6 โมง
really, really difficult for
6 โมงน้องสายใหม่เขาจะเดินมาแล้วก็จ้องหน้าแล้วก็เห่า
in particular because of that Drake take, because they are down in numbers, and it's a very, very rough game state.
Probably the mentals a little bit rough. The odds stacked against them. Okay.
The first time I've seen, unless if you want to continue on to another point.
I was just going to remind people really quickly before you continue to your point that if you're just joining us, whether you stepped away at the start of the pause or you're just coming in now for Game 5, at 35:58 in game time, Furia paused. They reported a potential bug to League officials. League officials confirmed that bug prevented Tuts from teleporting to a tower. We are now in the process of initiating a chrono break to 6 seconds earlier, 35:52. If you don't know where that timestamp is, we've covered it once
หมาย
before.
อายุ
But
กี่ปี
reminder
แล้ว
that
7 ขวบ
the
แล้วครับ
Elder's still gone.
แก่ละ
Everything is still looking like GAM are poised to clean this one up, but potentially that teleport will allow him to make a once-in-a-lifetime base defense.
Yeah.
And now I feel like we're waiting, for the season finale of a good season of Game of Thrones, not the last one. So we're, the next time is going to be really good. We've been left on a cliffhanger. If GAM close it out, it will go exactly as expected. No M. Night Shyamalan twist. But if there is a miracle defensive hold, this has certainly made everything a little bit more dramatic. But we're going to be back soon, so we are going to send things back over to the caster desk.
ไม่แต่ว่าตอนนี้ก็แพ้อยู่ดีป่ะ
What's the twist, Vedius?
What's the twist?
Tell us. It's on you.
I hate it when they ask me questions. I'm not engaging with you, okay? You don't make any sense ever. Instead, I'm going to focus in on what is an intense moment between these two teams because
ที่นู่นกี่โมงตอนนี้6 โมงแล้วครับ
They have 3 members alive. Their only option is to defend the siege with an elder, 5 members of GAM. Staring them in the eye, it feels like a foregone conclusion. Of course, the teleport, whenever you see a bug, it is important that you report that bug, especially with something like a teleport. You need to get back to base ASAP.
Yep.
And so, for Furia, it's totally understandable why they would make this. This is their last opportunity to keep their hopes alive. And the base defense, 3 versus 5, they'll have to put everything on the line to stay in this game.
And the reality is, as bleak as things look for Furia, there's a reason why we play the games out. Because sometimes miracles happen. Sometimes things do not go to expectations. Sometimes mistakes are made. So you have to be locked in. I always feel sympathy for these players.
แต่คู่ต่อไปน่าจะ 3-0 นะคุณดูผมขอทายว่า BLG ชนะทุกเกม
You have to kind of cool out, but you still have to stay locked in enough. And it's looking like we are back to live. We are back to in the game here. And there is the teleport being used back to the base here from Tuts. GAM on the march here, looking to close out game number 5 in what has been a back and forth series. Tatu healing up in the base, as is Tuts. Jojo still on the recall, but they are not going to be waiting for him. It's going to be all up to Tuts. He's really the only one who can try to get anything done. The tower being closed down. Redemption comes through to heal him up. Tuts is going to be put with the exhaust. He's trying to kite back. He's trying to go in and make something happen, but can he do it? He cannot. GAM will wipe Furia off the map, will knock them out of MSI, and will advance to the next round.
โอ้เรียบร้อย
GAM show up huge in game 5. The combination of the Nefiri on the Oriana was instrumental in their success. Kiaya's gangplank, the bot lane weathering the storm. Furia put up a valiant fight throughout this series, but it was GAM that walks away victorious.
ให้รอตั้งนานเสียเวลามากเลย
Overcoming so many difficult situations. Really deserving winners here today.
มันแพ้อยู่แล้ว
Especially the top side for me just really showed out.
Elder 4 กร
Kiaya in particular looked incredible.
กูขอออกจากสำนักขอโทษได้ไหมล่ะ
The loser of the next
บอส
match.
ให้
They
แม่น
will play either BLG or G2.
ก็ไม่แย่ป่ะวันนี้ไทยถูก
to
3
decide
ผิด
who is the last team advancing to the next stage and who is the second team exiting MSI.
And I will say now, the head-to-head between Vietnam and Brazil is 7-7. The history and the rivalry that's starting to develop between these two regions only continues to grow. It has been an intense back and forth throughout the years. But Furia, they had an impressive tournament, pushing G2 to the limit, pushing GAM to the limit. A lot of young players on this roster that I am excited to see on the international stage in the future. This was their debut for
งั้น
many.
เดี๋ยวดูสักเกมแล้วกันนะคุณดู
And I imagine that we only have an
เดี๋ยวผมดู
exciting
สักเกม
future
หนึ่ง
for many of these players moving forward.
Absolutely, the youngest team in the tournament,
ตอน
I
2 ทุ่
believe,
มแล้วกัน
5 young Brazilian players here
ผมไปนอน
playing
ตอ
their
น
heart
2 ทุ่ม
out.
ดีกว่า
They went 10 out of 10 possible games, but unfortunately for them, fell just
ดู
short
เกมหนึ่ง
in both of those series. Heartbreaking losses to be sure, but I do think that they surprised a lot of people with how competitive they were, how many games they were able to take in matchups that they were really written off on pre-tournament.
And I mean, for the analysts coming into today, Furia was expected to be the favorites, and that's something that I think is massive for the region. People taking them seriously, people respecting what they can bring to international competition, and it's going to be devastating how close they were getting a win over G2,
The what ifs are
getting a
crazy.
win. Yeah, and I mean, you better than anyone, having that many years of competitive experience, know how it feels to come so close and then lose the final hole. They're going to think about the regrets, but it also helps them learn so much. So I'm excited to see what they show us throughout the rest of the year. Whereas GAM, they seem to have just kind of fixed their issues as the series have gone on, constantly pushed, constantly tested, but their bot lane, throughout the sheer amount of bullying that this bot lane has experienced in this tournament, they come up clutch in Game 5, and they do an amazing job to close things out.
They have looked incredible. You gotta say, GAM, they're gonna be scary for whoever actually has to play them. They are an unpredictable team. They're such an aggressive team, and they really will push you. They have clearly such a defined play style, and they fully commit to it, and I think that does make them a threat to whoever does have to face them.
And for me, like, being an analyst in League, sometimes it's very difficult to
กิน
quantify
ขี้
the
ป้าบอส
intangibles.
กินขี้อะไร
There is an intangible with this roster.
The magic.
There is something that happens that is just a joy to watch.
Absolutely is, and now we're going to be joining Lore and Kiaya, the dominant top laner for the Verizon post-game interview.
Thank you so much, guys. Kiaya, congratulations. Chokman on defeating Furia today. Talk me through Game 5, going into that game, facing elimination on one side, but also with the stage experience that you had over the years. How are you feeling?
Thì vào ván thứ 5 là mình đã rơi vào cái thế mà hành lý trên tay luôn rồi. Nhưng mà bản thân đội mình cũng là một cái đội có rất là nhiều kinh nghiệm trong cái khoảng này. Thì em đã cảm thấy như thế nào trong cái ván đầu?
แปลหน่อย
ván thứ 5 thì
Tôi cứ thẳng là
quyết định trận đấu là sẽ một
น่ารู้สึกว่ายังไงอ่ะ
đội thua sẽ dễ.
อันนี้ก็บอกว่า
bọn em quyết là cả team á.
Vì đấy cả team á.
Đội trưởng như anh Khánh á là có trước khi đánh á thì có một điều á là khi mình
Đều á,
vào
thì
cái
bỏ.
thế gọi là cái thế hành lý rồi thì mình sẽ đánh bay vai cất luôn.
ใบกู้หนึ่งนี่เขาบอกอย่างนี้
Cho nên đó là cái lý do mà game 5 này bọn em đã làm được. Bọn em tin rằng á là khi bọn em vào một cái thế mà nó bắt buộc mình cần phải làm gì đó thì bọn em sẽ đánh bay hết sức.
It was the fifth game and it was the elimination match. But Levi told me that this is the fifth game, this is the elimination game. But this is actually when we are at our strongest.
Peaking at the last moment.
รีวายมันทำเข้มเหรอ
And also, Fearless Draft, Game 5, Gangplank? That's a champion that we haven't seen in years. What was the reasoning behind this?
Gangplank là một con tướng mà chị đó chưa thấy em dùng.
มึงหยิบแกงแพ้มาทำพ่อมึงเหรอ
Tại sao em lại có lựa chọn đó?
คำถาม
Ở lựa chọn đó thì ở cái cuối thì em cũng đã suy nghĩ rất là kỹ và em cũng đã có phân vân là không biết đánh là không á, nhưng mà
พิธีกรถาม
em trước khi trước khi bích á là có vài giây thì em cũng đã nảy ra cái ý tưởng và cũng có một cái gọi đó nó ngẫu hứng á, thì em muốn đánh Găng Lăng cho nên là em quyết định là cầm Găng Lăng, mặc dù là con Găng Lăng mà con tướng mà từ đầu tuần cho đến từ trước mấy tuần trước là em chưa có tập và chưa có tập nhiều á, thì chung quy lại thì cái kèo con Lăng này thì cũng chỉ là cái ngẫu
พิธีกรถามบอกไม่ได้เห็นมาเป็นปีแล้ว
khi mà cầm con tướng này á em sẽ làm được.
มึงหยิบมาทำพ่อมึงเหรอ
Gangplank is a champion that I have not practiced in weeks, but it's just a random thought that came to my mind when it came to this matchup, and I just did it.
Well, I applaud the random thought here.
ต้องบอกว่ามันไม่ได้ซ้อมมาเลย
You've been
ขอบ
playing
คุณ
for
กันบอส
such a
ที่
long
แม่นล
time,
ง 500
9
เอาไป
years
50 พอ
actually,
ขอบ
and
คุ
you
ณครับ
kept at
เขาบอก
on
ไม่
the
ได้
same
ซ้อม
level.
มา
You
เลยแต่
stayed
ว่ามันเคย
consistent
เล่นแบบอัพ
throughout
นี้
so
มาก่อน
much time. What is the secret behind this consistency?
Em đã thi
Có lẽ
đấu
mà
được
tụng
9
thì
năm
mà
rồi
tụng
và cái
mang.
màn trình diễn của em nó lúc nào là nó cũng rất là cứng cựa. Thì em có bí quyết nào để có được cái màn trình diễn như vậy không?
Bí quyết thì thật sự thì bây giờ thì mấy em cũng không chả biết bí quyết là gì á, thì nhưng
Thảm
mà
dơ
nghĩ
à?
là em đánh được như vậy cũng
ขำอ่ะ
lâu
บอส
dài
ชอบ
vậy
อุ้ย
thì nghĩ là
โหแปลมั่ว
có nhiều yếu tố
แปลมั่ว
như
คุณ
là
ตีชอบอีก
khi mà em thi đấu thì em chỉ cần nghĩ là em
หวัดดีบอส
tự
เกมถัดไปที 2 เปล่า
โอ้ยจีสองเหรอ คุณบอย FC เชียร์ที่ไหนล่ะครับ
và có cái niềm tin với bản thân mình.
ถ้าใน
Thì
ความ
trước
เป็น
khi mà
จริง
có
ก็
cái
แอบ
niềm tin với
BLG
đội mình
นิด
á,
นึง
thì
นะ
mình có
จี
niềm
ทู
tin
ฟอร์ม
với
ไม่
bản
ค่อย
thân
ดี
trước.
ครั
Thì đó
บ
là cái mà bí quyết mà em nghĩ là sẽ
โอ้ยมา
đó là cái yếu tố
500
để mà em có thể mà thi đấu
โอ้
được
ยมา
cái
ทุกเช้า
bây
เลย
giờ
นะ
thì em nghĩ là mình phải có niềm tin vào bản
ขอบ
thân
คุ
mình.
ณครับ
và
คุณ
đừng
บอส
nghi ngờ.
FC
Những điều quan trọng là
ขอบ
đừng nghi
คุณ
ngờ
คุณตี
những
ด้วย
điều
นะค
đầu
รับ
I don't have much of a secret, but it all comes down to have faith in yourself and then have faith in your teammates. Don't ever doubt your teammates.
All too many more victories, of course. I had a last question, but I think we're running out of time. What time is it?
It's GAM time!
It is GAM time!
โอ้น่าอายมากเลย
In Vancouver. Thank
What
you so
time
much
is it?
for the contribute.
Scam
Thank
time.
you so much for the translation.
ผม
And
เกลียด
that's
ค
all
อน
for us
เซปต์
here
อัน
on
นี้วะ
this side of the stage. We'll be right back
ไอ
with
แก
the
ม
second
ไทม์
series
เนี่
right
ย
after this.
มันคิดได้ยังไงวะเออ
Let me throw it to the ground, make 'em turn around. This is what I do. I'm a dog, not afraid to fight.
ถ้าตอบ 5 PM นี่ฮาเลยนะ13 เดือนได้อะไรบ้างคุณตีอยากได้เสื้อ MSI ไหมครับเดี๋ยวสุ่มไอ้นี่ดีกว่าคุณดูสุ่มชื่อเขียวตามจำนวนเดือนที่สมัครถ้ามันตอบว่า 5 PM นี่ฮาเลยไหนบอกสุ่มซิก็หมายถึงว่าเนี่ย13 เดือน13 ชื่อคุณตี13 ชื่อใครชื่อเยอะโอกาสเยอะไงแบบว่าสมัครมาเยอะโอกาสเยอะเอางี้ป่ะเนี่ยแบบน้องภูมิเนี่ย10 ชื่อคุณตี13แล้วแรนดอมอ่ะเอางี้ป่ะคุณเบม20เอางี้ป่ะแจกเสื้อ MSI ชื่อเทาก็เศร้าอุ้ยคุณพอล FC คุณพอล FC อยากเล่นด้วยไหมครับคุณพอล FC ไปไหนมาเนี่ยหายไปนานเลยอ่ะคุณพอล FC อ่ะเอางั้นเหรอโอ้โห28 เดือนน้องคุณพีทโอ้โหคุณพีท28 เดือนเลยเนี่ยโอ้คุณพีทอยู่กับผม28 เดือนเลยเหรอโอ้โหยาวเฟ้ยเลยแล้วพิมพ์เกือบทุกสตรีมอ่ะผลลุก28 เดือนเลยเนี่ยเพิ่งสังเกตคุณพีทเอาเวลามาทิ้ง28 เดือนโอ้โหยังไงเขาต้องถูกใจช่องนี้บ้างแหละไม่งั้นไม่อยู่ถึง28 เดือนหรอกคอมมูนิตี้เราดีไงคอมมูนิตี้เราดี
Today's featured matchup presented by Mercedes-Benz, G2 takes on BLG with a trip to the bracket stage on the line. G2 Esports narrowly escaped disaster on day one, with Furia taking them to silver scrapes and very nearly pulling off the upset. The LEC 2 seed came out flat on day one, but a win today would silence the doubters. To do it, they're going to need to overcome their
BLG หรอ
On the chase, Cap's trying to make the difference. The ulti, Hansama taking out Elf versus the world. Elf continuing to find the angles. The slower is there. The double kill is there. BLG have eliminated G2 from 3 of the last 4 international events, and they have a chance to put G2 on the path to an early flight home. The LPL representatives took care of business versus GAM, and while they may have had a few shaky moments of their own, a 3-0 is still a 3-0. Will BLG punch an early ticket to the bracket stage, or will G2 finally
เนี่ยผมถามเขาอยู่เนี่ยว่าได้เสื้อกี่ตัวเนี่ยถามเขาอยู่ครับอยากได้สัก5 ตัว
Taxes G2 versus BLG here again but
แต่
honestly
ถ้าผมอยู่ไทยนี่คือผมมีของรางวัลให้อยู่แล้วอะแต่ผมไม่ได้อยู่ไทยไง
for the LEC representative that was not pretty against Furia
ไม่พาหมาไปวิ่งเหรอ
Usually when
มี
G2
คนพา
comes
ไปแล้วครับ
into an international event, you get a little like a spike of hope that comes through. I'm scared as hell. I don't know what to expect, Emily.
เมื่อไหร่โหวตมึงจะปิด
I think that I still saw some of BLG's flaws, but
มีคนพาไปวิ่งแล้วครับ
should be favored in this matchup. Not only because of G2's kind of ups and downs throughout the split, but again, as we touched on it, they had a very rough day against Furia.
What did it come down to though?
For me specifically, it felt like at the very top side of the map, we expected Broken Blade to come in hot with his picks. Actually, he was getting dominated throughout the series. It started with the solo kill, and then as the series continued, he was getting targeted by Tatu. So like for me, I need to see a lot more consistency coming from him. And then it was Skumon that was actually kind of tilting it back into G2's favor top side later on in the series.
Yeah, and for me, I think G2, we saw when they were able to
แจกเสื้อทุกคนสิพี่บอส
It was a lot more
เสื้อไม่ใช่
methodical,
เสื้อ
right?
พี่อะดิ
Especially in game 2 and then again in
ถ้าเสื้อ
game
พี่ก็
5.
แจกได้แหละ
And that's more what I want to see from G2, just like more control.
คือจะดูอีกเหรอดูอีก
Actually, I had a chance to catch up with Caps
ดูอีกคู่หนึ่ง
yesterday
ครับ
after the series. So
ไม่
let's
ให้
check
ดู
out
อีก
what he
ตา
had
หนึ่ง
to say in the Verizon
เผื่อสนุก
gameplay interview. Caps, thank you so much for joining me ahead of today's series. First things first, quick reaction on the matchup against Furia. Going to game 5, not something that we expected. So what do you think went wrong for that series that you can make better?
Yeah, I'm definitely happy with the win, but it was a lot closer than we had hoped for. I think Furia came in very strong, and I think we often have this problem where when we don't play stage for a while, we look very rusty. And I'm happy we got to get a bit more comfortable throughout the series. But we definitely want to step it up for today.
Something that we've been talking about is the fact that you have so much international experience, being like the longest standing member at G2. Any piece of advice that you gave Lebrov or Skumont ahead of MSI, especially going into LPL today?
I think a lot of it was, of course, a lot of like jet lag. Dealing with jet lag was at the start of coming here to Canada. But I think aside from that, of course, we don't want to like overhype playing against LPLCA. They are very strong and they've beaten us many times.
Yeah.
But
I
they're
need
not
my
invincible
time,
and they
wow,
make
jet lag.
mistakes, right? And it's just important that you stay focused when you play against them and keep looking for like whichever out we can get to actually win the game.
I feel like something you haven't been used to in your career, especially internationally, was to be playing as the underdogs, being underrated. Is that something that you enjoy, though, being in this position?
Yeah, I think definitely if people underrate us, they can get surprised. So we're looking to show some good performances.
Well, looking forward to that surprise then. Caps, thank you so much for the interview. Underrated is the key here for G2, but is that going to be enough? Because Hansama also had some strong words after this series. He shared that with Sheik Esports, saying that when they play good, but when there's other times everything is all over the place. It's total chaos. Lanes are losing their own individualistic plays. I feel like that's exactly what happened. You cannot allow these mistakes today, especially against BLG.
Exactly. I think a lot of people are focusing about individual lanes and solo kills and all these things, but what we saw was
G2
when
ไม่เคย
chaos
ชนะ
happened
BLG
throughout
ป่ะ
those games,
เกือบ
like
นะ
just yesterday,
เท่าที่จำได้เกือบ
G2's
ตอน
fight
ไอ้
selection
ยัยอะ
and general
แต่ก็แพ้อยู่ดีป่ะ
understanding of where to be during those fights were chaotic. Because Furia was not playing that well during those games. Specifically, I remember the Tatu's nocturnal ultis being pretty haphazard, but they didn't know how to respond to it. They saw a very confident team and took a step back oftentimes.
ง่วงสิน้อง
And I think this is going to come down to a lot of team
แต่
fights,
ถ้า
right?
นอน
As it has
ตอนนี้
in the
มันก็
past.
จะ
They faced BLG a
เยอะ
lot
เกินไป
in the past
เดี๋ยวตอนกลาง
2
คืนไม่หลับ
years.
อีก
2024 Worlds, 2023
เอ้ยตอน
Worlds,
เช้าอะไม่
and
หลับ
2023 MSI. They were all eliminated from those tournaments by this BLG kind of
ถ้านอนไวเกิน
Obviously, some pieces
ก็เลยแบบ
have
คิดว่า
changed,
จะ
but
แน
I
บสัก
think
นิดนึง
that initial
พอ
MSI 2023 was the
เพื่อให้มีแรง
ramp
ไป
up
ทำงาน
of the BLG team that we kind of know and love, which is built around really strong team fighting.
True, but at least there was some hope from the European side just because in all those instances, like G2 took games off of them. Like even in the best of 3 that we saw like in World Swiss, like it was like
วันนี้
okay,
ตื่นเช้า
it
ไง
went to
คน
a
ดู
game 3.
ผม
Those
ตื่น
situations
เช้ามาก
happen, but this
ก็
time
เลย
the
แบบ
hope is a
ง่วง
little
นิดนึง
lower.
Yeah, I still remember Elk
แล้ว
just
เมื่อคืน
popping
อะไม่ค่อย
off
ได้นอน
on Ezreal as
ไปทำงาน
we saw
4 ทุ่ม
kind of
ใช่ไหม
leading into
แล้ว
this.
ก็
A bright spot for wow.
กลับ
Okay.
ดึกกลับเช้า
Raz's prediction.
แล้วทีเนี้ยเราก็ตื่นเช้าต่อ คือไม่ค่อยได้นอนอ่ะ
Yeah, what?
The honk is just the sound. The
honk
get out of the
มันก็เลยมึนๆนิดนึง
That's just a
to
suggestion.
remove the expletive.
Yeah, that's just the
that
suggestion.
in Raz's mind.
Yeah.
I thought On had a stellar performance. We highlighted
ตื่น
Bin, right?
วัน
He
นี้
ended up being player
9
of
โม
the
ง
series
คือได้นอน
for
ไปประมาณ
yesterday
ชั่ว
because
โม
of
ง
how he
2
got
ชั่วโม
back
ง
online. But
แล้ว
I
งาน
thought
มันใช้แรงไง
On consistently throughout this entire series was phenomenal.
He just saw amazing
แล้วก็ตื่น
angles.
เช้าไป
There
เคลียร์
was
เรื่อง
one
รถ
time where Eris was in a position
แล้วก็กลับ
because
มา
GAM
สตรี
had
ม
great positioning around Dragon.
ก็คือได้นอนไป
Then
2
the
ชั่วโมง
moment he saw a misstep, instantly found the engage. And especially if we're going into Lebrava, who I thought had a very off night just yesterday. We need to see a better version of Lebrava. We need to see a better version of G2 to be able to contest them.
What about BLG? Because I feel like we came into this MSI thinking that they were going to be a weaker team compared to the team that they sent at Worlds last year. What are the takeaways after seeing them play yesterday? Against GAM, still. But Emily, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think BLG, it was kind of interesting to see, especially the bot side plays against BLG in that game 1. That was a little surprising, but overall, I think BLG still have the same strengths and the same weaknesses. When they are on the same page and they're able to get these fights, play around their lanes, it's good. When they aren't, it's very bad.
I gotta ask the follow-up, because you gave him an extra game here. You think it's going to go to 5, and you talked about the weaknesses from BLG a little bit. Expand on that a bit.
I just think it has the potential to be really, really back and forth. I think when G2 are playing at their best, they actually can be a lot better than BLG on the map. And then it's going to come down to, okay, can they win the team fights? Because I think where BLG comes back is either through just raw laning power and then also their 5v5. You cannot underestimate this team in team fights.
ยกของเรียงกันให้เป็นแบบแนวเดียวกันอะไรเงี้ย
I'm very sad about this.
What's going on about that?
Their worst
พวกขน
enemy
มปัง
is
ทั้งหมด
themselves. Do you guys
So
agree on
true.
that?
Yes, absolutely. Like this team has the potential. They have 2 of the potential best solo laners in the world. Their bot lane has been one of the best bot lanes in the world.
แล้วตอนนี้ตอนกลางคืนมีค่าให้ป่ะมีกลางคืนมีพิเศษให้
One of the best teams in the world.
And I've
ได้
seen
เยอะกว่าเดิม
consistency from Knight. I think Knight's
ค่อน
been
ข้างเยอะเลย
really scary as a player.
แต่ไม่คุ้มหรอก
and Bin, the 2
เอาเว
players
ลา
that have
มา
been
ปกติ
really
ดีกว่า
like demons when they went up against G2 in the past.
กลางคืนมี
either
ค่า
on
บวก
like
ให้
the
ครับ
Philios for Elk or something. Any play, honestly, any pick that he's
เพราะ
played
ว่า
in
เป็น
the
ชิป
past
ที่
has
ไม่
been
มีคนอยาก
incredible.
มาทำ
We just need to see that level on a consistent basis. This could be the starting point for them if we're trying to find confidence going into the major stage. But they need to be able to get past G2
ได้
first.
ชั่วโมงละ
And
กี่
G2
ดอ
is
ล
a team that
18
anytime we count them out, it was the same narrative just last year at MSI. There was like, there's no hope for them. They had a really shaky split. All these things happened. Then they came in and had a lot in the bag and a lot in the tank that gave other minor regions or North America or Europe a lot of faith when going up against the best teams.
We're seconds away from this second series of the day. Where do we want to look at in the early game on the side of both teams?
For me, it's the jungle, because both of these junglers don't have the international experience. Skumond as a player, like first international for, like first MSI for him and all these things, looked great yesterday. I liked his Maokai. Beishon also looked great too, so I feel like the nerves hasn't been really shown that much, but also they haven't been tested on international like this.
For me, I want to see classic BLG. I want to see something like I saw in Game 3 with those bot lane plays.
เยอะไหม
this
18
bot
น้อย
lane
สิครับ
that
คุณ
can
ตี
be so strong. I'd like to see that, a return to form.
All right, I want to
น้
have
อย
an
น้อย
exciting series.
ผมถือว่าเป็น
It is
คนจน
LEC
ใน
versus
แคนาดาครับ
LPL. After all the stages set, we are ready. Casters, over to you.
ฝันดีก็จะรออยู่เลยยังไม่ได้ไปยังอยู่อ๋อหมายถึงคุณเต้ไปนอนแล้วเหรอ
Thrilled to be bringing you this best of 5 fearless series between G2 and BLG. And look, I can't fault the analyst desk for their predictions of BLG across the board. It was a little bit shaky from G2 yesterday.
You could say
ค่าของชีพสูงกว่าที่ไทยเยอะไหม
I was gonna start by
พอไทยนะครับ
asking how nervous are you?
'Incredible.
ผมว่าไทยนี่โอ้โห
Yeah, I mean,
แพ
there
ง
is
นะ
a
เอาจริง
quote from a very wise man that said,
แต่ว่า
it doesn't matter if you
ไอ้
win by
ที่นี่มัน
inch
แพง
or
ค่า
a
เช่าบ้าน
mile.
ไงแล้วก็
Winning
แท็ก
is winning,
ต่าง
Daniel.
ๆมากมาย
Okay, and that is something that really matters for G2 after what we saw yesterday, and especially from Broken
แท็ก
Blade.
เยอะครับ
If he comes into this series playing like that, it is going to be very, very bad for G2. So, you know, they have to lock in, but one of their coaches did address this on Twitter. G2 Memento did tweet out talking about, yeah, I'm sure all of you have no faith in us to do well, and that is okay because the boys have faith in each other, and so do we. You might be surprised at how things can change from day to day. So see you tonight, okay? You know, things can change.
I believe in Memento. I like his perspective. We'll see if I like his drafts as we get into Game 1
ไม่ใช่
picks
US
and bans powered by Omen and HyperX. Look, TF already gone.
แค
I
นา
like
ดา
that.
ดอลลาร์
The one
ประ
time
มาณ
we've seen it, it looked pretty good. I
24
don't think we need to see it again as the year going to follow as well.
I love whenever we come to
ถ้า
international
8 ชั่วโมง
tournaments
ก็
when we have
3,000 บาท
you know, patches changing to like spy on all the players' solo queues.
ต่อวัน
And almost every single mid laner I'll look at them have been
เล่น
spamming
เมาส์ออกจาก
you
จ
know,
อ
Twisted Fate. Obviously, you know, ever since Chovy played it, a lot of people, you know, practicing that. So, Twisted Fate,
Wait.
as you say,
เดี๋ยว
often
เว้นมาใหม่
โอ้
ครับ
เดี๋ยวแวะมาใหม่มาได้เรื่อยๆครับน้องเต้มาทุกวันเลยนะ
And the jungle pool
มา
wide
ทุกวัน
open.
เล
So
ย
we'll see
เจอกัน
best
ครับ
for
ขอบคุณ
either
มากนะครับวันนี้
side
นะค
here,
รับ
right? Based
สุด
on
ห
a
ล่อ
pretty solid start to the tournament, despite, I think, low
เดี๋ยววันหลังมาให้แม่น
expectations
ใหม่
for
เดี๋ยวผมให้แม่นใหม่
And top lane, which is the
โอ้
point
มีคน
that
ชื่อ
we
เต้
were
รวย
just
ทุกคนนะ
talking
มาดู
about. So everything's
มี
open
ลูก
top
ต้องชื่อเต้
lane.
กันนะ
Gwen is up. Ooh, interesting. So they go
เนี่ยได้ค่างานวันนี้แล้ว
ban here. I guess that drops the Annie priority a
ไม่ต้อง
little
ไปทำงาน
bit.
แล้วมั้ง
It's one of the good pairings, but Pantheon is also a very good pairing. There's so many AD
โอ้
junglers
รวยจัง
you
อ่ะ
could
คุณ
play
เต้
with, and already they hover a couple.
Debating what they want to go for. Annie, the utilities in can be that early
ขอบคุณมากครับ
aggressive
ขอบคุณมากช่วงนี้กำลังจนเลย
BLG taking their time on blue side. The luxury of first pick that they set up for themselves
ลาไหม
is
ถ้า
the
งั้น
Annie. Pretty
มันไม่มีคนทำมาดิ
prime,
โอ้
not
โห
something necessarily expected. Knight obviously does look
มุ
pretty
นดิด
great
อยู่
on it,
เนี่ย
and for
ไอ้
G2
พว
they
กงานแรงงานพวกเนี้ย
focusing and
ถ้าไหนมีแต่ผู้หญิง
prioritizing utility
แล้วผู้หญิงไม่ยอมทำสักคน
with Talia gone, that's one off the board. Maybe he can go for some sort of Ari combo
ปวด
here.
หัวเหมือนกัน
Although hard to
งาน
say
หนัก
what
ๆให้เราหมด
G2
เลย
want to prioritize and what lessons they've taken from that first day of game.
Yep, Knight yesterday on the Annie, the Aurora, the Talia, a lot of those things that can make those plays. And here we go. This is the other one that we were talking about, though. And when the Wukong was banned, Pantheon priority here.
งานหนัก
really
ๆนี่ให้เราหมด
That is also a very good
ผม
Skumon
ก็รับหมดเลย
the response here, I think you should be feeling, pretty good. It's very
Kobe, it's okay. I appreciate you.
ก็เขาเป็นผู้หญิงโอ้โหแคนาดาไม่มีอย่างนั้นน่ะเท่าเทียมหมด
You
อ่ะ
don't have to check in on me. After every game, yes, please. The second we're off air,
สาวๆน่ารักโอ้โหไม่มีเลยครับ
It's also a
50-60 บวกกันหมด
This is a promotion series, but there it is. That Aurora
มี
again.
50 ประมาณ
that pair
6
so
คน
well with these AD jungles. Really quick to
50
snap
ประมาณ
up here.
2 คน
And
แล้ว
it
ก็
looks very
40
even
บวก
so far.
3-4 คน
Some people have their favorites as far as these two champs.
มีเด็กกว่าผมอ่ะไม่กี่คนอ่ะ
I am a pretty big fan
มี
of the Annie.
เด็กกว่า
But
ผม
I'm
แค่คน
actually
เดียว
a bigger fan of the Pantheon than the Xin Zhao, so they're kind of splitting them there. And then the Rumble does come in from Bin, and they pick it a lot, but he literally said himself he doesn't like it.
Yeah.
So,
it's weird because when you look at the expectations for these top
นอกนั้น
players coming into
40
the
บวก
tournament,
หมดเลย
both did admittedly have a rough day one. You
Yeah.
expect them both to be pretty solid in their respective roles, great at their best, but neither of them are Rumble
โอ้
players, which
50
is
บวก
unique
มายก
for
ของ
top
เอ้า
laners in this tournament.
So you could see what's his answer
ก็
going
ต้อง
to
ย
be.
กอ่ะ
Is it going to, well, immediately we don't even have time to go over like
50
the
บวก
Galio
ก็ต้องยกหมดอ่ะ
Horns, because the
งานอ่ะ
answer is indeed Ornn for the top side. And I think a lot of fans after the performance yesterday from Broken Blade will actually be happy to see him start
พี่ก็ผู้ชาย
out
ตุ้งติ้ง
on
นะเว้ย
kind of like
ไม่
tank
ใช่ว่าจะยก
duty,
ไหว
top side, because yesterday was very rough, you
ต้อง
know,
ฝืน
with,
น่ะ
with some of the matchups that he did go into. So this one is pick for team, play for team, and very clearly they're just all in, engage. Both sides here are going to have so much heavy engage.
Yeah, and I like ease of execution for the side of G2 after that rough day one, but I am still nervous. Even if Bin isn't the most self-proclaimed, most comfortable Rumble player in the world, we've seen how good Rumble can be. Even if the lane phase isn't dominant, the equalizer brings so much power paired alongside that Annie. But now we head into the second ban phase. Braum, Callista already off the board.
And even if he says he doesn't like it, they literally, it's his most picked and played, so. All right, so bottom lane here. The Braum ban, that does open up more of the, like, Leonas and Nautiluses.
BLG ครับ เกมนี้ผมให้ BLG นะ ไม่มองดาร์ฟด้วยซ้
high value in this series and in this particular game, Dracos.
It is weird, though, because in years past, BLG, the counter
ำทำการบ้านพักคนชราไปไม่ใช่
but I can understand why. You don't want to give the Pantheon any more forms of CC. You don't want any more meatballs coming into your back line with a reliable piece of lockdown.
They're thinking about their engage.
คิดอยากทำธุรกิจไหมโหอยากทำดิ
Same idea with the Xayah ban, of course, too.
ก็ไม่ทำธุรกิจก็ต้องไปเรียนน่ะ ไปเรียนแล้วไปเป็นลูกน้องเขาอะ มันก็จะเป็นลูป
I think
นี้
the
อ่ะ
interesting thing to track here will be what does the rest of the composition look like? Because right now we essentially have two shotguns, two compositions, great ultis can
อยาก
just blow
ทำ
one
งาน
person
อยาก
up.
แบบ
G2
เปิด
added
ธุร
a
กิจ
bit
เหมื
more
อนกัน
adaptability to the
ที่แบบ
Ezreal champion who can
เรา
get
ไม่ต้องไป
away,
มาก
play
อะ
at arm's reach, can kind of stay
เทร
away
น
from
คน
the
เก่
Rumble
ง
game
ๆสักคนแล้วให้
and
เงิน
threat
เดือน
else,
มัน
of course,
เยอะ
they're able to find that creative angle.
ๆแล้วก็ให้มันทำแทน
Exactly
เรา
what I was going to say is Xayah, the other really good anti-engage AD carry at staying safe is Ezreal, and Elk is exceptional on that champion. So it was really a must steal away for G2. Very good one to get into the hands of Han Sama. The misfortune,
แต่น่าจะอีกนานครับ
though, this one, big ultimate combinations
น่าจะอีก
here.
นาน
Annie AoE stuns, Alistar setups for
พี่บอกว่า
Rumble
30 ไม่
and
30
Misfortune.
แน่นอน
We are going to have some wombo combos.
Most certainly. And normally, you heard me complaining about it backstage. We won't get into it too much. I'm not a big fan of compositions that rely too heavily on just an Alistar for engage. But when the nameplate says on, I don't really care what he's playing. He's gonna find the angles, and when you have that layered, that shotgun style composition,
3-0 แน่นอนครับคุณดู BLG
Leona now though, both compositions, I think similar goals
G2
overall.
นี่แบบว่า
BLG have
ฟอร์ม
committed
กากเกิน
much
อะ
more into this
ไม่มีทาง
Wombo
ชนะ
combo.
เลย
The second G2 opted for that Ezreal, it feels like it's a little bit less about those high impact ults.
Yeah, the Ezreal, and they have more
ผม
kind
ทาย
of long
BLG ทุก
range
เกมนะ
in
วันนี้นะ
Ornn Ultimate, obviously the Ezreal himself, but also Ornn Ultimate engage is really long, and Aurora here has some pretty good possibilities of playing side as well. And when you have that Pantheon that they really
BLG
index
ทุกเก
highly
ม
onto you, it does give
ไม่
you
สนดับ
more
เพราะว่า BLG
possibilities
ดับดี
than
ทุกเกม
just Wombo comboing. So G2, they have some more outs with a little bit of extra global help here for them to put more threats on side lanes later on and try and push
ไม่
more decisions
3-0
towards
มี
BLG,
ยากไหม
which I think is going to be a good
ก็ยากนะ
strategy.
ถ้างั้นมันต้องมี
BLG are notorious for
มันก็ต้องมี
taking
แบบ
a
ว่า
lot of fights
ข้อ
that
แล
they
กเปลี่ยน
don't
หน่อยอะ
necessarily need to in a lot of positions
And to
and
be
their
clear,
macro. So
they're notorious for taking all the fights. Some of them they need to, some of them they don't need to.
Yeah.
This is a very aggressive team. When everything is clicking, as we heard from the desk, they look incredible. They have the
เรื่อง
hands to
ของ
back
บอส
it
เรา
up.
เชียร์
But
G2 แล้วกัน
sometimes
คุณตี
composition, the map state, the setup,
ผมก็
it's
ให้
just
แม่น
not
ไง
there.
when they can get some early leads, when they
ผ
can
มให้แม่นเฉย
snowball,
ๆคุณตี
boy,
ผม
do
ไม่ได้เชียร์
they.
ทีมไหนหรอก ก็
Early
แค่บอกว่า
skirmishes
BLG
here,
มัน
watch
เก่ง
out.
ช่วงเนี้ย
Something we'll
G2
keep track
ฟอร์มไม่
of
ดี
as we get ready for this game. Again, not an elimination match, but still pressure on for both of these teams.
สกิลเพย์ดิฟเลยใช่ครับสกิลเพย์มันดิฟ
You hear the gyos going up.
And this is something I love about the LPL fan base. I feel like no matter
ปี
where
ที่แล้ว
we
ไม่
go
เห็น
in the
ต้องมี
world,
ข้อแล
they're
กเปลี่ยน
always
นั่นมัน
there
ปี
to
ที่แล้ว
greet
ไง
us.
ปีนี้เรา
Gyos fuel
พัฒนา
for this
มากขึ้น
BLG team. Favored in this matchup, most certainly. But I think for both these teams, it's not enough to win to scrape by. You want to look dominant in this matchup.
Yeah. And the death set up really nicely.
แต่
There's
เก
gonna
ม
be a lot of
นี้
eyes
G2
on
ชนะเอา
jungler's
เขา
for
ควาย
both
ขึ้น
of these
ไหม
teams.
ล่ะโอ้โห
You know, international experience
เขา
here
ควายแล้ว
not there for
ไม่
either
อยาก
of
เป็น
the
ควาย
junglers.
แล้วอ่ะ
Both BLG and G2 have kind of had rocky roads this year.
ผม
And
ให้
the
แม่น
junglers
เฉยๆได้ไหม
here
อ่ะคุณ
showing
ตี
up on stage. We'll
ทำโพ
see.
ได้
That's why we
ทำโพ
highly prioritize that, comfortable Pantheon for Skewmont. Of course, it's out also comfortable for Beishwan here, but a lot of eyes will be on them. Day one, of course, from them. Beishwan, nice performances, especially with the
เอา
bottom
แต่ใจ
dive.
เดี๋ยวนี้เอาแต่ใจ
Bring
มาก
back
ขึ้น
some classic BLG
อายุ
style
เริ่มเยอะแล้ว
attention on the team. Last year
เริ่มเก๋าไง
MSI going for lots of bot lane dives. Not this time around though.
Yeah, it doesn't look like we're going to see Xin too early
เฮ้ย
on.
เฮ้ย BLG เอาดีน้องไม่แพ้เลนขาดเลย BLG
But Han's keeping that passive relatively
หายแล้ว
stacked.
ไง
Trying to keep those advantages going.
ชิบหาย
Ouch,
แล้วแพ้
obviously, yeah,
แพ้เลน
notoriously a champion who is super weak, level 1. No aftershock for the Alistair. Also going to make
ถ้า
some of those early
BLG
trades a
ไม่
little bit
3-0
rougher,
บอส
even
พ่อ
if that
ตาย
game
เอาไหม
introduction from the Glacial will feel pretty good as
โอ้
we
โห
go later in the game.
ไอเทสบัฟนี่มัน
early priority for bottom lane
หลัง
achieved
ๆ มัน
for
ปั่น
G2
เกินนะ
very nicely here. Good chunks.
มันว่างเหรอวะเช้าๆเนี่ย
of course, is going to help heal up the
ไม่ทำงาน
lane for
ทำการ
later
เหรอ
on
วะ
as well, but both junglers will be pathing down hit there, so see how much they can pressure on and deny
มันมา
early.
ปั่น
Plus,
ทั้งวันน่ะ
who is going to make the early visits towards mid lane? Because these two mid laners both have huge potential in this game and in this series, especially on these two champions. If you get an Annie ahead, you can roam around so much, make so many plays.
ดีบอสอุ้ยสวัสดี
Exactly
พี่เต้
same
ลิ
for
เวอร์พูล
Aurora.
ด้วย
Whichever one
โอ้
does
โห
get the lead, kind of
เต้
like
นั้นไป
take that
เต้นี้มา
to the
สวัสดี
rest
เต้
of the team
ลิเวอร์พูลด้วยนะครับ ขอโทษด้วยนะครับวันนี้ไม่ได้ใส่เสื้อนะเสื้อมันเหม็นเกิน เดี๋ยวไปซักก่อน พี่เต้คงไม่โกรธเนาะ
Important to note earlier, Skewmont was spotted on his clear, but so far no concrete
เสื้อนั้น
information
เหม็น
on
น่ะ
Beishwan. I imagine they can guess it's a top to bot side clear, but I think BLG playing with a little bit
ทำเป็น
higher
ฟัง
level
ช่อง
of
อิง
confidence.
เหมือนเราก็ฝึกภาษาไป
Good
ด้วย
rush control from them.
เราอยากรู้ว่า
Continue
ศัพท์
to
นี้เขา
poke away
เรียก
here.
ยังไงคุยยังไงอะไรเงี้ย
But it is options
ก็
to
ฟังฝึกภาษาไปด้วย
level
ถึงเราจะไม่เข้าใจทุกคำอ่ะ
Don't get much of it. Nice little interruption there from On. Junglers not gonna skip
อยาก
any
รู้ว่าเขาประโยค
camps
นี้
too
เขา
quickly.
ทำไมเขาถึงพูดแบบ
Looks
นี้
like
อะไร
full
เงี้ย
clear completed for each of them.
ก็ถือว่าได้ศึ
With
ก
the
ษา
bottom
ภาษาอั
side
งกฤษไป
push,
ด้วย
that Scuttle Crab is Skewmon's, but we get the recall pretty early on from Caps as well.
Yeah, Caps forced out in the early lane. Annie, I think a lot better of mana usage, a lot easier to use that mana efficiently. The refund on the Q.
Both have good timings actually, and the Dark Seal picked up here instantly from Caps with the boots.
Mirrored. perfectly mirrored.
Yeah, I mean this is exactly what we're talking about. Both these champs have the possibility to snowball. They both have the
พี่บอล
possibility
ให้
to
ขาย
roam.
BLG ครับ
They bought
ทุก
those
เกม
items
คือ
straight,
BLG
both
ครับ
of them.
มันไฟ
The
ท์เก่ง
exact
เกิน
same money, the exact
BLG
same buys, and those are built for roaming and snowballing. You got the
ถ้า
stacking
ตัดฝี
dart
มือ
seal,
ออก
and
เอา
you
ดับ
got
ใคร
the
ดี
boots.
กว่าเหรอฝี
I
มือ
love
อ
that
อก
it's mirrored so perfectly. Obviously, captures a few more levels under his belt. The trades get a bit easier. At least until he hits 6. Is now Broken Blade kicking things off. Brittle proc there.
ตัดฝีมือออกใช่ไหม
Not too concerned.
All right, start acting. Can you look juicy? Oh, no mana. Oh, beta min. That's going to be too hard.
Okay, so the reset. G2 first on the lane assignment. Ezreal alongside the Leona.
ผมว่าขวามันแอบโหดว่ะ
On the MF,
เพราะว่า MM มันเล่นยากอะ
thanks to the strut, but G2 ahead on tempo at least for now.
ถ้าตัดฝีมือออกผมว่า 50-50
Quest classic that G2 have
ดับนะครับ
Yeah, I mean, definitely the benefits of the bottom lane pushing in and
คือ
earning
ฝั่ง
their
ซ้าย
early
มันก็
recall.
จังหวะ
Super
บึม
nice,
บัมออ
for
โรล่า
G2.
ได้อยู่อะ
So
แต่ขวา
Hansama
อาจจะได้เปรียบ
in a
นิด
pretty
นึงประมาณ
comfortable position.
45% กับ
They do
55
use both their teleports to bottom
G2 อาจ
lane,
จะได้
so
เปรียบ
they
เล็กน้อย
are
ครับ
locked in
แต่
down
ไม่ได้เย
there.
อะ
Might mean we see a little bit less prio on the early Drake.
ถ้าตัด
Or at least
ฝี
a
มือ
few
ออก
less
นะ
members as the bot lanes are unlikely to be involved. Beishwan picking up some chickens, taking his time. And despite the fact that both of these junglers can gank early, seems like they're pretty content to power clear at this exact moment. But level 6 we know will be kind of the go button for both of these compositions. Is at that point, engages are inevitable.
Exactly,
ผมว่า
exactly.
ขวามัน
And we have seen
เล่
a
น
lot
ง่าย
of
กว่านิดนึง
Ornn Pantheon combinations for
แบบ
ganks.
ได้เลือกเล่นแล้วก็
As, top side.
อันติหาไอเมฟง่าย
Hansama not able to land the follow-up Q, but a solid initial trade. Good movement from Elk. See the Shield of Daybreak come out, but Labrov just can't get in range.
เม้นบางเม้นบ่งบอกถึงการเลี้ยงดูของพ่อแม่ แค่พี่บอสไม่อะไรไม่ใช่ว่าพูดอะไร
It is on the Zin's
ก็
out
ได้
to try and predict
จริงครับ
and
คุณบู
try
ริ
and
ส
cover those possible areas for the Pantheon because
คือผมก็เหนื่อยที่จะพูดแล้วว่าเรื่องพวกเนี้ย
Pantheon has level 6 that range of engage and follow up
มันมีแต่แบบเนี้ยครับ
very very
เลื้
massive
อนๆมา
so you see Beishwan there hovering and covering on that timer make sure that he is safe and retaining. Look at all this vision control. He's first into the river by Dragon, and since Knight's got mid pressure,
Skewmont finding some additional damage onto Beishwan, trying to disincentivize any kind of dive, any aggressive play here. Does win out for now in the 1v1. Hits him with a thumbs up, Alpaca. We'll love to see it. But Knight,
ทำไม
of
ช่
course,
อง
does
นี้
just
คน
drop
ป
a
กติ
bear
มันถึ
on
งกลายเป็น
Caps's
ผิด
head
วะ
to make sure that he can keep this lane prio. And you mentioned that both champions want to
มัน
roam.
แค่เยอะ
but
เกิน
Knight
เหรอ
might be looking for
คือ
a
มัน
little
ค
bit
ลอง
more
เยอะเกินเหรอ
execute. A blinking Elbar. They're Knight slow. They're both still standing. There's a fight in the river in the meantime, but I do not care. Keeping my eyes on the mid lane 1v1, but the river might be important now because it's Ben who finds first blood.
They get there
ทำไมช่องนี้คนปกติมันถึงกลายเป็น
goes crazy through the
มัน
river
ถึงกลายเป็นผิดวะ
Ornn ult there uh-oh and meanwhile Bin hits him they get the kill
คนที่ดูอยู่ตอนนี้ไม่มีงานมีการทำหรอหรือไม่มีพ่อแม่ให้ดูแลเหรอครับ ผมสงสัย
This is going to be some scary damage early on. Let's take a look at it here.
Skewmont overconfident in that 1v1.
ประชาธิปไตยโอ้โหอันนี้คือประชาธิปไตย
สวัสดีไอ้บอสสวัสดีไอ้เยตาและสวัสดีคุณตีคุณปีเพื่อนของผม2 คนด้วยครับ
Even though both of them have long range ults and Broken Blade tries and throws his out in support, it is not enough because Bin will flash for it. Is definitely worth noting though, he did have to invest his flash to secure that kill. And so we'll see if that flash is then punished by a Skewmont Pantheon
จะทำอะไรก็เรื่องของกูไม่ชัดให้เขาซื้อปากมากพูดอะไรเลยเถอะไปดูท่อไอ้กับไปอาใจบาง
Would be a little bit dangerous, but Bin now can play around his flash timer.
คนใหม่ๆมันไม่มีเพราะอย่างนี้แหละ
Yep, and that was the explosion of action that we
วัน
were
อาทิตย์
expecting.
วัน
Maybe
เสาร์
not
ผู้
in the
มีการ
form we
ศึ
were
กษา
expecting it
จะ
in.
ได้ห
You
ยุด
highlighted
โอ้โห
Skewmont now level 6, the potential to play to these
เสาร์อา
side
ทิตย์
lanes to show up anywhere on the map.
คือมีการศึกษาจะได้หยุด
Knowing that he has backup from Skewmont and Hansama. Caps no push in the mid lane quite yet. On
สู้
the
กัน
way
สู้กัน
in.
สู้กันสู้กัน
Caps
สู้กันสู้กันสู้กันสู้กันสู้กัน
early
สู้กัน
Mercs
สู้กัน
is
สู้กัน
gonna
สู้
feel
กัน
pretty solid in the 1v1. Will help mitigate some of that all-in kill pressure from Knight. But
ทรงดีอยู่ไหม
BLG
G2 วันนี้ไม่ดีนะ
hovering
เท่าที่ดูนะครับ
around the
มั่ว
grubs,
เหมือนเดิม
taking
นะ
the
G2
vision
นะครับ
away.
คือซับมันอ่อนอะแล้วก็ป่ามือใหม่อะครับมันก็เลยแบบแปลกๆนิดนึงนะ G2
G2 may just need to back off, and they are going to. LeBron, quick flash out. They recognize the power that Elk can bring to bear. A single piece of CC hitting very likely means a BLG win in the fight, so they'll concede the single grub. The second that initial ulti misses is Knight off of cooldown. Keeps just dropping a bear on the rabbit.
ไม่รู้เตะออกทำไมเหมือนกัน
Drop it for trades, drop it for
เก่ง
pressure
มากเลย
here.
นะป่าคนนั้น
G2 do at least know, as you say,
พี่
get
บอ
the
สครับ
2
คนดูคลิป
for
เยอะ
the
กว่า
feats
นี่
bonus
ก็เขาเป็น
there.
เสาหลัก LL แล้วตอนเนี้ย
Advantage still, of course,
ต้อง
in
ยอม
the
เขาหน่อย
favor of especially Bin. Since they had all this action up by the Grubs, Bin was actually able to continue to play aggressively into the
ก็มี
Ornn
คนมา
down
ช่วย
on
ดั
the
นวง
bottom
การ
side.
ไม่
But
ดีหรอ
now that
น้
they've
อง
reset, he has to respect Pantheon ult. So he has.
พี่กิฟต์เขาไม่ใช่ตัวเล็ก
Nicely
ตัว
done
น้อย
here
นะ
as they're able to track and play
เขาตัวใหญ่อยู่
around
นะ
the global. Because again, he still has no flash. Mid lane,
There's
though,
the
it's dead.
global. Skimon extra movement speed coming in from
Ui,
the Nexus all night,
combo
locked
yang
up, locked
kian.
down. Timbers on the way in, but not doing a hell of a lot. Knight taken out by the Weirding, and that's what we talked about with the Pantheon, that long-range semi-global threat.
Yeah, exactly, and he has multiple options because the tower attempted dive that we saw earlier on, so Knight also didn't have his flash. So
Potentially a counterpunch coming bot lane, though. You can see pings down around Broken Blade. He immediately backs off, knows that he is on the weak side of the map, knows that they do not have enough information. But BLG, hungry?
ทำไมบอสถึงเป็นที่หนึ่งไม่ได้นั่น
ห
ดิ
นูไม่ได้ถามว่าเมืองอยู่มานานไหมแต่เมืองยังที่เขาอยู่จะพูดมากก็เลยว่าทุย
Yeah, looks like they should be able to do, but
แบนไม่แบนไม่ใช่เรื่องแต่สันดานมันสะท้อนจากการเลี้ยงดูและสภาพแวดล้อมที่อยู่
sending Knight up to the top side of the map right now, and Broken Blade matching. And of course, since both solo laners are AP solo laners on the side of BLG, Broken Blade invested so heavily into that magic resistance here on the Ornn to be able to deal with either one. Just sustain, sustain.
And I will say that Annie lacks in sustained damage, so that Kanik Rooker
โอ้เรียบร้อยไอ้ลาบอสตาย
is
เนี่ย
going
ผม
to be
บอก
pretty
แล้วว่า
solid. See the
มัน
engagement
แบบ
on the
แ
bottom
ปล
side
ก
of
ๆเกินมาซับ
Stepping
คน
a bit
เนี้ย
too far.
มัน
But he
ตาย
does manage to
ง่ายๆ
follow
ไง
up.
ไม่
A
รู้
quick
อะ
cleanse and a sidestep from Elf means he's A-OK on
Nặng
body blocking the
màng.
Mystic shots. There's no follow-up. Labrov caught out and knocked down.
Oof, yeah, definitely a rough one here for Labrov going down. Another kill into their hands. Bin with that money, he will complete his Landries. Thank you very much. Very, very happy.
And I think something we learned yesterday in the Rumble Ornn games we saw is the Ornn can get to a position where he's comfortable. You know, he can survive some of those trades. The problem is Bin can equalize or other people on your team, and that gets pretty scary, pretty quick.
Certainly does. Of course, Caps as well has invested in the Merc Treads. Again, both solo laners for BLG are AP, so he has a little bit, but definitely everybody else very, very worried here.
Taking stock of the game, only a 600 gold lead for the side of BLG. Neither side too close to getting the feats overall. Warfare right around the corner for BLG at the very least. So still very close, still very even. Top lane really the only notable gold lead in the game, and it has been pulling ahead somewhat as expected in the context of this matchup, but it's something that's going to need to be respected by G2 as we approach more fights.
Yeah, definitely, especially with the amount of CC available here. Again, the Alistar and the Annie can just hold people in place for not only Bin ultimate, but also Elk's ultimate. See if they can actually get that perfect
เขาให้ดูเกมเมือง
combination,
เสื้อ
or
จะ
if
อ่านแชทเอา
G2
ไว้ให้หนักหัว
will
เมื
be
องคน
able
เดียว
to
แล้วพิม
spread
พ์
a
เยอะล
bit.
บลูกตาชาวบ้าน
Need to see. And I think the other thing I have to call out
อัน
is
นี้
that
คนนี้เล่น
Aurora,
เก่ง
powerful champion. Certainly
ไม่
you
ไหว
see
ก็
some
ไป
of
ดู
the
ช่อง
best
อื่นไม่
games
พอ
of
ใจก็
anything
ลง
else
ถนน
in
ไป
the LPL. Hasn't been the strongest domestically for us in LEC. We've seen good games. We've even seen good games from Caps, but we need to see that peak performance from him in this game today, especially when he's the one who got those early kills. And especially as Broken Blade might be in trouble. Flash forced out. Bin on the way in. He's blown the horn. Bin's respecting it.
เอ้ยเว้ยบอกกันเวทอย่างมึนน่ะ
Ooh, Tower Dagger continues though. He might be able to get
โอ้
one
แต่
back.
ได้อยู่
It's
ได้
the
อยู่
one for one.
Even with the max HP nerf to Rumble, he just roasts on through this Kanik Rooker and Ornn. Absolutely melted.
Fight continuing on the bottom side though. Quick bit of lockup, but no follow-up. Bei Schwan, good use of the ultimate to stay standing on it. Using the unbreakable well. Now the retreat going in.
แล้วมันก็โอ้ยคอมโบใหญ่
It's a beautiful combo. Knight and Elk.
นี่
Feeling a
ฟู
death
คอมโบ
blow.
อ่ะ
Oh, Dracos. That is the juicy combo that you're
the
looking
flash
for.
in the headbutt pull.
Oh,
Knight
Annie
gets
คนนี้เล่นเก่ง
another. And it might just be a seal now, but the pages in the book might be coming soon.
Wow, right in that tri-brush. What a
สู้
combo
ไม่
there.
ได้เล
They
ย
get it just as soon as you finish talking about it, and that's actually going to be the Malignance completed as well.
คิดว่า
So
เกมที่
here's
เจอกับ
another look
ผมเมื่อวาน
at
พอสู้กับ
it.
ทีมไทยได้ไหมครับ เดี๋ยวผมกลับไปแข่งบอลละ
Hiding back in here. He drops the
สู้ได้
controller,
เนาะ
turns around for the big combo.
โอ้คอมโบส
Got
วย
them
จัด
all. They force flashes. They pick up the extra kill onto Hans too with the chase. This is so massive for BLG because not only the kills,
3-0 นะครับ
but getting those flashes as well.
And this is a situation
ทรง
where
นี้ไม่ไหวว่า
they get two, But if they had another
หัวล้อ
300 gold, another half of an item, three, no
มาว่า
doubt.
ชัด
Use
พ่อ
the
แม่ไม่
combos
สั่ง
that
สอน
have to
แต่คน
respect
สตรีม
as
นี่
you
ดูไม่มี
see.
ข้อแปลกว่า
We can't stop.
คนสตรีมให้ดูไม่มีพ่อไม่มีพ่อ
To the previous play, Broken Blade. Oh, the footwork is good at the very least.
เฮ้ยคุณด่าผมหรือเปล่าเนี่ยไม่มีพ่อ
Right there, he's gonna run away.
I like barbecue. I don't like being barbecued. I think it's an important distinction. As Elk now also with the BT makes Hansama's
พ่อผมเคยมีเหมือนกัน
general strategy in the early game of poking to come out on top of this lane so much harder.
Yeah, and Rumble too, like loves
เขา
the
เสีย
new
แล้วไง
Bloodletter's Curse. Ever since that Bloodletter's Curse buff, like that thing is insane. So you see him going into it with the second mask here, and you can just shred through people, shredding magic resist for him and Knight, plus Malignance leaving those patches on the ground that also shred flat magic resistance. It's
เบอร์
when
ชื่อ
double
ไม่ใช่
AP
คุณนะ
solo
สง
laners
สัย
can
โผล่หัว
really
มาได้
build
แค่ตอน
and
ตัวเรือน
help
ไม่อยู่
each
ที่
other
อยู่โดน
here.
จนใจบางแน่
So BLG's damage really does not stop.
It certainly doesn't. And the thing that we talked about was
อย่า
Hansama.
ใส่ใจนะครับ
This is
น้อง
what
บู
stopped
ลิ
the
ต
composition from being all about all-ins on the side of G2, but he can't afford to get caught like that. He has to play perfectly on this champion if he wants G2 to come out on top, because there's no question in either of our minds. I think that if he gets hit by any piece of CC, a cleanse is probably not enough. He's going to be in trouble.
Yeah, definitely going to be scary. Double sums down for Hansama at the moment, so I think there is no world and once they want to try and fight over this Rift Herald. Of course, the Rift Herald does have so much value, being able to knock down these outer turrets and progress the game very
เลิก
quickly.
พูดเรื่องพ่อแม่บอสเถอะมันไม่ควร
worried
จริง
about the dragon stacking. Just
พ่อ
wanna
แม่เป็นสิ่ง
continue
ที่
to
สูงนะ
snowball, get that money,
ไม่ควรเอามาเล่นกัน
คนที่ดูอยู่ตอนนี้ก็เป็นแค่คนเดียวนะยูปล่อยให้เวลาเสียเปล่าได้ประโยชน์
In pretty comfortable control of the game. G2 doing a solid job of trying to cross map as best they can. It looks like it will be one tower for one unless the Herald comes down. And of course the Herald for the Drake.
จริงครับ
Soul coming through will be Ocean, which honestly isn't
คุณ
bad
ชอบ
for
เหรอ
either
มีคนมา
team.
เล่นพ่อแม่คุณน่ะ
Yeah, not too
พ่อ
bad
แม่
for
สูง
either.
ส่ง
I
นะครับ
also envision a lot of team fights where people just get bursted down and don't have a lot of time to heal.
Yeah, that's not, you know, it's not the dream. I think in this like maybe Mountain would feel pretty good.
Mountain would
Mountain or Infernal. Mountain feels great actually.
Looks real nice. Yeah. But we will see now. With some side lanes starting to open up. Remember, we were kind of looking at, can this Pantheon Global be a big factor later? You know, the range of Ornn Ultimate, you know, maybe there's some angles where, you know, Caps gets to push on side and start to flank or something like that. Maybe G2 can kind of craft something once the lanes start to open up to fight their way
ถึง
back into
30 นา
this
ที
one.
ไหมพี่
And I
เกม
think that
นี้
is one of the strengths of Aurora over the Annie, right?
คิด
Is her presence on the
ว่า
side lane. She's much harder to lock
น่า
down.
จะ
She's
ถึง
much
นะ
more mobile overall.
คือมี
and
ตัวดัน
alongside that
ป้อม
Pantheon,
แค่แบบ
as you highlighted,
MF เองอะ
room
น่า
to
ถึง
try to
30 ครับ
leverage that advantage.
เลยเลย
G2
เลย
laying some vision down on the top side, but will be spotted unbeknownst to them by that control ward. Caps now moves to catch the wave, and G2 might try to catch Elk. They see an angle, but
อยากรู้ว่าสังคมในชีวิตจริงก็ทำอะไรเลื่อนๆแบบนี้เหรอ ไม่รู้เหมือนกันนะครับเอ้ย MF ตาย
Broken Blade sniping with the ult, but it's Knight looking for the follow-up, waiting out the Aegis assault for Skewmon, but he knows he doesn't have an angle anymore.
ตายว่ะ
May be the one in trouble. Instant use of the Unbreakable Will, and a quick retreat from the side of BLG as G2 are keeping the pressure up.
Oh man, Elk, that was very cocky. He really wanted to use that move speed, but under tower actually, Broken Blade starts to take a couple tower shots, does flash.
Equalizer, decent amount of ticks here. Broken Blade might be in trouble. Where is he going? Herald on the way in, so he didn't want to walk into River. Broken Blade slowly being burnt down. Beishwan going in mid lane into 3 members of G2.
ดูจัด
And he is unconcerned. The Herald will not finish the tower.
We watched the Ornn get chased down while we got a little drive-by side story here, Daniel.
สังคม
Baseball
ใน
goes
ชีวิต
into
จริ
the
งเหรอ
turret, it's super low. It actually didn't quite fall.
เขาไม่น่าทำอะไรกันแบบนี้นะครับน่าจะคุยพอรู้เรื่องอยู่
Still focusing on the side lane turrets, gets immediately back out to the side. He actually does finish
หรื
it
อว่าตัว
off.
จริงเลื่อน
Of
แบบนี้
course,
ก็ไม่แน่ใจ
Elk
เหมือน
will
กัน
be able to return and finish this one, but again, out in mid lane, he gets teleported on
Another
two.
teleport. This time around it's Caps coming to the party. Elk is fast though, and G2 not going to be able to find the angle. Beishwan doesn't have ulti, but I gotta respect a man who just goes in every time, no matter what.
Yeah, he sees him going after his AD carry, and he's like, get away from Elk. He chases him off.
Lambo อย่าง
Make
เกิ
sure
น
they're not going to go for that play. Teleport goes down. Of course, the original one where Elk is just trying to
พี่บอสให้ใครเต็งแชมป์เจนจีครับ
rob and be like, all
พวก
right.
คุณกำลังดูคนประสบความสำเร็จจนไม่แข่ง แต่คุณกลับมาดูผ่านโทรศัพท์โดยไม่ทำอะไร
At the moment. G2 did have a bit of an opening, but again, BLG extended their lead. It was around 2K,
เบอ
now
ร์ริด
up
มัน
to
โผล่ละมาได้แค่ตอนเช้าไง เพราะมันเป็นไอติมเนิร์ดนอนดึกไม่ได้เลยโผล่วัวมาเวลานี้
And G2 are doing what they can to stay even in terms of CS and
ผม
towers.
ไม่สนับสนุนชื่อทาวพิมพ์เกิน100 คำ
cross map where they can, but it just has not been enough to balance things out. A lot of that is just the kills that continue to go
บาง
mid.
คนไม่เลื้อนในชีวิตจริงแต่มาปลดปล่อยในที่คนไม่รู้จักตัวเอง
เมืองเข้าข้างมันเมืองเตรียมตัวกูจะโดนเรื่องใส่ไอกิฟที่มันมีดราม่าอีกรอบเมืองเตรียมตัวเลย
เข้าข้างอะไร ก็เขาเป็นคนปกติ พวกคุณปกติไหม
2K passive gold, 1,300 from kills. So this man is just racking up money.
เขาอะคนปกติ พวกคุณปกติหรือเปล่า
What can they do on the side? Caps out here on the Aurora.
Finding initial knockup.
โอ้ยออโรรา
Forced to use the ulti out.
เงินต่างนะ 2,000 กว่า
That is kind of the escape power that Aurora brings, right? Maybe not as always reliably powerful as the Tibbers, but does give you the flexibility to be used as an escape. Hansama slowed. Engage on Hansama. Now moving back. Elk slowed briefly. TP coming in from Broken Blade. Likely the horn to be called. Everybody's invited to the party in the mid lane now.
BLG แอบมั่วนะ
Coming from G2. They don't quite have the cooldowns, and now G2 trying to finish off this mid lane tower. Knight just now resetting, and it seems like BLG will have to concede it.
There it is, G2, the global coming in big. When BLG just want to continue fighting, they reach too far in mid. They go for a second play, like Base One just ganked on top side, then goes towards mid lane. They get the punish with the Pantheon ultimate, so G2 cut that lead down.
Credit to G2 for finding those opportunities, for leveraging the powers of their composition, but it is some of the weaknesses highlighted on the desk, right? Some of the reasons that we saw games given to the side of G2, even when BLG feel like the heavy favorites, is because of that tendency to overfight.
Yeah, BLG definitely inconsistent this year, especially. So Dragon comes up, G2, they get their reset off. Caps is recalling at the moment.
คนปกติเขาไม่ดูมึงใครจะรู้เต็มไปหมดอะ
Cooldown's the other big thing to track. We're pretty far away from most of what G2 can bring to the party. If BLG want to push this wave and aggressively start the objective, they will be favored in terms of overall. On with the initial
พี่บอสครับเคยมีอารมณ์กับฟรีเรนไหมครับแล้วเคยมีแฟนใส่ชุดแล้วมีอะไรกันไหมครับ
ไม่มีน้องพี่บอกว่าพี่แค่ชอบดูการ์ตูน
But Solar Flare around the corner will at least be something alongside Caps' ultimate.
ผมมีนัดไปวิตามินไอนักรบไอทิศไปลงอ่างแถวรังสิตวันเกิดไอบอสขอกำลังจากข่าวแชทด้วยครับ
We know what happens if On can find that multi-man pulverize. Easy ult fallout for Elk.
And Hansama right now playing confidently on the Ezreal. He does have his cleanse, he has his flash, so he's going for poke, trying to use his range here towards mid lane, trying to soften them up before the fight, before the commitment.
Yep. Good use of the buffer on the arcane shift as well. Knows that he can play forward and doesn't have to be too concerned as long as he has that crucial cooldown. Caps ready to go over the wall if needed, goes invisible. Not quite clear where he's going. Ulti gonna try to escape, but the knockup is good. Weirding back into the wall will take him out. Base One incredibly low. Is he willing to risk the 50-50?
โอ้ดักว่ะ
0.7. Quick Drake picked up by the side of G2. BLG turning back to the mid wave. G2 have position on Otacon.
Yep, they do. And the Honey Fruit heals Caps up immediately, but a little bit too risky here. Otacon takes a long time. It is a heavy investment. It puts you in a very dangerous and precarious position.
Precarious for sure, too.
Yeah, when you are
precarious, all of it.
When you are facing that level of wombo that BLG have, you got to be very careful about shredding your own resistances on an objective.
Yeah, you like the Bloodletter's curse. Have you heard about the Otacon curse?
Yeah.
I think it's a pretty good combo. BLG can find the angle.
Hello, can the magic resist go?
I think we get to zero. I think we get to zero.
The magic resist limbo.
Yeah, it's not a game G2 want to play, so we'll set up some more vision on the top side of the map. Don't have much coverage for Otacon, but I don't think they're too concerned quite yet as they're already pushing in the mid wave. One of the advantages the Ezreal usually can get mid wave in first.
BLG ก็ไม่ได้แบบว่าเวอร์
พี่บอสครับคิดยังไงกับคนที่พูดถึงแฟนเก่าครับมีสมควรเป็นสตรีมเมอร์อยู่ไหม
ไม่ควร
Doesn't want to risk anything. He knows if he gets caught, it probably is Otacon for G2.
คือถ้าเอามาโดยที่แบบว่าเขาไม่ได้ยินยอมก็ไม่ควรอ่ะ
Not having to worry about that flash from Annie greatly reduces
G2
their ability
ตัว
to get the dream combo. I mean, Alistar already is on X Flash, doesn't have the real one. So G2, very significant. Problem is, BLG roasts through this thing very, very quickly. It looks like Otacon here going down.
BLG know that if they give G2 the
โอ้
chance
แต่
to
ว่าได้
reset,
อั
that
ต
they
คาร
won't
หร
have
อ
that crucial cooldown. So they're demanding that G2 come to them. They're demanding for the fight, but they don't have the angle. Oh no! From the push, he finds the knock. He only locks the view. G2 now trying to retreat. Labrov on the way out, standing next to the wall, looking to find the lockdown.
โอ้ไม่ได้แล้ว
Trying to lay down a little bit more focused fire, but BLG get the objective. They get the kill, and they walk away.
The commit from BLG is so good. They went over there instantly. They burn it down on hiding in the tri-brush, able to get over, get the engage. They pick off Labrov.
And credit to BLG, because if they wait for the full reset, both teams push mid-wave, they take their time. G2 have better vision, and he doesn't get to do anything in that fight. But they have on the flank, they have a good angle, and they just go for the throat, knowing that if they force the fight then, they've still have the edge.
Yeah. Feel a bit bad for Labrov. Of course, a lot of eyes on him, you know, on this international stage as well, with the changes that G2 made this year. So nice pickup there from BLG. I mean, getting the Otacon.
พลิกได้อะพลิกได้ G2 แบบว่าชนะไฟต์หนึ่งก็คือยาวแล้ว
Giving the extra experience.
ไม่ได้ขาดกันขนาดนั้นตอนแรกคิดว่าน่าจะขาดนะคู่นี้ไม่ขาดว่ะ
when you have this much burst damage.
มีสิทธิ์ชนะนั่นเนี่ยทีขวา
If their setup is good, it does just feel like a DPS check.
แต่ผมว่า BLG ก็ชนะอยู่ดีอะ
check now as
แต่ว่ามีสิทธิ์
observers beautifully highlighting Baron. Just a few seconds away.
ตอนนี้น่าประมาณ
BLG on specifically
30-40%
has moved in to lay down just enough vision while the rest of his team resets. Although G2 are a bit ahead of the play for now, laying down vision of their own.
Okay, vision a good first step here. G2 are looking at, can we find another pick? You know, either way, they could try and get one by dangling some bait out somewhere, trying to bait BLG into a fight and then using their globals to collapse, or they could just set up vision and then be the ones, you know, looking for it proactively and try and send that way. But it doesn't look like BLG are going to give them an opportunity to do that because they're literally just grouping here. Even Bin walked all the way up river on that mid wave to make sure that BLG would get mid priority so they can actually move over to the objective.
In respect to BLG for having the continued confidence to hard force, right? We saw that play in mid lane go awry because they didn't respect those semi-globals, but as long as they're grouped as 5,
เอามั่วอีกแล้วโอ้โหลีโอน่ายืนให้เขา
once again caught out good lock up on the night. CC there trying to
วิ
take
แต่ว่าแลกอะไรได้อะแอนนี่เหรอ
Caps beautiful across the team. Lock up on out, but he's still able to fall down the ulti. That shouldn't be allowed, but Caps can't get close enough to finish the job, and now it's Broken Blade falling as well. 3 down on the side of G2 and
นี่ตัวแย่กว่าเยอะนะเอาจริง
Yep, that's
แต่
going to
ไฟ
be
อย่าง
Baron
เข้ม
for
อะ
sure. Caps pops the blast cone. I don't know what shenanigans he could pull out here.
This one's fast.
Oh,
W flash, wind becomes lightning. They were already pretty much guaranteed to get the objective. They're happy to have Caps
ตะ
as
กี้เหมือน
well.
ชนะไฟต์แต่ก็แพ้
The extra rabbit
อัน
for
ติ
free.
สวย
Right
MF
there, Baishwan with the W flash hunts him down.
Sub
They're going
dip.
to get the Baron as well. BLG taking over.
And again, it felt like G2 were starting to find a way back into the game, even when the gold still favored BLG, but the bot side fight, the force on the Otacon into that mid lane play. BLG
ซับดิฟ
making it count now, massive lead for themselves, nearly 5,000 in their favor, and Elk hasn't even reset yet to spend his money.
Yeah, they even waited for Knight to respawn to grab the Baron to all get the buff, but here's another look at it. So they are focused on Knight down here. They do blow him up, but as you said, he got the Tibbers off, and there you go, another huge wombo in the back. Alistar combo, Elk gets a channel on the backside, even at 33% health, doesn't matter.
And we've heard the AD sing the praises of On, but I think it has to be called out again. It is his combo that stops Caps from going to the other side of the ultimate.
โบเกนเบดนี่มาจากไหนนะคุณดู
The only reason that
ตุรกี
ulti
ปะ
channel completes is because of the CC that On brought to the table.
Instantly there with the knockup. Beautiful stuff.
And he doesn't do any damage. Rumble doesn't do any damage. Those are the people that are the most fed, Kobe. Those are the people we talk about the entire game. BLG didn't even need them.
It's kind of crazy too because Miss Fortune is a controversial champion because you're like, oh, it's oftentimes hard to get your full channeled ult off, especially if you're playing against, a Leona or an Ornn.
Or an Ornn.
These champions are exactly what she doesn't like playing against, but those ultis from Ornn and Leona were used to kill off Knight and lock down him. So that meant those things weren't available to stop it.
เยอรมัน
Elk did get to start
ถาม
channeling,
3 รอบ
as
แล้ว
you
ใช่เหรอ
said, on as well.
เหมือนเคยถาม
That CC able to lock up Cap. So good stuff there from BLG. Of course, they take down the
เยอร
bottom
มัน
side
คนเยอรมัน
pretty
น่ะ
effortlessly. And then they don't want to overextend at all. So play it very cautiously
จีน
here,
เกาหลีครอง
very
โลก
nicely.
เออ
Nothing left here to risk. take your giant gold lead, go back and spend.
Definitely. And we look at the side of G2, right? Ornn getting more and more experience, more item upgrades coming. So for G2 to take another fight, to lose that
ถาม
fight,
แล้วก็ลืม
waiting
ผมชอบลืม
for a better angle, waiting for another
คือในหัวไม่ค่อยมี
opportunity.
อ่ะ
Onsama still not finishing that third item. Elk
ใน
already on
หั
the
ว
way to
จำแต่
the
เรื่อง
fourth.
อะไรไม่รู้
There's no attack speed in this build. Normal for MF, but the last ult was scary before armor penetration was a part of the equation. It's only getting more
งาน
scary.
วันเกิดขออนุญาตสาวๆผมจะเดินเนียนไปเนบเอากุยถูๆใส่แขนกดโดนเลียรักเร
Okay.
โอ้
G2 now.
Ted
It
Bach
becomes really
Doe
difficult at this point because
เกี่ยว
you
พวก
just
รักแร้
constantly get
เนี่ย
pushed in due to the nature of Baron and the giant lead here for
เพชรบ้า
BLG.
มัน
So
แบบว่าข้าง
they
รั
can
ก
just
แร้
cover this
มือ
wave,
อาชีพ
bust
เล
it
ย
up as it gets to tower. Then everyone can rotate over through the jungle that they already control the vision for. And if you toggle the
คน
vision
ที่
right
ดู
now
ส่วนใหญ่
for
ใช้รูปโปร
G2,
ไฟล์อนิเมะ
that would
แสดงถึง
show
การว่างาน
how
เข้าใจเลยว่า
scary
ทำไม
it
ถึงมา
is
ดู
for
บอส
them.
ได้
This map is so dark, and they're trying to just find a way here, try and find any little shred of hope.
On a single hex flash could have gone over the wall, could be a combo. You can't tell if Knight is waiting, and it's not like it was previously. That brief couple-minute window where Knight didn't have a flash. G2 don't have that edge anymore. Every single brush could be a death sentence, could be the end of game one for G2. Playing under so much pressure here as On gets the fight started. Perhaps over easily, though. He's too low on health already before the fight breaks out. Unbreakable well, keeping him standing, but he's been sniped. Locked up, taken down by the bot lane duo, and it's Beishwan who's running. Pantheon going in. Has he overcommitted? Beishwan locked up. Skirmishes taking a bit more time. Waits on the Aegis assault. The minions in the base, though, demand a bit more attention. Knight can't just TP. G2 can't afford to push any further.
Really good punish from G2. On ulted so late there. He went for his combo, and then gets chunked down so low. By the time he ults,
ไม่ไหว
it
วะ
doesn't matter. They snipe him out. They send the
อันนี้
ultis
ตัวดีก
there.
ว่านะ
G2 defend.
ฝีมือดิฝีมือ
Again,
ดิ
because the turret is
3-0 นะค
actually
รับ
finished. If they wait a few minutes, if they hold, they can get the inhibitor back, they can get the turret back.
They kill off On. They kill off Beishwan here. Ornn is handing out upgrades, Dracos. You know,
ตอนนี้คนดูเท่าไหร่อ่ะ คนดู
there are possibilities
ช่องผม
here
มัน
for
บั๊กมองไม่เห็น
G2.
Look, a Muramana, you need a super Muramana. It's not a, you got to go up. You need a higher caliber
Muramana
blue
mana.
spear.
ดูในมือ
Or
ถือ
is
ก็ได้
it Muramana?
Muramana.
Okay. Just double. I don't know what the actual name is.
We had FUR Jojo earlier, which I'm
700
not sure
เหรอ
be a double
โอ้โห
tag. So I feel like
ยัง
yeah,
มี
you
คน
got
ดูอีก
the
เนี่ย
double prefix.
The Ornn upgrade names
ถึกเว้ย
are.
They got rid of
They're pretty, yeah.
They got rid. I was sad, but as a play-by-play, also relieved because every time they reworked items, I was like, oh, this is another hour of homework.
Yeah, I was like, they're so obscure.
But I don't think anyone except for Ornn mains knows what they are. So Kobe, they can be whatever you want them to be. You can just make the name up.
And like TFT players too.
Oh, TFT players.
น้อยกว่าอีกช่อง
All right, well, BLG here.
จริงปะเนี่ย คนดู L เยอะขนาดนี้เลยเหรอเนี่ย
Still, can they maneuver this game
โอ้โห
into the enemy base? Topside tower still
และ
very
อีกช่อง
low
เขา
after that last
ง่วงไหม
siege.
คนดู
So they once again go into their split push. They push up mid lane. They go
เขาออกอาการแบบผม
rotate
ปะ
through the jungle exactly
ง่วงปะ
as before. Elk is walking up that top line of minions. So they're going to go for the tower once again. Caps is recalling here, and this tower is so low. You don't want to die at this tower. These
ไอ้โปร
secondary
พวกนี้
ones
เล่นอะไร
are
ของมัน
usually
วะ
bait
เห็นแล้ว
for
เข้า
the
ใจ
defending
ถ้าเป็น
team
บอส
to
จะจัด
die
การ
when
ได้หม
they're
ด
that
แล้ว
low.
บอสทิ้งในใจ
Because your
ใช่
position for
ถูกต้อ
fighting
ง
fights there is just so much more risky. So definitely advised to give
อีก
that
ช่อง
one
ไม่
up.
ง่วงด้วยเหรอ
TP from Caps, close to the mid lane.
Whoa.
G2, I think recognizing the push has already come out from BLG, knows that they have to reset, trying to use this brief window of opportunity to reclaim some control over the map so they don't just have to immediately concede the Baron.
Yeah. Skirmishes has his guardian angel as well.
เขา
So
ทำได้ไงวะ ร่างกายแข็งแรงเหรอ
Pantheon can full send. You know, when you have Ornn ultimate, if you see someone in a bad position,
โอ้แล้วเป็นเวลาไทยด้วย
then
อ่ะ
you can go for one of those picks. But we just got
โห
full
ดว่ะ
5-on-5 in mid lane Dracos.
หาวอ้าวสรุปง่วงไม่ง่วง
Checking
เนี่ย
the position, ready to catch someone out. The BLG again, the
Woman
flash is
one.
there for Knight. G2 have to be so careful. Everyone's fingers is on their flash key, ready to go out or in a moment's notice. Caps hasn't been spotted. Beishwan posturing down.
What is the over-under on Elk channeling another ultimate this team fight?
Based on what we've seen so far, all signs indicate probably he will.
อีกช่องเขาไม่ทำงาน
G2 will look to stop it. Initial
ก็
engage
นี่
coming
งาน
from
เขา
on
เขา
Caps.
ฟูลไทม์ส
Not
ตรีม
able
เม
to
อ
find
ร์
Last Ult.
อันนี้งาน
Last
เขา
ult is
เท
critical
บั
for
ก
team fights. G2 getting that ult out is massive.
Ulti now.
เฮ้ย ชิบหายแล้ว BLG แตก
Ulti connects onto the 80.
BLG แตกปะ
Instantly they're into the back line. Caps manages to lay down the ult, but Elk is still standing. He shouldn't be alive.
โอ้
But he
บิน
holds
แบก
on
อยู่
just a
บิน
little
แบ
bit
กอยู่
longer. There's no
BLG
space
แตก
to ulti though, and that
BLG
is
แตกคุณดู
all that matters. G2 on the edge of death managed to find the fight.
แต่ไม่เอ็นเอ้ยหรือเอ็นวะอ๋อไม่เอ็นต้องกลับไปการบ้าน
and G2 just back off. They disengage during it. There's a lot of minions at their base.
We can't see the health bar, but the turret
Orange going back. Orange going back.
And G2 continuing the push forward, and this is crucial. BLG, one more good fight probably wins them the game, but G2 have held on. They're getting things closer. They're getting things back to even. It's only
หรือเอ็นวะ
20 seconds.
Yeah. Inside the base. All right, On. What can he do now?
Low health bars.
No ulti for him. He can't even get to that wave.
There's a wave unanswered in bot lane. If G2 lose this fight, it's an instant TP, and the game is over in favor of BLG. On, locked up. Alistair trying to clear. One tower down, but G2's eyes are set on the prize. The Nexus
เกิดทันแต่ว่าตีป้อมยังไงเอ้าโอ้โหแพ้ที่ทูเกือบชนะไอ้แคปไม่มาโอ้ไอ้แคปไม่มา
He has to end double TPs. Caps has to 2v1.
ไม่ไอ้แคปมาชนะบ้างดู
Here they come, the BLG solo laners, Knight and Bin versus Caps.
ไอ้แคปมาชนะป่ะชนะดิหรือมันตาย
Knight on JDG, Bin on RG, Caps on
หรือมันตาย
Sorry boys, this is personal. The rest of you set up for an objective. Caps goes for the ulti. Bin
ไม่ได้ดูตะกี้
a bit more time. Bear taking that health
แพ้เลย
damn low. Tower still standing, but Bin's already gone one. Lebrov
อ๋อ
back
มัน
up
ตาย
10 seconds on Hans. 15 on
มันตาย
Broken
ใช่
Blade.
ไหม
Bin wants to finish the objective. He's not waiting any longer. Lockdown there. Minions not going to do enough. Knight and Bin.
GG เลยว่ะบอสยังแม่นอยู่แต่เกือบแล้ว
BLG get it done.
บอสยังแม่นอยู่
Oh, Knight and Bin show them how it's done. The double
มันตายใช่ไหมมันตายโอ้ถ้าตายไม่โกรธ
BLG take game number 1. That's just the beginning, Draco.
ขอย้อนดูนิดนึงนะ
This series is going to be a big
มันมีหนทางชนะป่ะ อ๋อแคปตาย
ult is critical for team fights.
Fight, lock up onto base one. Oh, he connects onto the 80 carry, and instantly they're into the back line. Caps manages to lay down the ult, but Elk is still standing. He shouldn't be alive, but he holds on just a little bit longer. There's no space for him to ulti though, and that is all that.
โอ้โหจริงๆมัน
Now they're gonna try to force the fight. Lock up onto base one.
จริงๆไฟนี้มันเหมือนชนะเลยว่ะเนี่ยแคปสกิลเสร็จถอยไม่ต้องวาร์ปอะน่าจะกดผิดป่ะ
Still standing. He shouldn't be alive, but he holds on just a little bit longer.
แล้วถ้า perfect play จะชนะป่ะ
Can't even get to that wave.
There's a wave
น่าจะ
unanswered in
perfect
bot
อยู่
lane.
นะ
If G2 lose this fight, it's an instant TP, and the game is over in favor of BLG. On, locked up. Alistair trying to clear. One tower down, but G2's eyes are set on the prize. The Nexus of BLG, and it might just be a single fight. It might be a single
ไม่ไหวอยู่ดี
moment.
ไม่ชนะ
They're trying to finish.
ไม่ชนะอยู่ดี
Beautiful League of Legends.
ไม่ชนะอยู่ดี
Just thinking back at the final end, like it looked like it was so close, but then Bitcoin was able to assassinate Hansama. That's what they needed.
Yeah.
Oh my god, it was just one play, and it's just a Nexus to Nexus, the LPL classic.
I feel like BLG can't keep getting away. If I'm a BLG fan, I'm looking at this and I'm like,
Hey,
oh no, right? Because
แบกอยู่ตะ
initially
กี้
it started off pretty well for G2 off this, right? Because they get the on Alistar out super early. They're able to get in and kill
บอส
off
ใจสั่นเลยเมื่อกี้
the entire time. He cannot do
มันชนะได้นะ
anything.
G2
And
เนี่ย
so this to me, I was like, okay,
เสียดาย
we're getting in position for G2 win.
Yeah, because it looks amazing, honestly, for G2. The fact that they, like, Aurora TP'd in early, they had full setup of Drake, they even put in a ward for Baron, they had everything, they had the proper fight, and then they pushed forward. And I was looking at the death timers, they have 10-second death timers, they're trying to delay all these things. Look at Xin Zhao that's able to take
จะ
down...
ไปแล้วใช่ไหมบอส
Oh, it was actually the knockup from
ครับ
Alistair on top of it just before that.
my
On this entire game.
That is the story of the game. This
เดี๋ยว
Alistair,
ต้อง
like
กิน
you
ข้าว
look
แล้ว
at
ก็
the
นอน
fog of war, he's here. You look at top lane, he's here. You open the fridge,
นอนไป
he's
2
here.
ชั่วโมง
This guy is diabolical on that champion.
That's why it was so important in that mid lane fight.
โอเคครับ
that they
วัน
had
นี้น่าจะ
previously
พอแต่
gotten
เพียง
out
เท่านี้
that
นะครับคุณดูนะ
Alistar ult. That was huge, and that's why
แล้วผ
they
ม
recognized
ไอเกมที่เหลือผม
differentiate
ทาย
on it.
BLG
And then
ทุกเกม
here, yeah, you have Bin
ถ้าผมถูกผมจะเอามาใส่ตรงนี้นะ
and being able to close out
ต่อไปผม
this
BLG ทุกเกม
game
นะ
before,
ถ้าถูกอ่ะ
you know, Elk is
เดี๋ยวจะเอามาเพิ่มเลขตรงนี้
see him kind of pushing out mid just in case.
เดี๋ยวผมไปนอนละคนดู
Just like, what can you do?
ฝันดีครับทุกคนขอบคุณมากครับวันนี้ครับขอบคุณโดเนททุกบาทด้วยนะครับขอบคุณที่โดให้นะครับ แล้วก็ขอบคุณที่มาดูนะครับที่มาเชียร์ทุกคนยอมอดหลับอดนอนนะครับแต่ผมไม่ไหวแล้วฝันดีครับทุกคนขอบคุณมากครับเจอกัน
Yeah, and I've been a staunch MF defender kind of again